From a Stronghold NPC to the final boss chapter 532 to chapter 559. In the sea. A small boat braved the wind and waves as it sailed into the distance. Xianxia stood at the bow of the boat with his hands behind his back. The wind only blew his clothes slightly. Along the way, many boats were overtaken in an instant. Damn, it must be a small electric motor. Driving so fast, it must feel good when it hits. F***ck, some players who were rowing the boat strenuously looked at the small boat that flew past them. After being stunned for a few seconds, they couldn't help but complain. Compared to the other party. Looking at the people who were rowing the boat, it was simply two extremes. Although a cultivator could use true essence to drive the boat after breaking through to the true martial realm. But doing so would consume too much true essence. And it wouldn't last long. As for the speed, it might be faster, but it definitely wouldn't be much faster. Like Xianxia, who passed by with a whoosh, it was simply blinding their titanium dog eyes. Different from the complaints of the players. Some local cultivators had serious expressions as they looked at the boat that had become a small black dot. They couldn't help but say, I wonder which expert entered the sea alone. To be able to use true essence to drive the boat so fast and ensure that the boat doesn't break, his strength is at least at the prominent divine realm, or even the god martial realm. Prominent divine realm, god martial realm, it's really fascinating. Hearing this, some people also sighed with emotion. In this world, cultivators who could cultivate to such a level were not rare, but there were definitely not many of them. In the past, the appearance of such an expert would attract the attention of many people. On the other side, Xianxia had already sailed the boat and completely left the range of the dock. At this moment, he sat on the boat and took out a small tea table from his storage ring. Then, he took out a tea set and placed the osmanthus spirit tea that he had already prepared on the tea table. With a light wave of his sleeve, a small stream of water rose from the sea and gathered towards the teapot. In the process of flying, all the impurities in the water were removed. The entire process. It was completed in less than a breath. Xianxia held the teapot in his hand. In less than a breath's time, the tea inside had already boiled. After tossing and turning for a while, Xianxia tasted the spirit tea and looked at the surrounding scenery. The sea view was also considered a scenery, so he was in a good mood for a while. As a great cultivator of the Deva realm, he should have been flying. However, Xianxia had no intention of flying. Firstly, it was still a problem whether there were islands in the sea. It was fine to fly occasionally, but if one were to fly for 10 days to half a month, even if it would not consume much of one's divine sense, one would still feel nauseous. Therefore, Xianxia chose to buy a small boat for his own use. In any case, using true essence to drive the boat would not be much slower than flying in the air. This time, Xianxia was prepared for a long voyage when he entered the sea. In his opinion, such a small difference in speed was not a big problem. Moreover, flying in the air isn't as comfortable as I am now. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. Sipping tea and looking at the sea view, wasn't that much better than flying? Even driving a small boat would consume some energy, but for a celestial, multitasking was a trivial matter. Looking at the blue sea surface, Xianxia recalled everything about the sea area. From the information he had obtained, the sea area was very large, but no one could give an accurate answer as to how large it was. In addition to that, the dangers in the sea area were no less than in other places. Among all the dangers, there were only two greatest dangers. One was the ferocious beasts, and the other was the forbidden land formed by heaven and earth. The so-called ferocious beasts were actually monsters. They were just called monsters on land and ferocious beasts in the sea. As for how strong the ferocious beasts were, one could refer to the Endless Mountains for details. And it was different from the Endless Mountains. All year round, there would be human experts going into the Endless Mountains to kill some powerful monsters and suppress the development of monsters. But the sea area was different. Almost no human would deliberately enter the sea area to kill some ferocious beasts. After so many years, the sea was not full of ferocious beasts, but there were also many hidden ferocious beasts. Among these ferocious beasts, there were even existences that could threaten celestials. If his strength had not broken through to celestial, Qin Shujian would not dare to set foot here easily. In addition to the ferocious beasts, it was the forbidden land formed by heaven and earth. These forbidden lands were also commonly known as natural disasters. Ordinary natural disasters couldn't threaten celestials, let alone celestials. Even a slightly stronger cultivator couldn't threaten them. But the natural disasters in the sea area were different. Some powerful natural disasters could even make celestials kneel. In general, the sea area was very dangerous. If one was not careful, one would die. The imperial court did not dare to send people to explore the sea area because they could not afford the loss. If too many human experts died here, it would not be a good thing for them. In the past, the human race was threatened by the demon clan. Today, the human race is facing the hidden dangers of the 3 continents. Before these problems are solved, the human race must preserve enough strength to deal with any possible emergencies. For tens of thousands of years, the sea area has not posed any threat to the human race. Even if there is something here, the imperial court will not easily provoke it. Qin Shujian recalled the rumors about the sea area and the human race, and he had a rough idea in his mind. Humans were born with the impulse to explore and pursue the truth. If there were no external threats, sooner or later, the human race would set foot on the vast sea. But now was not the time. For a long time, there had been a hidden danger lurking in the dark, forcing the human race not to be distracted in dealing with it. It was also because of this that there was not much information about the sea area. As for why Qin Shujian knew that the sea area had not posed a threat to the human race for tens of thousands of years. It was because the information from even further back had already disappeared. The lifespan of a celestial was at most 7,000 years. Tens of thousands of years was enough for many celestials to reach the end of their lifespan. As for the others, it was needless to say that they had died many generations ago. For some things, it was understandable that they would disappear after a long time. Qin Shujian did not have the intention to explore the vast sea area. He just wanted to confirm his guess and see if there was anything in the sea area that he remembered. If this is really the Dongxing Divine Continent, then Huagua Mountain should exist. Of course, Huagua Mountain might have sunk. Or not at all. He wasn't sure if he was right or not. But since he was here, there were some things that he had to clarify. Not to mention exploring the true meaning of the world, Qin Shujian at least wanted to know what kind of world he was in. If possible, he also wanted to know why he was here. He just wanted to know. As for the way back, he did not think of looking for it. Now was good. He was strong, lived for a long time, and had a sect with hundreds of thousands of people. Wherever he went, he was respected. Where else could he find such treatment? The boat cut through the sea. The ripples on the water gradually disappeared after the boat left. Qin Shujian sat on the boat, looking at everything around him leisurely. In fact, his spiritual will had spread out and covered thousands of miles. It was said that there were many ferocious beasts in the sea area. As his spiritual will covered the area, he also found many weak auras. These weak auras were only in front of Qin Shujian. In fact, most of these auras were at the true martial realm. Some of them were at the spirit martial realm. However, Qin Shujian had not gone too deep into the sea. It had only been about half an hour since he had left the dock. Half an hour. Given the speed of the boat, it was enough to travel a few true provinces. It seems that there are indeed many ferocious beasts. If the people of the East Pattern Prefecture were fishing, they would not have gone too deep. As for the sea near the dock, there are no ferocious beasts. Qin Shujian spread out his spiritual perception, paying attention to the changes in his surroundings. There were no ferocious beasts at the dock. He did not need to guess to know that the experts of the Covering Sea sect or the imperial court had exterminated those ferocious beasts. After all, many people in the East Pattern Prefecture relied on the sea to survive. If the sea was full of ferocious beasts, then most of them would starve to death, and their lives would be extremely difficult. However, after traveling for a while, Qin Shujian also discovered a problem. The spirit qi in the sea was much denser than in the East Pattern Prefecture. The spirit qi is so dense. No wonder so many ferocious beasts were born. However, does the density of the spirit qi mean that there are many spirit stones in the sea? Qin Shujian was slightly stunned. Soon, he came back to his senses. Spirit stones, yes, there were many spirit stones in the sea. Any spirit stones that appeared in the human clan would be collected by the cultivators. The human clan was not involved in the sea, and the ferocious beasts were not very intelligent. Therefore, there must be many spirit stones buried at the bottom of the sea. Otherwise, how could the spirit chi in the sea be denser than in the human clan? There were cultivators in the human clan, and ferocious beasts in the sea. Everyone was rich in spirit chi, so no one was better than the other. Qin Shujian was a little excited as this thought lingered in his mind. This time, he mainly wanted to confirm his guess. However, if he could take the opportunity to fish for some spirit stones, it would be a good thing for him. However, this was just a thought. Qin Shujian did not really take action to search for spirit stones in the sea. Although this place was far away from the dock, it was not too far away. If there were really spirit stones, the human clan might have dug them all out after so many years. He could think of something. Qin Shujian did not think that others could not think of it. Whoever treated the people in the world as fools would be the biggest fool. There's no hurry. When we go deeper into the sea, there might be spirit stones. Although the density of spirit chi is not weak now, it's still far from the level of spirit stones. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Qin Shujian drove the boat and continued to sail in the sea. Whoosh, the boat rode the wind and broke the waves, shuttling through the sea like lightning. Boom! The sea in front of them suddenly became turbulent. Powerful fluctuations spread out in all directions, causing the waves to surge as if a tsunami would occur at any time. Qin Shujian put down the teacup and walked to the bow of the boat. He looked at the turbulent sea with his hands behind his back. His expression was as calm as ever. The boat under his feet did not slow down at all. At this time, the waves rose up, and it was more than 10 feet high. Then, it slammed down heavily, causing a terrifying fluctuation. When the surrounding ferocious beasts sensed the fluctuation, they all fled in all directions. At the same time, a series of shocking roars came from the sea. Qin Shujian looked at the sea, and his vision directly penetrated the obstruction of the sea. He just happened to see two tall beasts fighting each other. One was a giant ape-like beast. The other was a giant tortoise. The giant ape stood up, and it was more than 10 feet in size. Every punch stirred up the sea. The tortoise that was fighting with the giant ape had a greenish-black shell, and it was not smaller than the giant ape in size. In its open mouth, there were sharp fangs, and the claws on its limbs were like steel needles. At first glance, it was not a character to be trifled with. Between the two, it was unknown who was looking for trouble. The battle between the two caused a lot of movement in the sea. In Qin Shujian's perception, the strength of the two beasts was probably between the airborne realm and the prominent divine realm, but he was not sure which level they were at. Boom! A huge muffled sound came. The giant ape's fist slammed heavily on the tortoise's shell. The terrifying force did not break the tortoise's shell. Instead, the tortoise bit the giant ape's body, causing a rain of blood. The giant ape was in pain. However, the pain did not make it afraid. Instead, it stimulated the fierceness in its heart. When the tortoise was about to retract its head, its broad palm directly grabbed the tortoise's neck and immediately squeezed hard. A terrifying force erupted, causing the tortoise to suddenly bleed from its 7 orifices. However, the tortoise did not show any weakness. Its sharp claws desperately slashed at the giant ape. Its thick hair and hard skin were easily cut open by the sharp claws, and blood instantly dyed the sea red. The giant ape roared in pain, but it did not let go of the tortoise's neck. Its other hand was madly hammering at the tortoise's head. The two beasts were fighting. Qin Shujian also saw it. It looked like a simple fight, but it was a fatal attack. This was the instinct of living creatures. For these beasts with no intelligence, killing was carried out by instinct in their bloodline. Those instincts. It was deeply engraved in their bloodline by their ancestors who had been fighting day and night. From the beginning of the battle until now, only 10 minutes had passed. Whether it was the giant ape or the tortoise, they had reached the point of life and death. The giant ape's chest was badly mutilated, and one could vaguely see its beating heart. The seawater wanted to pour in, but it was blocked by a mysterious force. As for the tortoise, it was not easy either. The giant ape's strength was incomparably powerful. Its head was badly mutilated, and even its brain juice flowed out. But even so, neither of them intended to stop. This is a beast, more terrifying than the monster beasts in the endless mountain range. If such a beast was thrown in the endless mountain range, it could fight against 3. In the end, Xianxia's eyes also became a bit dignified. The strong were afraid of the stupid. The stupid were afraid of the suicidal. These two ferocious beasts gave him the feeling that they didn't care about their lives. If it was the monster beasts, when the battle reached this extent, their instinct would drive them to retreat and return to their nest to lick their wounds. But for the beasts, injuries, on the contrary, aroused their fierceness. Xianxia muttered to himself, perhaps the difference between ferocious beasts and demonic beasts isn't just a matter of living in the sea and on land. There's also a difference in biological instincts. Ferocious beasts are much more savage than demonic beasts. In just a short while, the two beasts had reached the point of death. Seeing this, Xianxia no longer hesitated. With a move of his divine thought, the terrifying power directly controlled the seawater and turned it into a big hand, pinching the two beasts. The next moment, the two beasts directly exploded. A large amount of blood mist dyed the sea red. 2 fist-sized crystal stones appeared in Xianxia's hand, and in the storage ring, there was an additional tortoise shell. Beast core. Xianxia smiled slightly. The two beasts contributed 2 beast cores, which could be considered a gain. The reason why he made a move. It was purely to harvest the source of life. After all, the two beasts were going to die no matter how one looked at it. It was better to die in his hands. To be honest, at Xianxia's level, it was rare for him to hunt ferocious beasts and demonic beasts. Because there was no need for that. For him, every level up now required at least tens of billions of life sources. Unless it was a celestial. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would have to kill tens of millions of beasts of other levels to have a chance to raise his strength. However, there are no human cultivators in the sea. They are all beasts without intelligence. Maybe I can take this opportunity to harvest a wave of life sources. Xianxia thought for a moment and a smile appeared on his face. Normally, killing ferocious beasts would not yield much life force. However, if he used the Red Lotus of Delusion, he would be able to obtain more life force. Putting away the 2 beast cores, Xianxia also moved the tortoise shell in the storage ring slightly. The tortoise shell that was 10 feet long, which was the storage ring he was using now, belonged to Du Chenggu of the Fallen Moon Mansion. Otherwise, it would not be able to put such a big thing. He put away the tortoise shell. This was because the tortoise shell itself was a high-grade material. Coupled with its huge size, its value was not much lower than that of ordinary 9th-grade materials. Now, more than half of the Yuan sect had been emptied. It was always good to be able to replenish some. After casually killing the 2 beasts, the smell of blood spread out and attracted many beasts. However, Xianxia had already left his original position. The sea was vast. Now, he was not really deep in the sea. Although Xianxia seemed to be traveling aimlessly now, with his celestial perception, he had already formed a navigation route in his mind. Because the sea had not been explored much by the human race, there were no navigation routes sold in the Great Zhao. Even if there were, it would be some sea areas close to the human race. These navigation routes were not of much use to Xianxia. This world should have a square sky and a square earth. In other words, if I keep moving forward, I will only reach the end of the world and will not turn back to the human race's territory. In that case, if I want to explore the entire sea, I will have to go back and forth a few times. The divine senses of a celestial were powerful. But compared to the sea, it was just a drop in the ocean. Now, according to Xianxia's point of view, it was a straight line forward. Instead, his divine senses spread out thousands of miles and constantly searched ahead. In other words, the straight line that Xianxia was walking was thousands of miles wide. Whoosh, the small boat cut through the sky and the waves at an extremely fast speed. Unlike the calm sea in front, the sea where Xianxia was now was full of beasts killing each other. From time to time, waves would be set off. The smell of blood mixed with the smell of the sea water made people frown. With the appearance of the small boat, some of the ferocious beasts that were fighting stopped in an instant and chased after Xianxia. However, the speed of these beasts, compared to the speed of the small boat, they were much slower. By the time they reacted, the small boat was only a black dot. Boom, a huge wave of thousands of feet suddenly rose, as if covering the sky and the sun, and smashed down heavily on the small boat. Xianxia waved his sleeves, and a terrifying aura spread out, turning into an indestructible air wall that blocked the crashing wave. The weight of thousands of feet of seawater was more than 1,000,000 catties. But even so, it could not do anything to the air wall at all. Disperse. Xianxia waved his hand again, and the crashing wave crashed back to its original position. Rumble. A terrifying fluctuation spread out. Roar. With an angry roar, a giant beast thousands of feet suddenly appeared from the bottom of the sea. It was an octopus that had been magnified countless times. Then, a black shadow rose from the bottom of the sea, setting off a large number of waves. The next moment, the black shadow covered the small boat, and the sky darkened in an instant. Xianxia put away the small boat with one hand, and then his body expanded to 3,000 feet in size, and he grabbed the falling black shadow with one hand. It was a tentacle thousands of feet long and hundreds of feet thick, and the force of its fall could easily destroy a mountain range. But this force had no effect in front of Xianxia. Grabbing the tentacle with one hand, Xianxia pulled hard, and the giant beast was directly pulled out of the sea by him, and then smashed heavily on the surface of the sea. Xianxia took a step forward, and a mysterious force emerged from the seawater under his feet, supporting his body from sinking. His fist had already shattered the void, and landed heavily on the octopus body. One punch. A bloody mist exploded from the octopus body, and dark green blood dyed the sea. Roar, the octopus roared in pain, and countless huge tentacles frantically wrapped around Xianxia. Xianxia grabbed several tentacles with both hands, and then pulled hard. Suddenly, these tentacles were torn in two, and the intense pain caused the other tentacles of the octopus to twist irregularly. And he took this opportunity to continue to attack the other party. A great battle. In the blink of an eye, it erupted. That terrifying force spread out, and some of the beasts that wanted to approach instinctively scattered at this time. Whether it was Xianxia or not, or the aura of the giant octopus, it was not something these beasts could withstand. Although the beasts did not have intelligence, they still knew when to fight and when to turn around and run. Speaking of seeking luck and avoiding disaster, the beasts were better at this than some humans. Boom. Boom, the wave surged into the sky and then crashed down heavily. Even more seawater flowed to an unknown location in the shattered space. A great battle broke out, stirring up the sea. That huge octopus had no power to fight back in front of Xianxia. All the attacking tentacles were pulled off by him. A large amount of blood sprayed out, dyeing the blue seawater with a different color. Die. Another fist smashed down, and the octopus's head cracked. Finally, this beast was scared and wanted to escape to the bottom of the sea. However, there was no way Xianxia would let a divine-level beast escape. He spread out his divine thought, and a large formation directly covered the octopus. Immediately, the red lotus of purgation ignited and devoured the octopus in its shrill screams. Soon, a red lotus appeared in the void. Xianxia swallowed the red lotus, and a pure energy surged out. Originally, he had opened 512 star acupoints, but now, under the impact of this energy, 2 of his star acupoints trembled as they opened. The formation was removed. The boat was taken out from the storage ring. Xianxia leaped onto the boat, and the boat once again broke through the waves. In the boat, Xianxia sat there and checked the condition of his body. After devouring the divine-level octopus, he obtained 100 million life force. In addition, he also indirectly opened 2 star acupoints. Compared to the harvest of 100 million life force, the opening of 2 star acupoints made Xianxia even happier. It seems that after becoming a divine-level beast, the red lotus of purgation can refine more power. In the past, the demonic beasts refined by the red lotus of purgation did not contain much power. If he were to refine a ferocious beast that was roughly at the first layer of the sky-human realm, he would be able to open up 2-star acupoints. In the past, he would at least be able to reach the pinnacle of a certain level. The Wisdom King Hellfire of the spiritual martial realm absorbed a very small part of the power. The Red Lotus of Purgation of the divine martial realm absorbed some power from the divine level beast. Now that it has become a divine level beast, the power that the Red Lotus of Purgation can absorb has become more powerful. Qin Shujian estimated that the power that the Red Lotus of Purgation refined just now was at least 1/10 of the original power of the divine level beast. Don't underestimate 1/10 of the power. If he had refined such a strong power when he was in the spiritual martial realm, the power of the moon-devouring monster king would have been enough to make him explode. A beast at the first level of the sky-human stage can open up 2 insight acupoints. If I kill a few more, I might be able to open up a few more insight acupoints. It might even be possible for me to reach the 3rd level of the sky-human stage. Qin Shujian's eyes lit up. He did not mean to underestimate 2 acupoints. Because the more acupoints, the more acupoints, the more acupoints. And the powerful divine level beasts in the sea area were far beyond his expectation. How long had he been in the sea area? In less than half a day, he was attacked by a divine level octopus. According to Qin Shujian's estimation. Now he was not in the depths of the sea area. He was still in the periphery. But even so, he could still encounter a divine level beast. While feeling happy, Qin Shujian was also surprised by the danger of the sea area. Divine level beasts. I don't think there have been any divine level beasts in the Mountains of Infinity. This alone makes the divine level beasts much more powerful than the divine level beasts. I'm still in the periphery and I've already encountered a divine level octopus. If I go deeper, I may encounter divine level or divine level beasts. It seems that the sea area is more dangerous than I thought. With his current strength, he could kill divine level beasts below the 4th level of the celestial realm. As for divine level beasts, if they were not at the peak of the Saint realm, he was confident to kill them if he used all his means. As for divine level beasts, Qin Shujian silently thought about the probability of him escaping. Divine level beasts had no intelligence. This was an advantage. Qin Shujian discovered this from the big octopus just now. Even if they broke through to the divine level, the intelligence of these divine level beasts did not increase much. His thoughts were running wildly. Qin Shujian quickly made a decision: keep hunting divine level beasts along the way and try to improve my realm as much as possible. If I encounter divine level beasts below the 4th level, I'll kill them with all my strength. As for the divine level beasts, the first thing to do is to run. He looked at his storage ring. Finding that it was poor, he felt helpless. However, he did notice a bow and arrow placed in the corner. The storage ring flashed. There was an extra bow and arrow on the ship. Ah! I'm suffocating. As soon as the cosmos bow appeared, it let out a comfortable cry. Qin Shujian's face darkened, and he shouted, "Shut up, if you scream again, I'll put you back immediately." "No, no." The cosmos bow said hurriedly. "Put it back." Thinking of the darkness in the storage ring, the cosmos bow felt that it was going crazy. The cloud-piercing arrow was good. Although it had intelligence, it was not much. For a Dao artifact like the cosmos bow, which was no different from an ordinary person, to be trapped in the storage ring was really unacceptable. After saying that, the cosmos bow also noticed the surrounding environment and said, "Sect Master, this is the sea area? You know?" Qin Shujian raised his eyebrows slightly, took a sip of spirit tea, and said. After dealing with the big octopus, he did not suffer any injuries. With Qin Shujian's current strength, it was no problem for him to beat up a divine level 1 or 2. He could also suppress a divine level 3. Only a divine level 4 was qualified to fight with him. The Cosmos Bow said, "I also have a little memory of the sea area, but not much." "Tell me," Qin Shujian said. He also wanted to know how much the Cosmos Bow knew about the sea area. This time, he headed to the sea area. Qin Shujian did not bring many Dao artifacts with him. He was wearing the dustless immortal robe, the 13th grade golden lotus, the Cosmos Bow, and the cloud-piercing arrow. Even the 1,000 mountain blood, which he had always liked to use, was left in the sect as a precaution. There were only two reasons for bringing the Cosmos Bow. One was that the other party was already a 5-seal Dao artifact. Together with the cloud-piercing arrow, it was comparable to a 6-seal Dao artifact. The other was that the other party had profound knowledge. Although in Qin Shujian's opinion, the Cosmos Bow's knowledge might not be correct. But at least it was good to have a reference. At this moment, after hearing the Cosmos Bow's words, he knew that he was right to bring it out. At least this Cosmos Bow really knew about the existence of the sea area. The Cosmos Bow said, "I remember that when heaven and earth were born, there didn't seem to be a sea area. Then, there seemed to be a ray of light, and then a sea area appeared in the world." "What light?" Qin Shujian asked. "A ray of light? What kind of light was that?" According to what the Cosmos Bow said, heaven and earth were only land in the beginning. The Cosmos Bow said, "I don't know what light it is, but since the sea area appeared, there has been a mysterious force lingering there, which has given birth to many terrifying beasts." Sect Master, there are many beasts in the sea area, and there are even many at the celestial being level. If you want to go deep into the sea area, you have to be careful. The combat power of the beasts is not much worse than that of the human race. The Cosmos Bow's tone was solemn. In this regard, Qin Shujian didn't say anything. He wouldn't show off and tell the other party that he had just killed a celestial being level octopus. Showing off to a bow, Qin Shujian felt a little bored. What else? After the Cosmos Bow finished speaking, Qin Shujian asked. He really wanted to say. That's it, that's your understanding of the sea area. What's the difference between saying it and not saying it? Who doesn't know how dangerous the beasts in the sea area are? Except for the first sentence that he didn't know whether it was true or not, everything else was nonsense. The Cosmos Bow said, "Sect Master, the sea area has always been mysterious. I've never been to the sea area. It's not easy to know so much." Then forget it. You'd better go back. By the way, there's one more thing that I thought of. Seeing that Qin Shujian was about to take it back, the Cosmos Bow was scared out of its wits. Going back again, if it wasn't for the fact that it couldn't refuse Qin Shujian, it would rather stay in the forbidden area and cultivate. Although there was no one in the forbidden area, at least it could see the surrounding scenery. Qin Shujian stopped what he was doing and said, "What else?" In addition to the beasts in the sea area, there are also some natural disasters. Sect Master, don't underestimate the natural disasters. There is a mysterious force in the sea area that causes the natural disasters here. They are not real natural disasters. The Cosmos Bow finished in one breath. Qin Shujian stopped what he was doing. He picked up the teacup and said calmly, "What do you mean by not real natural disasters?" In his opinion, the Cosmos Bow was really cheap. It didn't know how to speak properly. It had to be forced to know what to say. It was not a real natural disaster. He also wanted to know more about it. After all, the natural disasters in the sea area were enough to threaten celestial beings. This was unusual in itself. The Cosmos Bow said, "Different from the natural disasters in other places, there is a mysterious force in the sea area. This force intercepts the marks left by the strong in the world and then turns them into natural disasters." Intercepts the marks left by the strong in the world. What does this mean? Qin Shujian seemed to understand something. He could roughly understand the Cosmos Bow's words, but he didn't understand it completely. In other words, once the strong in the sea area fight, some of the strong moves will be intercepted by the sea area and then become natural disasters in the future. And such natural disasters, to put it bluntly, are the traces left by the strong in the past. Understood completely. After hearing what the Cosmos Bow said, Qin Shujian finally understood the cause of the natural disasters in the sea area. Ordinary natural disasters couldn't threaten celestial beings. Not to mention celestial beings, even some powerful real martial arts realm couldn't be threatened by natural disasters. But the natural disasters in the sea area could even threaten celestial beings. This was unusual in itself. According to what the Cosmos Bow said, many things made sense. Natural disasters were actually not natural disasters. Instead, the sea area completely showed the scene of the strong in the past. In other words, If a strong in the god martial arts realm made a move, then the mark of power was intercepted by the sea area and then shown in the form of a natural disaster. Then some practitioners in the spirit martial arts realm and real martial arts realm would have no way to survive when encountering such a natural disaster. Because what they encountered was not an ordinary natural disaster. It was equivalent to a great practitioner in the god martial arts realm. What is the strongest and weakest natural disaster in the sea area? Or will anyone's move be recorded by the sea area? Qin Shujian asked. The Cosmos Bao didn't know about this. Hearing this, Qin Shujian didn't continue to ask. The fact that the Cosmos Bao could know this information was also very useful to him. At least, he understood how the natural disasters came about. Intercepting the mark of a strong person was an incredible thing in itself. It was okay for ordinary practitioners. But once the mark of a strong practitioner in the celestial being level was intercepted and then shown by the sea area, it would be a disaster for other practitioners. How strong was the power of a celestial being, Qin Shujian knew very well. Even the weakest celestial being could easily kill an ordinary practitioner in the god martial arts realm. Immediately, Qin Shujian thought of another possibility and his face suddenly became serious. The power of a practitioner in the celestial being level could threaten the strong practitioners below the celestial being level. But if there were powerful practitioners fighting in the sea area, the natural disasters formed would also be destructive to the celestial being. According to the information collected, there were no strong practitioners in the human clan who stepped into the sea area, let alone powerful practitioners who had been there. But it didn't mean that there were no records of it in the past. What if there were powerful practitioners fighting in the sea area tens of thousands of years ago or hundreds of thousands of years ago? No one could say for sure. Qin Shujian knew that even if he encountered a natural disaster of this level, he would have to kneel down. Wait, Qin Shujian said, is it only when practitioners fight that the power mark will be intercepted? If the fierce beasts fight, will the mark also be intercepted? It shouldn't be. The Cosmos Bao said with uncertainty. Qin Shujian's face suddenly darkened. There weren't many human clan practitioners in the sea area, but there were a lot of fierce beasts. And the fierce beasts fought all year round. If heaven and earth could really intercept the power mark of fierce beasts, then the fierce beasts in the sea area were much more terrifying than he imagined. There were already celestial being level octopuses in the outer area. In the inner area and even in the depths of the sea area, if there were no powerful beasts, Qin Shujian would cut off his head. If that was the case, the frequency of natural disasters was a bit high. Soon, Qin Shujian muttered to himself, that shouldn't be the case. If it's really possible to intercept the power of the ferocious beasts, the sea should be full of natural disasters. How could it be so peaceful after so long? But no one is sure how often natural disasters form. What if the frequency is very low? Qin Shujian was a little confused. But he quickly calmed down. Natural disasters were natural disasters. With his strength, as long as it wasn't a mighty level natural disaster, then everything was fine. If it was a mighty level natural disaster. Qin Shujian looked at the 13-grade golden lotus in the storage ring and made up his mind. He still had this defensive treasure with him. He couldn't beat it. It shouldn't be a problem to escape. That's not right. Qin Shujian looked solemn and looked at the calm sea area. There was nothing there. Why is it that after I came to the sea area, the first thing I thought of was to escape? Although I was afraid of death, I wasn't afraid of death to this extent in the past. Could it be that there are other forces in the sea area that are affecting people's hearts little by little? Or is this my instinct? As soon as the last thought emerged, it was extinguished by Qin Shujian. He knew that he was afraid of death, but he was a heavenly man after all, so he still had the confidence. He abandoned the possibility of being afraid of death. In other words, there was another force in the sea area that was subtly affecting people's hearts, making people afraid and even terrified of this place. Qin Shujian took a deep breath. It can even affect the thoughts of heavenly men. This sea area is too strange. At the thought of this, the fear in his heart emerged again. But as soon as it emerged, it was forcibly suppressed by Qin Shujian. The sea area is too mysterious, but the more mysterious it is, it means that there are things that others don't know. As the saying goes, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Since I've already gone to sea, I can't go back with my tail between my legs. Let's go a little further and see the situation first. Xianxia calmed his mind and steered the boat forward. Escape, how could he, Sect Master Qin, be afraid before fighting? If he wanted to escape, he should at least see something that could threaten his life. Now there was nothing. If he turned around and left, he would lose face as Sect Master Qin. As the boat sailed, they encountered many fierce beasts along the way. The weak ones were at least above the 5th level of the martial realm, and the strong ones even reached the god martial realm. For this, Xianxia took action and swallowed all the fierce beasts in the god martial realm with the red lotus of purgation. When he swallowed 20 fierce beasts in the god martial realm, another star acupoint was forcibly opened by the force. Combined with his previous gains, he now had a total of 515 stellar acupoints. After going out to the sea area, in less than a day, he opened 3 star acupoints. Xianxia was very satisfied with this gain. As time went by, the golden crow had already fallen. Looking at the setting sun, Xianxia said, "Do you know where the golden crow will go after it falls?" He was asking about the bow of heaven and earth. Xianxia had never thought about this question before. For his previous life, there was a reasonable explanation for the rising and setting of the sun. As for this life, no one had any doubts about the rising and setting of the sun. But here came the question. Now the sky was round and the earth was round. Then where would the golden crow go after it fell, looking at the falling sun and the sea area reflected by the sun? A thought suddenly came to Xianxia's mind. When the sun set, would it be the end of the sea area, on the other side? The bow of heaven and earth said, "I'm not sure where the sun and moon will fall, but looking at the situation, the sun should fall in the depths of the sea area." Xianxia nodded slightly. The bow of heaven and earth happened to agree with him. Suddenly, Xianxia had the idea of going to the depths of the sea area to have a look. If the sun was really hiding in the sea area, then the secret would be big. At night, Xianxia didn't drive the boat with all his strength, but let it drift on the sea. Just like the sea during the day, the sea at night was also full of danger. Some beasts were active during the day, and some were active at night. As they went deeper into the sea, the beasts didn't seem to stop fighting for a moment. Now the sea surface. It was no longer the original blue, but a faint blood red. As for the source of the blood red, it was the blood of the beasts. Xianxia was sitting in the boat, sipping spiritual tea while looking at the moon in the distant night sky. No one knew what he was thinking about. As for the bow of heaven and earth, it didn't do anything for it. As long as it wasn't locked in the storage ring, other problems wouldn't be a problem. The waves rose as if to drown the boat. However, before the waves reached the boat, they were forcibly suppressed by an invisible force. A beast of more than 100 feet jumped up, opened its bloody mouth, and was about to swallow the boat. Xianxia didn't need to say anything. The bow of heaven and earth shot out a spiritual arrow, which instantly pierced through the beast. The beast that had jumped up lost its vitality and fell heavily to the sea surface. Soon, it sank to the bottom of the sea. Xianxia didn't look away from the moon from beginning to end. A beast of the spirit martial arts realm. He didn't take it seriously at all. With the power of the bow of heaven and earth, not to mention the spirit martial arts realm, even a beast of the god martial arts realm could be easily killed. This was the power of a 5-seal Taoist weapon. Even without the owner's control, the Taoist weapon could suppress enemies below the celestial being realm with its own power. The night passed quickly. In an instant, the sun rose again. It was worth mentioning. The sun in this world was different from what he knew in his previous life. It didn't rise in the east and set in the west. Instead, it would fall from the side it rose from. Xianxia didn't pay much attention to this vision before. In addition, he didn't have a strong sense of direction, so sometimes he just thought he saw it wrong. But it was different now. Yesterday, he saw the sun set with his own eyes. Today, he saw the sun rise with his own eyes. It set and rose in the same place. There were a lot of things that could be explained. At the same time, heaven and earth shook. A hurricane rose from the sea surface, connecting heaven and earth. Some beasts fled one after another, and some were rolled up by the hurricane and then torn to pieces by the power inside. Natural disaster. When they saw the hurricane, Xianxia and the bow of heaven and earth both had the same thought. After a day and a night in the sea area, they finally encountered a natural disaster in the sea area that made people tremble in fear. Xianxia stood at the bow of the ship and looked at the raging hurricane. His eyes flickered. This is a natural disaster. The bow of heaven and earth said, that's right. There should be a powerhouse's power mark in the depths of the hurricane. Sect Master, you still have to be careful. Be careful, Xianxia nodded slightly. He did have to be careful. But, he looked at the natural disaster in front of him and felt that the power contained in it was a little weak. At least, it didn't pose any threat to him. In an instant, Xianxia could be sure that even if there was a powerhouse's mark in the hurricane, the person who left the mark wouldn't be too strong. It's a good opportunity to see how powerful the natural disaster in the sea area is. Xianxia held the bow of heaven and earth in one hand, looked at the hurricane and pulled the bowstring. Boom! The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered crazily. The condensed arrow had been placed on the bow. Then, the fingers that were holding the bowstring loosened. The spiritual arrow shattered the void and directly bombarded the hurricane. Boom, the hurricane seemed to feel the threat. A sharp blade light slashed out from it and collided with the spiritual arrow. However, the blade light couldn't withstand a single blow in front of the spiritual arrow. It didn't even hold for a breath. The blade light was directly shattered by the spiritual arrow. Immediately, the spiritual arrow disappeared into the hurricane. The next moment, the hurricane exploded. A powerful force burst out chaotically. Heaven and earth suddenly calmed down. Xianxia lowered his arm and said, if I'm not mistaken, the blade light slashed out from the hurricane should be a mark left by an expert. It should be. The bow of heaven and earth replied. Seeing this, Xianxia also pondered. If he hadn't encountered a natural disaster, he wouldn't have realized that the natural disasters in the sea area were like this. The power of the blade light was not small. If an ordinary warrior in the spirit martial realm encountered it, he might be killed. All of a sudden, Xianxia found another problem. During this period of time in the sea area, he had made a lot of moves. Maybe there would be a natural disaster in the future. What was hidden in it was his own power mark. He knew his own business. If it really formed his natural disaster, Xianxia could guarantee that except for the celestial being, anyone who encountered it would die. No. I have also used the red lotus of purgation in the sea area. Will the red lotus of purgation reappear in the future? Xianxia's expression changed slightly. After thinking about it, he also calmed down the fluctuations in his mind. It was true that the red lotus of delusion was his trump card. But if the natural disaster reappeared, no one would know that it was his, Xianxia's, thing. After all, so many people entered the sea area. Maybe it would also absorb the power mark of the fierce beasts. Then, Xianxia put the bow of heaven and earth aside and then sat back in his seat. He had already encountered the natural disaster. He had also encountered the fierce beasts at the celestial being level. Less than 2 days after entering the sea, they had already encountered many dangers. These dangers were not a big problem for Xianxia, but they were fatal for ordinary cultivators. Not to mention anything else. Just the ferocious beasts that could be seen everywhere in the sea were enough to make people extremely fearful. No wonder people are so wary of the sea region. Xianxia sipped his tea and didn't pay much attention to it. With his strength, as long as it wasn't at the almighty level, everything would be fine. If it was an almighty, he would just retreat. Regarding this, Xianxia was certain that this thought of retreating was not influenced by the power of the sea, but was the truest thought in his heart. Sailing on the sea. Many people who were fully equipped with large ships could only stop at the periphery of the sea. Even if there were experts on the ship, it would still be the same. That was because the risk of going deep into the sea was too great. Even ordinary celestials weren't sure if they could make it through unscathed. Half a month. In the inner region of the sea where the human race had stopped, a small boat was trembling as it drifted along with the sea. After half a month, Xianxia had successfully gone deep into the inner region of the sea. Here he was. He didn't dare to be as wild as he was in the outer region, directly driving the boat and rampaging. Because in the inner region of the sea, there were more ferocious beasts and they were more powerful. During this period of time, Xianxia had personally killed as many as hundreds of ferocious beasts. 80 to 90% of them were in the god martial arts realm, and the remaining 10% were all in the celestial being realm. Some giant octopus. Some water ape. There were also some strange ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts were at least in the first level of the celestial being realm, and the stronger ones had reached the third level of the celestial being realm. In the face of the beasts at the third level of the celestial being realm, Xianxia had to put in a lot of effort to kill them. But hard work was hard. The harvest was not small at all. Not to mention the life source, the 13 celestial being realm ferocious beasts contributed to 5 billion life source to him. Judging from Xianxia's current realm, 5 billion life source could only be said to be a drop in the bucket. If he wanted to save enough life source for a breakthrough, it was still dozens of times worse. What really satisfied Xianxia? It was the energy devoured after killing the ferocious beasts that allowed him to open 50 acupoints. Combined with the original 515 acupoints, now that he had opened another 50 acupoints, the number of star acupoints directly reached 565. 720 star acupoints was the second level of the celestial being realm. Now that the number of star acupoints had reached 565, Xianxia could be considered to have stepped into the middle of the second level of the celestial being realm. In his opinion, after a trip to the sea, even if he didn't find what he wanted, breaking through to the third level of the celestial being realm shouldn't be a problem. In the sea, there are indeed many treasures and opportunities everywhere. Xianxia looked at the calm surface of the sea and sighed with emotion. For others, the sea was full of danger and there were no opportunities to speak of. Even if there were some resources and treasures, it was not proportional to the risk. Xianxia was different. He had the red lotus of purgation. What he wanted was these ferocious beasts for him to refine. If he could stay in the sea for a longer time, Xianxia was confident that he could improve by a few levels, even if he didn't cultivate the Guiyuan ancestral classic to perfection. Thinking of the benefits of the sea, Xianxia shook his head. It's a pity that I can't stay in the sea for long. There might be greater opportunities waiting for me in the 3 continents. I can't give up now. Otherwise, all the effort I spent before will be wasted. Moreover, Xianxia could feel that there was a bloody color lingering on his body. This bloody color was not visible to the naked eye. It could only be seen with the spiritual god after reaching a certain level. In the beginning, Xianxia still didn't know what this bloody color was. However, as he killed more and more ferocious beasts, the bloody color became more and more intense. Only then did he understand where the bloody color came from. Every time he killed a ferocious beast, a trace of bloody color would be added to his body. There were pros and cons to the bloody color's existence. In at least half a month, Xianxia figured out some of the bloody color's functions. Some of the weaker ferocious beasts fled in panic when they sensed the bloody color on his body, as if they had met their natural enemy. Some of the more powerful ferocious beasts, when they sensed the bloody color, it was as if they had been injected with hormones and charged at him in a frenzy. This was also the reason why Xianxia could encounter more than a dozen heavenly human ferocious beasts in just half a month. The bloody color lingering on his body. It accounted for most of the credit. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, even if he went deep into the inner area, he would at most encounter 3 to 5 heavenly human ferocious beasts in half a month. It was impossible to encounter more than a dozen of them. If the inner area of the sea was really filled with heavenly human ferocious beasts, that was the power of the sea. It was completely incomparable to the human race. Putting aside the human race, even if the human race and the demon race were to join forces, they would not be able to defeat the sea. Even if the sea's ferocious beasts were not intelligent and did not leave the sea, if the sea's power was really terrifying, the human race and the demon race would not sit back and watch this malignant tumor grow. The sea is very powerful, but it won't be filled with heavenly human ferocious beasts. They are all attracted by the bloody aura on my body. If this ability is used properly, even if I sit here and do nothing, there will be endless ferocious beasts coming to my door. However, if the bloody aura is too rich, it might attract even more powerful ferocious beasts. If it attracts those above level 7 heavenly human, it will be troublesome. Xianxia's eyes flickered. He had not thought of a way to quickly eliminate the bloody aura for the time being. What he could do now was to constantly use his spiritual energy to grind away the bloody aura bit by bit. However, the speed of this grinding was too slow. Other things aside, judging from the current blood qi, it would take a few months for it to be completely eliminated. Not to mention, ferocious beasts could attack the sea at any time. By then, the bloody aura would increase instead of decreasing. There was no possibility of eliminating it. Therefore, to Xianxia, the bloody aura was a double-edged sword. If he used it well, it would be of great benefit to him. However, the drawbacks were also obvious. Once he attracted ferocious beasts above level 7 heavenly human, he would have to kneel. Let's take it one step at a time. If the bloody aura is really too rich, then I can only go back first, or try not to enter the deepest part of the sea to avoid causing trouble. Xianxia already had an idea in his mind. Ferocious beasts above level 7 heavenly human should stay in the deepest part of the sea, because the spiritual energy there was even more intense. After going deep into the sea for a long time, Xianxia also found a problem. That was, the spiritual energy in the sea was like a huge whirlpool. The depths of the sea were like the center of the whirlpool. The spiritual energy gathered there was the most, and the spiritual energy outside the sea was the shallowest. The deeper he went, the more spiritual energy there was. Although Xianxia was only in the inner part of the sea, the spiritual energy here was already 1/5 of the main sect. Don't underestimate the concentration of 1/5 of the spiritual energy. In the main sect, Xianxia buried dozens of spiritual stones, and there was a huge formation to gather the spiritual energy. All the spiritual energy gathered in a mountain, so that it could be so rich. Now the sea was vast and boundless. At least in Xianxia's perception, he couldn't detect the boundary. In this way, the concentration of spiritual energy in the sea was very terrifying. Apart from the ferocious beasts, Xianxia had also encountered several natural disasters during this period of time. At that time, he really refreshed his understanding of natural disasters. Because some natural disasters were like hurricanes, connecting heaven and earth. Some of the catastrophes directly manifested as illusory figures, and then crazily slaughtered the surrounding living beings. Among them, there was one. Xianxia saw countless blades spread out, and each blade had the power of the god martial arts realm. It killed all the ferocious beasts in the surrounding sea, dyeing the sea red. It was not so much a natural disaster. It was better to reproduce the means of the strong in the past. So, Xianxia walked more cautiously in the sea. The boat drifted with the waves. Although his speed wasn't slow, it was still much slower than the speed he had used back then, where he could travel 100 miles in an instant. A ferocious beast jumped up from the sea and then pounced on him. Xianxia stretched out his hand and formed a palm force that was hundreds of feet long, directly pinching the ferocious beast. The terrifying power made the ferocious beast of the god martial arts realm explode, and it was seriously injured and dying. Then the red lotus of purgation flew out and devoured the ferocious beast. Then, Xianxia stretched out his hand again, and a red lotus fell into his hand, and he devoured the power inside. His body shook slightly. The half-opened acupoints happened to be opened in front of this energy. Suddenly, the 565 stellar acupoints had turned into 566 in an instant. The bow of heaven and earth hurriedly said, 666, congratulations on the great achievement of the divine skill. It's still early to reach the great achievement of the divine skill. It's just some gains. Xianxia smiled and said modestly. The bow of heaven and earth said, with the sect master's talent, the day of great achievement of the divine skill is not far away. I'm just congratulating you in advance. Haha. Qin Shujian laughed heartily. During this period of time, the bow of heaven and earth's words were getting better and better. In the sea area for half a month, thanks to the other party's chat, it was not too boring. At this moment, Qin Shujian's expression suddenly changed, and he stood up directly from his seat, looking ahead. There was a small black spot. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was a black spot or nothing. But in Qin Shujian's eyes, the black spot was an island. The bow of heaven and earth also noticed Qin Shujian's strange phenomenon. An island? It should be an island. Qin Shujian took a deep breath and said. An island. He had been in the sea area for more than half a month, and he had not encountered any islands. Qin Shujian thought that there might not be any islands in the sea area. After all, there were so many beasts and humans gathered together, and their own qi and blood were also a big target. If there really was an island, once there were too many living creatures, it would definitely attract the attacks of the beasts. The beasts were the most sensitive to qi and blood. The beast's cultivation method, in addition to inhaling and exhaling spiritual qi, was to devour powerful qi and blood to transform themselves. Suddenly, an island appeared in front of him. To be honest, Qin Shujian was a little stunned. How confident was he? That was why he dared to own an island in the inner area of the sea area. He had already sensed the aura of many living creatures on the island. There were humans, and monsters. However, the island was covered with a layer of mysterious power, which made Qin Shujian unable to accurately perceive the powerhouses on the island. He could only roughly distinguish some things. There are monsters on the island? Could it be that there are a lot of powerhouses on the island? A few doubts flashed through Qin Shujian's mind. The monsters on the land had already run away. He didn't expect to meet them here. An island dared to establish itself in the inner area of the sea area, and it seemed that it had existed for many years. It still existed after so many years. Qin Shujian could guess that the power contained in the island was probably not weak. Or else, it was impossible for it to exist for so many years and still be strong. Unknown things. Normally, he should stay away from it. However, after exploring the sea area for half a month, he didn't find anything at all. When he saw the island, Qin Shujian also had some thoughts. Something he didn't know. People who had been living in the sea area might not know. After thinking about it, Qin Shujian decided to explore the situation of the island. If there was danger, he would retreat as soon as possible. Bah, Qin Shujian secretly spat at himself. Retreat again, damn it, he had to retreat again. Damn the power of the sea area, it wanted him to retreat all the time. The more the sea area rejected him, the more Qin Shujian wanted to explore. Just as the boat was approaching on the island, some people also discovered the whereabouts of the boat. There is a boat approaching the island. Quick, go and report to the elders. Blow the horn, alert, alert. After seeing the existence of the boat, it immediately caused a lot of commotion. Some people turned back to report, while others took out the horn and blew it. The dull sound resounded on the island. Many people were working. At this time, their faces suddenly changed, and then they gathered in the place where the horn sounded. What's going on? Is there another attack by a beast? No, it's not a beast attack. Some people looked panicked, while others looked dignified. The island had existed here for many years. Almost every once in a while, there would be a beast attack. Once the beast attacked the island, the warning person would blow the horn. But the difference was, the frequency of the beast's attack was completely different from the frequency of the beast's attack. Some of the more experienced people understood the situation after thinking about it for a while. Something is approaching the island, but it's not a beast. Hearing that, many people's faces changed. Something was approaching the island. In the entire sea area, if it wasn't a beast, it should only be an outsider. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Is there another outsider who went deep into the Dead Sea area?" At this time, many people had already arrived there, just in time to see a boat slowly sailing towards the island. Such a boat can reach the inner area of the sea area? Didn't you see someone on the boat? Maybe he came alone. Hiss. For a time, the sound of gasps could be heard everywhere. Entering the sea area alone. This was a bit fierce. They knew very well how dangerous the inner area of the Dead Sea area was. To have the ability to enter the inner area of the sea area alone, the word powerful could not describe it. When they saw the boat, many people had already gone to inform the experts on the island. An outsider had arrived. This was an unusual thing in itself. A cultivator shouted, "Don't make a noise, stay alert. Although it's a human, don't take it lightly before knowing whether it's a friend or foe." After that, the excitement on some people's faces also faded a little. That's right. Before knowing whether the person was a friend or foe, it was both a good thing and a dangerous thing to deal with a mysterious expert. Rumble. The sea level shook. Monstrous waves rose at this moment. A huge tail hundreds of feet long rose from the bottom of the sea, and the boat was directly sent flying towards the sky by this powerful force. It could be seen clearly. On the tail that was out of the water, the green scales were shining with a frightening cold light. Not good. The faces of the people on the island changed drastically, looking at the hundreds of feet long tail as if they had seen something terrible. The leader of the cultivators in charge of guarding roared loudly, "Azure King has appeared, everyone pay attention," immediately informed the experts of the various sects to guard against Azure King attacking the island. Woo! Woo! The dull sound, which carried the smell of blood and slaughter, reverberated in the air above the island. It was different from the previous horn. The sound of this horn meant that a powerful beast was approaching the island, and there was a possibility of attacking the island. Suddenly, many experts on the island were alarmed. Those people looked at the tail that was out of the sea, and their faces were incomparably solemn, with faintly visible fear in their eyes. As for the boat, now, they had long forgotten about it. If they encountered Azure King in the sea, there was no chance of survival at all. Although that mysterious expert could drive the boat deep into the inner area of the sea, it might be due to luck. Even if they relied on their own strength, when they encountered Azure King, there was a high probability that they would not be a match for him. With the appearance of the tail, the boat was completely swallowed by the waves. At this moment, suddenly, a thunderous roar was heard from the rising waves. "Evil beast, how dare you be so arrogant!" Subsequently, a huge palm pressed down the rising waves, and then directly pinched the snake tail that was hundreds of feet long. In the next moment, a huge sea snake that was thousands of feet long was directly pulled out of the sea. Then, it was heavily smashed down. Boom! The thousands of feet long snake's body fell, accompanied by a shocking roar. Before the monstrous waves rose, they saw a small boat coming with the wind, pressing down all the waves. In front of the boat, a person came with his hands behind his back, his green robes fluttering in the wind, like an immortal. The sudden change of events. It simply stunned everyone. Before they could react, the dizzy Azure King also woke up and then continued to attack Qin Shujian crazily. At this moment, Qin Shujian activated his Dharma Eye and had already seen Azure King's attributes clearly. The first level of the celestial being. After seeing the other party's attributes, he looked calm. When Qin Shujian first entered the sea, he could easily kill the big octopus. Although he had not broken through, his strength was already stronger than when he first entered the sea. In the face of a green snake at the first level of the celestial being, he was still confident to deal with it. When the people on the island saw him, Qin Shujian also saw the people on the island. Even when Azure King appeared, he also saw the faces of the people on the island clearly. Just from the surface, Qin Shujian could see it. The people on the island were quite afraid of Azure King. In other words, a beast at the first level of the celestial being was also a huge threat in the eyes of the people on the island. Just from these details, in just an instant, Qin Shujian saw a lot of things. Now that Azure King was attacking, his normal approach should be to put away the boat and then use celestial being to fight with the other party in a bloody hand-to-hand fight. But now, Qin Shujian, however, had his own ideas. Although hand-to-hand combat was good, it was also shocking enough, but not unfathomable enough. Qin Shujian held the Chankuan bow and took the cloud-piercing arrow with one hand. He calmly drew the bow and arrow, and the 566 star acupoints in his body were already vibrating together. A terrifying force rose from his body and then converged into the bow and arrow. It was also at this moment, Azure King opened his big mouth that could swallow a small mountain and swallowed Qin Shujian and the boat. "You're courting death." Qin Shujian shook his head slightly and then released the bowstring. Boom, the void shattered. P.S. It's inevitable that the title of the book has been changed. If you want to abandon the book because of this, I won't stop you because there's no need to. Stay up late every day to write and try to update as much as possible. There's nothing to say about abandoning a book for a title. As for the name change, that's it. Let's not talk about it anymore. In addition, there's now a double monthly vote event. Every night from 20 to 24, you can crowdfund and vote. If you're interested, you can take a look at the author's words. There's a link below. This paragraph is less than 200 words. There's no charge. Don't worry. Cosmos Bow, Cloud-Piercing Arrow, the combination of the two was comparable to a Six-Seal Dao artifact. Coupled with Qin Shujian's strength, the power he could display could only be described as shocking. The cloud-piercing arrow shattered the void and directly sank into the Azure King's head. In the next second, the huge head shattered with a loud bang, turning into a bloody mist that scattered all over the sky. The headless Azure King's huge snake body twisted crazily in the sea, instantly overturning the river and the sea. Qin Shujian took back the Cosmos Bow and cloud-piercing arrow. Then, he pressed down with his palm, forcefully imprisoning the Azure King's body that had yet to die. The entire process. It happened in a flash. By the time the others reacted, the situation had changed. The Azure King had already fallen. Only a small boat was moving forward in the waves that had yet to calm down. The person on the bow of the boat stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the island in front of him. The Azure King has fallen. When the cultivators on the island saw this scene, they all rubbed their eyes, not daring to believe what they were seeing. The Azure King had fallen. For the island, this was a huge matter. A divine-level beast had been coveting the living beings on the island for more than a day or two. All these years, many people had died in the mouth of the snake. Some people wanted to eliminate the Azure King, but they had no way to do so. Now that the Azure King had fallen, the people on the island felt that the stone in their hearts had been removed. However, although they were shocked by the fall of the Azure King, they were even more shocked by Qin Shujian's strength. He killed the Azure King with one arrow. Such strength was enough to be described as shocking. At this moment, there were also experts on the island who came and saw the Azure King's body that was not completely dead. "May I ask who you are and why you have come to my heavenly rune island?" A middle-aged man flew over and landed in front of everyone. Then, he looked at Qin Shujian and said in a clear voice. His voice cut across the sea, spreading far and wide. When the middle-aged man appeared, the surrounding people couldn't help but step back a little, as if they didn't dare to stand next to him. Qin Shujian stood with his hands behind his back and replied, "I am Qin Shujian of the human race of the Great Zhao. I entered the sea a few days ago and coincidentally saw your island. I have some questions to ask." He didn't say that he was from Baiyun Mansion or that he was the sect master of Sky Origin Sect. Based on the knowledge of the people on the island, they might not have heard of Baiyun Manor or Sky Origin Sect. In the past, Baiyun Fu was not called Baiyun Fu. It was only after the Great Zhao established the world that the Fu was renamed. Great Zhao, everyone had puzzled expressions on their faces. The doubt on the middle-aged man's face disappeared in a flash. He cupped his hands and said, "If you don't mind, you can come to my heavenly rune island for a chat." "That's exactly what I was thinking," Qin Shujian said calmly. The confusion on their faces did not escape his eyes. From this, Qin Shujian could see that these people had not even heard of Great Zhao. Very soon, the small boat appeared in front of Heavenly Rune Island. Qin Shujian took a step forward and appeared on the island in the next instant. When he entered Heavenly Rune Island, he immediately felt a mysterious power fall on his body. This power, it didn't seem to be suppressed, but it was hard to grasp. Laws. Qin Shujian was puzzled for a moment before he understood what the mysterious power was. The power of laws. He had not only encountered it on Heavenly Rune Island. In the past, the ordinary realm and the true domain had powerful laws. Even the spirit domain had the same suppression of laws. However, it was different from the ordinary realm and the true domain. The spirit domain's laws were very subtle and very weak. It was not difficult to break the laws. At the same time, Xianxia discovered that the power that blocked his perception on Heavenly Rune Island had completely disappeared. For a moment, the divine sense of a heavenly being involuntarily spread out. In an instant, more than half of Heavenly Rune Island appeared in his perception range. When he spread out his perception, Xianxia was stunned. At the same time, the middle-aged man stepped forward and cupped his hands. I am Xiaxia, an elder of the Fantasy Ocean sect on the island. May I know your name? Xianxia. Xianxia also cupped his hands in return. Xiaxia was not weak. He was a peak divine martial realm cultivator. A peak divine martial realm cultivator was only an elder. Without a doubt, the so-called Fantasy Ocean sect was definitely a peak power with a heavenly being cultivator overseeing it. Xiaxia said enthusiastically, "You have come from afar. Why don't you follow me to the Fantasy Ocean sect to rest? I can also introduce you to the situation on the island." All right. Xianxia nodded. Then, he turned around and put away the small boat. Immediately after, he followed Xiaxia and left. Among the onlookers, some people saw Xiaxia take Xianxia away and wanted to stop him. However, they had misgivings about Xiaxun's strength and could only suppress the impulse in their hearts. Just like that, the two of them left. Walking through Heavenly Pattern Island, Xianxia discovered that the situation on the island was not much different from what he had expected. There was farming and herding. There were humans and Yao. He even saw a Yao with a leopard head arguing with a human. The two were arguing intensely, but no one attacked. The surrounding people were used to this. It was completely different from the humans of the Great Zhao, who would fight to the death whenever they saw a Yao. Although Xianxia was surprised, he did not show it on his face. Xiaxia walked to his side and asked, "This one will boldly call you Brother Qin. May I ask where the Great Zhao that Brother Qin speaks of comes from?" "The Great Zhao is the current human court," Xianxia casually replied. Xiaxia was still someone else on the island. The clothing he wore was completely different from the clothing of the other prefectures of the Great Zhao. This type of clothing, he had never heard of it before. Vaguely, Xianxia had some guesses. Hearing this, Xiaxun's expression became confused. He said, "Human court? What is court? Is it the name of a tribe?" "Tribe?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a faint smile, "That's about right." "I see." Xiaxia nodded and said with a smile, "For the Great Zhao to produce an expert like Brother Qin, it seems to be a powerful tribe. The Azure King is one of the few powerful beasts in the 100,000 Li Sea. For Brother Qin to be able to kill the Azure King in one shot, your strength is truly shocking." "You flatter me," Xianxia said modestly. Xiaxia said, "Brother Qin's strength is so strong that there are only a few people on the island who can stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Does Brother Qin have any thoughts of joining my illusionary sea sect?" "I already have a sect." Facing Xiaxun's sudden attempt to rope him in, Xianxia could only reply. Hearing this, Xiaxun didn't find it too strange. For an expert like Xianxia to have a sect behind him was a normal matter. As the two talked, their footsteps didn't slow down in the slightest. Not long after, they arrived in front of a city. Although it was called a city, it was much worse than the cities of the Great Zhao. The city was only 3 zhang tall and was made of yellow soil. There were no guards at the city gates, allowing people to enter and leave. Xiaxun said, "This city is where my illusionary sea sect is located. It is also one of the few large cities on Heavenly Rune Island. If Brother Qin wants to settle down, this is a very good choice." Xianxia replied casually with a smile on his face. Soon, the two entered the city one after the other. The style of the city was similar to the cities of the Great Zhao, but it was a bit too simple. There were people hawking on both sides, but they didn't use silver to trade. Instead, they bartered. Qin Shujian didn't find this strange. Heavenly Rune Island was isolated from the rest of the world. Aside from the fierce beasts in the surroundings, there were only fierce beasts. If they used silver to trade, it was useless. Bartering was a normal thing to do. Not long after, Xiaokun brought Qin Shujian to the front of a palace. Compared to the simple and crude city, the palace in front of them was much more exquisite. Although it looked simple and unadorned, when one looked at it carefully, one would discover that it gave off a natural feeling. As the two of them walked in, Yi Zichen walked in. Immediately, disciples of the illusionary sea sect came to greet them. After seeing Xiaokun, they all bowed and greeted him. Xiaokun nodded slightly in response, then led Qin Shujian to a side hall. "Brother Qin, this is the place where the guests of my illusionary sea sect live. You can rest here for a while. If there is anything, you can call the disciples outside at any time. I still have to report to Brother Qin, so I can only excuse myself for now," Xiaokun said politely. Qin Shujian said with a faint smile, "Brother Xia is too polite." Then Xiaokun cupped his hands and walked out. In the side hall, Qin Shujian was the only one left. Looking around the side hall, Qin Shujian did not sit down. Instead, he paced around the side hall, looking at the traces in the surroundings. With his eyesight, he could see that the side hall itself was a Dao artifact. That's right, a Dao artifact. To be honest, when he saw the side hall, Qin Shujian was secretly shocked. It was hard for him to imagine a Yellow Earth city would have a Dao artifact-level palace. But that was the truth. This palace was a Dao artifact. However, Qin Shujian did not dare to confirm what level it was. But it was definitely not a low-level Dao artifact. The reason for that was because he was able to sense an ancient aura from the palace. "Ever since I entered Heavenly Pattern Island, the things I saw were very unusual. Xiaokun has never heard of the Imperial Court, only the tribes. As far as I know, humans and fiends are mortal enemies. As for the hatred, although I don't know when it started, it has existed for at least tens of thousands of years. Because in the records of the Great Zhao Empire, humans and fiends are two extremes. But on Heavenly Pattern Island, I can't see any hatred between humans and fiends." From this, it can be seen that Heavenly Pattern Island's history is extremely long. Perhaps it already existed before humans and fiends broke off relations. For a time, many guesses appeared in Qin Shujian's mind. Ancient, many times, it was synonymous with profound knowledge. Moreover, the moment he stepped onto Heavenly Pattern Island and spread out his perception, Qin Shujian discovered that everyone on the island, even a child, was in the true martial realm. This discovery was very surprising. After all, in the Great Zhao Empire, only the top monstrous geniuses could become true martial realm cultivators at a young age. The rest of the people would need at least several years of bitter cultivation to break through to the true martial realm. Some people might not be able to break through to the true martial realm even after spending several decades. This was not a joke. There were indeed many people in the Great Zhao Empire who had stopped at the basic realm. There was no need to say anything else. Zheng Feng alone was the best proof. A young fourth-stage basic realm cultivator. If he hadn't joined the Sky Origin sect, he might have already been buried in the ground. But on Heavenly Pattern Island, there didn't seem to be anyone below the true martial realm. Even newborn children were born in the true martial realm. But even so, the people on the island weren't very strong. The weakest was the real martial arts realm, but most of them were between the real martial arts realm and the spirit martial arts realm. Very few could reach the god martial arts realm. Qin Shujian didn't sense many great cultivators at the peak of the god martial arts realm like Xiaokun. As for the diviners, Qin Shujian shook his head. To be honest, he couldn't sense them. If the island didn't have a Dao artifact hall, then the diviners would be able to hide their presence and make it difficult for others to detect them. There were diviners on the island. Qin Shujian was certain. However, even if there were diviners on the island, they shouldn't be very strong. According to what Xiaokun said, there are people on the island who are on par with me or even stronger than me. The possibility of this is very low. Xiaokun might have said this to intimidate me. If there really was such a cultivator on the island, how could a mere azure snake scare the people on the island? They would have killed the azure snake long ago. Diviners were very observant. Even if there wasn't anything on the surface, as long as there were fluctuations in one's heart, one could catch a thing or two. When Xianxia stepped onto Heavenly Pattern Island, he understood many things. He could enter Heavenly Pattern Island. For him, this was a good thing. Heavenly Pattern Island was ancient, but it wasn't very strong. This kind of place was just right for him to gather information. On the other side, Xiaoqun also left the side hall and came to a sealed secret room. In the secret room, an old man with one foot in the grave was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the room. There was a huge amount of spirit chi surging out and flowing into his body. As Xiaoqun entered, the old man opened his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "Just now, I felt a powerful force. Is there a ferocious beast attacking?" "Azure King." "Humph, it's him again." The old man snorted and said, "If it wasn't for the fact that I can't leave this place, I would have killed that beast long ago." When a ferocious beast at the first stage of the sky realm dared to show off in front of him. If he was in his peak state in the past, he would have killed it with a slap. But now, there was no other way. The old man thought of something and the killing intent on his body dissipated. His eyes became turbid again. He said, "I felt the aura of an outsider. What's going on?" There was a diviner who claimed to be from a tribe called Dazhao. The Azure King was wreaking havoc and happened to be met by this person. He killed the Azure King with an arrow. Xiaoqun reported truthfully. He killed the Azure King with a single arrow. The old man's expression changed. He said, "Could it be an almighty?" "I'm not sure, but from what I see, it shouldn't be an almighty." Xiaoqun hesitated for a moment before saying. Although Qin Shujian gave him a strong feeling, it didn't reach the level of an almighty. But he couldn't be sure of this matter. Because some experts didn't make a move, it was hard to find out their true strength. But in Xiaoqun's opinion, even if Qin Shujian wasn't an almighty, he was at least a saint expert. The old man said, "What's this person's name? What's his purpose in coming to Heavenly Pattern Island?" "This person's name is Qin Shujian. His purpose in coming to Heavenly Pattern Island seems to be to inquire about some information," Xiaoqun replied. "Information?" The old man had a puzzled expression. He wanted to stand up from the ground. Xiaoqun immediately walked over and helped the old man up. "Don't worry. These old bones of mine won't die yet." The old man shook his head, but he didn't shake off Xiaoqun's support. He said, "Bring me to take a look. If he comes with ill intentions, we have to kill him. I just hope he's a friend and not an enemy." The current Fantasy Sea sect couldn't withstand any twists and turns. Or rather, the entire Heavenly Pattern Island couldn't withstand any big twists and turns. Qin Shujian was currently sitting in a side hall, silently meditating and cultivating. He discovered that the spiritual energy in this large hall was several times denser than the spiritual energy outside. In Qin Shujian's opinion, there should be a lot of spiritual stones buried in this large hall. Otherwise, how could there be such dense spiritual energy? Not long after, Qin Shujian woke up from his meditation. He opened his eyes and looked outside the side hall. Without seeing him do anything, the side hall's door opened, revealing Xiaoqun and the old man. The moment he saw the old man, Qin Shujian was startled. This was because he sensed that the old man before him was emitting a decaying aura. Many people who were nearing the end of their lifespan would have such an aura. But all those people added together weren't as strong as the decaying aura coming from the old man. It was as if the person standing in front of Qin Shujian wasn't a living person, but a person who had died a long time ago. A dead person? No, he's not a dead person. Qin Shujian quickly overturned his guess. Although the decaying aura coming from the old man was serious, there was still a trace of life in his body. As long as there was life, then he was a living person. Qin Shujian stood up at the right time as his thoughts raced. Xiaoqun helped the old man into the side hall and introduced, "Brother Qin, this is our Fantasy Sea sect's Grand Ancestor. If you have anything you want to know, you can ask Grand Ancestor. If even Grand Ancestor doesn't know, then no one in the entire Heavenly Pattern Island should know. Good fellow, Grand Ancestor, how many generations were there? Qin Shujian didn't know. Without a doubt, this Grand Ancestor was definitely an old antique. Moreover, he wasn't an ordinary old antique. Otherwise, how could he be qualified for a peak divine martial realm cultivator to call him Grand Ancestor? Qin Shujian cupped his hands and said, "This Qin greets Grand Ancestor." He suddenly paused, not knowing what to say. The old man seemed to see Qin Shujian's awkwardness. He smiled and said, "My name is Xiao. You can call me Xiao. Senior Xia is too polite," Qin Shujian said. It was normal for him to address the other party as a senior. Xiao had lived for who knows how many years, and his strength was definitely not weak. Although he looked like he had one foot in the grave, Qin Shujian could feel a silent power from Xiao's body. It was as if once this dormant power erupted, it would unleash an earth-shattering power. Xiao indicated that Xia Kun didn't need to be helped. He slowly walked to a seat in the side hall and said, "You don't need to be so formal. Sit down and talk." "Thank you." Qin Shujian sat down. As for Xia Kun, he wanted to sit down as well, but Xiao waved his hand and had him leave. After Xia Kun left, the side hall fell into a short silence. After a while, Xiao slowly opened his mouth and said in a hoarse voice, "Before you ask any questions, I also have a few questions that I want to ask you." "Senior Xia, please ask." Qin Shujian nodded. Xiao said, "I want to ask, what year is it now?" "Year 6787 of Ji Qian." 6,787 years to the end of the Qin dynasty? Xiao's turbid eyes revealed a doubtful expression. Then, his lips wriggled, and his hoarse voice sounded again. "Then which Emperor of Heaven is in the Heavenly Court now?" "Heavenly Court, Emperor of Heaven." Qin Shujian's expression was calm when he heard Xiao's question. However, he couldn't help but feel shocked. He originally thought that Heavenly Rune Island was old enough. But now that Xiao spoke, Qin Shujian realized that Heavenly Rune Island was even older than he imagined. When he opened his mouth, he talked about the Heavenly Court. When he closed his mouth, he talked about the Emperor of Heaven. Who knew how many years had passed since the destruction of the Heavenly Court? Qin Shujian was thinking about how to answer Xiao's question. He wasn't sure if Xiao would do something impulsive if he knew about the destruction of the Heavenly Court. While Qin Shujian was silent, Xiao seemed to understand something. Xiao seemed to know something inside. If that's the case, then the Celestial Court couldn't survive that tribulation either. After he said that, although Xiao didn't change much, Qin Shujian could clearly feel that the decaying aura on his body seemed to have become stronger. Qin Shujian pondered for a moment and said, "May I ask what the great calamity that senior mentioned is?" "Before I answer your question, answer two more of mine." "Senior, please ask. Who is the strongest person in the human race now?" "The human emperor." "So there is still a living human emperor?" Xiao was surprised and then asked, "Then how many immortals are there in the human race now?" "Immortals? There hasn't been an immortal in the human race for a long time." Qin Shujian's heart skipped a beat and he said truthfully. Xiao's expression changed slightly and he said strangely, "If there are no immortals, how can there be a living human emperor?" Cough, cough. "I wonder what level of expert is the human emperor that senior mentioned?" Qin Shujian found a problem. The human emperor that Xiao mentioned seemed to be a little different from the human emperor that he knew. Hearing that, Xiao's face was slightly proud and he said, "The human emperor who controls the immortals and suppresses a clan." Controls the immortals, suppresses a clan. Qin Shujian thought for a moment and then said with a little embarrassment, "In that case, the human emperor that I mentioned might be a little different from the human emperor that senior mentioned. P.S. Let's update first. There's no time to write." Subsequently, Qin Shujian also told Xiao about the current situation of the human race. Since he wanted to exchange for information, then he needed an equivalent exchange. In any case, this information wasn't a secret. Who knew when a human would come here? Alright, from Qin Shujian's point of view, the probability of someone coming here was not high. This was already the inner area of the sea. Moreover, the sea was vast and boundless. Although Heavenly Pattern Island wasn't small, it was like a grain of sand compared to the entire sea. Even if someone was lucky enough to enter the inner area, they might not be able to find Heavenly Pattern Island. And looking at the situation of Heavenly Pattern Island, it should have been a long time since outsiders came. At least after the destruction of the Heavenly Court, no outsiders came. Xiaoqiao also fell into deep thought. After a long time, he sighed and said, I didn't expect the human race to be so weak. Immortals are extinct, and even heavenly men can be called emperors. In his words, there was a lot of disdain for the human emperor. Qin Shujian smiled in response. In any case, the other party disdained the human emperor, not him, so what did it matter? As for whether the human emperor could destroy Heavenly Pattern Island or not, the probability was quite high. However, these words, Qin Shujian wouldn't say it out loud. He could only ridicule it in his heart. Heavenly Pattern Island wasn't strong, but their horizons were really high. But the more it was like this, the happier Qin Shujian was. The history of Heavenly Pattern Island was longer than he had imagined. Then, he might be able to find out a lot of things from Xiaoqiao. Subsequently, Xiaoqiao looked at Qin Shujian and said, if you have anything you want to know, feel free to ask. Some things are better known by others than by time. Qin Shujian asked, Senior, may I ask what kind of great tribulation you're talking about? The great calamity that led to the destruction of the Heavenly Court. He was very curious. The human emperor and Marquis Bayun should know something, but they weren't willing to say it. Since they weren't willing to say it, Qin Shujian couldn't force them to ask. Now that he had the chance, it was a good time to understand. Xiaoqiao was suddenly immersed in his memories. There seemed to be some fear on his face, but there also seemed to be some killing intent. After struggling for a long time, he finally gave up and spoke. The great calamity originated from the demon abyss. At that time, the myriad races were at their peak. The Emperor of Heaven established the Heavenly Court and ruled over the myriad races in the world. It was a glory that the world had never seen before. It's different from the current human race. Back then, the Celestials were also experts, but they weren't at the peak. Because above the Celestials are the Immortals. The strongest among the Immortals is the Emperor. As for the Emperor of Heaven, he is above the Emperor. Until one day, the demonic abyss opened. A large number of evil demons rushed into the world, slaughtering all living beings and creating demonic disasters. They engaged in endless battles with the Heavenly Court and the myriad races. Xiaoqiao spoke and stopped, as if he was recalling something. He had lived for far too long. It was so long ago that many of his memories had been erased by time. Qin Shujian sat aside and listened attentively. From Xiaoqiao's words, he seemed to have seen the heyday of the myriad races. Humans, Shifter, Eldar, Protoss, every powerful race had an emperor. Although some weak races didn't have emperors, they still had almighty figures and even immortals. At that time, the myriad races were the most prosperous period of the world. Most of the races could be compared to the current human race. Even the weak races at the bottom of the myriad races were not much weaker than the current human race. The strength of the human race lay in the human emperor, a powerhouse who could kill almighty figures. Without the human emperor, the human race might not be stronger than those weak races. Because from Xiaoqiao's words, even the weakest race in the myriad races of the past had no less than 10 almighty figures. If Xiaoqiao hadn't said it himself, Qin Shujian would never believe that the myriad races of the past would be so glorious, and the human race of the past would be so powerful. Among the myriad races, the human race was number one. There was no other reason. Because the Emperor of Heaven was a human. The Emperor of Heaven could intimidate the myriad races and establish the supreme heavenly court. His title as the number one powerhouse of the myriad races was unquestionable. Qin Shujian said, could it be that with the tyrannical strength of the myriad races, they can't resist the demon abyss? They can't resist it. Xiaoqiao shook his head and said, the demons are too strong. The weakest demons in the demon abyss are at the celestial being realm. Moreover, other than a few methods, they can't be killed at all. If that's all, it's fine. The demon gods in the demon abyss are at the 7th level of the celestial being realm, and the strong have reached the immortal realm. In the past, when the demon abyss first invaded the world, many races were destroyed. Later, the heavenly court reacted and organized powerhouses to resist the demon abyss, but they were still defeated. Xiaoqiao sighed. Actually, before you came, I had already guessed that the heavenly court might have been destroyed, but I still had a fantasy in my heart that the heavenly court would win. But from the looks of it, the heavenly court still failed. Hearing this, Qin Shujian was silent for a moment, then said, the heavenly court can't be considered a failure. At least there are no demons wreaking havoc in the world now. That's right. The heavenly court didn't lose, and neither did the myriad races. The demons have been beaten back. Xiaoqiao's turbid eyes shone brightly, and a carefree smile appeared on his face. However, judging from his wrinkled skin, such a smile was a little creepy. Qin Shujian said, may I ask who Senior is? Why do you know so much about the heavenly court? I'm afraid that millions of years have passed since ancient times. Millions of years? Maybe. Xiaoqiao muttered, then shook his head. He looked at Qin Shujian and said seriously, my surname is Xia. Qin Shujian was confused. Then, your surname is Xia. What does it mean? Seeing Qin Shujian's expression, Xiaoqiao shook his head and sighed. It seems that the heavenly court has been destroyed for a long time. No one even knows the name Xia. I'm short-sighted. I hope Senior doesn't blame me. Fine. Xiaoqiao said. His stooped back suddenly straightened a little, and he said seriously, the former human emperor was called Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia, Qin Shujian's pupil shrank. He finally understood why Xiaoqiao had such a posture when he mentioned his surname. It turned out that he was a descendant of the former human emperor. It was no wonder that the other party had so much information. Xiaoqiao continued, Emperor Xia had 15 sons, and the last one was named Sun Chao. Sun Chao, Xiaoqiao. Qin Shujian was puzzled at first, and then his expression changed drastically when he looked at Xiaoqiao. Xiaoqiao, was he the son of the former human emperor, a direct descendant? Impossible. It's been millions of years since ancient times, and the lifespan of a celestial being is only 7,000 years. How? Qin Shujian was really shocked. His first reaction was that Xiaoqiao was lying to him. But when he saw the other party's calm expression and the strong rotten aura on his body, Qin Shujian was a little uncertain. He was really the son of the human emperor. The person sitting in front of him was an old antique who had lived for God knows how many years. However, Qin Shujian couldn't believe that Xiaoqiao could live for millions of years. If that was the case, how could the other party be a mere celestial being? Thinking of this, Qin Shujian couldn't help but look at Xiaoqiao with his Dharma eyes. Suddenly, Xiaoqiao's attributes appeared in his sight. Seeing this, Qin Shujian was secretly shocked again. 10 levels of the celestial being realm. 10 levels of the celestial being realm was the peak of the mighty. In other words, the other party was an expert at the limit of the celestial being realm. He was only one step away from breaking through to the immortal realm. However, looking at Xiaoqiao's current appearance, he was afraid that the realm of the celestial being realm was empty, but he didn't have the strength to match it. At least, Qin Shujian didn't feel any threat from the other party. Xiaoqiao looked at Qin Shujian's eyes with a hint of surprise on his face, but he didn't get angry. He said, I've never heard of your means, but it's not a good thing to pry into other people's lives. Qin Shujian immediately reacted and apologized, Senior, please don't blame me. I couldn't help it for a moment. Forget it, I have nothing worth hiding. Xiaoqiao shook his head with a wry smile and said, I'm just a half-dead celestial being realm cultivator. That's all I can do. Qin Shujian said, please forgive me for being presumptuous. But I want to ask, with your realm, how did you survive from ancient times until now? Could it be that there is really a way to live forever in the world? He asked the question that all normal people would ask. Living from ancient times until now. No matter how good Qin Shujian's mentality was, he couldn't suppress the shock in his heart. If the news were to spread, the world would probably go crazy over it. At that time, even if the inner area of the sea area was extremely dangerous, there would still be a steady stream of people coming here to explore. Because the temptation of immortality was really too great. At that moment, Xianxia had the impulse to get the secret of immortality from Xiaoqiao. But soon, this impulse was forcibly suppressed by him. Immortality was good, but there was definitely a price to pay. Looking at Xiaoqiao's appearance, it could be seen. If there was really no price, how could the other party wander around the 10th level of the celestial being realm? Or was it really so difficult to break through to the immortal realm that there was no chance to succeed in tens of millions of years? Xianxia didn't know, and he wasn't sure. He knew a lot of things, but that was also relatively speaking. Compared to Xiaoqiao, what he knew was really too little. Xianxia was struggling in his heart, and Xiaoqiao was also looking at him. After he put down the impulse in his heart, Xiaoqiao smiled and said, "There is no real immortality in the world. The so-called immortality comes with a price. What you need to know is that whatever you get, you have to pay a corresponding price. I have lived from ancient times until now, and the price is that I will never be able to break through my current realm, and I will never be able to leave this hall, and my body will continue to age." Xiaoqiao's tone was inexplicable. There was a price to pay for immortality. As the son of Emperor Xia, how could his talent be weak? Hearing this, Xianxia thought to himself, as expected. Xiaoqiao glanced at him, and then continued, "When the demon abyss invaded, the myriad races were defeated. The former human emperor was afraid that the inheritance of the human race would be cut off, so he asked me to bring a part of the human race to the sea to preserve the foundation. The monster race and Eldar of the myriad races also had the same idea, and the three races hit it off. Then, they each sent a small part of their forces to the sea, and finally found the heavenly pattern island and settled here." Xiaoqiao seemed to have not spoken for many years. Or could it be that he had kept these things in his heart for too long, and now that he met Xianxia, he had the urge to say it all? The human emperor once said that if the myriad races defeated the demons, then he would send out a new edict to bring us back. If the myriad races were defeated by the demons, then we would be the last bloodline of the human race, monster race, and spirit race. When the three races came to the heavenly pattern island, we waited day and night for a message from the three race emperors. However, we waited for a long time and there was no news. Only the war continued. Even if we hid in the sea, we could still clearly feel it. Until one day, I seemed to see the heavenly court fall. Heaven and earth were shaking, and the heavens were howling. Blood rained down for 3 years. Xiaoqiao seemed to have returned to that scene. First, fear appeared in his eyes, and his tone became more anxious. We knew that there was a war outside, and we also felt that experts were falling. The human emperor, the monster emperor, Ling Huang, the emperors of the various races were falling, and the immortals of the heavenly court were also falling. We wanted to fight, but there was nothing we could do because the heavenly pattern island was the last inheritance and hope of the three races. We had been waiting for the summons of the three race emperors. We hoped that the myriad races would win in the end. But 1,000 years have passed, 3,000 years have passed, 5,000 years have passed, and there has been no news from Group 3. We thought that the heavenly court had been defeated and the world had turned into a demonic land. However, there was still a glimmer of hope, so we kept the inheritance and waited for our emperor to send someone to bring us back. Hearing this, Xianxia somewhat understood Xiaoqiao's thoughts. There was a glimmer of hope that had never been extinguished. Even if it had been tens of millions of years, he would not forget it. But now, he brought the news of the heavenly court's destruction and the demons retreating to the demon abyss. To a certain extent, he could be considered to have resolved the other party's obsession. All of a sudden, Xianxia was startled again. He looked at Xiaoqiao with a strange look in his eyes. He had resolved the other party's obsession. Could it be that the other party had hung up after saying a few words? If that was really the case, then it would be very funny. Xianxia thought about the seniors and experts that he had heard of in the past. It seemed that they all waited until they finished speaking and then immediately died. Xiaoqiao did not know what Xianxia was thinking and said, "In order to protect the inheritance, someone chose a forbidden technique." He merged himself with a Taoist artifact and transformed himself into a different kind of artifact spirit, living in the world forever. Countless years have passed, and I thought that no more humans would come. I didn't expect that you would come today. A forbidden technique, merging with a Taoist artifact, Hearing this, Qin Shujian immediately extinguished the last bit of fantasy he had about immortality. He finally knew the reason why Xiaoqiao did not die. It was because he had turned himself into an artifact spirit that he had survived until now. After all, as long as a Taoist artifact was not destroyed, it could exist forever with the world. Xiaoqiao's method could be considered a different kind of immortality. But for Qin Shujian, this was definitely not what he wanted. Being imprisoned forever by a Taoist artifact, unable to leave, and having his cultivation stagnate, was no different from drinking poison to quench one's thirst. After figuring out Xiaoqiao's matter and the great calamity of the ancient times, Qin Shujian also understood one thing, which was why the human emperor and the Marquis of Bayun had always avoided talking about the great calamity of the demon abyss. It was because this matter really could not be said out loud. If the human race knew that the myriad races and the heavenly court in the past, which were hundreds or thousands of times more powerful than the current human race, could not contend against the demon abyss, then, the matter that was supposed to motivate and integrate the human race would directly crush the morale of the entire human race. When the calamity was so powerful that it could not be resisted, it was normal for the human race to collapse. Think about how they had worked hard to cultivate for hundreds or thousands of years and made complete preparations, and then someone told them that it was useless. No matter how much preparation they had, they would not succeed. That would be a devastating blow to these people. At the same time, Qin Shujian also admired the human emperor. Obviously, the other party was not willing to die in the hands of the evil demons. Faking his death to integrate the human race, eliminate the hidden dangers, and open up the 3 continents were all preparations to resist the demon abyss. Perhaps this is the reason why the human emperor did not stop Yuanzong from advancing. Qin Shujian also thought of another thing. The demon abyss was so powerful. Every bit of strength that the human race increased was the capital to resist the demon abyss. Qin Shujian took a few deep breaths. Then, he looked at Xiaoqiao and asked seriously, I also have a few things that I would like to ask you. Go ahead. Senior, have you heard of the 4 great continents? The 4 great continents? They are the East Continent, the Aparagodania Continent, the Nanzhan Continent, and the North Continent. Qin Shujian told him about the 4 great continents in his impression. Xiaoqiao pondered for a moment, trying to find something in his dissipating memories. After about 15 minutes, he came back to his senses, shook his head, and said, I have never heard of the 4 great continents that you mentioned. When Qin Shujian heard this, he did not know whether to feel disappointed or some other emotion. Xiaoqiao had never heard of the 4 great continents. Then, the 4 great continents that he knew might not be the same as the 4 great continents now. However, Qin Shujian did not completely give up, and asked again, Senior, have you heard of Mount Huagua? There are many mountains in the world, and I can't remember if there is a Mount Huagua. Are there any mountains in the sea? How can there be mountains in the Death Sea region? There are only some scattered islands, and these islands were all destroyed by a great battle in the past, and then floated to the surface of the sea. Xiaoqiao shook his head, looking a little embarrassed. He originally thought that his knowledge could answer Qin Shujian's doubts. In the end, the other party asked a few questions that he had never heard of. If Xiaoqiao did not know how to read people's expressions and knew that Qin Shujian was not talking nonsense, he would have thought that the other party had made up the answers. Qin Shujian asked, then, Senior, have you heard of the great sage, Heaven's Equal, Sun Wukong? Great sage, Heaven's Equal, what a big tone. Xiaoqiao's turbid eyes glowed as he said, even the rulers of the 10,000 races wouldn't dare to be called Heaven's Equal. Who is this person to dare to have such an honorific title? Well, the other party did not know. Qin Shujian was speechless. However, looking at Xiaoqiao's expression, he still said, it's just a rumor. There might not be such a person at all. I see. I was wondering when there was a person who dared to call himself Heaven's Equal. You should know that the Emperor Heaven is supreme, and no one has ever been on equal footing with him. Xiaoqiao nodded in agreement. The Emperor Heaven was the most powerful one. No one was more powerful than the Emperor Heaven, not even his father. Even the dignified Emperor Xia did not dare to call himself Heaven's Equal. Which corner of the world dared to call himself Heaven's Equal? Qin Shujian was too lazy to argue with the other party, but Xiaochao's words reminded him of something. I wonder what the name of the former Emperor Heaven is. Xiaochao was somewhat displeased. How can others know the name of the Emperor Heaven? Qin Shujian said, then, what is the title of the Emperor Heaven? The two words Heavenly Emperor are already an honorific title. There are no other honorific titles. Xiaochao looked at him strangely, thought for a moment, and said, but I once heard Emperor Xia say that the Emperor Heaven's surname seems to be Qin. As for what Qin is, I don't know. At this point, Xiaochao smiled and said, Your Excellency is also surnamed Qin. You are lucky to have the same surname as the Emperor Heaven. Maybe you also have the Emperor Heaven's bloodline. The Emperor Heaven's bloodline? Qin Shujian smiled awkwardly and said, Senior, you must be joking. He was not interested in finding an ancestor for himself. If the Emperor Heaven still had power, it would be fine. Maybe he could take advantage of this opportunity to borrow his power. But now that the heavenly court was gone, the myriad races were almost dead. Even if he wore the title of the descendant of the Emperor Heaven, it would not benefit him at all. Looking at Xiaochao in front of him, Qin Shujian did not intend to ask anything more. The other party did not know anything. After chatting for so long, other than knowing the ancient calamity and the surname of the Emperor Heaven, there was no more information. Just as he was about to end the conversation, Qin Shujian thought of something and asked, Senior, have you heard of the pursuers? He had asked Su Yuanming to investigate the pursuers, but there was no news at all. In this way, Qin Shujian could not help but wonder if the pursuers were also from ancient times. It just so happened that there was an ancient living fossil here, so he could ask about it. Again, he repeated his thoughts. Again, he shook his head. Xiaochao said, I've never heard of the pursuers. It seems that I can't give you a satisfactory answer to your many doubts. I've disappointed you. It would be a lie to say that he was not disappointed. However, Qin Shujian at least knew that the flower fruit mountain should not exist in the sea. The four great continents were not the four great continents he had imagined. But from the inaudibility of the two words Pangu, he also felt that this world was very consistent with some of the information he had in mind. Qin Shujian said, now that Senior knows that the demons have retreated, do you plan to bring the various races of the Heavenly Pattern Island back to the human territory? His words also had the intention of probing. Xiaochao sighed and shook his head, if you were hundreds of thousands of years ago, I would have let the various races of the Heavenly Pattern Island return to their former territories. But hundreds of thousands of years have passed, and the living beings of the island have already taken root here. If they leave, it might not be a good thing. Moreover, he knew that the demons had retreated, and the obsession in his heart had been eliminated. There were some things that he did not need to be too stubborn about. P.S. End of second update, time to sleep. Taking root was one of the reasons. Another reason was that with Heavenly Pattern Island's strength, they couldn't leave the inner area of the Sea of Death. The vitality of living beings. In the eyes of fierce beasts, it was an irresistible temptation. There were many heavenly man-fierce beasts like the Azure King around Heavenly Pattern Island. As soon as they left the island, they would be attacked by fierce beasts. If Xiaochao could still display his peak strength, this problem could naturally be solved. But not now. Over millions of years, Xiaochao's physical body had decayed, and his blood and qi had almost dried up. Only the spirit god could fuse with the Tao artifact. Moreover, Xiaochao had not completely transformed into an artifact spirit. He still maintained his decaying body in a delicate state. It could be said that, right now, he could only move around in the main hall. Once he walked out of the main hall, his body would instantly decay and disappear. Without Xiaochao, a 10th level heavenly man expert, to lead him. Although the remaining cultivators of Heavenly Pattern Island weren't weak, they were still far from being able to break out of the Sea of Death. These words. Xiaochao didn't say it, but Qin Shujian was well aware of it. Qin Shujian also didn't say anything about helping the cultivators of Heavenly Pattern Island out of the Sea of Death. Because with his strength, he could protect himself, but it wasn't enough to bring people along. With the dense blood energy on his body, he would be able to encounter heavenly man-level fierce beasts wherever he went. If he encountered a powerful fierce beast, even Qin Shujian himself would have to run. How could he have the time to care about others? It was unknown if Xiaochao knew this in his heart. Qin Shujian didn't speak. He didn't speak either. At this moment, Qin Shujian asked again, with Senior's vision, "Have you ever seen this thing?" While they were talking, Qin Shujian outlined a bronze token in the air. It was the token to open the unknown cave. Xiaochao's calm expression changed slightly when he saw the bronze token. After a long time, he nodded and said, "I've seen it before." "Senior, where have you seen it before?" Qin Shujian was stunned at first, but he quickly came back to his senses. He thought that Xiaochao didn't know about the pursuers, so he definitely didn't know about the bronze token. But Qin Shujian never expected. Xiaochao really did know. Even if he couldn't find any information about the pursuers, it would still be a good thing if he could get the bronze token. The last time he opened the magnificent cauldron cave abode, he obtained the spiritual eye. Qin Shujian understood that there must be a great opportunity hidden inside the bronze token. Xiaochao thought for a while and said, "Back then, the human emperor had a token like this. But I don't know where it came from. As for where it went, don't ask me." Qin Shujian's excited heart cooled down. He had seen it in the hands of the ancient human emperor. However, many years had passed since the ancient era. The ancient human emperor was already dead, and there was no news of the bronze token. However, from Xiaochao's words, Qin Shujian also learned another thing. That was, the existence of the pursuers could be traced all the way back to the ancient era, or even further back. What happened before the heavenly court was established? Was there an era similar to the primordial era in the primordial era? Qin Shujian asked the question in his mind. The longer the origin of the pursuers, the more powerful the pursuers were. Xiaochao understood what Qin Shujian meant. He shook his head and said, "The primordial era you mentioned is also the era when all races existed. In fact, it existed even further back, but there are no detailed records of that era. Because at that time, heaven and earth had just been born, and all races were being born one after another. That was the period when all races were just starting out, and heaven and earth were in a state of ignorance. The bronze token might have been passed down from that time." Seeing this, Qin Shujian did not ask anything else. Xiaochao knew a lot of things, but there were not many things that were useful to him. This time, it was Xiaochao's turn to speak first. "Your Excellency, do you plan to continue going deeper into the Sea of Death or return?" "I had planned to go deeper before, but now that some of my questions have been answered, there's no need to go deeper," Qin Shujian said. Xiaochao said, "That's good. There are many powerful fierce beasts in the depths of the Sea of Death. Even in the ancient era, the Sea of Death was an existence that people feared. There were emperors of various races, as well as the Emperor of Heaven, who had entered the deepest part of the Sea of Death. But after coming out, the emperors of various races were also injured, so I can be sure that there must be some kind of powerful force in the depths of the sea, or perhaps there are fierce beasts. According to what Senior said, those tyrannical existences are still in the depths of the sea." Qin Shujian was really shocked this time. The emperors of various races. The emperors that Xiaochao mentioned were not half-baked like the current human emperors. Yes. When he understood what the ancient emperors were, the human emperors were probably half-baked in Qin Shujian's eyes. The ancient emperors were the rulers of the immortals. He did not know if they had broken through to the immortal level, but they were at least the most powerful experts among all the immortals. Not to mention, there was also the Emperor of Heaven leading the team. With such a lineup, Qin Shujian felt that it was enough to enter the demon abyss and kill a wave of people. In the depths of the sea, to be able to enter the human emperors in front of such a lineup, what kind of terrifying fierce beasts could do this? Thinking of this, Qin Shujian suddenly felt a great sense of relief. Fortunately, he did not go in. Otherwise, if he encountered such an existence, he would not even have a chance to escape. Qin Shujian had already made a lot of guesses about the power of the sea. He thought that there must be powerful fierce beasts in the depths of the sea. In terms of strength, they might not be much weaker than humans. But now, looking at it, it was more than just about the same. With such strength, even if the words human and demon were tied together, it would not be enough to fight. Xiaochao shook his head and said, "After so many years, I'm not sure if the power that injured the emperor still exists, but as long as we don't go deep into the sea, there won't be any problems. This was what the human emperor told me. If it was the human emperor, then it was very credible. Xianxia could guess something from the fact that the emperors of the three races asked the various races to go into the sea to avoid danger. They were certain that the existence in the depths of the sea could contend against the evil demons, so they let the three races go in to preserve a chance of survival. They might not be able to deal with the evil demons, but it was not necessarily a problem for them to protect themselves. In any case, the strength of the sea area was much stronger than what Xianxia had imagined, much stronger. But there was no doubt. There must be some secrets hidden in the depths of the sea. Xianxia did not intend to explore these secrets. The Emperor of Heaven had led a group of emperors of the various races to go in, but it seemed that they could not handle it. With his strength, going in was no different from delivering food. However, he had a chance to break through and become an immortal in the future. That was why Xianxia had the idea of going in to take a look. As for before he broke through, he did not have such plans. Not thinking about the depths of the sea, Xianxia asked, "Senior, do you know how the sea was formed?" "I don't know." Xiaoqiao shook his head and replied straightforwardly. Then, he paused for a moment and said, "I once heard that a ray of light fell, and then the sea appeared. According to the emperor's speculation, a supreme powerhouse must have taken action and opened up the sea. Or maybe it was formed naturally by the laws of heaven and earth, causing the sea to be born." Xiaoqiao said, "But I am more inclined to the latter. I believe you also know that there is a mysterious power in the sea that can leave behind a powerhouse's power imprint and form natural disasters. This is not something a cultivator can do. Only the laws formed naturally by heaven and earth can reach this level." Xianxia seemed to have understood something. Then, he thought of another question and said, "The sea can leave behind a powerhouse's power imprint and reproduce it in the form of natural disasters." Then, he did not finish his words, but his meaning was very clear. Xiaoqiao said faintly, "Yes." Back then, the power imprints of the Emperor of Heaven and the other emperors were all left in the sea. There will also be natural disasters. But you can rest assured. I have been in Heavenly Pattern Island for so many years, but I have only seen the power imprints of powerhouses in the past 3 times. Xianxia was speechless. Right now, he only wanted to leave the sea as soon as possible. Xianxia also did not expect that the sea would be so excessive. Even now, the power imprints of the Emperor of Heaven and the other emperors were still left in the sea. Don't listen to Xiaoqiao's words. It seemed that the number of natural disasters of this level was limited. But if he really encountered one, it would be a dead end. The Emperor of Heaven and the other emperors were at least immortal-level powerhouses. Xianxia had to run away when facing a natural disaster of a powerhouse, let alone a natural disaster of at least immortal level. Even a powerhouse would have to kneel when facing such a natural disaster. As for how strong an immortal was, one could know by referring to the human emperor. The human emperor definitely had not broken through to immortal level, but he could easily crush a powerhouse. Immortal, definitely stronger than the human emperor. It was no wonder that no one dared to go deep into the sea. Or it could be said that all those who went deep into the sea were all dead. It was because the dangers in the sea were so numerous that it was explosive. Any one of them might be able to kill a celestial. Xianxia believed that the reason he was able to come here so leisurely was because of his strong luck. However, although Xianxia was shocked, a doubt arose in his heart. If the power of the Emperor of Heaven and the other emperors was reproduced, then with Heavenly Rune Island's strength, how could it resist such a natural disaster? He directly asked the doubt in his heart. Heavenly Rune Island seemed to be very strong. It also had a 10th stage celestial like Xiaoqiao overseeing it. But now, Xiaoqiao was basically crippled. Even if there were still celestials left, there would not be many of them. Those natural disasters were all at the immortal level. With Heavenly Rune Island's strength, it would be destroyed in a matter of minutes. Xiaoqiao smiled faintly and said, "When you stepped into Heavenly Rune Island, you should have also discovered that there are some laws on Heavenly Rune Island. This is something left behind by the emperors of the various races. These laws come from the same source as the power of the Emperor of Heaven and the other emperors. So, when the natural disasters reproduced these laws, it would not cause any damage to Heavenly Rune Island. In addition, the reason why Heavenly Rune Island could exist for so many years and resist the attacks of the ferocious beasts is because of these laws. Qin Shujian nodded. The power of laws. Now that he had broken through to the second stage of the Array Dao Grandmaster realm, he had also started to come into contact with a bit of the power of laws. However, this power could not be compared to the laws of Heavenly Rune Island. At the same time, Xia Kun walked in from outside and stood in front of Xia Chao. Then, he said respectfully, "The people of the Jade Wave sect and the Saint God sect have heard that Brother Qin has arrived. They wish to meet you." The Jade Wave sect and the Saint God sect, Qin Shujian's expression changed. He thought of what Xia Chao had said earlier. Xia Chao saw his confusion and explained, the Jade Wave sect was established by Eldar in the past. The Saint God sect was established by the Demon clan in the past. Together with the human clan of the Fantasy Ocean sect, they are the only three factions on Heavenly Rune Island. Of course, over the years, some people have left the three sects and established their own sections. However, they ultimately did not amount to much. I see. Qin Shujian nodded and replied. Heavenly Rune Island was only so big. In his opinion, it was at most the size of the True Dominion. This area was actually not small. However, in Qin Shujian's opinion, the Heavenly Rune Island was still too small. Furthermore, after hundreds of thousands of years, the Heavenly Rune Island would definitely not be able to accommodate so many people. Could it be that the Heavenly Rune Island also implemented family planning? This thought surfaced in Qin Shujian's mind before he dismissed it. It was better not to ask too much about these things. Subsequently, Xia Chao said, the Jade Wave sect and the Saint God sect have heard about you. They should also want to know about the current situation. However, it is up to you whether you are willing to go. No one will force you. In that case, I will go and meet them. Qin Shujian did not refuse. He also wanted to see which experts from the two sects had stayed behind. Xia Chao nodded and said, the Jade Wave sect and the Saint God sect are not here. If you want to go, I will let Xia Kun take you there. As for me, it is inconvenient for me to leave. After you leave the two sects, you can come to the Fantasy Ocean sect again. All right. Qin Shujian stood up and left with Xia Kun. Xia Chao sat in his original position. His turbid eyes looked at Qin Shujian's back as he left and let out a long sigh. So it has been so long. The heavenly court collapsed. Did the human emperor really fall? Xia Chao did not feel too sad in his heart. He had already guessed about these things. After an ancient time, Xia Chao's affection for the human emperor had become very thin. After all, millions of years had passed. Many things could be forgotten by time. However, he had never forgotten the inheritance of the human race in the Heavenly Rune Island. This was his mission, the mission to protect the last foundation of the human race. But now that he saw Qin Shujian's arrival, Xia Chao realized that this mission did not seem so important. The human race was not destroyed. Then the so-called bloodline in the Heavenly Rune Island was just a part of the human race. That's good. In the future, the Heavenly Rune Island will only be the Heavenly Rune Island. Nothing else is important. Xia Chao sighed again. This breath. It was as if he had spat out the pressure that had been pressing down on him for countless years. In an instant, Xia Chao's back bent a little more. The aura of death on his body became even thicker. On the other side, Xia Kun had already left the main hall with Qin Shujian. Walking in the city, Xia Kun could not help but turn his head to look at Qin Shujian and ask, Brother Qin, what did the Supreme Ancestor say to you just now? It's nothing. It's just a casual chat. Qin Shujian did not say much. He chuckled and said, Old Senior Xia is very knowledgeable. He has already explained many things to this Qin. He did not talk about Qin Shujian's evasiveness. Xia Kun did not mind. Hearing this, he smiled and said, Of course. In terms of knowledge, no one in the Heavenly Rune Island can compare to the Supreme Ancestor. Could it be that the Blue Wave sect and the Holy God sect can't? More or less, Xia Kun's expression stiffened. Then, he smiled embarrassedly. These words could not be said carelessly. If the two sects heard it, there would be some conflict. That would not be good. Qin Shujian said, the Heavenly Rune Island's spiritual energy is rather dense. It's much denser than the sect I'm in. Of course. Xia Kun smiled proudly and said, there's a spirit vein below the Heavenly Rune Island. Since we're sitting on top of the spirit vein, the spiritual energy will naturally be denser. Spirit vein? Qin Shujian was shocked. He knew that the Heavenly Rune Island definitely had spirit stones. However, he did not expect that there would be a spirit vein. There were big and small spirit veins. But with the origins of the three sects, the spirit vein in the Heavenly Rune Island was definitely not small. Xia Kun said, the spirit vein is the foundation of the Heavenly Rune Island. There are defensive measures left behind by the various sections. Even if a peak sky human expert came, they would not be able to touch the spirit vein. He said these words for Qin Shujian to hear. He wanted to prevent him from having any improper thoughts about the spirit vein. Qin Shujian nodded. He also understood the meaning of Xia Kun's words. The three sects on the island all originated from the ancient era. How could the measures left behind by the various sects be simple? It was no wonder that Xia Kun dared to tell him that there was a spirit vein on the island. He knew that he would not be able to touch the spirit vein. Regarding this, Qin Shujian could only sneer in his heart. How could he, Sect Master Qin, be the kind of person who would open his eyes at the sight of a spirit vein? A mere spirit vein was not enough for him to care about. Even if it did not have any defensive measures, well, if it really did not have any defensive measures, he might be black-hearted and make a move. During the conversation, the two of them left Yellow Earth City and headed in a certain direction. Qin Shujian said, the Eldar and the Fiend race also have people like old Senior Xia, right? Both. Every sect has an ancient expert overseeing it. Xia Kun casually replied. What he said to Qin Shujian was not a secret in the Heavenly Rune Island. Apart from the newly born children, everyone else knew their origins. They were all descendants of the ancient sections. In order to not let them forget the glory of the past, the three sects would spread this information for generations to come, so that everyone would firmly remember their identity and origins. Not long after, a city appeared in front of the two of them. It was the same Yellow Earth City. It was the same palace. The difference was that most of the people in the city were not of the human race, but of the fiend race. Everywhere one could see those who had not fully transformed and had some characteristics of the fiend race walking in the city. There were also those who appeared in front of people with the bodies of the fiend race. Walking into the city, Qin Shujian almost thought that he had entered the Thousand Fiend country. However, thinking about it, it was not much different from the Thousand Fiend country. There were fiends everywhere, but these fiends' strength was average. Qin Shujian did not think about it. One day, he would walk among the fiend race as a human. Moreover, he could walk freely. If he did not know about the hatred between the Eastern Continent's human race and the fiend race, Qin Shujian would have thought that what he experienced was fake. What a paradise! Qin Shujian suddenly sighed. The various races were in harmony with each other, without any fighting or killing. This was an island like a paradise. If the creatures of Heavenly Pattern Island were to return to the Eastern Continent, what would the three sects do? The Eastern Continent's human race and the fiend race were like fire and water. The fiend race was forced to leave the Eastern Continent. As for the Eldar in the Eastern Continent, almost all of them were dead. When that time came, the three sects would probably break up. Because once a war between races appeared, there would definitely be an irreparable crack in the relationship between the three sections. It was only a matter of time before they split up and fought to the death. All these years, many humans had died at the hands of the fiend race, and many fiend race had died at the hands of the human race. This hatred had accumulated over so many years that it could not be resolved long ago. Unless one day, a figure like the Emperor of Heaven appears again and rules over all the races in the world, perhaps the glory of the ancient times can be restored. Qin Shujian only thought this sentence in his heart and did not say it out loud. The two of them entered the main hall. The fiend race of the Saint God sect had already received the news and sent people to wait there. Brother Xia. A middle-aged man in a yellow robe looked at Xia Kun, first cupped his hands, then looked at Qin Shujian and said, "This must be the expert from the outside." Xiaokun nodded and said, "This is Qin Shujian, brother Qin." As he spoke, he also introduced to Qin Shujian, "This is Elder Wui of the Saint God sect." "Greetings, brother Qin." "Greetings, brother Wu." The two of them cupped their hands and bowed. Wui smiled and said, "After so many years, this is the first time I've seen an outsider come. The ancestor has been waiting for a long time. Brother Qin, please follow me in." "Hey, brother Qin, go in. Don't leave me behind." Xiaokun called out and said, "When brother Qin talks with your ancestor, I still have to take Qin Shujian to the Jade Wave sect." Wui nodded and said, "All right, then brother Xia, go to the side hall and rest for a while." Immediately, Wui called a disciple of the Saint God sect, took Xiaokun to the side hall to rest, and then took Qin Shujian to meet the ancestor of the Saint God sect. The two of them walked left and right. Wui said, "The ancestor hasn't seen anyone for many years. Brother Qin, when you see him later, don't be too shocked. Moreover, the ancestor has been very approachable these years. If you have anything to say, just say it." "I understand," Qin Shujian said. The ancestor of the Saint God sect, like Xia Chao, was an expert from the ancient times. He would not underestimate such a person. When walking into the hall, Qin Shujian found that this hall was the same as the hall of the Fantasy Sea sect, a Dao artifact. Not long after, a side hall had already appeared in their sight. Wui stepped forward and said respectfully, "Ancestor, the person you want to see has been brought here." After saying that, the door of the hall opened. Wui turned sideways and said, "The ancestor is waiting in the hall. Brother Qin, please go in." Qin Shujian nodded, then looked at the dark hall and stepped in. He walked into the hall. The dim space suddenly changed. Qin Shujian stepped into it as if he had appeared in another world. He could only see the Milky Way under his feet, and the stars in the sky were shining brightly. A Milky Way dragon crawled in the Milky Way, causing the Milky Way to tremble slightly with each breath. With the appearance of Qin Shujian, the dragon opened its tightly closed eyes. At that moment, the already bright Milky Way became even brighter at this moment. The scene that was flowing slowly like a river also came to a standstill. Mustard seed Sumeru, a thought emerged in Qin Shujian's mind. But soon, he overturned his own opinion. The scene in front of him was not as simple as a mustard seed turning into a Sumeru. The entire Milky Way was actually a vast array formation. And the person who set up the array formation was definitely not simple. With Qin Shujian's vision, he could only see some clues. In other words, the array he was in now was set up by a Third Realm Array Grandmaster at the very least. It might even have been set up by a Third Realm Array Grandmaster. Although Qin Shujian was shocked by the scene in front of him, he quickly calmed down. A force that had survived from ancient times. It was not a strange thing to have a powerful array formation. Not to mention a Third Realm Array Master, even a Fourth Realm or Fifth Realm Array Master would not be surprised. Of course, Qin Shujian himself was not sure whether there was a Fourth Realm or Fifth Realm after the Array Master. Seeing the Milky Way dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long, winding and crawling in the Milky Way, Qin Shujian cupped his hands and bowed, saying, "Junior Qin Shujian greets Senior." He did not use his Dharma eyes to look at the Milky Way dragon in front of him. But he could also understand that the other party was probably an expert of the 10th realm of the celestial being realm. It was not impossible for it to be stronger. Because on the Milky Way dragon, although Qin Shujian could also feel the decaying aura, at the same time, there was a terrifying force hidden in the other party. In front of the other party, Qin Shujian had the illusion that he was facing the human emperor. The galaxy dragon looked at Qin Shujian with its eyes that were like the sun and moon. Although its voice was not loud, it caused the galaxy to tremble. "My name is Star Sage. Are you the human who came from outside?" "Exactly. It's been so many years. You are the first human to find Heavenly Pattern Island. I wonder what the situation is like in the outside world. Will the myriad races win or lose?" Star Saint's tone was inexplicably melancholic as he spoke. Hearing this, Qin Shujian also conveyed what he had said to Xiaoqiao to the Star Sage verbatim. Half an hour later, Star Sage sighed and said, "The heavenly court has fallen, and the evil devil is indeed difficult to deal with. I have already sensed that the evil devil's aura in the world seems to have become denser. Perhaps it won't be long before the demonic abyss descends again. Now that the myriad races have lost their heavenly courts and immortals, how are they going to resist the attack of the fiend abyss?" After that, Star Sage did not wait for Xianxia to reply and continued, "Do you know how the myriad races defeated the fiend abyss back then? It's been a long time since the ancient times. Almost everything about the ancient times in the world has disappeared. It's difficult for this junior to answer senior's question." Xianxia shook his head and said. He really didn't know how the heavenly court defeated the fiend abyss. Human Emperor and Marquis Bayun should know. Star Sage glanced at Xianxia. After confirming that the other party was not lying, he said, "Then how is the demon race now?" "Now that the demon race and the human race coexist in this world, it's not a big deal," Xianxia said seriously. Star Sage's huge dragon head nodded, causing the galaxy to tremble. He said, "It's already a blessing that our demon race hasn't been destroyed. Xiaoqiao should have told you that we have no way of leaving Heavenly Pattern Island. The other people of Heavenly Pattern Island also have no possibility of leaving the Sea of Death. In addition, we are already living here and have no intention of leaving. However, I am still a member of the demon race. Now that the demon emperor has fallen, the demon race cannot lose its inheritance. Therefore, I have something to ask of you. I wonder if you are willing to help me." "Senior, please speak," Xianxia said in a deep voice. Star Sage opened his mouth and a drop of golden blood flew out from his mouth. With the appearance of the golden blood, the entire galaxy shook crazily, as if it couldn't bear the power of the golden blood. Then, Star Sage's huge dragon claw lightly tapped a few times. Countless mysterious power attached to the golden blood, completely sealing it. Not long after, the golden blood turned into a round stone ball that was a few times bigger than an adult's fist. The stone ball floated in front of Xianxia. Star Sage said, "Sealed in the stone is the inheritance of my demon race. I hope that you can help me hand this inheritance to the demon race. However, the inheritance is of great importance. I hope that you can make a law of. If you violate it, there will be a law that will come and erase you. However, as a reward, I will also give you something corresponding to it." Xianxia looked at the stone ball in front of him, then looked at Star Sage and asked, "What is a law of?" It seems that many things from the ancient times have really disappeared. Even the law oath was not passed down. Star Sage believed Xianxia's words a little more. Then, a mysterious fluctuation spread out from Star Sage's body and entered Xianxia's mind. Not long after, Xianxia finished digesting this information. At this point, he also understood what the law oath was. This oath was based on the laws of heaven and earth. Every action of the person who made the oath would be under the watch of the laws. Once there was a violation of the oath, there would naturally be a law punishment. As for how strong the law punishment was, Xianxia felt that he could probably find out by referring to breaking the shackles in the ordinary realm. Looking at Star Sage in front of him, the feeling that this old dragon gave him was much more dangerous than Xiaoqiao. If he didn't agree, he was afraid that this matter wouldn't end well. So, Xianxia directly held the stone ball and made the law oath according to the information in his memory. Star Sage nodded his head in satisfaction, and his tone became gentler. "You helped me bring out the inheritance of the demon race, so you should be rewarded. Moreover, you are the first person to enter the Heavenly Pattern Island in so many years. If I don't give you some things, it would be a waste." Finished. Star Sage's huge claw moved, and the river of stars immediately split. A dried-up dragon corpse appeared from the river of stars. Following that, the dragon corpse shattered, turning into 6 drops of light golden blood that flew out. Then, it was wrapped by a mysterious force and sent to Xianxia. "These are a few drops of essence blood that I left behind in the past. Consuming it can also increase one's cultivation, so I will definitely give it to you." After Star Sage finished speaking, he warned, "However, there is one thing you must pay attention to. Consuming the essence blood requires a strong physique. If you are not at the 7th layer of the heaven-human realm, it is best not to refine it. Otherwise, there is the danger of your body exploding. Only the seventh layer of the heaven-human realm could swallow it. In other words, if someone below the seventh layer of the heaven-human realm swallowed it, their body would explode and they would die. Qin Shujian's expression changed slightly. The 6 drops of essence blood in front of him gave him the feeling that there was a living dragon hidden in each drop of essence blood. Just what kind of cultivation level did the star sage in front of him have? Could it be that the 10th layer of the heaven-human realm were also domineering? Qin Shujian could not help but ask, "May I ask, Senior Star Sage, what is your current cultivation level?" Finished. Star Sage did not show any abnormality. Instead, he recalled for a moment and said, "Probably, it should be nirvana." After using the secret method of immortality. To him, cultivation level was no longer that important. After millions of years, without any progress, no one would remember what kind of cultivation level they were. Qin Shujian was puzzled. Nirvana? Above the heaven-human realm is nirvana, and above nirvana is immortal. Star Sage glanced at him and recalled some things. He said, "The 10 most important things of the heaven-human realm are to become immortal. They must go through the nirvana stage. The nirvana stage is between the heaven-human realm and immortal realm, and their strength is fluctuating all the time. When the nirvana stage is strong, their strength is not weaker than immortal realm. When the nirvana stage is weak, they are only like the 10th layer of the heaven-human realm. These drops of essence blood were left when I was in nirvana. Although they are not at their peak state, they are not comparable to the 10th layer of the heaven-human realm." Hearing that, Qin Shujian nodded in realization. He had always thought that after the heaven-human realm was immortal realm, but he did not know that there was a transitional realm between the heaven-human realm and immortal realm, called nirvana. Suddenly, Qin Shujian thought of the human emperor. If the human emperor was not an immortal, then he should be in the nirvana stage. Otherwise, how could he kill a mighty figure as easily as eating and drinking? Qin Shujian took out 6 spiritual porcelain bottles and then collected the 6 drops of essence blood. When the essence blood fell into the porcelain bottle, the whole bottle trembled crazily, and soon cracks appeared. Seeing that, Star Sage exhaled a breath. The river of stars rolled back, and a mysterious power fell on the porcelain bottle, immediately suppressing the agitated essence blood inside. A spiritual artifact of this level is unable to suppress my essence blood. I've already placed a seal on it, and it should last for about a year. After a year, the seal will break, and my essence blood will break out of the seal and emerge. After doing all this, Star Sage looked a little dispirited. Qin Shujian took the porcelain bottle and the stone ball into the storage ring, and then cupped his hands and said, "Senior, thank you for the treasure. I will definitely give the inheritance of the demon clan to the demon clan." With benefits, Qin Shujian's attitude became a little warmer. Just from the scene just now, he could know what kind of treasure Star Sage's 6 drops of essence blood were. Qin Shujian felt, if he swallowed it now, he might be able to directly break through the current realm. As for Star Sage's words, he also believed in his heart. But Qin Shujian had some confidence in his physique. As for why Star Sage didn't take out the essence blood until now, there were already several demon clan experts in Heavenly Pattern Island. In Qin Shujian's opinion, it should be because the demon clan of Heavenly Pattern Island was too weak. Then the man and the dragon talked for a while, and Qin Shujian got up and left. After leaving the side hall, Qin Shujian was taken away by Wu Yi, who was waiting outside the hall, and found Xia Kun, who was eating. After the two got up and left, Xia Kun took Qin Shujian to the Jade Wave sect. Jade Wave sect. It was also a sect founded by Eldar. Just like the human clan had Xia Chao, and the demon clan had Star Sage, the Jade Wave sect also had an ancient figure overseeing it. It was a giant tree that reached the sky, and it called itself Heaven Piercing. Qin Shujian was sure that this name was given by Star Sage later on in Heavenly Pattern Island. Because from the way Xia Chao's expression changed when it heard the name Heaven Piercing. In ancient times, the Emperor Heaven was a supreme expert. Even Heaven Piercing was not enough, let alone Heaven Piercing. Regardless of how stupid Heaven Piercing's name was, the other party also gave him Eldar's inheritance and asked him to bring it out. After Qin Shujian made the oath of the rules, Heaven Piercing also gave the corresponding reward. A porcelain bottle full of holy water, which was the only remaining essence power when the other party's body decayed. Just like the demon clan. These supreme treasures were not something that Eldar could bear. As a result, these supreme treasures were like poison that people avoided. As a result, they had been left there for many years without a chance to use them. When Qin Shujian arrived, Heaven Piercing could be considered to have seen many things clearly. After all, so many years had passed, and he had no intention of leaving Heavenly Pattern Island. Of course, he couldn't leave. Fortunately, he brought it here, allowing Eldar to leave behind a trace of his inheritance. After Qin Shujian left, in the main hall of the Jade Wave sect, under the protection of a formation, a towering tree took root. The branches and leaves on the tree had all withered and yellowed, as if it had been dead for a long time. The aura of the demon abyss is approaching again. I'm afraid that a great calamity will happen soon. With the current strength of the myriad races, how can they resist the demon abyss? There's not much I can do. I can only give you what I can. I hope that I can fight for a chance of survival for the myriad races. I only hope that Heavenly Pattern Island will not become the last bloodline inheritance. A deep voice reverberated in the air. Like Star Sage, Heaven Piercing also saw many things. Even though he was now in Heavenly Pattern Island, the familiar feeling that was engraved in his bones still made this Eldar expert feel it. In fact, this Eldar's ancestor even felt an uncontrollable fear and hatred in his heart. It was fear towards the Devil Abyss, and also hatred towards the Devil Abyss. If not for the arrival of the Demon Abyss, how could he be imprisoned here forever, just to preserve the last trace of Eldar's bloodline? But no matter how angry he was, Heaven Piercing had no choice. Because the Demon Abyss was too strong. When the myriad races were at their peak, they were attacked by the Demon Abyss, so the myriad races were defeated. Now that the myriad races had entered their weakest stage and were about to be attacked by the Demon Abyss, in Heaven Piercing's heart, he believed that the chances of the myriad races winning were not high. It could be described as small. He had nothing else to worry about. He was just worried about the Eldar who lived in this world. But worry was worry. Heaven Piercing had no choice. He could not leave Heavenly Pattern Island. Even if he could leave, a Nirvana Realm expert would not be able to cause any trouble in front of the Demon Abyss. This was also the reason why Heaven Piercing would hand over the last treasure to Qin Shujian. In his opinion, this was the last thing he could do for the myriad races. After coming to the Saint God sect and the Jade Wave sect and receiving the inheritance and rewards of the two races, Qin Shujian was in a good mood. Because of Xiaochao's words. After Qin Shujian went to the two sects, he returned to the Fantasy Sea sect with Xia Kun. I wonder how many Heaven Realm experts there are in Heavenly Pattern Island. Not many. Xia Kun shook his head and said, my Fantasy Sea sect has 2. The other 2 sects only have 3 each. They are all below the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm. The true foundation of Heavenly Pattern Island is the patriarchs of the various sections. Although he was at the peak of the Divine Martial Realm, his words were filled with disdain for those Heaven Realm cultivators. Qin Shujian really wanted to ask Xia Kun where he got the confidence to make him, a Divine Martial Realm expert, look down on Heaven Realm cultivators. But after thinking about it, he did not ask this question that would destroy their friendship. However, it was just as Qin Shujian thought. Heavenly Pattern Island could be said to be strong, but it could also be said to be weak. If Xiaochao and the others were included, then Heavenly Pattern Island's strength was even more terrifying than the Bright World's human race. 1 10th level Heaven Realm expert and 2 Nirvana Realm experts. With such strength, they could probably hang the human emperor. Yes. Of the 3 patriarchs, Xiaochao was the weakest. The other 2 were in the Nirvana realm. However, to Qin Shujian, it didn't matter what realm the 3 patriarchs were in. Countless years passed. The 3 of them were already weak to the extreme. However, according to Qin Shujian's estimation, the 3 patriarchs should still have a chance to erupt with their peak strength. This was because he felt a hidden power from the 3 of them. If one were to talk about weakness, then the powers that had survived since the ancient times only had 8 Heaven Realm cultivators. Moreover, they did not have a single Saint Realm expert. They were indeed very weak. Qin Shujian also understood now. Why would the ancient powers be afraid of a first-level Heaven Realm green snake? It was because Heavenly Pattern Island was too weak. It was no wonder that Xiaoqiao did not have any thoughts of leaving Heavenly Pattern Island. With Heavenly Pattern Island's current strength, if they all went out, they would be eaten by vicious beasts before they could go far. The two of them returned to the Fantasy Sea sect. Xiaoqiao was still sitting in the side hall, not moving. "You're back. You're back." Qin Shujian nodded. Xiaoqiao said, "That old dragon and Eldar should have given you the inheritances of the two races, right?" Qin Shujian nodded, he did not deny it. He was also thinking that since the two races had their inheritances, then did the human race also have their inheritances. He can't use the monster race and Eldar's inheritances because he is not a monster race or Eldar. However, he, Qin Shujian, is a human, he can't use the monster race and spirit race's inheritances, but the human race's inheritances are not a problem. Xiaoqiao saw through Qin Shujian's thoughts and said, "Correct, the two races have their inheritances, our human race also has our inheritances. Originally, I thought that no one could inherit this inheritance. But now that you are here, you can also take it with you." "Senior, after so many years, has Heavenly Pattern Island never given birth to a 7th-level Heaven Realm expert?" Qin Shujian asked the question in his heart. After so many years, there was no fighting. Everyone could cultivate in peace. How could there only be a few transcendents overseeing the island? Xiaoqiao struggled to stand up and said, "The rules of Heavenly Pattern Island are a protection but also a cage. Cultivators at the 4th level of Heaven Realm and above need to control the power of heaven and earth and gradually adapt to the existence of the rules. The rules of Heavenly Pattern Island were left behind by the sovereigns. They are the most tyrannical and cannot be compared to the rules of heaven and earth. Only immortals have the qualifications to comprehend the rules left behind by the sovereigns. Others do not have this qualification." Qin Shujian suddenly understood. After so many years, Heavenly Pattern Island had not given birth to a 4th-level Heaven Realm expert because of the rules of Heavenly Pattern Island. These rules not only protected Heavenly Rune Island, but also restricted its development. Qin Shujian looked at Xiaoqiao, he had some questions he wanted to ask. However, Xiaoqiao was the first to speak. He shook his head and said, "The rules of Heavenly Pattern Island exist to preserve the last bit of bloodline inheritance. As long as the bloodline can be preserved, the number of Heaven Realm experts is not a problem. In any case, if a great calamity really comes, it is not something a mere Heaven Realm expert can change." These words. When Qin Shujian heard them, he felt a little stifled. When Xiaoqiao said mere Heaven Realm expert, he felt offended. Qin Shujian coughed lightly and said, "Then where is the inheritance of my human race?" "Follow me," Xiaoqiao said calmly. Then, he walked forward shakily, like an old man with one foot in the grave. Qin Shujian slowly followed behind Xiaoqiao. Looking at Xiaoqiao's back, a trace of fear suddenly appeared in his heart. What Qin Shujian feared was not Xiaoqiao, but time. He found it hard to imagine if he would be like this one day when his lifespan was nearing its end. If that was the case, Qin Shujian would rather die in a fierce battle, or simply end his life, than live like this. It was not that he looked down on Xiaoqiao. It was just that the two of them had different ideals. At this moment, when Qin Shujian's heart was filled with fear, an urgent emotion also emerged. The lifespan of a Heaven Realm expert was limited. 7,000 years was just the blink of an eye. He wanted to break through and become stronger. At least, he wanted to live longer than he was now. In the past, Qin Shujian also hoped to pursue immortality. However, at that time, he was not as urgent as he was now. Now, he had made a decision in his heart. If a Heaven Realm expert cannot live forever, then I will become an immortal. If an immortal cannot live forever, then I will become stronger until I can live forever. The reason why Qin Shujian did this was because he did not want to live like he was afraid of before. Qin Shujian's heart was fluctuating. Xiaoqiao also did not know. He led Qin Shujian forward, and it didn't take long for them to arrive in front of a palace. The whole palace was a whole, but it was divided into many side palaces. These palaces were all part of a whole. Xiaoqiao stood in front of the palace and said to Qin Shujian, "This is where the inheritance of our human clan lies." After that, Xiaoqiao did not do anything. The palace in front of him seemed to have sensed his existence, and the door of the palace slowly opened. Xiaoqiao stepped in. Qin Shujian only hesitated for a moment before following Xiaoqiao in. It was the same space array. The difference was, the Holy God sect had evolved a galaxy, the Blue Wave sect had evolved a small world, and the Fantasy Sea sect had evolved a world of nothingness. Xiaoqiao said, "This is a world of nothingness. It was once left by a strong formation expert of the human clan. It also exists to protect the inheritance of the human clan. Senior, may I know what cultivation level the person who set up this formation is at?" "Saint." Xiaoqiao simply spat out a word. Qin Shujian was stunned and said, "Saint. Above the formation Grand Master is the Saint. P.S. The fourth update, today's total is 24,000. Please vote." Saint? Array Saint Master, this name sounded weird to Qin Shujian. But he was not sure if he could really be called an Array Saint Master after breaking through to Saint. Seeing that Xiaoqiao did not want to say more, Qin Shujian did not want to ask more. At this moment, the two of them were strolling in the void. Qin Shujian also felt that the Array Dao of the Saint level was unfathomable. The second level was to open up a space with some rules. The third level, according to Qin Shujian's guess, could already open up a small world. As for the void in front of him, Qin Shujian felt that it was not much different from an official world. The only difference was, this place was too desolate, so desolate that there were no living creatures. Qin Shujian said, "Senior, can experts who break through to Saint open up a complete world?" Xiaoqiao glanced at him and shook his head. The method to open up a complete world is not something that anyone can do. Saints can open up a world, but it is not a real world. To open up a real world, experts of that level did not exist even in ancient times. A complete world? Very simple, reincarnation. Xiaoqiao mentioned this word, which made Qin Shujian stunned. Reincarnation, a complete world had reincarnation. To be honest, he had really neglected this matter. Xiaoqiao said, when heaven and earth were first created, more power was constantly absorbed from the void. This power was evolved by heaven and earth, giving birth to all living creatures. This is the process of evolution. When some living creatures died and returned to heaven and earth would split up the power of these living creatures and combine it with the power of the void to create more living creatures. This is reincarnation. From Xiaoqiao's words, Qin Shujian knew that the reincarnation that he was talking about was completely different from the reincarnation in his mind. There were no 18 levels of hell. There were no 6 paths of reincarnation. After the living creatures died, they returned to heaven and earth. Then their power was split up and combined with the power of the void to give birth to new living creatures. Xiaoqiao said, to create a complete world, one must have a complete set of rules. Among the many rules, the hardest to comprehend are life, death, and reincarnation. Qin Shujian seemed to understand. He had yet to learn much about the rules. Xiaoqiao said, when you step into the 4th level of the celestial human stage, you will understand the laws. When you break through to the 7th level of the celestial human stage, you will begin to come into contact with the laws. In order to truly grasp the laws, you will need to break through to the immortal stage. Immortal? That's right. In order to become an immortal, one must at least grasp a law. After saying that, Xiaoqiao sighed. However, grasping a law is not that easy. Otherwise, the ancient heavenly court wouldn't have only 365 immortals. Once one grasped the laws, one could become an immortal. Qin Shujian realized that he had learned another big secret. He was certain. Currently, 99% of the human race didn't know how to break through to immortality. Thinking about it, it made sense. There hadn't been an immortal in the human clan for tens of thousands of years. Even among the experts who had reached the 10th tier of the celestial being realm, there was only one known human emperor. If that was the case, it was normal for the human clan not to know how to break through to immortality. However, human emperor and Marquis Bayun should know how to break through to immortality. Qin Shujian ridiculed the two of them in his heart. He realized that the two of them knew too much. In front of them, he was like a newbie. Fortunately, Now that he had met an old man like Xiaoqiao, he wouldn't be kept in the dark about everything. For a moment, Qin Shujian even had the urge to bring Xiaoqiao back. Having an old man at home was like having a treasure. This was a real living fossil, not something that the half-baked Cosmos Bao could compare to. However, Qin Shujian also knew that the possibility of taking Xiaoqiao away was not high. At this moment, Qin Shujian also asked all the questions in his heart. Regarding this, those who knew, Xiaoqiao didn't hide it. Those who didn't know, he simply shook his head. In his eyes, Qin Shujian might be the last human to come to Heavenly Pattern Island. He couldn't leave Heavenly Pattern Island, but he still cared about the human clan. Some things. Xiaoqiao hoped that Qin Shujian could inherit it. The only thing that made Xiaoqiao a little regretful was that Qin Shujian's strength was too low. Second level of the heaven realm. In his eyes, he was far from the realm he had envisioned in his heart. During the heyday of the ancient myriad races, the elites of the various races could reach the divine martial realm when they reached adulthood. If they cultivated a little harder, it wouldn't be a problem for them to break through to the heaven realm. However, after breaking through to the fourth level of the heaven realm, they needed some opportunities. Xiaoqiao missed the glory of the ancient times. But soon, he extinguished this thought. The ancient times had become a thing of the past. The heavenly court was gone, and the experts of the myriad races were also gone. The strongest person in the human clan now was a heaven realm cultivator. At most, he was a nirvana realm cultivator. There wasn't even a single immortal. It was completely incomparable to the heyday of the human clan. The two of them chatted casually as they came to the middle of a pool. That's right, pool water. In the void, a pool that had been opened up appeared in front of Qin Shujian. When he walked to the side of the pool, Qin Shujian could clearly see the scene in the pool. He saw that there seemed to be a river of stars hanging upside down, as if the stars, sun, and moon were all in it. Qin Shujian saw many things at a glance. When he fixed his eyes on it, he found that everything had disappeared. Only the lavender pool was still there. Xiaoqiao said, "The water in the pool is star sulfur slurry. The human emperor once entered the dark void and plucked it from the endless stars. This pool of star sulfur slurry can only be obtained by destroying at least 100 stars." Xiaoqiao's tone was calm. However, Qin Shujian could hear a strong pretentious aura from it. Star sulfur slurry, destroying stars. In the short time since he came to Heavenly Pattern Island, Qin Shujian found that everything he encountered exceeded his understanding. What kind of concept was destroying stars, Qin Shujian didn't know, and he didn't have the qualifications to know now. The only thing he understood was that the star sulfur slurry in front of him must be extremely precious. Therefore, Qin Shujian didn't say anything. He just waited for Xiaoqiao to continue. Sure enough, when Xiaoqiao said this, he paused for a moment. Then he continued, "The star sulfur slurry is obtained by the human emperor after destroying stars. It is used to temper the bodies of human experts. However, if you want to endure the tempering of the star sulfur slurry, you need to be at least at the fourth stage of the sky human realm. I see that your realm is not high, but your physique is not bad. You can try using the star sulfur slurry to temper your body." What did he mean by not high realm but not bad physique? Qin Shujian completely ignored Xiaoqiao's faint disdain. This is the inheritance of the human race? Of course not. How can a mere star sulfur slurry be worthy of being the inheritance of the human race? Xiaoqiao shook his head. Star sulfur slurry was very precious, but that was all. It wasn't qualified to be the inheritance of the human race's last bloodline. If it wasn't for the fact that no one on the Heavenly Rune Island could endure the star sulfur slurry, it wouldn't have been left until now. In the end, it ended up benefiting Qin Shujian. When it came to physique, it was never the strong point of the human race. On the side of the demon race, there were some experts who could endure the star sulfur slurry. However, Xiaoqiao had no intention of letting the star sulfur slurry benefit the demon race. Although they were allies and could be considered friends and neighbors for millions of years, they were still of different races. Using the things of their own race to benefit other races. Doing so, it would only show that the human race was incompetent. If it wasn't for Qin Shujian's appearance, Xiaoqiao would have hidden the star sulfur slurry for hundreds of thousands of years. He looked at Qin Shujian. Xiaoqiao said, the star sulfur slurry is not stained with dust. Take off all your clothes and enter the star sulfur slurry. If you can't endure it, you can hold on for a while. If you really can't endure it, you can come out. This is good for you. Take off all my clothes? Qin Shujian was stunned. He really wasn't prepared to take off his clothes in front of an old man. Xiaoqiao glanced at him and said disdainfully, as a human, why do you have so many scruples? It's just taking off your clothes. What's there to hesitate about? I've seen everything for so many years. Do you really think you're a treasure? Xiaoqiao's mocking and ridiculing made Qin Shujian's face harden. Take it off then, who's afraid of who? 2 breaths of time. Qin Shujian jumped directly into the star sulfur slurry under Xiaoqiao's strange smile. As soon as he entered the star sulfur slurry, Qin Shujian immediately felt the surrounding temperature rise rapidly. In just a few breaths of time, he felt his body become scorching hot and faintly felt a tingling pain. However, he cultivated the star myriad form's body and also had the 9th step stainless immortal body. Although the star sulfur slurry was scorching hot, it could be withstood. Xiaoqiao saw Qin Shujian enter the star sulfur slurry for a few breaths of time without any changes. He nodded inwardly and said, don't resist the star sulfur slurry. Circulate your cultivation technique and absorb the energy inside. Everyone only has one chance to absorb the star sulfur slurry. How much you can absorb depends on your luck. Therefore, unless you have no other choice, do not leave the star sulfur slurry. In the ancient human race, the longer you can endure in the star sulfur slurry, the greater your harvest. This is to pave the way for you to break through to a higher realm in the future. Remember, you must endure. Xiaoqiao was also worried that Qin Shujian was inexperienced and would immediately leave the star sulfur slurry when he felt something was wrong. If that was the case, this opportunity would be completely wasted. As the first human to reach Heavenly Rune Island since ancient times, Xiaoqiao still had high hopes for Qin Shujian. After all, the humans on Heavenly Rune Island were equivalent to bloodline inheritances. Their future achievements would be limited. Unless they could leave Heavenly Rune Island, that was all they could do. Therefore, in Xiaoqiao's eyes, Qin Shujian was rather pleasing to the eye. He said that he looked down on Qin Shujian's strength, but in truth, he approved of this human. At the very least, after entering the star sulfur slurry, there was nothing wrong with his body. This proved that Qin Shujian's foundation was rather solid. In the future, he would have the opportunity to grow to a higher level. Within the star sulfur slurry. After hearing Xiaoqiao's words, Qin Shujian hesitated for a moment. Then, step by step, he released the seal on his body and circulated the origin returning ancestral cannon, drawing the star sulfur slurry into his body. Boom! When the star sulfur slurry entered his body through his pores, Qin Shujian felt as if his entire body was about to explode. Hot, extremely hot, this feeling was like being in an oven. No, it was even more terrifying than being in an oven. At this moment, Qin Shujian seemed to understand what kind of pain those demonic beasts refined by the red lotus of purgation were enduring. In just an instant, Qin Shujian's skin was flushed red, like a cooked prawn. And when this terrifying heat surged over, a surge of pure energy also surged in from the star sulfur slurry. Rumble, as the star sulfur slurry surged over, his flesh and blood exploded. The moment this surge of energy surged in, his blood and qi started boiling. It only took a quarter of an hour. A star acupoint was directly opened by this tyrannical energy. Seeing this scene, Qin Shujian immediately collected his thoughts and silently endured the pain of the star sulfur slurry. At the same time, he circulated the origin returning ancestral cannon, constantly controlling this surge of energy to open up the acupoints in his body that had yet to be opened. I'm going to be rich. This was the thought in Qin Shujian's mind. How long had it been, and he had already opened up a star acupoint. If he were to stay here for half a month, he would at least be able to break through to the 4th level of the sky human realm. Just as Qin Shujian was cultivating, Xiaoqiao also stood at the edge of the pool, observing the changes in the other party. When he saw that Qin Shujian's aura had become stronger, he understood that the other party's strength had made a small breakthrough on the original foundation. He has only been in the star sulfur slurry for 15 minutes, and he has already gained something. The cultivation method he cultivates is probably not simple. Or is it because his talent is so strong? No matter what, we finally have a decent person this time. There was a faint smile on Xiaochao's face. The more experts there were in the human race, the more gratified he felt. As the son of the ancient human emperor, in Xiaochao's eyes, the human race was also like his own descendants. He would also feel proud if his descendants were successful. Xiaochao murmured, "Use your potential. How much you can absorb is all up to your luck. If you have the ability to absorb all of the star sulfur slurry, that would be the best." However, this was just Xiaochao's thought. The star sulfur slurry in the pool was enough for dozens of ancient human race to cultivate. Even the most talented person in the ancient human race would not be able to absorb so much star sulfur slurry. Therefore, Xiaochao did not expect Qin Shujian to be able to absorb all of the star sulfur slurry. He only asked him to try his best. How much he could absorb. This would determine the other party's talent and the strength of his foundation. In the world of nothingness, it was as if all sounds did not exist. Only Xiaochao, who was above the pool, and Qin Shujian, who was in the pool, brought a trace of vitality to this world of nothingness. Rumble. At this time, Qin Shujian had already abandoned the perception of the outside world. All of his attention was on his own body. He endured the burning of the star sulfur slurry and constantly manipulated the pure energy to open his star acupoints. Boom, boom. Time passed little by little. One by one, the star acupoints were opened under the impact of the violent energy. 590, 591, every once in a while, a star acupoint would be opened. The energy in the star sulfur slurry was vigorous, far beyond Qin Shujian's imagination. After an unknown period of time, all 720 star acupoints were opened successfully. When all 720 star acupoints were opened, all of them lit up at the same time. Then, they connected together and turned into a complete power. At this moment, Qin Shujian had officially stepped into the peak of the second layer of the celestial being realm. Regarding this, Qin Shujian did not care at all. He continued to cultivate. As time passed, the scorching energy in his body became more and more terrifying. Qin Shujian had no intention of stopping. Just as Xiaochao said, after this time, there might not be a next time. If he did not take this opportunity to cultivate more, who knew when he would have to wait to break through in the future? The ferocious beasts in the sea could also speed up his cultivation. However, every time he killed a ferocious beast, the blood-red color would increase by a bit. After knowing the dangers of the sea, Qin Shujian did not dare to act recklessly. If he killed too many ferocious beasts and attracted the existence that fought with the Emperor of Heaven and the others, then it would be a big problem. If he relied on his own cultivation and the enhancement of his life source, it would take at least a few years. A few years was not a long time. However, if he could improve quickly, who would be willing to waste a few years? Therefore, facing the opportunity in front of him, Qin Shujian had no intention of letting it go. Absorb with all his might. As long as his body did not explode, he would absorb as much as he could. Anyway, absorbing was the right thing to do. This time, not only did Sect Master Qin want to break through to the third layer of the celestial being realm, he also wanted to use this opportunity to enter the fourth layer of the celestial being realm. As long as he broke through to the Holy Land realm, even if he met a mighty figure, Qin Shujian was confident that he could wrestle with them. Beside the pool, the joy on Xiaochao's face was even more intense. It's been 3 days. Those who can stay in the star sulfur lava for 3 days are considered outstanding talents in the ancient human race. As long as they don't fall midway, even if they don't break through to become an immortal, they have a high chance of reaching the nirvana stage. Moreover, in today's world, there might be a possibility of becoming an immortal. To become an immortal, one needed to master the rules. However, the number of rules was limited. Once someone used the rules to become an immortal, others could not use the same rules to become an immortal because the rules already had an owner. In the ancient times, there were 365 immortals in the heavenly court, and each immortal represented a rule. It was not that there were only 365 rules. In fact, there were many rules, but many of them could not be controlled by ordinary people. The easiest rules to become an immortal were only 300 or so. If others wanted to become an immortal, they had to master those difficult rules. Mastering the rules was difficult to begin with, let alone the difficult rules. It was also because of this. In the ancient times, immortals were extremely rare. But it was different now. Immortals were all dead. In other words, the 365 rules that were the easiest to master in the past were now things without an owner. In this way, the chances of others becoming an immortal would be much higher. With Qin Shijian's talent, the chances of him becoming an immortal in the ancient times were slim. But now, he had a chance to master one of the rules and break through to the immortal level. If he can break through and become an immortal, the human race will at least have a stronger foundation. It seems that you really did not disappoint me. The inheritance of the human race should be in the hands of the strong. Xiaoqiao nodded silently. 3 days had passed. Looking at Qin Shijian's struggling expression, he guessed that he was about to reach the point where he could not hold on anymore. To be able to hold on for 4 days, his talent is close to excellent. Not bad, not bad. The more Xiaoqiao looked, the more satisfied he was. From now on, every extra hour Qin Shijian spent with the other party meant that the other party's talent would grow stronger. In the pool, Qin Shijian had officially entered the 3rd level of the celestial being realm. But at the same time, the scorching aura accumulated in his body had reached a peak value. His body, which was supposed to be strong, showed signs of cracking in the face of this power. The flesh and blood in his body were even burned. Is this the limit? Qin Shijian was a little unwilling. How could it be enough when he was only at the 3rd level of the celestial being realm? Until now, he had only consumed an extremely small portion of the star sulfur liquid in the pool. Within his senses, the rich energy still caused one to be extremely tempted. If he left at this time, he would really regret it to death. Bang! At this time, Qin Shijian's body suddenly cracked, and a lot of blood spilled out. Xiaoqiao, who was at the edge of the pool, saw this scene and hurriedly said, "You've reached your limit. You can come out of the star sulfur plasma. If you force yourself to hold on, it will do you more harm than good." However, Qin Shijian was unmoved. Xiaoqiao was also a little anxious about this. He was originally worried that Qin Shijian would not be able to bear the pain and run out early. But now, he was worried that the other party was a hothead who would suffer serious injuries in the star sulfur plasma. Bathing in the star sulfur plasma had to be done properly. It was not good to be too fast or too slow. Among the ancient humans, there were also people who forced themselves to hold on, and in the end, exploded in the star sulfur plasma and died. At the thought of exploding, Xiaoqiao's face turned ugly. If Qin Shijian exploded here, it would be a big joke. After waiting for so many years, there was finally a human with hope, but in the end, he played himself to death. Xiaoqiao felt that he could not bear this blow. Seeing that Qin Shijian did not intend to come out, Xiaoqiao was a little flustered. Don't force yourself. If you continue, you will definitely explode and die. Come out now. Xiaoqiao's face was gloomy. Seeing Qin Shijian's body gradually cracking, he had the urge to go in and fish him out. Judging from the state of his rotting body, it was impossible for him to escape. Once he entered the star sulfur plasma, he would explode before Qin Shijian's body. In the pool, Qin Shijian could also hear Xiaoqiao's words. He knew that the other party was not bluffing when he said that he would explode and die. Because Qin Shijian also felt that his body had reached a limit. But he was not willing to give up just like that. In the end, Qin Shijian divided a bit of his attention and fell on his attribute panel. Seeing the divine martial arts column, he directly clicked on the 9 tribulations immortal body. Boom, a powerful force surged out from his body. In the face of this force, the cracked body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the edge of the pool, the flustered and exasperated Xiaoqiao was a little dumbfounded. P.S. First update, the rest is still being written. You don't have to wait, rest early. When he was in Yuan sect, Qin Shijian had raised his 9 tribulations immortal body to the 6th tribulation. Later, he did not continue to raise it because of the problem of life source. During this period of time in the sea area, he had killed many fierce beasts and obtained a lot of life source. Now, it was not a big problem to raise his 9 tribulations immortal body from the 6th tribulation to the 7th tribulation. As his divine realm martial arts improved, a pure power nourished his body and directly opened dozens of acupoints. The burning sensation in his body, which had been on the verge of exploding, became bearable after the transformation of his physical body. Qin Shujian did not have time to be happy. Taking advantage of this time, he desperately absorbed the energy in the star sulfur slurry and tried his best to open his acupoints. Boom! The energy surged and the thunder in his body vibrated. Beside the pool, Xiaoqiao looked at this scene in astonishment. Breakthrough! He could see that just now, Qin Shujian's body refining martial arts had a breakthrough. A breakthrough at the last step. It allowed his body, which had reached its limit, to recover to a suitable level. After a short period of shock, Xiaoqiao took a deep breath and said, "I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. It seems that you really have the chance to survive 5 days in the star sulfur slurry." In the ancient human race, there were people who used this method to absorb the star sulfur slurry. But the success rate of this method was very low. This was because there weren't many people who could accurately control their martial arts breakthroughs at the very last step. And no one could guarantee that they could successfully break through in martial arts in just a few days. If they failed, then the things they obtained from the star sulfur slurry would be greatly reduced. If they broke through first, they might be able to stay in the star sulfur slurry for a while. But at the same time, if they could make a breakthrough in the star sulfur slurry, they could withstand it for a much longer time than if they broke through first. Cultivation methods and martial arts. The only difference was that the strong could increase their lifespan, while the latter could increase their strength. Most of the time, cultivation methods and martial arts were interconnected. But cultivation methods were mainly about breaking through the realm, while martial arts were about using one's own foundation to break through the realm. Therefore, if one made a breakthrough in one's cultivation method in the star sulfur lava, the amount of time one could endure in the star sulfur lava would not have much of an effect. Even if one cultivated a body refining cultivation method, it wouldn't really have much of an effect on the body refining cultivation method. The biggest effect was still to improve one's cultivation. At most, one's physical body would be stronger than the average person's. However, there was a limit to this strength. However, martial arts were different. The purpose of martial arts was not to increase one's realm, but to continuously temper the foundation of the human body. Therefore, once there was a breakthrough in the body refining martial arts, that would be the true transformation of the physical body. Now, Qin Shujian's body had been restored to its original state. Such a great change could only be achieved by a martial arts breakthrough. Xiaoqiao felt that he should re-evaluate Qin Shujian's talent. 5 days shouldn't be a problem. Once you make it past 5 days, you'll be considered one of the best among the ancient humans. In Xiaoqiao's calm face, there was a trace of undetectable excitement. Genius, no matter where it was worth paying attention to. Moreover, the stronger Qin Shujian was, the greater the chances of him inheriting the legacy of the human race. After so much trouble, the 4th day passed quietly. The 5th day, Qin Shujian's expression was normal. Other than the aura on his body being a little stronger, there was no other change. The 6th day, the 7th day, with each passing day, Xiaoqiao's face became a little more joyful. However, towards the end, there was more shock than joy on his face. How strong is his foundation? It's been 10 days and he still hasn't come out of the star sulfur liquid. This time, a powerful human has really come. Xiaoqiao's shock was mixed with ecstasy. 10 days. Among the ancient humans, there were only a few who could do so. Entering the star sulfur liquid did not depend on one's cultivation level. The stronger the cultivator, the more star sulfur liquid he could absorb, and the time he took to withstand it was not much different. In Xiaoqiao's knowledge, there were not many humans who could withstand it for so long. Moreover, most of them later grew to the immortal level. That's right, immortal, among the ancient humans. As long as they could withstand 10 days in the star sulfur liquid, they would have the qualifications to break through to the immortal level. As long as they did not die midway, there was at least a 30% chance of breaking through in the future. Don't underestimate the 30% chance. For other creatures, even if they reached the nirvana realm, the probability of breaking through to the immortal level was only 1 in 10,000. Just as Xiaoqiao was excited. In the pool, Qin Shujian had also reached a limit. After so many days, even if he broke through the 9 tribulations immortal body, he finally could not hold on any longer. He wanted to break through again, but the source of life did not allow it. When the last acupoint was opened, the scorching heat in his body had also accumulated to the peak. Bang! When his body collapsed, Qin Shujian no longer hesitated. He immediately stepped out of the star sulfur liquid, then took out his clothes and put them on very quickly. On the other side, Xiaoqiao nodded and said with satisfaction, "You can withstand 11 days in the star lava liquid. As long as you don't die in the future, you will definitely become an immortal." In his eyes, Qin Shujian was already an immortal. A future immortal. Unlike the ancient times, the difficulty of breaking through to the immortal level was much lower. With such a foundation, as long as the other party did not die, he would definitely become an immortal. Xiaoqiao was only short of saying that if he did not become an immortal, he could come to him. Qin Shujian also came back to his senses. He looked at Xiaoqiao and bowed deeply, saying, "Senior, thank you for the opportunity. I can't thank you enough." At this time, he no longer addressed himself as senior, but as a junior. This time, cultivating in the star sulfur slurry was a huge opportunity for Qin Shujian. The 5,600 star acupoints in his body emitted a dazzling light, and each of these star acupoints was a little bigger than before. This was the tempering effect in the star sulfur liquid. When the 5,120 star acupoints reached the 4th level of the celestial being realm, Qin Shujian reached the mid-stage of the 4th level of the celestial being realm with 5,600 star acupoints. However, the current him was not completely at the 4th level of the celestial being realm. It was very simple. Just as Xiaoqiao said, to reach the 4th level of the celestial being realm, one had to understand the existence of laws. Only by understanding the laws could one utilize the power of heaven and earth. When one finally came into contact with the laws, one would be considered to have advanced into a major power. When one fully grasped the laws, one could immediately become an immortal. Qin Shujian had opened up enough star acupoints. In terms of strength, he was confident that he could fight against major powers. However, the laws of heaven and earth were the laws of heaven and earth. No matter how strong one was, as long as one did not meet the requirements for advancement, one would not be able to break through. To reach the 4th level of the celestial being realm, one had to understand the laws. Therefore, in all seriousness, although Qin Shujian's strength had undergone a transformation, in terms of cultivation realm, he was at most a fake celestial being realm. The most straightforward point. It was that his lifespan did not increase. When one's cultivation reached this level, a cultivator could already predict how long their lifespan would be. Xiaoqiao said, "I can see that you have gained quite a lot of benefits from the star sulfur liquid. Although I don't know how strong you are, you should not be weak. If I leave Heavenly Pattern Island, I can break through to the 4th level of the celestial being realm." Qin Shujian said. He did not tell Xiaoqiao that he was confident that he could beat up a person at the 7th level of the celestial being realm. It was enough for him to keep these things to himself. Xiaoqiao said, "Let's go. I'll pass the true legacy of the human race to you." "Senior, wouldn't it be too wasteful to leave the star sulfur liquid here?" Qin Shujian looked at the star sulfur liquid that was still there and felt an itch in his heart. There was so much star sulfur liquid. If he were to absorb all of it, he might become a major power right away. Xiaoqiao glanced at him and shook his head, saying, "The star sulfur liquid only has the effect of strengthening one's foundation the first time it's used. The second time it's used, it'll only absorb pure power. You must know that the star sulfur liquid is not easy to come by. It's already a great opportunity that you've used it once. In the history of the ancient human race, no one has ever used the star sulfur liquid a second time. There's a saying that you need to remember. As long as one's momentum is not exhausted, one cannot enjoy all the blessings. You need to leave some for future generations. If I had used up all the star sulfur liquid back then, how would you have the chance to use it today?" He was lectured by Xiaoqiao. Qin Shujian did not get angry. He said respectfully, "Senior, you're right. It's me who was rude. Xiaochao's words were both right and wrong. However, the star sulfur liquid was something that belonged to him. Using it once was enough. Although Qin Shujian coveted it, if Xiaochao did not give it to him, he would not force it. Xiaochao added, however, if you want to obtain the star sulfur liquid, when your cultivation level is high enough, you can go destroy stars and collect a lot of it. What cultivation level is needed to destroy stars and collect the star sulfur liquid? The Emperor realm is enough. Xiaochao said blandly. Hearing that, Qin Shujian's mouth twitched slightly, but he did not say anything. Being able to obtain the star sulfur liquid at the Emperor realm, he was only a fake heaven being tier 4. Forget it. Qin Shujian did not think about it anymore. Qin Shujian changed the topic and asked, where is the inheritance of the human race? The depths of the world of nothingness. Follow me. Xiaochao said indifferently. Then, he crossed the pool and walked into the depths of the world of nothingness. Qin Shujian looked at the star sulfur liquid reluctantly and followed Xiaochao resolutely. If he could become an emperor in the future, he would bathe in the star sulfur liquid every day. In the world of nothingness, everything was nothingness. There was no distinction between up and down, and there was no feeling of time passing. Unless a cultivator remembered the time in their heart, they would forget the passage of time after staying there for a while. After walking for an unknown period of time, Xiaochao stopped in his tracks. Qin Shujian also stopped behind him. Following Xiaochao's line of sight, Qin Shujian looked ahead. He only saw darkness in front of him. However, the darkness seemed to be alive and was constantly surging there. Xiaochao waved his palm in the air, and the darkness shattered. As if a seal had been broken, a ray of light burst out from it and quickly illuminated the entire world of nothingness. But in the next moment, the light disappeared. A stone saber was quietly placed in the world of nothingness. The stone saber did not leak any aura. When it was placed there, it was suppressed by a space. Zhu Bing. Qin Shujian blurted out when he saw the stone saber. He was too familiar with the stone saber. The stone spear in Marquis Baiyun's hand was Zhu Bing. Therefore, when he saw the stone saber, Qin Shujian immediately thought of the stone spear. Xiaochao said, you also know Zhu Bing? The human race had declined to such an extent that he thought Qin Shujian wouldn't recognize the existence of an ancestral weapon. Qin Shujian nodded and said, I was fated to meet Zhu Bing. That's why I know him. I didn't expect that the human clan still had Zhu Bing. It's a blessing. Xiaochao nodded and then looked at the stone spear. His eyes were full of passion and admiration. This is the Zhu Bing of the human clan. In ancient times, there were 3 Zhu Bing in total. One of them was destroyed during the tribulation, and the other was the sword of the human sovereign. I'm afraid it has also been destroyed. This stone saber is the last Zhu Bing of the human clan. After that, Xiaochao reached out, held the stone saber in his hand, and said, this saber was once called God Slayer. There is a seal set by the human sovereign in the saber. If you want to break the seal, you only need the blood of the human clan. God Slayer. Qin Shujian's face was calm. When he saw the stone saber in Xiaochao's hand, he was already excited. Zhu Bing, the inheritance of the human clan was a Zhu Bing. Qin Shujian already had a hunch about what would happen next. As expected, Xiaochao held the stone saber and reminisced for a while. Then he handed it to Qin Shujian and said, use your blood to break the seal on the Godslayer. Qin Shujian solemnly took the Godslayer. A cold feeling came from his palm. Then he touched the saber with his left hand. The saber was originally made of stone, but it was extremely sharp. It easily cut open his skin. Blood oozed out of the wound and then poured into the stone saber. Boom! A dormant power was awakening. Countless mysterious chains appeared on the saber and then broke apart inch by inch. In Qin Shujian's eyes, those chains were not simple chains. Instead, they were broken rules. As the chains of rules were broken, the whole world of nothingness began to tremble. You are Chao. A voice that had been silent for a long time sounded in the world of nothingness. Xiaochao was excited. He bowed and saluted while trembling. Chao greets the Divine Lord. How many years had it been, How many years had it been since he heard this familiar name? In ancient times, there were not many people who were qualified to call him Chao. Until now, there was not even one. Now that the Godslayer had broken out of the seal, Xiao Chao seemed to see the Zhu Bing who once fought against heaven and earth. As for Qin Shujian, he looked at the Godslayer in his hand and did not say anything. He could feel that the voice just now came from the saber. The Godslayer said, "I didn't expect to see you on the day of breaking out of the seal. I also didn't expect you to have reached such a level. What year is it now? Did the human race win the war against the demon abyss?" The heavenly court collapsed and the demons retreated. "Everything is in the past," Xiao Chao said with a heavy expression. "Is everything in the past?" The Godslayer murmured and then said, "No, everything is not over yet. I can already feel the aura of the demon abyss. Those things are approaching this world. I didn't participate much in the war back then. It seems that this time I have the chance to kill them." Then the Godslayer changed the topic again and said, "This person is the successor you found. His strength is a bit weak." Qin Shujian had an innocent look on his face. He was despised again. However, he did not refute. Perhaps in front of a big shot like the Godslayer, he was facing immortals and emperors. He, a small celestial, seemed to be a bit weak. Xiao Chao said, "Although his strength is weak, his talent is not bad. He once endured in the star sulfur for 11 days. He has a chance of becoming an immortal in the future." 11 days, that is indeed a chance of becoming an immortal, the Godslayer said in agreement. Then Xiao Chao told the Godslayer about the current situation. This Zhu Bing had been sealed for too long, and many things were still in the ancient times. After a long time, the Godslayer sighed and said, "I didn't expect that just waking up from the seal once would change so much. What's in the past is in the past," Xiao Chao said silently. The Godslayer said, "Well, let bygones be bygones." Then, the Godslayer said to Qin Shujian, "Kid, you and I have already recognized each other as our master. Let me stay in your sea of consciousness. Senior, please come in." Qin Shujian nodded and said. When his blood merged with the Godslayer, he received some information. He understood that Zhu Bing could not be put into the storage ring, because the storage ring could not withstand the power of Zhu Bing. Only the sea of consciousness of a cultivator could accommodate Zhu Bing. Similarly, if Zhu Bing stayed in the sea of consciousness, in the long run, it could also stabilize the sea of consciousness and increase the power of the divine mind. For these good things, Qin Shujian naturally would not refuse. When he opened the sea of consciousness, the Godslayer simply went in. Following the Godslayer in, Qin Shujian felt an ancient aura pervading his sea of consciousness. His sea of consciousness, which was originally a little restless because of his breakthrough, calmed down in an instant. Zhu Bing's might was unfathomable. After the Godslayer disappeared, the shaking of the void world also stopped. Xiao Chao said, "The inheritance of the monster race and the Eldar race is based on bloodline. The inheritance of the human race is not based on bloodline. The Godslayer is the supreme treasure of the human race in ancient times, and also the most important inheritance. I hope that with the Godslayer, you can truly protect the human race and eliminate all threats. Senior, don't worry. Junior knows what to do." "That's good," Xiao Chao said with a relieved smile. After a short pause, he continued, "Let's go. The Godslayer has been taken away. There is no need to stay in the void world. If you have nothing else to do, you can leave Heavenly Rune Island now. If you want to cultivate on the island for a while, that's also fine. If you become an immortal in the future, you can return to the island. Perhaps there will be some clansmen for you to bring out. Not for anything else, but to strengthen the foundation of the human race." "Okay." Qin Shujian did not refuse. Xiao Chao's request was not difficult. There was no problem in agreeing to it. Why did he have to break through to immortality? In Qin Shujian's opinion, the other party should think that only immortals could bring out the people of Heavenly Rune Island. Remember, after leaving Heavenly Rune Island, do not enter the Sea of Death again. Also, do not stay for too long. Immediately leave the Sea of Death. The blood chi in your body has been cleansed by the star sulfur slurry and no longer exists. Xiaoqiao warned, with your current strength and the Godslayer's help, leaving the Sea of Death should not be a problem. Before you break through to immortality, do not return to the Sea of Death. Qin Shujian had the Godslayer. This was the inheritance of the human race. In Xiaoqiao's mind, if Qin Shujian really wanted to die, then so be it if he died. However, he better not lose the God-slaying saber. Otherwise, Xiaoqiao would really vomit blood. Qin Shujian said, Senior, don't worry. After knowing the dangers of the Sea of Death, he would not rashly come here. If he were to encounter the Emperor of Heaven's heavenly calamity, or if he were to encounter the Emperor of Heaven's heavenly calamity, then it would be too late to cry. He did not fear the Almighty. However, he could not fear the Emperor of Heaven and the heavenly sovereigns. Those were experts who were much stronger than ordinary immortals. Soon after, the two of them came out of the void world. Looking at the sun in the sky, Qin Shujian felt as if a lifetime had passed. Senior, is the place where the sun sets in the deepest part of the Sea of Death? Xiaoqiao was silent for a moment and said, Yes, the place where the sun sets is the deepest part of the Sea of Death. The reason why the Emperor of Heaven and the heavenly sovereigns went to the deepest part of the Sea of Death is also related to the sun. So that's how it is. Qin Shujian understood and asked again, then what about the Great Een? Where does it exist? The Great Een exists in the heavenly abyss. As for where the heavenly abyss is, don't ask. I advise you not to explore this matter. You know how dangerous the place where the sun is. The heavenly abyss where the Great Een is located is not much better. If you go to the heavenly abyss with your strength, you will die. Xiaoqiao was also afraid that Qin Shujian would take things too hard and go to the heavenly abyss to die. Senior, you must be joking. This junior is just curious. Qin Shujian smiled slightly. He had the idea of exploring in his heart, but not now. At the very least, when his strength was not weaker than the heavenly sovereigns, he would explore the situation. As for now, he would hide as far as he could. Okay, I also need to go back and rest. If you have anything, you can find Xia-kun directly. If you want to leave the island, you can go by yourself. If there is nothing else, don't bother me. The only thing you have to remember is that the Godslayer is the last Zhu Bing of the human race. You must not lose him. Otherwise, you and I will both be sinners of the human race. Xiaoqiao solemnly said one last sentence and then left trembling. Qin Shujian bowed to Xiaoqiao's back and then turned to leave. Just as he left the main hall, he met Xia-kun who was walking towards him. Brother Qin has finally come out. Brother Xia. Qin Shujian cupped his hands. Xia-kun smiled and said, Brother Qin, have you gained anything during this time? The harvest is all right, it's not much, Qin Shujian said modestly. Xia-kun said, Brother Qin, do you plan to settle down in the city or consider joining my Fantasy Sea sect? With your strength, you can at least become an elder. Qin Shujian shook his head and said, I plan to leave Heavenly Mark Island and return to the Great Zhao. Brother Qin is leaving? I am leaving. After a moment of silence, Xia-kun slowly said, the sea is dangerous. Brother Qin, if you want to leave, you must be careful. If you encounter danger that you cannot withstand, you can come to Heavenly Mark Island for protection. Qin Shujian also cupped his hands and said, I appreciate Brother Xia's good intentions. Let me send you off. Many thanks. He had reaped most of the benefits he could. Qin Shujian did not plan to stay in Heavenly Rune Island for too long. He calculated the time. It had been almost a month since he came out. It had only been a few days since the imperial court broke the restrictions. Qin Shujian was prepared to stay in the sea region for a long time. However, after knowing the dangers of the sea region, he no longer had such thoughts. He could not go wild. He had already gained a lot from the sea region. When he came, he was only at the second stage of the sky-human realm. When he left, he was already at the fourth stage of the sky-human realm. Based on the current situation, Qin Shujian felt that his trip to the sea region had started off well. Especially the 5,600 star acupoints in his body. Qin Shujian felt that he should be able to kill ordinary sky-human realm cultivators with one punch. Sky-human realm cultivators were strong. However, the gap between each stage was not small. Qin Shujian's current strength, excluding domains, was not much weaker than a mighty figure. If he was a mighty figure, it would not take much effort to kill a cultivator at the first stage of the sky-human realm. Knowing that Qin Shujian was about to leave, Xia Kun did not stop him. Since he came from the outside world, it was understandable that he wanted to return. However, in Xia Kun's opinion, crossing the sea region was too dangerous. Although Qin Shujian was strong, he might not be able to safely pass through. On the contrary, if he stayed in Heavenly Rune Island, he could increase the strength of the human race. In the future, if the beasts attacked again, they would have more strength to deal with them. However, Xia Kun could see that Qin Shujian had made up his mind, so he did not stop him. The two of them walked towards the periphery of Heavenly Rune Island. Buzz, a strange fluctuation suddenly appeared in the distance. Qin Shujian and Xia Kun both stopped in their tracks at the same time. At the same time, the others on Heavenly Rune Island also noticed something strange. The sky that should have been clear was covered by blood clouds. A monster slaughter was faintly discernible. Xia Kun's expression was grave as he said, "A natural disaster." Heavenly Rune Island had existed for so many years and had encountered many natural disasters. Even Xia Kun had encountered dozens of natural disasters in his years of existence. However, the natural disasters that appeared varied in strength. He was so strong that even the celestial beings didn't dare to face him. Even if he was a spirit martial realm cultivator, he could still deal with him. The natural disaster that appeared in front of his eyes. In Xia Kun's opinion, they definitely belonged to the powerful group. Natural disaster? Qin Shujian also looked at the blood clouds in the distant sky. The murderous aura emanating from them made his heart thump. Moreover, there was also a strange feeling. He was certain. The natural disaster that was brewing this time had definitely reached the level of the celestial being. Furthermore, the calamity wasn't far from Heavenly Rune Island. It would definitely affect this place. However, for the time being, Qin Shujian had no plans to make a move. That was because he wanted to see exactly what sort of trump card Heavenly Rune Island possessed to contend against the natural disaster. This place had existed for countless years and had experienced countless natural disasters, but it was still safe and sound until now. The foundation of Heavenly Rune Island. It was not something that others could speculate about. In Qin Shujian's opinion, the three clans were separated from the ancient times to preserve the bloodline of their race. Therefore, they should have some tricks up their sleeves. Even if he made a breakthrough in his cultivation, he didn't dare to underestimate Heavenly Rune Island in the slightest. Even Qin Shujian wondered if Heavenly Rune Island could kill an immortal if they used all their trump cards. However, there were no immortals in the world right now. There were some things that Qin Shujian could only think about. At this moment, the appearance of the natural disaster also attracted the attention of the experts on Heavenly Rune Island. The experts of the three sects appeared and stood in the air. 5 figures pressed down on the void. Although they didn't deliberately release their aura, it still made people feel reverence. Celestial being, in the face of this natural disaster, the 5 celestial being experts of the 3 sects were alarmed. Xia Kun looked at the figures above with envy in his eyes. Celestial being, he was currently stuck at the peak of the divine martial realm. If he had a chance to break through to the celestial being realm, it would be a great thing. If Xia Kun could break through to the celestial being realm, he would choose to leave Heavenly Rune Island and seek a higher realm outside. After so many years, it wasn't that there weren't any powerful cultivators on Heavenly Rune Island who wanted to leave the island and head to the vast world outside. However, not long after leaving the island, they died in the mouths of vicious beasts. Over the years, some celestial beings had fallen. This was also the reason why there weren't many celestial beings on Heavenly Rune Island. There was no other way. To be able to break through to the celestial being realm, no matter where one was a talented person. The upper limit of Heavenly Rune Island was there. It was impossible to comprehend the laws of the emperors. Therefore, there was almost no hope of breaking through to the 4th level of the celestial being realm. If one wanted to reach a higher realm, they had to go outside and leave the range of the emperor's laws. Only then would they have a chance to succeed. Therefore, some celestial being realm cultivators were unwilling to stop here. they would leave Heavenly Rune Island, hoping to get a chance to break through. It was just that this place was in the inner area of the sea. Moreover, it was deep in the inner area. In terms of danger, it was difficult for celestial beings to protect themselves. Especially celestial being realm chi and blood. In the eyes of vicious beasts, it was a delicious cake. Even if there was no chi and blood lingering on the body, it would still attract celestial being vicious beasts. In general, his heart was quite big, but his strength was not enough. Rumble, as time passed, the blood cloud surged, covering an area of 1,000 li. A terrifying power overflowed, causing the vicious beasts in the sea to flee. The natural disaster had no emotions and didn't differentiate between living beings. Anything that was covered by the natural disaster was the target of a destructive blow. A celestial being from the Fantasy Sea sect shouted in a deep voice, "The natural disaster level is at least at the 3rd level of the celestial being realm. Activate the Great Formation." The other 4 celestials looked at each other and nodded. It was at least at the 3rd level of the celestial being realm. It could also be higher than the 3rd level of the celestial being realm. For a natural disaster of this level, if one was not careful, it could cause a lot of deaths and injuries. The 5 celestials stood in the positions of the 5 elements. Their hands formed seals, and a mysterious fluctuation spread throughout Heavenly Rune Island. Next, it was an oval-shaped shield that covered the entire Heavenly Rune Island. Defensive formation. When he saw the oval-shaped shield, Xianxia's eyes flickered. With his knowledge, he could see that the formation that appeared on Heavenly Rune Island was a pure defensive formation. Moreover, the formation was quite mysterious. Xianxia looked at Xia Kun and asked, "Brother Xia, may I ask which expert set up the formation? Is he on the island now?" "I don't know." Xia Kun shook his head and said, "This formation has existed since ancient times. It is one of the true foundations of my Heavenly Rune Island. I heard that the Grand Ancestor said that this formation was set up by a sage. At its peak, it could even block the attacks of an immortal. Although the natural disaster before us is not small, it is still a little lacking if it wants to shake Heavenly Rune Island. A formation set up by a sage." Xianxia thought of the world opened by the 3 sects and fell into deep thought. If the one who set up the formation was the same person, then the formation of Heavenly Rune Island was very old. A formation that had existed for millions of years, protecting the entire Heavenly Rune Island. During that time, it had experienced natural disasters and attacks from ferocious beasts, but it had not been shaken at all. This realm. It made Xianxia yearn for it. However, he was now at the 2nd level of the Array Grandmaster realm. If he wanted to break through to the 3rd level, he would need 100 billion life force. As for a sage, a conservative estimate would be 10 trillion. Moreover, he could not be completely sure. 10 trillion. Xianxia decided not to think about these things. He turned his attention to the formation above him. Activating the formation required a lot of energy. According to Xia Kun, this formation could block the attacks of an immortal at its peak. However, if he wanted to activate the formation to its peak, the energy consumption would be absolutely astonishing. Given Heavenly Rune Island's foundation, even if it could support it, it would not be able to last for long. However, this was only Xianxia's guess. There was no basis for it. The formation activated and covered Heavenly Rune Island. Some people who were panicking because of the natural disaster gradually calmed down. Less than a quarter of an hour had passed. The natural disaster had taken shape. The blood clouds descended. Some of the ferocious beasts that could not escape in time were swallowed up. Roar. The ferocious beasts let out panicked roars. They wanted to escape, but there was nothing they could do. One after another, the ferocious beasts were caught by the invisible hand and thrown into the blood clouds. Roar. A huge ferocious beast that was hundreds of meters tall struggled to break free from the blood clouds and tried to escape into the distance. However, a blood-colored hand in the depths of the blood clouds grabbed the huge ferocious beast and pulled it back. The ferocious beast, whose strength was comparable to a divine martial realm cultivator, could not resist at all. In just a few breaths of time, it was caught and thrown into the blood clouds. As more and more ferocious beasts were devoured, the power of the blood clouds also became stronger and stronger. The red color of the blood clouds became deeper and deeper. It was like a burning cloud of fire. At this moment, the blood cloud suddenly boiled. All the energy rapidly shrank and finally condensed into an arrow. As it shattered the void, it shot toward Heavenly Rune Island. When he saw the blood arrow, Qin Shujian's expression became strange. When the blood cloud appeared, he sensed a familiar aura from it. Now that the blood arrow appeared, he finally understood what was going on with the natural disaster in front of him. Blood clouds, blood arrow, Qin Shujian's mind spun and he quickly figured out the crux of the matter. The blood clouds should be a manifestation of the red lotus of purgation. However, the power of the sea does not seem to be able to completely recreate the red lotus of purgation. As for the blood arrow, it should be a power imprint left behind when I used the cosmos bow to kill a ferocious beast. In other words, the natural disaster in front of us is not a natural disaster. It is a natural disaster formed by my own power. Qin Shujian felt that this was a bit of a fantasy. He knew that when he attacked in the sea, there would be a corresponding natural disaster sooner or later. However, he did not expect it to happen so quickly and so coincidentally on Heavenly Rune Island. If everything was too coincidental. Sometimes, it was not a coincidence. Qin Shujian kept thinking. At the same time, the blood arrow shot over. The killing aura caused the faces of the devas on Heavenly Rune Island to change. The 5 of them urged the formation with all their strength. They poured their quintessential essence into it, causing the oval-shaped barrier covering Heavenly Rune Island to become more solid. Boom, when the arrow landed, a terrifying power suddenly exploded. The entire formation shook. The 5 of them groaned and took a step back. However, they managed to block the power of the natural disaster. Before the others could recover from their shock, waves surged. Waves surged around the Heavenly Rune Island. Several hundred tentacles rose from the sea and whipped towards the Heavenly Rune Island. When the tentacles appeared, the sea suddenly surged. The seawater suddenly rose as if the entire sea level had risen. Then, the seawater dispersed, revealing the black shell inside. At the same time, a huge fish leaped out of the sea and turned into a huge bird that was several thousand meters long. It charged toward Heavenly Rune Island. Not good. Ferocious beasts are attacking the island. Everyone, pay attention. A celestial being's expression changed drastically as he shouted sternly. Then, he poured his quintessential essence into the formation. The other 4 celestials didn't dare to hesitate either. The 5 of them didn't hold back at all and poured all of their true essence into the formation. When the formation was strengthened, the attack came. 3 devas attacked Heavenly Rune Island at the same time after the natural disaster. This was something that no one had expected. The terrifying attack landed. The entire Heavenly Rune Island trembled. The formation protecting the island also trembled violently. Although it did not crack, it was clear from the expressions of the 5 devas that it was not easy to block this attack. Boom, a powerful aura erupted. Another 3 devas soared into the sky and joined the other 5. At this moment, the 8 devas of Heavenly Rune Island had all appeared. Xia Kun looked at the ferocious beasts attacking Heavenly Rune Island with an ugly expression. These bastards really know how to pick a time to attack Heavenly Rune Island right after the natural disaster. Qin Shujian also looked at the 3 ferocious beasts. It was a familiar giant octopus. But in terms of size and aura, it was much stronger than the giant octopus he encountered last time. It was a tortoise that looked like a moving continent. Finally, it was the huge bird that attacked Heavenly Rune Island. Qin Shujian activated his Dharma Eye and the attributes of the 3 ferocious beasts appeared in his vision. 2 at the 3rd level of the Heaven-Human Realm and 1 at the 4th level of the Heaven-Human Realm. Seeing this, Qin Shujian was surprised. The only one at the 4th level of the Heaven-Human Realm was that huge tortoise. After being in the sea for so long, this was the first time Qin Shujian encountered a beast at the 4th level of the Heaven-Human Realm. Taking advantage of the chaos, Qin Shujian also took a look at the attributes of Heavenly Rune Island's 8 devas. 2 were at the 3rd level of the Heaven-Human Realm, 2 were at the 2nd level of the Heaven-Human Realm, and 4 were at the 1st level of the Heaven-Human Realm. If such strength was placed in the world of cultivation, it would be considered very powerful. However, it was hard to say who was stronger when facing the three ferocious beasts before them. A white-clad middle-aged man at the third level of the heaven-human realm said with a grave expression, "The ferocious beasts are attacking the island. We cannot passively defend. Otherwise, the formation will consume too much energy. We have to think of a way to kill the ferocious beasts. I did not expect three ferocious beasts to attack today. The Kuan King is very fast, but he is not strong. I can deal with him," another cultivator at the third level of the heaven-human realm said. Heavenly Rune Island only had 2 cultivators at the third level of the heaven-human realm. One was from the Illusion Sex human race, and the other was from the Saint God Sex fiend race. The human cultivator at the third level of the heaven-human realm said, "The Zhang King is not weak. I can't guarantee that I can kill him, but holding him back should not be a problem. Right now, the most troublesome thing is that old tortoise. I did not expect that after sleeping for so many years, he would wake up now." The 3 ferocious beasts before them were old enemies of Heavenly Rune Island. They were very strong and had attacked Heavenly Rune Island many times. If not for the fact that Heavenly Rune Island's cultivators were not strong enough, they would have killed the 3 ferocious beasts long ago. The other heaven-human realm cultivators also had grave expressions. Although the Kuan King and the Zhang King were strong, it was not impossible to deal with them. However, that old tortoise at the 4th level of the heaven-human realm was the biggest problem. Once it reached the 4th level of the heaven-human realm, the ferocious beast's strength would also undergo a transformation. Although the ferocious beasts did not have intelligence, they could still rely on their instincts to come into contact with some laws. Furthermore, no matter how stupid the ferocious beasts were, they would not be completely stupid. Or else, the 3 ferocious beasts would not join forces to attack Heavenly Rune Island. Instead, they would fight on their own. The Fiend Race's heaven-human realm cultivator said, "You and I will deal with the Kuan King and the Zhang King first. The rest of you, protect the formation and prevent the old tortoise from breaking the formation and attacking Heavenly Rune Island." Alright. The human heaven-human realm cultivator did not object. This was the best solution for now. Heavenly Rune Island's formation was strong, but it also consumed a lot of energy. After all, it was impossible for the formation's power to not have any source. If they wanted to unleash the formation's power, they, the heaven-human realm cultivators, were the source of power. If they continued to defend passively, they would definitely not be able to last as long as the 3 ferocious beasts. They understood the principle of losing if they kept defending. After the discussion, the human heaven-human realm cultivator took a step forward and left the protection of Heavenly Rune Island's formation. A bronze longsword appeared in his hand as he charged towards the Zhang King. The moment he attacked, the sword energy tore through the void. Sensing the threat, the Zhang King stirred up endless waves in the sea. Powerful tentacles attacked the human heaven-human realm cultivator. Swish, the bronze longsword was abnormally sharp. It easily cut off one of the Zhang King's tentacles. However, compared to the Zhang King's innumerable tentacles, cutting off one tentacle was nothing. While the Zhang King was in pain, he continued to attack the human heaven-human realm cultivator. The human heaven-human realm cultivator took a step back, wanting to avoid the Zhang King's attack. However, there were too many tentacles. It was impossible to completely avoid them. The 100-meter-long tentacle lashed out at the void, and the protective upstanding chi suddenly exploded. The human celestial was blasted backward. His body had just cracked a little, but he quickly recovered. Then, the bronze longsword bloomed with terrifying killing intent. A great battle was about to break out. Whether it was the Zhang King or the human heaven-human realm cultivator, every collision caused the void to crack. Sometimes, tentacles would fall. Sometimes, the energy would shatter. To the ferocious beasts, their goal was to kill the enemy. The moment they attacked, they would definitely use their killing moves. To the human heaven-human realm cultivator, the ferocious beasts were also targets to be killed. Therefore, the moment the two exchanged blows, they entered a state of life and death. At this moment, the demon heaven-human realm cultivator did not dare to hesitate. The more ferocious beasts attacked the formation, the more energy it would consume. The demon heaven-human realm cultivator revealed his true form. He transformed into a golden-winged roc. and charged towards the Kuan king. Seeing this, Qin Shujian also understood why the demon heaven-human realm cultivator was so confident in dealing with the Kuan king. The golden-winged roc was one of the fastest creatures in the demon clan. It was also one of the most powerful races in the demon clan. However, the golden-winged roc had long gone extinct. Qin Shujian only knew that such a powerful demon race once existed from some ancient books. Now that he saw the true form of the demon heaven-human realm cultivator, Qin Shujian suspected that the golden-winged roc on Heavenly Rune Island should be the last bloodline of this race. The Kuan king was very fast. The demon heaven-human realm cultivator was also very fast. The two of them were fighting in the sky. Their wings flapped, and biting cold astral wind swept in all directions. Xiakun's expression was solemn. He looked at Qin Shujian and said, "Brother Qin, this time, the ferocious beasts are attacking Heavenly Rune Island. I hope you can help out a little." Qin Shujian had just arrived and instantly killed the Azure King. In Xiakun's opinion, this strength was already shocking. If the other party could help, he might not be able to resolve the crisis of Heavenly Rune Island, but at least it would ease the situation by a lot. Hearing this, Qin Shujian said calmly, "Brother Xia, don't worry. Since I have received the favor of Heavenly Rune Island, there is naturally no reason for me to stand by and do nothing." After saying that, he took a step forward and left the range of Heavenly Rune Island. Currently, 6 Celestials were maintaining the formation. The 4th stage Heaven-Human Realm Old Turtle was constantly bombarding the formation, wanting to step into Heavenly Rune Island. This battle attracted the attention of all the living beings on Heavenly Rune Island. When Qin Shujian appeared outside Heavenly Rune Island, he immediately attracted the attention of others. Who is that? Why did he leave Heavenly Rune Island at this time? He looks like a human. Is he not afraid of death? Quickly call him back. Some of the living beings' expressions changed slightly. As for the human experts, they were flustered and exasperated when they saw this. They did not recognize Qin Shujian. They only knew that he was a human. Now that Heavenly Rune Island was surrounded by ferocious beasts, what would it be other than courting death if he walked out at this time? However, not everyone did not recognize Qin Shujian. Some of them had personally witnessed the scene of Qin Shujian killing the Azure King. Therefore, when Qin Shujian appeared, they were immediately delighted. That's a foreign expert. A few days ago, he personally killed the Azure King. I saw him attack. He killed the Azure King with a single arrow. In terms of strength, I'm afraid he's much weaker than the Golden Rock King and the Illusion God King. The Golden Rock King was the 3rd stage heaven-human expert of the demon race. The Illusion God King was the 3rd stage heaven-human expert of the human race. When some people heard this, they immediately let out a sigh of relief. The news of the Azure King's death had already spread throughout Heavenly Rune Island. Almost everyone knew that a foreign expert had entered Heavenly Rune Island and killed the Azure King. However, there were only a few people who had truly seen Qin Shujian. In this situation, having the help of another expert was a fortunate thing for Heavenly Rune Island. On the other side, Qin Shujian did not pay attention to the commotion on Heavenly Rune Island. His gaze was completely focused on the old turtle in front of him. A 4th stage heaven-human ferocious beast, it was the strongest ferocious beast he had encountered so far. When Qin Shujian appeared, the old turtle no longer attacked Heavenly Rune Island. The old tortoise also stopped attacking Heavenly Pattern Island. Its huge, pitch-black eyes stared coldly at the person who suddenly appeared. Ferocious beasts were born with sharp intuition. The ant-like Qin Shujian in front of it made the old turtle feel a strong sense of threat. After a short moment of silence, the old turtle suddenly attacked. The surrounding seawater suddenly moved, turning into thousands of sharp arrows that tore through the void and tried to devour Qin Shujian. Come at me. Today, let me see how strong a 4th stage heaven-human ferocious beast is. Qin Shujian revealed a cold smile on his face. After coming out of the world of nothingness, he did not have the chance to display his true strength. The old turtle in front of him, it was the best target for him to test his strength after breaking through. Qin Shujian took a step forward. Lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, his several thousand zhang tall body stood proudly in the sea. P.S. I'm really a righteous person. I welcome you to try it. I'm looking for monthly votes at the end of the month. Its 3,000-foot body stood proudly between heaven and earth, its feet stepping on the sea, and its fist had already shattered the void. All the surging seawater. In the face of the fist attack, all of it was obliterated. Immediately after, Xianxia took a step forward, and the void trembled. With a wave of his fist, the space shattered like a piece of porcelain. The giant tortoise beast seemed to have sensed danger as it raised its head and roared. A gush of true essence burst out of its mouth and blasted towards Xianxia. However, Xianxia's attack did not stop. His fist easily obliterated the true essence, and the remaining force continued to blast towards the giant tortoise. The giant tortoise's body seemed cumbersome, but it was extremely agile. Its huge body was in the air as its giant claws slashed forward. A powerful force erupted, and the void suddenly became chaotic. Xianxia struck out with his palm, forcibly smoothing out the chaotic space. Then, he blasted out another punch. The giant tortoise's head suddenly shrank, and the attack landed directly on its broad and thick back. Boom! A terrifying force erupted, and the rocks that had been piled up on its back for an unknown period of time were shattered inch by inch, revealing the green shell underneath. At this moment, the giant tortoise suddenly stretched out its ferocious head and opened its mouth, which was filled with sharp fangs. Xianxia did not dodge. Taking advantage of the giant tortoise's attack, he attacked again. The giant tortoise did not face Xianxia head-on, but only used its back to block his attack. This beast has reached the 4th level of the celestial being realm, and its defense is extremely powerful. Unless one is at the 7th level of the celestial being realm or above, it will be difficult to break its defense. Godslayer's voice sounded in his mind. You should just use my true body. In front of Zhu Bing, this beast can be killed in an instant. No need. Even without Zhu Bing, I can kill it today. Xianxia flatly refused. How could he rely on Zhu Bing's power in his first battle after breaking through? If he could not even deal with a 4th-level celestial being beast, how could he have the confidence to face an almighty? Kill. Xianxia was enraged. His fist shattered the void and blasted toward the giant tortoise. As for the giant tortoise's attack, he didn't care at all. Xianxia's physical body had already reached the 7th tribulation of the 9 tribulation stainless indestructible body. Coupled with the myriad constellation body, Xianxia's physical body had reached an extremely powerful level. Although the giant tortoise's attacks could injure him, they were only minor injuries. This ferocious beast's defense was impressive, but in terms of attack, it was not enough to cause too much of an impact. Boom, boom. On the surface of the sea, a man and a tortoise were fighting crazily. Xianxia's fists could shatter the heavens. The 5,600 star acupoints in his body were all activated, and the power of each of his fists could shatter the void, reaching the level of moving mountains and overturning seas. On the contrary, although the giant tortoise was powerful, it was still defeated by Xianxia's attacks. At this moment, the rocks on the tortoise shell had all disappeared. The back of the green tortoise shell was enduring a terrifying attack. Every strike landed. It made the giant tortoise's internal organs tremble. Although the tortoise shell's defense was very strong, Xianxia's attacks were too powerful. That terrifying force could not be completely eliminated even with the shell's back. The remaining force penetrated the tortoise's body and caused serious injuries. Roar! Roar! The giant tortoise roared angrily. As one of the overlords of the sea within a radius of 100,000 miles, it had never encountered such a situation. But Xianxia's strength was too strong. Although the giant tortoise was angry, there was nothing it could do. Boom! Another punch landed. The giant tortoise's body suddenly sank, and blood spilled from its mouth. At the same time, a rebounding force surged from the shell's back. Xianxia's arm suddenly cracked, but soon, an even stronger force erupted from his body, forcibly suppressing this rebounding force. Another punch. Boom! Faint cracks could be seen on the green tortoise shell. Your tortoise shell is hard enough. I want to see how many more punches you can take. Xianxia was furious. The murderous intent in his heart had turned into a substance. His star-like blood and qi were boiling, causing his momentum to reach its peak. If he did not kill the giant tortoise today, he, sect leader Qin, would take its surname from now on. As for what the giant tortoise's surname was, Qin Shujian could not be bothered to care. Anyway, this ferocious beast was doomed. On the other side, as the hard shell cracked, the giant tortoise's instinctive fear finally suppressed the tyrannical killing intent in its heart. After taking Qin Shujian's punch head-on, the giant tortoise tore through the void, trying to escape into the sea. As a ferocious beast of the sea, once it entered the sea, it was like a fish in water. Not to mention how much its combat strength increased, it was still very easy for it to escape. Trying to escape? Qin Shujian's face was cold and fierce. He threw another punch and directly bombarded the tortoise's shell. Blood seeped out from it. Then, his divine consciousness turned into a shocking long saber and slashed out with the force of thunder. The giant tortoise's body trembled violently, and it let out a miserable roar. It had no choice but to stop fleeing. Seeing this, Qin Shujian pressed forward, his attack shattering the void. Rumble. When cracks appeared on its shell, it meant that the giant tortoise's greatest technique had been broken. Every time the giant tortoise tried to escape, Qin Shujian would use his divine consciousness to form a saber and forcibly imprison the giant tortoise in place. 70% of spirit severing had already given him the ability to severely injure the divine consciousness of a diviner. The giant tortoise's divine consciousness was powerful. However, it was still far from comparable to the attack of a spirit-severing expert. In the eyes of the creatures of Heavenly Pattern Island, Qin Shujian was completely beating up the giant tortoise. From start to finish, the ferocious beast was in a passive position, unable to fight back at all. Brother Qin is so strong. Xiaxia was also stunned. He knew that Qin Shujian was strong. If he could kill the Azure King, how could he be weak? However, the fact that he could suppress the giant tortoise was completely different. This kind of strength. Without the patriarchs of the various clans, no one in the three sects could contend against him. Boom, the giant tortoise's shell exploded with a loud bang. The moment flesh and blood splattered everywhere, Qin Shujian pressed down on the giant tortoise's head and squeezed hard. The ferocious head that was 100 feet in size was directly crushed. Then, his hand went down the broken shell and crushed the giant tortoise's heart. His divine consciousness turned into a saber and swept out, shattering the last bit of the giant tortoise's divine consciousness. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. Before anyone could react, the giant tortoise had completely fallen in Qin Shujian's hands. Then, the giant that was 3,000 feet tall grabbed the giant tortoise's broken corpse and threw it towards Heavenly Pattern Island. Qin Shujian's voice rang in Xiaxun's ears. I'll leave the fourth stage diviner's corpse to you. Hearing that, Xiaxun looked at the giant tortoise's corpse, his eyes shining. Was the corpse of a diviner useful? It was. The flesh and blood of a diviner could be devoured and transformed into cultivation energy. The blood could be bathed in, allowing a cultivator to have a stronger physique. As for the bones, they were also incomparably hard and could be used to forge powerful weapons. It could be said that the entire body of a diviner was a treasure. But for a great cultivator at the peak of the divine martial realm, ordinary diviner beasts were just like that, not much use. But the giant tortoise was different. This was an overlord-level diviner beast in the nearby sea area. Its cultivation level was as high as the fourth stage diviner. If he could obtain the giant tortoise's corpse, he might be able to step into the diviner realm. It wasn't just Xiaxun. The eyes of the others also lit up. Seeing this, when Xiaxun rose into the air, he shouted at the same time, "This is what Brother Qin left for my Fantasy Sea sect. No one else is allowed to fight for it." Hearing these words, some of the people who wanted to fight for it began to struggle. Just as they were struggling, Xiaxun had already received the giant tortoise's corpse. With a body that was tens of thousands of feet long, its weight was comparable to a huge mountain range. However, a great cultivator at the peak of the divine martial realm was also extremely powerful, so it wouldn't be too difficult to lift the giant tortoise's corpse. On the other side, after killing the giant tortoise, Qin Shujian took out the Chankuan bow and the cloud-piercing arrow. The originally normal-sized longbow had now become 10,000 feet long, and the arrow was the same. Following that, Qin Shujian knocked the arrow and drew the bow. All the spiritual energy within 10,000 miles gathered. In the next moment, the cloud-piercing arrow pierced through the air, and wherever it passed, space was destroyed inch by inch. King Kuan, who was originally fighting with Golden Rock King, felt a huge sense of danger in his heart. Without waiting for him to react, the cloud-piercing arrow had already exploded his body in the air. A terrifying power erupted. Half of King Kuan's body turned into a bloody mist, while the remaining half of his body turned into half a big fish, falling towards Heavenly Pattern Island. Golden Rock King, who was fighting, was stunned by the sudden change. He didn't even react when King Kuan's blood spilled on his body. What was going on? What happened? How did King Kuan die? 3 consecutive blows, directly smashing Golden Rock King until he was dizzy. Shooting King Kuan. King Zhang, who was fighting with Illusion God King, finally felt the threat of death. Without waiting for Qin Shujian to act, he fled towards the depths of the sea. Qin Shujian retrieved the cloud-piercing arrow and knocked the arrow again. He casually aimed and shot towards the sea below. Rumble, the sea shook. Wherever the cloud-piercing arrow passed, the sea parted, revealing King Zhang's figure. Following that, under Illusion God King's shocked gaze, King Zhang was directly shot by the cloud-piercing arrow. A large amount of blood flowed into the sea, dyeing the sea red. Following the return of the cloud-piercing arrow, the parted sea water gathered together again, swallowing King Zhang's corpse. In a few breaths of time, the 3 celestial beasts had all fallen. The corpse of the giant tortoise and half of King Kuan's corpse had already fallen into Heavenly Pattern Island. King Zhang's corpse sank to the bottom of the sea. Illusion God King forced herself to regain her senses. Just as she was about to speak to Qin Shujian, she saw that his body had returned to normal. A small boat had unknowingly appeared on the sea surface. Qin Shujian leaped onto the boat. The boat had already left, riding the wind and breaking the waves. I still have other things to ask, so I'll take my leave first. Today, I'll kill 3 beasts to repay you. We'll meet again if fate allows. When the voice came, the boat had already traveled 10,000 li. Illusion God King turned around with a regretful expression and returned to Heavenly Pattern Island. He was regretful that Qin Shujian had left, causing Heavenly Pattern Island to lose such a peak expert. He was also regretful that King Zhang's corpse had sunk to the bottom of the sea and he was unable to retrieve it. The corpse of a 3rd-stage celestial being. To be honest, its value was not small. As for Xia Kun, she did not expect Qin Shujian to leave so straightforwardly. However, the fact that he left behind the corpse of the giant tortoise was enough to make her excited. She could extract the blood essence of this 4th-stage celestial being giant tortoise. Perhaps she could immediately step into the 1st stage of celestial being. As for whether or not others would fight with her for it, Xia Kun was not worried. After all, Qin Shujian had already said that he would give the giant tortoise to her, so it was hers. As for Qin Shujian's you, Xia Kun directly ignored the last word we. The 3 sects represented the 3 clans. Although there were some small conflicts between the 3 clans, no matter what, they were all on the same side. The others would not fall out with the Illusion Sea sect for a 4th-stage celestial being corpse. No matter what. The giant tortoise corpse was already hers. Let's go. I hope I can see the day you become an immortal. In the main hall, Xiaoqiao opened his eyes. His turbid eyes seemed to be able to see through the main hall and see the scene outside. When Qin Shujian left, he had already sensed it. In his mind, he also received the message from Godslayer. Qin Shujian's departure was inevitable. Xiaoqiao only hoped that he would become an immortal one day. If he did not become an immortal, there would only be death when facing the Great Tribulation. Even if he became an immortal, there was nothing he could do about the demon abyss. But if he became an immortal, he would at least have a chance to fight for a chance of survival. Xiaoqiao sighed and immediately closed his eyes. I don't want Heavenly Pattern Island to become the last place where the bloodline of the human race remains. Saint God Sect. Jade Wave Sect. When Qin Shujian left, the ancestors of the 2 sects all sensed it. The expressions of the ancestors of the 2 sects were also somewhat inexplicable. The inheritance that had been preserved for countless years was finally handed over to a human. They did not know if this choice was right or wrong. But after so many years, Heavenly Pattern Island welcomed its first human. No one could be sure if there would be others in the future. The ancestors of the two sects had already sensed the aura of the demon abyss. They understood that if they waited any longer, when the Great Tribulation broke out, there might not be a second person here. So, if they wanted to bring the inheritance out, Xianxia became the only choice. In the sea, a small boat was sailing through the waves. Xianxia sat upright in the boat, with a tea set and other things placed out. And opposite him sat a saber. That's right. Sitting a saber. The Godslayer was like an ordinary person. It stood there quietly, as if there was an invisible hand holding it, preventing the saber from falling. At this moment, the Godslayer did not emit any aura, just like an ordinary stone saber. It's really the free air. I haven't breathed it in so many years. The Godslayer's saber trembled for a moment, and a voice of emotion came from inside. Xianxia smiled and said, "Senior, have you never come out?" While talking, he glanced at the cosmos bow that was hiding in the corner of the boat, shivering. He felt some disdain in his heart. With this courage, it was still one of the Yuan sect treasures. In front of the Godslayer, the cosmos bow was like a grandson, not even daring to say a word. It even begged Xianxia to put it back into the storage ring. To this, Xianxia turned a deaf ear. If it wanted to come out, it would come out, and if it wanted to go back, it would go back. It really treated the storage ring as its home. Furthermore, the current state of the cosmos bow made Xianxia feel a little embarrassed. If it wasn't for the fact that he was lacking a Dao artifact, and that the cosmos bow was quite handy, he would have already sent it back to the furnace to recast it. He had seen many Dao artifacts. But this was the first time Xianxia had seen such a timid Dao artifact. The Godslayer said, "Ever since the demon abyss invaded and the myriad races started fighting, I followed Xiaoqiao to the Heavenly Pattern Island. Since then, I have been staying in the void world and have never had the chance to come out." "Why did they seal Senior?" Xianxia asked in confusion. A Zubing. There was no need to seal it. If he had kept it, it would have been a great help to the Heavenly Pattern Island. He wouldn't have been forced into such an ugly situation by a few ferocious beasts of the Heaven Realm. The Godslayer said faintly, "They are probably afraid that I will bite back." Bite back. Xianxia was stunned. The Zubing could still bite back. Why didn't Xiaoqiao tell him before? At this moment, his essence, energy, and spirit were raised to their peak. The way he looked at the Godslayer also became strange. The Godslayer wouldn't suddenly stab him, right, with his current strength. He might not be able to withstand the Godslayer's attack. Because the Zubing was too strong. To be able to truly drive the Zubing, one would need to be at least a Nirvana realm expert. And to be able to unleash the power of the Zubing to its peak, only an immortal could do so. Strictly speaking, the Zubing was an immortal's weapon. But the difference was that not every immortal was qualified to obtain the Zubing. In ancient times, the number of immortals who could possess the Zubing could be counted on one hand. Each of these immortals was a top expert of the same level. This information, it was Xiaoqiao who told him. But the other party didn't tell him that the Zubing could still bite back. Looking at Xianxujian's expression, the Godslayer said calmly, "Don't worry. Since you have recognized me as your master, I shouldn't bite back in a short period of time." "Ahem, what do you mean, Senior?" Xianxujian coughed dryly and said hesitantly. What did he mean by not biting back in a short period of time? Could it be that he would bite back in a long period of time? The Godslayer said, "Do you know what the Zubing is?" "Senior, please enlighten me." The Zubing is an existence that has been raised by thousands of races for many years and gathered the faith of a race. The role of the Zubing in the beginning was to protect the race and prevent it from being invaded by foreign enemies. The Godslayer said. Xianxujian remained silent and listened carefully to the other party's words. In ancient times, if a race didn't want to be invaded, it could only invade other races and kill the experts of other races. Therefore, the Zubing is both a divine weapon of protection and a divine weapon of slaughter. If the Zhu Bing kills too much, it can absorb energy to strengthen itself. At the same time, because of killing too much, the rules of heaven and earth will punish it. It's good if it can pass, but if it can't, it will be destroyed by the rules. Hearing this, Qin Shujian nodded inwardly. He had also heard these words from the Marquis of Bayun. The god-slaying saber said, as more and more ancestral armaments kill, the spirituality born from the ancestral armaments will also be corrupted by the massacre. Once the massacre completely corrupts the ancestral armament spirit, the ancestral armament spirituality will also be corrupted. Then, the Zhu Bing will fall and become a demonic weapon that only knows how to kill. If you don't want to be infected by the killing, you need an expert to help suppress it. Similarly, the expert that helps suppress the killing of the Zhu Bing will also be affected by the killing. This kind of influence will be imperceptible until the expert can no longer suppress it. At that time, the Zhu Bing will devour its master and then find another expert that can help suppress the killing and corrosion. Therefore, this is the reason why the Zhu Bing will suffer a backlash. The Godslayer said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Qin Shujian fell silent. If the Godslayer hadn't said it, he really wouldn't have known that such a situation could happen. At this moment, Qin Shujian also understood why the God-slaying saber had to be sealed. If the Godslayer wasn't sealed and he didn't have an expert to help suppress the killing and corrosion, he would fall and become a demonic weapon. Heavenly Pattern Island would be in trouble. After a long time, Qin Shujian said in a deep voice, in other words, sooner or later, I will also be devoured by Senior. Then, to what extent do I have to grow to avoid this hidden danger? It's very simple, immortal. The Godslayer said, as long as you become an immortal, you will be able to completely suppress the killing on my body. Only an immortal can truly unleash the power of the Zhu Bing. Immortal. During this period of time, Qin Shujian had already heard this word many times. As for whether or not he could become an immortal, Qin Shujian didn't have any doubts. As long as he was given time, becoming an immortal was inevitable. Soon after, Qin Shujian asked, then with my current strength, how much of Senior's power can I unleash? About 10% or so. The Godslayer thought for a moment and gave an answer. If you forcibly activate the Godslayer, all the power in your body will be absorbed by the Zhu Bing. At that time, I don't know whether the enemy will die or not, but you will definitely die. Qin Shujian said, if I use 10% of its power, can I kill a mighty figure? Those below the 9th level of the celestial being can be killed. It could kill those below the 9th level of the celestial being. Qin Shujian nodded slightly. It was enough to be able to do this. At least with the Godslayer, he was no longer afraid of mighty figures. There were many experts above the 9th level of the celestial being in the Great Zhao country. Among the people that Qin Shujian knew, the human emperor must be in existence in the Nirvana realm. As for the others, they might not be above the 9th level of the celestial being. Among them was Marquis Bayun. Because according to Qin Shujian's understanding, Marquis Bayun had only broken through to the celestial being realm a few hundred years ago. It was already heaven-defying to break through to the mighty figure in a few hundred years. If he had grown above the 9th level of the celestial being, even if he took pills, it would not be so fast. Soon after, Qin Shujian did not ask any more questions. He quietly tasted the spirit tea. The Godslayer did not speak either. Even the blade did not tremble. It was unknown if he had fallen into a deep sleep or if he was observing the surrounding scenery. As for the bow of the cosmos, this Taoist longbow was now hiding in the corner of the boat and shivering, trying its best to fade away its existence. It was on the Godslayer. The bow of the cosmos felt the aura of destruction. In front of the other party, it seemed that it would be destroyed at any time. This feeling was too terrifying, so it did not dare to approach it easily. The boat sailed in the sea. Qin Shujian followed the memory in his mind and headed toward the periphery of the sea. Along the way, there were also many fierce beasts coming over, but Qin Shujian did not need to do anything. The bow of the cosmos volunteered to kill the fierce beasts. There was no other way. Qin Shujian was the master, and the Godslayer was obviously the boss. The bow of the cosmos had the lowest status in the boat. If it did not take action at this time, who else could take action, all of a sudden? Qin Shujian put down the teacup and asked seriously, if it's a mighty figure with the Zhu Bing, can you still kill him? The Godslayer was speechless. The atmosphere on the boat was a little gloomy. Ever since Qin Shujian asked that question, the Godslayer didn't seem to want to pay attention to him. Seeing this, Qin Shujian couldn't do anything about it. Looking at the calm sea around him, he said to the bow of the cosmos, remember to stand guard and don't let the ferocious beasts disturb the boat. Sect Master, don't worry. I know what to do. The bow of the cosmos patted its chest and spoke. Just as the bow of the cosmos finished speaking, the Godslayer, who had been silent for a long time, also said, Sect Master. I, Qin, have also created a sect called the Origin Sect. Qin Shujian said with a smile. The Godslayer replied, oh. By the way, Senior, I have a question that I want to know. When the Godslayer finally spoke, Qin Shujian immediately found another question. No, it was a topic. Speak. My sect is now a 6th grade force, and I also possess several Dao artifacts. Why is it that I failed to raise the level of my sect after I acknowledged you as my master? It's very simple. The Zhu Bing is a weapon of faith and slaughter. It can suppress providence, but it can't increase it. The Godslayer replied casually. Qin Shujian nodded and said, so that's the case. I've learned something. He thought that the Zhu Bing could also raise the level of his sect's providence. Now, after hearing the Godslayer's words, Qin Shujian finally understood. However, he didn't underestimate the role of the Zhu Bing. Not to mention the power of the Zhu Bing, just its ability to suppress providence was already very important. Providence was illusory. It was changing every moment. When providence gathered, it was at its peak. If it dispersed, it would decline. This kind of gathering and dispersion. It was very difficult for someone to control it. Only some supreme treasures that could stabilize the flow of providence could stabilize the flow of providence. Connate spiritual objects could. Dao artifacts could too. But the effect of these two to suppress providence was far less powerful than that of the Zhu Bing. The human emperor also had a Zhu Bing, which was used to suppress the fate of the great Zhao. A Zhu Bing. It could even suppress the destiny of a nation. With the Godslayer in his hands, Qin Shujian could easily suppress the karmic luck of a sect. After saying that, the Godslayer did not make another sound. Qin Shujian did not disturb them and turned his attention to himself. The current him. His cultivation technique had already been raised to the 4th stage of the celestial human stage. In terms of strength, he also far surpassed other 4th-level heaven human experts. However, without understanding the power of laws, he still could not be considered a true 4th-tier heaven human. Now, they were out of Heavenly Rune Island's range. The heaven and earth laws gradually became clearer, and Qin Shujian planned to see if he could touch the heaven and earth laws in the sea region. He seemed to have seen through Qin Shujian's plan. Godslayer suddenly said, the laws of the sea region are somewhat different. Breaking through to the 4th level of the celestial human realm here will be much more difficult than outside. Thank you for your reminder, Senior. Qin Shujian said politely. Then he closed his eyes to cultivate. Even without Godslayer's reminder, Qin Shujian could understand that the laws of the sea region were a bit unusual. After all, he had not encountered laws similar to the sea region in other places. Laws, similar to luck, they existed between illusion and reality. In fact, Qin Shujian did not know how to comprehend the laws. However, at his current level of cultivation, there would naturally be some sort of guidance that would tell him what to do. The boat was still drifting on the sea. Qin Shujian closed his eyes and did not move, like a wooden man. From time to time, there would be attacks from beasts. But they were all dealt with by the bow of heaven and earth. However, this was still the inner area of the sea region, and there had been attacks from beasts of the celestial human level. Facing beasts of this level, the bow of heaven and earth simply avoided them. Then, Godslayer, who was sitting opposite Qin Shujian, suddenly moved. With just a blade light, he killed a celestial human beast in the air. The speed of the killing was very fast. It was as if it was not a celestial human beast that died, but a true martial beast. Zhu Bing was not controlled by a cultivator, so he could not exert much power. But even so, it was enough to kill ordinary celestial human beasts. With the Godslayer's protection, the boat was safe and sound. 3 days later, Qin Shujian opened his eyes, looking a little helpless. Laws, what are the laws? He was troubled. Logically speaking, as a cultivator of the second realm of a Rui Dao Grand Master, Qin Shujian had already come into contact with the laws. However, the laws that he came into contact with were completely different from the laws that those at the fourth level of the celestial human realm came into contact with. The laws of Rui Dao Grand Masters. They were just copying and using them. Those at the fourth level of the celestial human realm had to try to understand these laws and then find the ones that were suitable for them. What laws are suitable for me? Qin Shujian was troubled, but he also looked a little puzzled. He was not sure what laws he was suitable for. The most important question was. Now, not to mention coming into contact with the laws, he could not even find the laws. Qin Shujian suddenly lay on his back on the boat. Sitting for a few days would not make his body tired, but he would still feel uncomfortable. Lying on his back on the boat, Qin Shujian saw the blue sky. All of a sudden, he thought of something for no reason and then activated his Dharma eyes. He only saw that his black and white eyes instantly turned into a vast galaxy of stars. At this moment, the sky was no longer the original sky. There seemed to be a mysterious aura fluctuating above, and there seemed to be a long river that spanned across the void sky as if there was no end to it. In the long river, Qin Shujian saw many small branches. The so-called small was only relative to the long river that occupied the sky. To be serious, these branches. The small ones were like a river, while the big ones were hundreds of feet wide and even tens of thousands of feet wide. The moment he saw these branches, Qin Shujian came to a realization. This was the law. There were countless laws in the world, and they could be described as endless. In Qin Shujian's eyes, those branching rivers were also endless. Sometimes, he would stare at one of the branching rivers, but these branching rivers would soon scatter and become several, or merge with other branching rivers to become a bigger river. Every breath, the laws in the long river were changing. Qin Shujian's mind seemed to be immersed in it. The long river that was supposed to be far away in the sky seemed to be right beside him at this moment, to the extent that he could touch it. Finally, Qin Shujian stretched out his hand to touch the laws in the long river. He entered the long river with his divine sense. Qin Shujian directly approached one of the branch rivers. As soon as he entered, he seemed to see a shocking divine sword cutting through the void sky, and that wisp of divine sense was directly destroyed. Puff! Qin Shujian spat out blood. The blood first rose into the sky, then fell back down, covering his face. Godslayer's tone was inexplicable as he said, "You can't simply touch the laws, you must follow the guidance of the unseen and find the laws that suit you. Once you touch a law that doesn't suit you, you will suffer a backlash." What did he see? The laws. The other party closed his eyes for 3 days, then lay down and directly touched the laws. Godslayer also clearly captured the power of the laws in that instant just now. As Zhu Bing. How could Godslayer not know the laws? In the past, in the hands of the ancient human powerhouses, he had personally killed immortals and destroyed the laws. So, Godslayer couldn't be more familiar with the aura of the laws. But what Godslayer didn't expect was that Qin Shujian could touch the power of the laws so quickly. Ordinary people. If it was their first time touching the laws, they might sit for a few years and still not be able to find the power of the laws. Because of this, when Qin Shujian wanted to comprehend the laws, Godslayer just casually reminded him and didn't stop him. Because in Godslayer's opinion, Qin Shujian couldn't touch the laws at all in a short time. The other party's meditation wouldn't have any other effect other than nourishing the spirit. But what surprised Godslayer was that Qin Shujian really touched the power of the laws. Although he failed, he also suffered a backlash from the power of the laws. But he had touched it, and that was that. With the first touch, it was very easy to find the power of the laws the second time. In other words, the other party was not far from stepping into the fourth level of the celestial being. Xianxia sat up and wiped the blood on his face with his vital essence. Until now, his mind was still tingling. The divine consciousness that was just destroyed was just an insignificant wisp. But that kind of pain wasn't much weaker than being cut into pieces. After taking a few deep breaths, Xianxia calmed his mind and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I didn't expect you to touch the laws so quickly. In your situation, it's already very easy to touch the laws the second time. You don't have to break through here." Godslayer persuaded, "Why don't you go back to the outside world and find a safe place to find your own laws? Could it be that the laws that you touch must be compatible with you? If the laws don't match, is there really no way to comprehend them?" Xianxia asked. If he remembered correctly, the immortals in ancient times comprehended the 365 laws that were the easiest. Obviously, these laws couldn't really be so coincidental that they all matched those immortals. Of course, it was also possible that those who matched them had all become immortals. Hearing this, Godslayer was silent for a while, then said, "That's not the case. The laws are ever-changing and won't really reject the living beings of heaven and earth. It's just that when a living being is born, it will be branded with a certain law. But seriously speaking, no matter what kind of law it is, it's a part of heaven and earth, and it's also from the same root. Even if there are some differences, in the end, all roads lead to the same goal." After that, Godslayer paused for a moment, giving Xianxia a chance to digest. After a while, he said again, "Finding a law that matches you is because this kind of law has the lowest repulsion. Maybe you can successfully fit it after 1 or 2 tries. But if it doesn't match, it will be more difficult. For example, if you force an object into a narrow space, it will be very difficult, and the number of failures will be many because you can't find a way to enter or get stuck in the space. But as long as you find the right way and expand the space many times, when the space can accommodate the object, the two will match." Xianxia had a strange look on his face. Godslayer's explanation made him involuntarily think of something. Xianxia coughed and said, "Senior, did you know this when you were born, or did someone else tell you?" "What's wrong?" Godslayer was a little strange, but he still said truthfully, "When I followed the human emperor in the past, he told me this himself. You should know that the human emperor is an ancient emperor, some of his words can't be false." He thought that Xianxia didn't believe him. The god-slaying saber was displeased as it brought up the name of the ancient human emperor. Xianxia was silent. Okay, so it was the ancient emperor. All of a sudden, Xianxia felt that the image of the ancient emperor Xia in his mind collapsed a little. But he quickly came back to his senses. Although Godslayer's words were strange, Xianxia understood what he meant. All the laws led to the same goal. If the laws didn't match, then try many times and then adapt to the laws, or let the laws adapt to oneself, and then reach a level of compatibility. After thinking about this, Xianxia solemnly cupped his hands and said gratefully, "Listening to your words is better than reading books for 10 years. This time, I have to thank you for your guidance. It's okay, after all, you and I have recognized each other as our master. If you can become stronger, it's also a good thing for me." The god-slaying saber said casually. He was Zubing of the human race and was closely related to the human race. If it wasn't like this, a cultivator who wasn't even a saint, what qualifications did he have to recognize him as his master? On the other side, after understanding some things about the laws, Xianxia calmed his mind again and wanted to touch the laws. This time, he didn't use his Dharma eye to look again. This was because when his divine sense had entered the river, although that divine sense had been destroyed, there was still a faint connection between the two. This connection, it was telling Xianxia exactly where the long river was. He calmed his mind. A long river directly appeared in Xianxia's sight. The long river was between illusion and reality. It couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Only divine sense could really see and touch it. A divine sense was separated. Xianxia entered the long river again. This time, Xianxia didn't stubbornly touch a random law. Instead, he followed the perception in his heart and continued to swim in the long river. There were many rivers with laws. Xianxia even saw the river that had just destroyed him. That river had already been tainted with a wisp of his aura. According to Godslayer, if he forced his way in and was cut a few more times, maybe that law would be completely compatible with him. However, Qin Shujian didn't intend to be abused. Every time his divine sense was destroyed, it would be a considerable injury to him. If he was cut a few more times, he wouldn't be seriously injured, but he wouldn't be far from it. Instead of being beaten in vain, it was better to find his own law. So, Qin Shujian directly avoided that law river and continued to walk in the long river. Since the other party didn't care about him, he wouldn't be thick-skinned and go over. There were so many law rivers. It wasn't certain who would choose who. At this time, Qin Shujian's divine sense was like a swimming fish, drifting with the flow of the long river, constantly drifting inside. One after another, the long river of laws passed by. Qin Shujian still couldn't find the law river that belonged to him. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Shujian felt his divine sense was exhausted, forcing him to retreat from the long river. On the boat, Qin Shujian opened his eyes. Some mysterious power appeared on his body, but it quickly dissipated. Godslayer saw his tired eyes and said, "How is it, you didn't find a law that suits you, right?" Hearing his words, it was as if he was sure that Qin Shujian couldn't find it. Hearing that, Qin Shujian shook his head, his voice a little tired. "No, there are too many laws. But if there are a few more times, I should be able to find it. Take your time. In the long river of laws, every bit of swimming consumes the power of your divine sense. The laws in the river are vast and endless. It's not easy to find a law that suits you." The god-slaying saber comforted him. After a pause, he continued, "But you should have the coordinates of the law that destroyed your divine sense just now. You might consider touching that law." "I understand." Qin Shujian gave a simple reply and then closed his eyes to rest. No one would know the path he was going to take. Although Godslayer was Zhu Bing, he couldn't affect him when it came to the law. Qin Shujian was very clear. The fourth level of the celestial being understood what law he touched was very important to how far he could go in the future. The fourth level of the celestial being understood the law, while the seventh level of the celestial being gradually touched the law. Immortal being was to master a law. It could be said that when he was at the fourth level of the celestial being, the law he chose would be the path he would take in the future. For Qin Shujian, this was not a simple search for the law, but also to lay his foundation for the future. For this, he would not let his guard down in the slightest. However, although he thought so, Qin Shujian was also melancholy. "If I want to understand the law, I need to find my own law and then try to touch and understand it. When I can really completely touch the law and borrow the power of the law, I will be considered a real almighty." He suppressed the thoughts in his heart. Qin Shujian seized the time to recover his divine sense. If he didn't find his own law this time, he would continue to go in the next time. There would always be a time when he would find his own law. Looking at Qin Shujian, who had his eyes closed, Godslayer didn't persuade him anymore. Everyone had their own Tao to walk. He was now a little regretful that he had said too much just now. If Qin Shujian really chose a Tao that he didn't want to walk, then his achievements in the future would be limited. Such a thing that destroyed one's Tao path, in ancient times, was an enemy that would not rest until one was dead. However, if it was in the present, it would also be an endless hatred. So, seeing that Qin Shujian ignored his words, Godslayer seemed to be relieved. A few more days passed. Qin Shujian's spiritual will recovered to its original state. Then, he once again entered the long river of rules to search for his own rules. Half a day passed. Qin Shujian withdrew from the long river of laws again and entered the stage of recovering his divine sense. Outside, the small boat was still moving slowly on the sea. Qin Shujian was now wholeheartedly on the long river of laws. He only separated a weak strand of divine sense to attach to the small boat to prevent it from deviating from the route in his mind. Apart from that, the small boat was really going with the flow. Because of this, it took nearly 10 days and the small boat didn't leave the inner area of the sea. In addition, Qin Shujian had killed a few celestial beasts and the blood on his body was also very dense. The number of beasts that frequently came to find trouble was also not small. However, Godslayer was indeed worthy of being a killing weapon. Any celestial beast that dared to approach, regardless of whether they attacked or not, were all killed by him. As for those below celestial, they were all dealt with by the bow of heaven and earth. Zhu Bing also had Zhu Bing's arrogance. In the past, Zhu Bing's enemies were either nirvana or immortals. Now that he had killed celestial, it was already condescending. If he also killed beasts below celestial, Godslayer also felt that he had no face. Therefore, these dirty and tiring jobs in his eyes were all thrown to the bow of heaven and earth. Regarding this matter, the bow of heaven and earth happily agreed. It was good to kill those below celestial, it liked to do this kind of bullying. Celestial beasts were too strong. Without the master's control, the bow of heaven and earth didn't want to provoke them. In the next half a month, Qin Shujian entered the long river of laws 5 times and each time he returned with regret. However, he had a premonition in his heart. He was not far from finding a suitable law. This premonition. It was the 6th sense of a powerhouse. Once it appeared, there would basically be no mistake. So, after his divine sense recovered, Qin Shujian once again entered the long river of laws. He only saw that in the vast river, a divine sense was like a swimming fish, shuttling back and forth inside. Why is it again? Passing by a river of laws, Qin Shujian couldn't help but complain in his heart. That river of laws just now was the one that destroyed his divine sense. Ever since that time, every time he came here, he would encounter this river of laws. However, Qin Shujian was also tough. The first time he went in, the other party didn't want it, and he wouldn't go in a second time. As time went by, Qin Shujian had already felt that familiar feeling, which was constantly approaching. He could feel the rivers of laws around him that were wrong one after another. He was also silently praying in his heart. Because the width of the river of laws also represented the strength of the laws. If he mastered the weakest law, then even if he became an immortal, he was afraid that he would be the weakest immortal. If that was the case, Qin Shujian felt that he might as well look for the law at the beginning. At least that law seemed to be quite big. Not long after, a river of laws with a width of nearly 100 feet, like a river, appeared in Qin Shujian's line of sight. And when the river of laws appeared, Qin Shujian's mind was enlightened. This was the law that he was looking for. Without any hesitation, Qin Shujian's divine sense directly entered the river of laws. Although the river of laws in front of him wasn't the widest one he had encountered, it was still stronger than the river of laws that destroyed him. When Qin Shujian entered the river of laws, outside, on the boat, Qin Shujian's body was still sitting cross-legged. A mysterious aura was spreading, as if there was an unfathomable Tao rhyme circulating. Godslayer's blade trembled slightly. He found his own law. Understanding the rules, when Qin Shujian opened his eyes, Godslayer couldn't help but ask, "Have you found your own rules?" "Yes, I have," Qin Shujian said with a smile. After such a long time, he finally found his own rules. At this moment, he found that he had a faint connection with heaven and earth. This connection. It made Qin Shujian feel as if he had merged with heaven and earth, and he could exert power far beyond his own with every move. However, when Qin Shujian punched out in the void and shattered the space in front of him, turning it into a chaotic space turbulence, he had already understood. This feeling was not an illusion, but a fact. He really merged with heaven and earth, and he could borrow the power of heaven and earth with every punch and palm. This kind of power enhancement. As a result, Qin Shujian's strength was doubled from its original level. In other words, at this time, he had opened 5,600 acupoints in his body. But when he was in heaven and earth, he could borrow 50% of his own power. In other words, with the power of 5,600 acupoints, Qin Shujian could exert the power of 8,400 acupoints. Hiss. After understanding this fact, Qin Shujian took a deep breath in his heart. He didn't understand before. The difference between a transcendent and a saint was really clear at this moment. In the words of the cultivation world, There were times when a person's strength was limited, but the power of heaven and earth was infinite. Only the strong who could borrow the power of heaven and earth were the real top existences. When Godslayer saw the gradually calming space turbulence and the fleeting rules, he said slowly, "It seems that you have really comprehended the power of the rules." Looking at Xianxia's expression, Godslayer explained, when a fourth-tier celestial being understands the rules, it can increase one's combat strength. It is judged by the strength of the rules. Generally, the preliminary understanding of the rules can increase one's combat strength by 30% to 70%. The stronger the rules, the more the increase. Of course, the increase in combat power isn't just determined by the strength of the laws, but also by the cultivator's own foundation. If a person's battle prowess is 10, but he has comprehended the strongest law, at the fourth tier of the celestial human realm, he can unleash a battle prowess of 17. But if a person's battle prowess is 20, at the fourth tier of the celestial human realm, he can unleash a battle prowess of 26. If that was the case, the latter would naturally be stronger than the former. Therefore, the laws and cultivators complement each other. Only when the two are equally powerful can the battle prowess be amplified. Xianxia understood. According to what Godslayer had said, based on what he knew, his battle prowess would increase by 50% when he was in the fourth tier of the Deva realm. Such a rule was neither the strongest nor the weakest. Strictly speaking, it should be considered moderate. Thinking of this, Xianxia asked, "Senior, is there a clear division of a cultivator's battle prowess?" There isn't any clear division. Everyone's strength is different. It's not that easy to divide it clearly. But if you want to make a comparison, it's not a big problem. The god-slaying saber thought for a moment and said, "Take the giant tortoise beast that you killed earlier as an example. That beast's strength was considered relatively strong among those at the fourth stage of the celestial being realm. If its strength is 1000, then a normal cultivator's battle prowess is about 500. Because battle prowess is a comprehensive index and not a single calculation. The giant tortoise's attack can only be considered average, but its defense is extremely strong, allowing it to be stronger than others of the same level. You were able to defeat the giant tortoise in a crushing manner, so your battle prowess is about 2500. But there might be hidden strength. No one knows, so it's hard to make a judgment." Hearing that, Xianxia asked, "Then what about a mighty figure? What level is the general battle prowess of a mighty figure?" If it's a mighty figure, their battle prowess will be about 5000 without using a domain. If they use a domain, their battle prowess can at least be doubled on the original basis. An ordinary 7th-tier celestial human realm, if their domain is strong enough, can exert about 20,000 battle prowess. And you have to understand that battle prowess is not as simple as a superimposed value. The difference between 1500 battle prowess seems to be only one time, but to make up for this difference, at least twice the strength is needed to make up for it. In other words, to deal with a cultivator with a battle prowess of 1000, at least 4 cultivators with a battle prowess of 500 are needed to deal with him. The higher the level, the greater the gap. Godslayer said a lot in one breath. Then he paused for a moment before continuing. It's still the same sentence. The so-called battle prowess can only be used casually. It's not very accurate. Every cultivator has his own trump card. Maybe he only has a battle prowess of 500, but after using his trump card, it directly soars to 1 or 2000. That's not necessarily the case. But in any case, the gap between realms is there. If you want to challenge someone of a higher realm, you have to have a stronger foundation and strength than the other party. You haven't really understood the power of the laws before, but to be able to kill a relatively powerful 4th-tier celestial human realm beast, your foundation and strength can be considered to be at the top level among the ancient humans. Listening to Godslayer's words, Xianxia had a clearer understanding of the strength of the celestial human realm. When he killed the giant tortoise, according to Godslayer's words, if a normal 4th-tier celestial human had a battle prowess of 500, the battle prowess he displayed was at 2000. But only Xianxia knew. In fact, he had only exerted half of his strength. 2500 battle prowess was equivalent to half of his strength. Then, his strength at his peak was about 5000 points. Xianxia made a rough estimation. Now that he understood the rules, his battle prowess increased by 50% on the original basis. In other words, his strength had actually reached 7,500 points. Under normal circumstances, a mighty figure's battle prowess was 5,000 points. If he used a domain, it might reach 10,000 points. In other words, my current strength is stronger than a mighty figure who doesn't use a domain. If I encounter a domain mighty figure, I might be a little weaker, but it shouldn't be a problem for some weaker mighty figures. Xianxia thought to himself. He was actually very satisfied with Godslayer's evaluation of strength. Because this way, he could clearly see the gap between each level. Although every cultivator had their own trump cards, under normal circumstances, this kind of evaluation wouldn't be too different. Xianxia had always thought that he could fight against mighty figures. Now it seemed. Compared to some mighty figures, he was still a little weaker, but the gap wouldn't be too big. In other words, at this moment, Xianxia was no different from some of the weaker mighty figures. For such a result, Xianxia was still very satisfied. Godslayer didn't know what Xianxia was thinking. He couldn't help but ask, how much can the laws you comprehended increase your battle prowess? 50%. 50% is quite a lot. Godslayer praised and said, it's rare to be able to increase one's battle prowess by 70%. Many cultivators can only increase it by 30% to 40%. To be able to increase it by 50% is considered powerful in ancient times. If you can reach the 5th level of the celestial being, then the increase will reach 5%. If you reach the 6th level of the celestial being, then the increase will be doubled. Some cultivators can only double the increase when they further comprehend the laws. Therefore, being able to increase it by 50% at the first step is already a huge advantage. 50% seemed ordinary. However, Godslayer knew that those who could reach 50% were all geniuses. This was because it was extremely rare to reach 60% to 70% in ancient times. Xianxia said, Senior, do you know which powerhouses in ancient times reached 70%? To reach 70%, probably only the emperors and the Emperor of Heaven. Godslayer said calmly. Xianxia was also calm about this. If the Emperor of Heaven and the other emperors could only reach 70%, then 50% was quite a lot for him. Moreover, his foundation was strong. A normal 4th level of the celestial being would have 500 battle prowess, while his battle prowess would be 5,000. Similarly, a 4th level of the celestial being would have 750 battle prowess at most, while his was 7,500. No matter how he looked at it, he would be able to crush other 4th level celestial beings. Moreover, this was only the 4th level of the celestial being. The higher he broke through in the future, the greater the gap would be. Xianxia estimated. If he reached the 7th level of the celestial being, would it be possible for him to crush an immortal with his bare hands? Then, in Senior's opinion, how much battle prowess does an immortal have? It's not easy to judge an immortal's battle prowess, but there is a standard. A normal immortal's battle prowess is about 100,000, and the laws they grasp are judged by their strength and degree of mastery. The increase is about 5 to 20 times. In other words, the weakest immortal has an overall battle prowess of about 500,000, not including the other party's trump cards. After all, none of those who can reach that step are simple. The lowest battle prowess was 500,000. At this moment, Xianxia was truly shocked. A 7th level celestial being only had 5,000 battle prowess. A powerful 7th level celestial being only had 20,000 battle prowess. An immortal had 500,000 battle prowess. In other words, if an immortal wanted to kill a 7th level celestial being, even if it was a powerful one, it wouldn't be much more difficult than crushing an ant. Xianxia himself wasn't sure. If he reached the 7th level of the celestial being, would he be able to reach a basic battle prowess of 100,000? Normally speaking, it should be impossible. In other words, even if he broke through to become a mighty figure, he would still run as far as he could when he encountered an immortal. This was because the difference was too great. After the shock, Xianxia said, Senior, in the past, did the Heavenly Court or the myriad races have something to judge one's battle prowess? For example, something like a list? There should be. In the past, the Heavenly Court had an immortal list of the myriad races. It was used to determine one's strength. Other than the emperors and the Heavenly Court, all the myriad races in the world and the immortals of the Heavenly Court were on the list. Godslayer thought for a moment and replied. That seems to have been personally created by the Emperor of Heaven. It can observe the world and record it. It's an extremely powerful Tao artifact. Xianxia asked, then where did the immortal list of the myriad races go? It's gone. When I was fighting with the evil demons, the immortal list of the myriad races had already been shattered. Godslayer said helplessly. Xianxia also felt a little regretful. From the meaning of Godslayer's words, the immortal list of the myriad races was also an extremely powerful treasure. With this Tao artifact, one could almost observe the entire world. Not to mention recording all the information of the powerhouses, but at least one could know some of the information of those powerhouses. Speaking of which, the immortal list of the myriad races was really useful. Xianxia said, can all the living beings of the myriad races in the world enter the immortal list of the myriad races? Of course not. Godslayer said, only the celestial being and above can enter the immortal list of the myriad races. Those below the celestial being are not qualified. In the ancient era, only celestial being cultivators were considered to have reached a higher level. The so-called God martial realm experts were a dime a dozen, not to mention other cultivators. Only Deva realm experts were the backbone of the various races. Even powerful races such as the human race and the demon race would put in a lot of effort to nurture Deva realm cultivators. This was because only cultivators who had reached this level had the qualifications to ascend to immortality. What kind of Tao artifact is the immortal list of the myriad races? A 9-seal Tao artifact. Godslayer casually replied. Xianxia was shocked, but he soon felt relieved. A 9-seal Tao artifact. He suspected that there were no longer any 9-seal Tao artifacts in the human race today. However, it was not strange that a supreme treasure forged by the Emperor of Heaven in the ancient era was a 9-seal Tao artifact. After all, it seemed that only a 9-seal Tao artifact was worthy of the identity of the Emperor of Heaven. After hearing Godslayer's words, Xianxia also had the idea of refining something similar to the immortal list of the myriad races. Even if it was not a complete immortal list of the myriad races, he only needed to make a simple one that could monitor the human race. Even if it could not monitor the human race, it was also possible to get one in Yuan's own. At least this list could arouse the desire of many disciples to compete. When the time came to set some rewards, those disciples would probably go crazy. After thinking about it, Xianxia was really tempted. However, refining the immortal list of the myriad races was not an easy task. This kind of Tao artifact involved too many things. Even though he was a grandmaster forging master, it was not easy to successfully refine it. However, this idea, it had already taken root in Xianxia's mind. If there was a chance in the future, it would be good to make a list. If it could really monitor the entire human race, it would be a huge gain for the Yuan sect when the time came to publish the information of the list. In ancient times, there was the all-knowing man of Jianghu. Today, there is the human race's Xianxia. Not bad, not bad. Xianxia smiled slightly. Godslayer asked, who is the all-knowing man? Just an expert of the human race. Oh. The god-slaying saber replied simply. He just found the name strange, so he asked casually. He didn't really want to find out anything. On the other side, Xianxia was already thinking about the list. However, he was also clear. Even if the list was successfully created, Yuanzong would have to possess absolute strength in order to announce it. And it would also involve the imperial court. After all, no one wanted their strength and some information to be leaked. This was a great taboo for anyone. Once the list was published, the Yuan sect would definitely be the target of public criticism. Even the imperial court and the human emperor's side were not sure. Therefore, if the list was successfully refined and published, even if the Yuan sect's strength could not suppress the world, it could not be much weaker than the imperial court. Only in this way would the list have credibility. Moreover, It would not bring any trouble to the Yuan sect because of the list. Godslayer looked at Qin Shujian's face and reminded him, it's not that easy to refine the list of immortals of myriad clans. However, the list of immortals of myriad clans was broken in the past. There may be fragments left. If you can find the fragments of the list of immortals of myriad clans, you may be able to refine a simple Taoist instrument. But you have to know that the Emperor of Heaven was able to refine the list of immortals of myriad clans because the Heavenly Court suppressed all clans and had supreme status. Even if an ordinary person obtains the list of immortals of myriad clans, it will not be a good thing. Instead, it will be a huge disaster. Although he had not been with Qin Shujian for long. However, the god-slaying saber could tell that the other party was a proud and arrogant person. Now that he heard about the list of immortals of myriad clans, he might have the intention to imitate the Emperor of Heaven. But in Godslayer's view, because of the existence of the Emperor of Heaven, the list of immortals of myriad clans became famous. If the list of immortals of myriad clans fell into the hands of others, then the list of immortals of myriad clans would not be qualified to be called the list of immortals of myriad clans. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. I understand. Then he said again, Senior, you said that my combat strength is about 2,500 based on the standard of killing the giant tortoise beast. If I use my full strength now, can you give an accurate standard? Yes, Godslayer replied without hesitation. The dignified Zhu Bing. An existence who had once slaughtered immortals. How could he not see the strength of a celestial being? Qin Shujian nodded and said, well, now I will use my full strength. Senior, please prepare a judgment. After that, he stepped out of the boat and then stood in the air. The next moment, the law phenomenon was displayed. 5,600 stars moved, and all the power connected together, forming a huge star pattern in Qin Shujian's body. In the dark, the rules trembled, and the power of heaven and earth had already gathered. Qin Shujian spoke with a thunderous voice and shouted, Senior, watch carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched out. A terrifying power erupted in an instant, and the space collapsed like a piece of porcelain. All the space where the true essence spread out turned into turbulence. At that moment, the brilliance of the sun in the sky seemed to be swallowed up. The surrounding environment suddenly darkened, but it quickly returned to normal. When everything returned to normal, Qin Shujian had already returned to the boat. He looked at Godslayer and said with a smile, Senior, what is my current strength in terms of combat strength? Godslayer was silent for a long time. A moment later, his tone was solemn as he slowly said, about 7,500. If Godslayer was in human form, he would definitely be shocked at this moment. He saw something. A cultivator at the 4th level of the celestial being had a combat strength of 7,500. An ordinary cultivator at the 4th level of the celestial being had a combat strength of about 500. The powerful beings of the ancient races only had a combat strength of about 2,000 to 3,000 when they were at the 4th level of the celestial being. Qin Shujian's current combat strength was 7,500. Excluding the 50% increase that the other party said, his actual combat strength was about 5,000. 5,000 combat strength, in Godslayer's knowledge, there was no living being that could reach that level. Perhaps the Emperor of Heaven could reach this level, but if the leaderboard of immortals did not record the Emperor of Heaven, this was just his guess. Godslayer's view of Qin Shujian was completely different now. What did that mean? Could this human in front of him have the potential to be on par with the former emperors and the Emperor of Heaven, although Foundation did not completely represent potential? It could also prove Qin Shujian's strength. On the other side, after Qin Shujian heard Godslayer's words, he understood. 7,500 combat strength. This was not much different from what he had guessed. Godslayer's tone was inexplicable as he said faintly, to be able to produce a combat strength of 7,500 at the 4th level of the celestial being, you were definitely a top elite in the ancient times. If you don't die, there may be a very small chance that you can grow to the level of the emperors one day. He was certain. Qin Shujian should have some tricks up his sleeve that he had not used yet. If he used all of them, his overall combat strength would not be as simple as 7,500. Combat strength was calculated based on the overall index, including weapons and divine weapons. They were all part of the composition of combat strength. It was just that. The increase in combat strength was limited to the cultivator's own body and did not help external objects. Now, in Godslayer's eyes, Qin Shujian already had the possibility to be on par with the emperors. Even if the probability was small, as long as it was there, it was already extremely powerful. After that, Godslayer said, "Work hard to grow. I feel that the demonic abyss's aura is getting closer and closer. If the human race can have another emperor, they may not be able to match the demonic abyss, but they can at least protect themselves." There was a pause. Godslayer changed his words. Although in the ancient times, the Emperor of Heaven and the Emperors joined forces, they still fell apart in front of the demonic abyss. Now, it is difficult to have a single emperor, but if we don't even have a single emperor, the human race will have no hope. With an emperor, the possibility of failure was high, but there was still a little hope. Without an emperor, the human race was doomed. Qin Shujian nodded, agreeing with Godslayer's words. So strong in the ancient times, they were all dead when they encountered the demonic abyss. With the current strength of the human race, they would probably be even more thoroughly destroyed. Qin Shujian said, "Senior, if the demonic abyss wants to attack, how much time do we have left?" "Not very long, should be about a few hundred years." Godslayer thought for a moment, then added, "The longest is not more than 500 years, but the shortest is about 300 years. 300 to 500 years. Qin Shujian's heart was slightly relieved. A few hundred years was still a long time for him. At least the demonic abyss would not arrive tomorrow. With such a long time left for him to prepare, Qin Shujian felt that there was still a lot of room for manipulation. After talking for a while, Qin Shujian did not waste time. He immediately steered the boat and sped toward the periphery of the sea. It was only a few days. A familiar dock was already in sight. P.S. Today is the National Day and the Mid-Autumn Festival. I did not ask for leave. Not for anything else, but to ask for a few more monthly boats. From the moment he entered the sea to the moment he came back, it took Qin Shujian about 2 months in total. The reason why it took so much time, part of it was because he was in the void world, and part of it was because he understood the rules. So the time was serious. It also consumed a lot. When the boat floated towards the dock, someone immediately recognized Qin Shujian's identity. The news that the #1 expert in the cultivation world had entered the sea. It had already spread out. Many people were paying attention to Qin Shujian's movements. The sea was not like other places. There were many dangers in the sea. Even if a celestial being encountered it, he would be in danger of dying if he was not careful. Qin Shujian was known as the #1 expert in the cultivation world. But even so, he might not be safe in the sea. In the Great Zhao, it was not that there were no experts who entered the sea and never came out again. Qin Shujian had offended quite a few people in the world of cultivators. Many people were secretly watching Yuan's own. It was just because Qin Shujian was famous and powerful that no one dared to act rashly. But if Qin Shujian died in the sea, then there would be some changes in the cultivation world. Although heavenly zombie Jiangfeng was strong. But no matter what, he was still a zombie. Without Qin Shujian, even if Yuan Zong had Jiangfeng, he would definitely not be able to maintain his current position. But, the premise of all this was based on Qin Shujian dying in the sea. If he did not die, then all the assumptions were just empty talk. For this, many forces sent people to the Eastwind Mansion to silently watch the movements in the sea. They needed to know if Qin Shujian would come out again after going in. It would not take too long. As long as Qin Shujian did not come out of the sea in 2 or 3 years, they could basically confirm the fact that he had died. But now it was only 2 months. Qin Shujian, however, returned from the sea. This news made some people who had ideas in their hearts look a lot worse. Damn it, why didn't Qin Shujian die in the sea? In an ordinary mansion, a middle-aged man couldn't help but curse as he read the message on the communication jade charm. Qin Shujian was not dead. He came out of the sea in 2 months. The importance of this information was not small at all. The middle-aged man scolded, but he quickly passed the news back. He was a spy sent by another mansion to the Eastwind mansion. Purpose: it was to find out some useful information and send it back to the organization they belonged to. During this period of time, there was only one message from the middle-aged man's sect, which was to keep an eye on the sea and see if Xianxia had come out of the sea. Now, the news that Xianxia had come out came. The middle-aged man naturally had to report this matter to the person behind him. Situations like this, it kept happening in the Eastwind mansion. Before Xianxia even set foot on the dock, the news of him coming out of the sea had already spread throughout the Eastwind prefecture and even the entire cultivation world. The boat docked at the dock. Xianxia took a step forward and left the boat, appearing on the dock. "You are Master Qin?" The middle-aged man who had been selling the boat earlier was obviously startled when he saw Xianxia, but he quickly came to his senses. He was very familiar with Xianxia. After all, not many people bought boats from the middle-aged man. There were even fewer people like Xianxia who dared to go to sea alone with a small boat. The means that Xianxia used a few months ago. In the middle-aged man's eyes, it was still fresh in his memory. Therefore, after seeing Xianxia, he recognized him at first sight. Xianxia looked at the middle-aged man and said with a faint smile, "I have no use for the boat, so I'll return it to you. Don't worry, you don't need to refund the money. Just take it as a gift." Xianxia waved his hand and dispelled the middle-aged man's concerns. Hearing this, the middle-aged man suddenly smiled and then acted a little embarrassed. "How can I accept this? I'd better return the money to Master Qin." "I said I'll give it to you, so I'll give it to you." Xianxia didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. When he finished speaking, he had disappeared. The middle-aged man looked at the empty scene in front of him and was stunned for a long time. Then, his face was overjoyed. He made a profit, he made a lot of money this time. After going around in circles, the boat returned to his hands. This was equivalent to renting the boat to someone else and getting the money for selling the boat. The middle-aged man also knew that a master like Xianxia wouldn't care about a few taels of silver, so he calmly said that he would return the money. If it were someone else, the middle-aged man was another story. On the other side, Xianxia left the dock and walked in the East Pattern mansion on foot. "It's strange, this place is a bit peaceful." In his mind, the words of Godslayer came. As the killing Zhu Bing, Godslayer was most familiar with the aura of killing, but in his perception, the East Pattern mansion didn't seem to have any killing. It was like a peaceful paradise. This scene, Godslayer didn't see it many times. As Xianxia walked, he said casually, "The East Pattern mansion is one of the ancient mansions in the Great Zhao. There are very few people here who kill. Even if there are fights, there are very few. Thinking about it, this should be the reason why there are so few killings." "Well, that's not a problem," Godslayer replied with a soft hum. There was no killing. The aura of killing was naturally less. When the aura of killing was less, the ruthlessness in the hearts of the people here would be reduced a lot. This virtuous cycle created the scene in front of him. It wasn't strange. Along the way, Godslayer asked the question in his heart again. "I didn't expect that the human race was so weak now. There are cultivators who haven't even entered the true martial realm. Could it be that in ancient times, everyone was born with the true martial realm?" Xianxia asked in return. He had been puzzled by this question for a long time. When Xianxia was on the Heavenly Pattern Island, the creatures he saw were at least in the true martial realm. "Yes, but also no." "Senior, what do you mean?" Xianxia cursed in his heart, but on the surface, he smiled. When it came to people who spoke in riddles, he always beat them up first before speaking. But he couldn't beat Godslayer. Xianxia could only smile and greet him. The God-slaying saber said, "There are strong and weak races among the 10,000 races. The weak races are born with low strength and can't reach the level of true martial arts. However, some of the stronger races are all born in the true martial arts realm. Originally, the true martial realm had another name, and that was the Xiantian realm. But because many of the small races didn't reach the true martial realm, the Xianxia realm was renamed the true martial realm. Then, below the true martial realm, there was a basic martial realm. Basic martial realm, true martial realm. If Godslayer didn't explain the origin of these two realms, Qin Shujian really wouldn't know. The ancient human race was one of the top races. All of its members were at the true martial realm. Because the human race's bloodline was strong, and the place they lived in was rich in spiritual energy. When a fetus was born, it would be cleansed by spiritual energy, so it was born at the true martial realm. What a pity. I didn't expect the world to be so broken after so many years. Not only is the spiritual energy thin, but even the descendants of the top races have fallen to the basic martial realm. Godslayer's tone was desolate. He was saddened by the decline of a top race. The attacks of the demonic abyss had caused the 10,000 races to suffer heavy losses. Even a great race like the human race had fallen to such a degree. Qin Shujian was speechless. He didn't tell Godslayer that the human race didn't enter the martial realm at birth, but that they couldn't even reach it. It was better to leave this matter for him to discover in the future. He didn't want to deal another blow to Godslayer if he mentioned it now. But Qin Shujian didn't want to talk. It didn't mean that Godslayer didn't want to talk. After entering the Eastwind mansion, Godslayer became more talkative and would ask a question from time to time. Considering his identity as Zhu Bing. And it was very likely that he would have to rely on Godslayer in the future. Qin Shujian restrained his mind and tried his best to answer the other party. Godslayer said, "Who is the strongest in the human race now? What is his approximate strength?" The strongest in the human race is the human emperor. His strength should be at the 10th level of the celestial being realm or the nirvana realm. Qin Shujian thought for a moment and said. He was still clear about the strength of the human emperor. If it weren't for the Godslayer, Qin Shujian really didn't want to talk about this issue. Because once this sentence was said, Qin Shujian could imagine what the God-slaying knife was going to say next. As expected. When Qin Shujian finished speaking, Godslayer immediately said sarcastically, "The human race is really declining. A cultivator in the Nirvana realm dares to call himself the human emperor. If it were in ancient times, he would be beaten to death in minutes. Senior, the Nirvana realm is now the strongest in the human race. I am only at the 4th level of the celestial being realm. I can be called the strongest in the cultivation world." Qin Shujian suddenly felt that there was a need for him to let the god-slaying saber know some things. It was no longer the ancient times. In the eyes of others, the human emperor was their father. Qin Shujian thought that his strength was already very strong, but it was still not enough in front of the human emperor. If one day Godslayer offended the human emperor, he would also suffer. That would be really awkward. Godslayer seemed to know what Qin Shujian was thinking. After a simple ridicule, he stopped talking about this issue and moved on to the next question. What is the cultivation world? Although the human race is now a whole, there are also divisions. The imperial court nominally rules the entire human race, but the cultivators outside the direct forces of the imperial court are not under the jurisdiction of the imperial court. These people divided and formed the cultivation world. But strictly speaking, the cultivation world is actually under the imperial court. After all, the human emperor is the strongest, and the others have nothing to say. Qin Shujian explained. Godslayer sneered and said, "In ancient times, when did the human race have such divisions? The human emperor was the only one. The human race in the world was under the jurisdiction of the human emperor, and no one dared to disobey his orders. The current human emperor can't even truly unify the human race. What right does he have to call himself the emperor?" Qin Shujian felt tired. After Godslayer knew that the human emperor was only in the Nirvana realm, he seemed to find him an eyesore and would pick on him everywhere. Under such circumstances, he didn't want to pay attention to it. Qin Shujian continued to walk, crossing thousands of mountains under his feet. After breaking through to the 4th tier of the celestial being realm, his strength had increased, but his speed was several times faster than before. Godslayer said, "How many races are left in the world now? I don't know about the other 3 continents, but there is only one human left in the East continent now." Only the human race is left in the world? Godslayer was stunned. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. Although the word race didn't really mean that there were 10,000 races, in fact, the 10,000 races represented thousands of races. Now, someone told him. The thousands of races were things of the past. The 10,000 races had long died, and only one was left. Even though Godslayer was Zhu Bing of the human race, he was still shocked by the news. Qin Shujian kept walking and casually replied, "Not really. There are still some races, such as the Eldar. The tree in my sect seems to have become an Eldar. By the way, there is also a cow in my sect, which is also a demon. As for the other demons, they were driven away by the human race some time ago. I guess they have all gone to the other 3 continents now." Qin Shujian said casually. The god-slaying saber sounded sorrowful. Could it be that the only thing left of the Eldar was a tree? What kind of sect raised a cow that was a demon? Soon, Godslayer came to his senses and said involuntarily, the demon race was driven away by the human race. Did the human race and the demon race break off? Senior, can I trouble you to pause for a moment between humans and demons when you talk about the 2 races? Qin Shujian corrected the other party's grammatical mistake and then said, the human race and the demon race have broken off long ago. It has been at least tens of thousands of years, or hundreds of thousands of years. If I remember correctly, the current demon emperor of the demon race indirectly died at the hands of the current human emperor. Senior, this is no longer the ancient times. In the ancient times, the Emperor of Heaven suppressed the 10,000 races. But now, there is no heavenly court and no Emperor of Heaven. It is normal for different races to kill each other. Those who are not of our race must have different intentions. This is not a lie. The human race and the demon race broke off. It was so normal. They were 2 different races to begin with, so it was normal for them to split. As for why the human race and the demon race split, to be honest, Qin Shujian wasn't very sure. But he was sure. There must be a few people in the Great Zhao who knew the cause of the matter. But they didn't say. He was just a small heavenly human cultivator, so he couldn't force them to say. Those who are not of our race must have different intentions. Godslayer muttered and then sighed. Perhaps. Without the suppression of the Emperor of Heaven, it's normal for the 10,000 races to turn against each other. As early as the early stage of heaven and earth, the 10,000 races often fought. It wasn't until the appearance of the Emperor of Heaven that the 10,000 races let go of their past grudges. Now that the Emperor of Heaven was no longer suppressing them, it didn't seem strange for the races to turn against each other. Not long after, Godslayer shifted his attention away from the 2 races. In any case, it was fine as long as the human race was still around. He was just Zhu Bing of the human race and didn't have any feelings for the other races. At most, he had some sort of friendship with the ancestral armaments of the other races. To a certain extent, an existence at Zhu Bing's level was already considered a different kind of expert. Zhu Bing of the 10,000 races had a friendship with each other. It was all very normal. What really attracted Godslayer's attention was the 3 continents that Qin Shujian mentioned. You said 3 continents. What are the 3 continents? The world is now divided into 4 continents. We are in the Eastern continent. The passage between the Eastern continent and the other continents has turned into a heaven and earth restriction. Now, the human emperor is preparing to break the restriction and reconnect with the other continents. The world is not complete either. Godslayer sighed and didn't ask anything else. There were some things. As long as Qin Shujian said one sentence, he could guess a lot of things. In the past, the world was a whole, and there had never been any 4 continents. Now that the world was divided into 4 continents, there was only one possibility, and that was that there was already a problem with the world. After learning some things, Godslayer finally stopped asking questions. Qin Shujian also heaved a sigh of relief. When he was in the sea, he didn't realize that Godslayer was a chatterbox. Now that he had entered the Eastern Pattern Mansion, he finally knew how much the other party had to say. However, the other party was an old senior, so he couldn't not answer. Now that Godslayer was quiet, Qin Shujian suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Surrounded by mountains, clouds and mist, Occasionally, cranes would soar into the sky, and some spirit beasts would play around. It was worth mentioning. There were demons in the world. The demons had given birth to beasts and spirit beasts. Compared with the beasts fighting, spirit beasts had a much gentler temperament. They liked to breathe in and out spirit energy and rarely ate flesh and blood. They also wouldn't attack other creatures for no reason. Some sects wanted to show off their imposing manner. They would also raise some spirit beasts near the sect. However, in Qin Shujian's view, the spirit beasts in the mountains in front of him didn't seem to be raised by humans. Instead, they gathered on their own. The place where the sea-covering sect is located is really imposing. Looking at the mountains and thinking of his lonely Mount Liang, the smile on Qin Shujian's face faded a little. People were afraid of comparisons. In the past, he was quite satisfied with Mount Liang. In the entire Mount Liang spirit domain, Mount Liang was the highest and could be said to be outstanding. But now, Qin Shujian found out. Being outstanding by itself didn't seem to be as beautiful as 100 flowers blooming together. Speaking of which, isn't the surroundings of Mount Liang a little empty? Should I go back and move a few mountains over there and make it look better? Qin Shujian's expression was serious. He was really considering this matter. At the top of the mountain of the sea-covering sect, Xianxia held a fishing rod in his hand and fished in the clouds. Not long after, the clouds surged. Xianxia pulled the fishing rod and a crane broke away from the clouds. Xianxia looked at the crane in front of him and shook his head with a smile. It's you every time. It seems that you've decided on this old man. After scolding it with a smile, Xianxia took out a spirit fruit and threw it to the crane. The crane opened its mouth and swallowed the spirit fruit. Then, it spread its wings and flew into the sky, crying loudly. At this moment, Xianxia was about to continue lowering the fishing rod when he suddenly stopped. He turned his head to look at the sea of clouds on the side, as if he could see the scene below the sea of clouds. Then, Xianxia got up and immediately disappeared. Qin Shujian was standing at the foot of the mountain of the sea-covering sect. Before he went up the mountain, there was an extra person in front of him. Sect Master Qin, you've come to the sea-covering sect today. This old man didn't welcome you. Xianxia cupped his hands and said. Looking at Qin Shujian, his eyes flashed with a look of surprise and uncertainty. The Qin Shujian in front of him and the Qin Shujian 2 months ago made Xianxia feel a little different. But what exactly was different, he couldn't tell. The biggest problem was that standing in front of Qin Shujian this time, Xianxia vaguely felt a sense of threat in his heart. His strength has become even stronger. Xianxia's heart trembled. How long had it been Qin Shujian's strength had improved? It must be known that it was not easy for a divine-level cultivator to take another step forward from their original foundation. When he saw Xianxia, in Qin Shujian's mind, Godslayer's voice also sounded. The human in front of me is not simple. He has secrets. Secrets? Qin Shujian's eyes flashed with a look of doubt. What secrets did Xianxia have? He quickly associated it with the scene when he fought with the other party earlier. Regarding Godslayer's words, Qin Shujian didn't have a doubtful attitude. The other party was Zhu Bing. His vision was extraordinarily high. It was normal for him to see through something that he didn't see. Thinking so in his heart, Qin Shujian said with a faint smile, last time, we fought to a draw. I'm very eager. This time, I came to the sea-covering sect hoping to ask you for advice again. At this point, Qin Shujian's purpose was very clear. He was here to fight. Xianxia's eyes flashed with helplessness, then he smiled and said, Sect Master Qin, you must be joking. You and I have no enmity. Why do we have to fight? I had no choice. If Sect Master Qin is dissatisfied, this old man will apologize. You misunderstand. I'm not a stingy person. I've always wanted to fight with experts. I think you're a very good opponent. Qin Shujian's eyes were burning. Xianxia's concession surprised him a little. But it was just a surprise. How could it be so easy to simply back down? Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, Sect Master Qin, why do you have to force me? If that's the case, this old man is willing to admit defeat. As the strongest person in the sea-covering sect, how can I be afraid before the battle? Knowing that I'm not a match for you, this old man won't embarrass himself. Xianxia shook his head. It was impossible for him to make a move. Last time, Xianxia had only tested Qin Shujian's depth. From the beginning to the end, Xianxia had never thought of fighting Qin Shujian to the death. As for fame and fortune, for Xianxia, these were not important things. If it was really for fame and fortune, after so many years, the sea-covering sect would not have kept a low profile. Now, only the East Pattern Prefecture knew about the existence of the sea-covering sect. Some forces in other prefectures had not even heard of the name of the sea-covering sect. Qin Shujian frowned and said in a cold voice, "If you're afraid before the battle and insist on admitting defeat, then you have to announce to the cultivation world that you, Xianxia, have been defeated by me." If Sect Master Qin really wants to do this old man can immediately announce to the cultivation world. Xianxia looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. No matter what Qin Shujian said, he still had no intention of fighting. For this, Qin Shujian was really helpless. He never expected that Xianxia could endure to this extent. It was really difficult to deal with such a person who completely abandoned fame and fortune. As for forcibly fighting, Qin Shujian had no intention of doing so. Because if he did so, he would inevitably fall out with the sea-covering sect. He didn't want to do that. Seeing Xianxia's expression, Qin Shujian suddenly smiled and said, "Brother Hanhai, please don't take offense. I was just joking. How could I really force you to fight? Sect Master Qin is so righteous," Xianxia said with a smile. He had no objection to Qin Shujian, who was thousands of years younger than him, calling him Brother Hanhai. In the cultivation world, seniority was never ranked by age. Everything was based on strength. Qin Shujian was powerful, so he was qualified to talk to Xianxia as an equal. If Qin Shujian was just a cultivator in the god martial arts realm, it would be rude to call him Brother Hanhai. Qin Shujian said with a smile, "I came here mainly to talk to Brother Hanhai." "What does Sect Master Qin want to talk about?" "Brother Hanhai, are you just going to let me stand here? Why don't you invite me in to sit down and talk? It's too rude." "I'm being rude. Sect Master Qin, please." Xianxia nodded. After saying that, he led the way in front. He took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. Qin Shujian didn't stay behind and followed Xianxia. The two appeared on the top of the mountain almost at the same time. Qin Shujian looked at the sea of clouds below and praised, "The scenery of the sea-covering sect is really good. The sea of clouds lingers like a treasure land of immortals. No wonder it's the #1 sect in the East Pattern Prefecture." This praise. He really wasn't bluffing. They were both at the top of the mountain. Looking at the top of the sea-covering sect and then at his own, Qin Shujian didn't even look at them. It was fine if he didn't compare. The gap between them was obvious. Xianxia said, "Sect Master Qin, you flatter me. These are just worldly things. How can cultivators like us be disturbed by worldly things? That's not the case. If we only cultivate for the sake of cultivation, what's the point? We've cultivated to this point, and what we pursue in the end is just those worldly things." Qin Shujian shook his head and refuted Xianxia's words. What was the purpose of cultivation? Wasn't it to better enjoy the things of the secular world? Not to mention anything else. When it came to women, it wasn't as if Qin Shujian wasn't tempted at all. However, he understood that now was not the time for him to be moved. When he reached the pinnacle in the future, he could turn back and enjoy these things without any distractions. Therefore, for Qin Shujian, he was working hard to cultivate now so that he could enjoy himself in the future. "I'm not enjoying it right now." However, Qin Shujian didn't want to waste too much time. When his cultivation reached the level he wanted in the future, there would be plenty of time for him to slowly enjoy himself. On the contrary. However, if one were to abandon external things and focus solely on cultivation, it would be putting the cart before the horse. Hearing this, Xianxia fell silent. A moment passed. He nodded his head slightly and said seriously, Sect Master Qin's words are indeed thought-provoking. Perhaps your words are correct. These words. This was not the first time Xianxia had heard this. But in the past, he had always scoffed at such words. Because the people who spoke were all cultivators with shallow cultivation. What insight could they have? But Qin Shujian was different. The other party was a top expert of a region. When these words came out of his mouth, they had a different charm. On the top of the mountain, natural stone benches were placed in front of and behind a chessboard. Xianxia sat down on one of the stone benches, then stretched out his hand and said, Sect Master Qin, do you know how to play chess? I know a little. In that case, how about you and I play chess? Okay. Qin Shujian did not refuse and sat down opposite Xianxia. He knew a thing or two about chess. When he was in the Flying Crane sect, he had also played chess with the sect master of the Flying Crane sect. Xianxia said, Sect Master Qin, please make your move first. It would be impolite for me to refuse. Qin Shujian immediately made his move. He had no confidence in his chess skills. He might not be a match for an old man like Xianxia. Since the other party asked him to go first, he would not be unreasonable. In an instant, there were more than 10 chess pieces placed on the chessboard. A chess piece was placed. Xianxia said, I wonder why Sect Master Qin came to my Fuxi covering sect this time. 2 months ago, I played with Brother Hanhai. I admire Brother Hanhai's strength. Thinking that the Fuxi covering sect is not weak, I have the idea of forming an alliance with the Fuxi covering sect. After Qin Shujian finished speaking, he had already made his move. He didn't beat around the bush. The idea of forming an alliance with the Fuxi covering sect had been in his mind as early as when he left the sea. But at that time, Qin Shujian did not have much time to waste, so he did not really implement it. Now, he came back from the sea. And it happened to be in the Dongwen mansion, so Qin Shujian simply came over. Alliance? Xianxia frowned. He did not immediately refuse, but considered the gains and losses of this matter. Qin Shujian was known as the top expert in the cultivation world. The force behind him was also a powerful top sect. If they could form an alliance with such a sect, it would be a great thing for ordinary forces. But for the Fuxi covering sect, Xianxia needed to consider the benefits and the disadvantages of this matter. Qin Shujian said, Brother Immensity, you should know about what happened in the 3 continents. I know a little. In a few months, the human emperor will open the 3 continents. At that time, there will be many unpredictable changes. This will be a huge test for the human race. Qin Shujian said slowly. Our sect is rooted in the cultivation world. To be honest, we live and die with the great Zhao dynasty. Once there are changes in the 3 continents, our sect cannot really stay out of it. So in order to deal with future problems, I deliberately want to form an alliance with the Fuxi covering sect. There is only one purpose for this alliance. When the 3 continents are opened, if any force encounters an irresistible crisis, the sects in the alliance need to lend a hand. In addition, the alliance will not affect other things. For the Fuxi covering sect, it is very free to act. Sect Master Qin, do you know what the 3 continents have? Xianxia asked with a solemn expression. Qin Shujian shook his head and said, I'm not sure what the 3 continents have, but in ancient times, there were thousands of races. Although the human race was the top race, there were still some races that were on par with the human race. Among them, the demon race and Eldar that existed in the eastern continent are only one of these top races. But in fact, there were more top races in ancient times. Although the heavenly court collapsed and the great ancient calamity broke out, the human race, demon race, and spirit race survived the calamity. Then, other races that are not weaker than the 3 races can do the same. As for how strong the Eldar and demon race are, I believe Brother Hanhai knows better than me. After all, I'm only a few decades old. I'm not older than Brother Hanhai. If I'm not wrong, there are likely to be other top races in the other 3 continents. As for the strength of these races, I don't need to say more. Brother Hanhai should know. Just look at the current strength of the human race and the former Eldar and demon race. So, once the three continents are connected, there will definitely be an earth-shattering war. Let me tell you the truth. Although Brother Hanhai is powerful, you may not be able to escape from such a war. It's fine if Brother Hanhai is alone, but you have the huge overturned sea sect. When the war comes, I'm sure Brother Hanhai won't be willing to fight alone and suffer losses with the three continents. These words. Qin Shujian's words were half true and half false. He had learned the ancient information from Xiaoqiao and Godslayer and made it up on the spot. But after he made it up, Qin Shujian suddenly realized that what he made up seemed to be quite reasonable. For a moment, Si Hanhai fell into deep thought. He also fell into deep thought. The two of them quieted down and played chess silently. After an unknown period of time, the outcome of the game had been decided. There was no doubt that the loser was Qin Shujian. Qin Shujian's strength was strong, and his memory and deduction ability was also very strong. Although he had not been involved in chess for a long time, he was not bad. But in front of an experienced chess player like Si Hanhai, he was much worse. After the game ended, no one made another move. Si Hanhai looked at Qin Shujian with a dignified expression and asked, "Sect Master Qin knows a lot about ancient matters? Everyone has their own secrets." Qin Shujian responded with a smile and said, "There are some things that I can't tell you frankly, but I can guarantee that what I said just now is absolutely not false." Si Hanhai was silent. Whether it was true or not, it was good. At least what the other party said happened to coincide with what he thought in his heart. Alliance. It should be a good idea. But the Qin Shujian in front of him gave Si Hanhai a sense of danger, as if he was asking a tiger for its skin. Seeing this, Qin Shujian added, "I won't lie to Brother Bast Si. My sect has already formed an alliance with the Heavenly Array sect and the Traceless sect. If the Covering Sea sect also agrees, there will be 4 top sects in the alliance. With such strength gathered together, it should be more than enough to deal with a war. Sect Master Qin has already formed an alliance with 2 sects." Si Hanhai was startled, but he quickly understood. No wonder Qin Shujian had so much confidence to come to the Fu Hai sect. It turned out that the biggest reason was the alliance of the 3 sections. It was different from an alliance with a Sky Origin sect. An alliance with 3 top sects gathered together was very important. Si Hanhai no longer hesitated and said, "Since Sect Master Qin has asked sincerely, it is not appropriate for me to refuse. In this case, there is no problem with the Fu Hai sect forming an alliance with you." Very good. In the future, Brother Hanhai will certainly not be moved and regret today's choice. Qin Shujian smiled and said, "When this Qin returns to Baiyun Manor, I'll have the 4 sects meet up with each other. This way, we can get to know each other better so that we don't know each other." Sect Master Qin's words are reasonable, Si Hanhai said. Since the alliance had been formed, Qin Shujian was not afraid that Si Hanhai would go back on his word. Immediately, he got up and said goodbye. There were 2 main purposes for coming this time. One was to teach Si Hanhai a good lesson. Unfortunately, the other party was stubborn, so this purpose could only be temporarily put aside. The other, it was to form an alliance with the Fu Hai sect. Now that this purpose had been achieved, Qin Shujian would not stay here to waste time. He left as soon as he said so. Qin Shujian ignored Si Hanhai's obstruction and directly left the Fu Hai sect. Looking at the empty stone bench in front of him, Si Hanhai shook his head helplessly, but his eyes were dignified. His strength has really become stronger. Could it be that he has already reached the 4th layer of the heaven-human realm? He thought of the faint power of rules on Qin Shujian's body. Si Hanhai sighed deeply. 4th layer of the heaven-human realm, divine transcendence, the indistinct rule power on the other party's body had already explained everything. He was not even at the 4th layer of the heaven-human realm. How could he have the opportunity to touch the rule power on the other side? Qin Shujian had already left the Fu Hai sect's territory. While they were on their way, he was also asking about the god-slaying saber. "Senior, you said that Si Hanhai has a secret. What secret is it?" "It's hard to say. He hides it very deeply. If he doesn't show it, you can't see too much," Godslayer said. Hearing this, Qin Shujian pondered for a moment. He also heard Godslayer's words, which was why he continued to force Xianxia to go out to sea, wanting to find out the other party's background. But Xianxia was stubborn. Qin Shujian also had no choice. Thinking of this, he asked again, then from Senior's perspective, what realm is he at? In terms of combat strength, which stage is he at? The rule power on his body is obvious. He is at least at the 5th level of the celestial being. His strength is not revealed, so it's hard to guess his combat strength. However, the weakest 5th level of the celestial being has a combat strength of about 1,500. 5th level of the celestial being. Qin Shujian looked surprised. He guessed that Xianxia was a Saint Realm expert, but he did not expect that the other party would be at the 5th level of the celestial being. No. Godslayer said that at least the 5th level of the celestial being. In other words, Xianxia could also be at the 6th level of the celestial being. As for the other party's 1,500 combat strength, Qin Shujian ignored it. If he could not even be sure of the strength, guessing the combat strength was also a meaningless act. Qin Shujian said, "Is it possible that Xianxia is an expert above the 7th level of the celestial being?" Impossible. Cultivators above the 7th level of the celestial being can really touch the rule power and try to slowly master it, turning it into the power of a domain. The rule power on such a cultivator is either extremely rich or has no rule power at all. That human just now is far from it. Godslayer denied it decisively. Then what is the lowest combat strength of the 6th level of the celestial being? The lowest combat strength of the 6th level of the celestial being is about 2,500. The lowest combat strength of the 5th level of the celestial being is 1,500. The lowest combat strength of the 6th level of the celestial being is 2,500. Qin Shujian thought that even if Xianxia was at the 6th level of the celestial being and comprehended the most powerful rule power, the other party's strength was still inferior to his. Of course, Xianxia might not necessarily be at the 6th level of the celestial being, and even if he was, he might not necessarily be the weakest. As for the rule power, it was impossible for him to be one of the strongest. In general, Xianxia's strength was very mysterious, but there was a range of guesses. Qin Shujian estimated his and the other party's strength. In the end, he came to a conclusion. If they really fought, there was an 80% chance that Xianxia would not be his match. If he used Godslayer, Xianxia could only wait for death. After confirming that the other party was not a threat, Qin Shujian's mood improved a lot. After arriving at a somewhat familiar city, he took a quick look around before directly entering the city. In the city lord mansion, Baida was listening to his subordinate's report, and his face gradually turned from sunny to gloomy. After the other party finished reporting, he waved his hand and dismissed him. Qin Shujian. Baida's face was gloomy. He was sincerely resentful of this name. Since he had been the city lord for so long, no one dared to openly kill his subordinates. However, yet, Qin Shujian did just that. Not only did he do it, but Baida also did not dare to find trouble with him. The more he thought about it, the more Baida thought about it, the more furious he was. In the inner hall, a middle-aged aide said, "City Lord, there is no need for us to fall out with Qin Shujian now. There are many people in the imperial court who are close to him, and he is also very powerful. If we fight him head-on, we can't guarantee that we won't be seriously injured." "Of course I know," Baida said gloomily, "but I am not willing to take this lying down." "Lord, there is no need to be anxious." The middle-aged aide persuaded, "Qin Shujian is arrogant and despotic, and has offended countless people. These people are also waiting for an opportunity, why should we be the first to stand out?" Baida's expression kept changing. He knew the gap between him and Qin Shujian. If he really fell out with him, it would be like an egg hitting a rock. Not only would he not be able to hurt Qin Shujian, but he would also lose his reputation. After a long time, Baida forced himself to suppress his anger, and did not find trouble with Qin Shujian. At this moment, Qin Shujian had already arrived at the teleportation gate. He did not know that there was a city lord in the city who was dissatisfied with him. However, even if he knew, Qin Shujian would not care. It was just a small city lord. If he really offended him, then he would just kill him. Half a day later, Liang Mountain Spiritual Region, Liang Mountain City. Qin Shujian had already appeared here. Sect Master. The sect deacons guarding the array bowed when they saw Qin Shujian. Qin Shujian made a soft sound of acknowledgement and left the place. He did not stay in Liang Mountain City for too long. Qin Shujian went straight back to Yuan sect. When Qin Shujian walked up Liang Mountain, Godslayer's voice sounded in his mind, "This is the sect you are in?" "Yes. The spiritual energy is too weak, and the strength of the people in the sect is too weak." Sigh. Godslayer belittled the sect mercilessly. The last sigh made Qin Shujian's face turn black. Yes, his sect was indeed weak compared to the forces in the ancient times, and its environment was also ordinary. It could not be compared to the Fuhai sect. However, humans were just that strange. It was fine for him to belittle his own things, but if someone else belittled it, then he would be very unhappy. Now, Qin Shujian was very unhappy. However, considering the existence of Godslayer, he decided to swallow his anger. The sect has only been established for a few years, and it is already very good to have such a foundation. It is not the ancient times anymore, and the spiritual energy in the sect is very weak. Compared to the entire human race, the spiritual energy in the sect is one of the best. Qin Shujian replied in an annoyed tone. Godslayer did not argue this time, and said sympathetically, "That is true. After going to so many places, the spiritual energy here is the densest." As the man and the sword talked, they had already reached the mountain gate. When he saw Jiang Feng, Godslayer let out a soft cry of surprise. "Zombies! I didn't expect this race to still be alive." "Senior, what do you mean?" Qin Shujian was stunned. "Are you saying that zombies were also a race in the ancient times? Wasn't Jiang Feng a heavenly zombie refined by the ancient Ming? When did they become an ancient race?" The god-slaying saber said, "In ancient times, all living creatures could be divided into different races. Zombies were naturally one of the races. Back then, among the 365 immortals, there were many. One of the immortals was a powerful zombie. Unfortunately, the zombies have always been few in number. Although they had immortals, their overall strength was not strong. However, I didn't expect the zombies to still be alive when so many races had disappeared." As soon as he finished speaking, Godslayer said again, "No, he is not a real zombie. There is only killing in his heart, and his spiritual intelligence has not awakened. I was wondering why the zombies were still alive." "Senior, are you saying that only zombies with spiritual intelligence are considered members of the zombies?" "Of course." Godslayer said matter-of-factly, "The biggest characteristic of a race is spiritual intelligence. Only when they have spiritual intelligence can they be called living creatures and form a race. In the ancient times, there were many zombies like this who only knew how to kill, but they were just the army of the zombies. Only those who have spiritual intelligence can be counted as living creatures of the zombies." Qin Shujian heard this and looked at Jiang Feng. The other party was wearing a black robe, sitting cross-legged in front of the mountain gate, motionless like a wooden man. According to Godslayer, Jiang Feng was not a zombie in the true sense. He was just a weapon of killing. Then, Qin Shujian said, "In that case, how can a zombie develop spiritual intelligence?" "This is hard to say. Maybe after thousands of years, he will develop spiritual intelligence on his own. Or if he is placed in a place of extreme negative energy and nurtured for many years, there is a chance for him to develop spiritual intelligence. But no matter what method it is, the probability of developing spiritual intelligence is very low. Otherwise, there would not be so few members of the zombies in the ancient times. After all, with an immortal, it is very easy to get some things." Godslayer's words were already hinting to Qin Shujian to give up the idea of giving Jiang Feng spiritual intelligence. The ancestor of the ancient zombies was an immortal. He could get all kinds of resources and treasures, but in the end, there were still pitifully few members of the zombies. In Godslayer's opinion, the probability of Jiang Feng gaining spiritual intelligence was very low. Qin Shujian did not care and asked, "If a zombie develops spiritual intelligence, will he remember what happened when he was alive?" "No." Godslayer answered straightforwardly, then continued, zombies are special creatures that live from death. Once they are resurrected, they will forget all the past. However, there will be some obsessions in their hearts, but these obsessions will not form too many memories. At most, such obsessions will involuntarily surge with killing intent when they meet their enemies. That's all. Hearing these words, Xianxia was relieved. In his opinion, it was not important whether Jiang Feng gained spiritual intelligence or not. What Xianxia really cared about was whether Jiang Feng had the possibility of recovering his memories. If there was, this might be a hidden danger in the future. Now, Godslayer's words made him feel relieved. As long as there were no hidden dangers, it was fine. As for whether he had spiritual intelligence or not, it was the same. It was a good thing to be a quiet fighter like now. He entered the sect. Godslayer said, "Why are there so few humans in your sect?" From what he could sense, there were only a few people in the sect at the very most. Godslayer thought. With the current weakness of the human race and Qin Shujian's strength, there shouldn't be so few people in the sect. Qin Shujian said, "We are in the main sect, and there are 6 other branches. The other disciples are in the branches. Our sect currently has more than 200,000 people. More than 200,000 people. That's not bad." Godslayer said. In ancient times, the human race was mainly tribal, but there were also experts who set up sects and orthodoxies to recruit all the creatures in the world and educate them without discrimination. These sects and orthodoxies. There were at least hundreds of thousands of people, and at most millions of people. There were even disciples all over the world. When Qin Shujian walked into the sect, a voice rang out. Godslayer exclaimed softly and said, "The power of faith. Are you planning to forge a Zubing?" In front of Qin Shujian. It was the long saber sculpture of Xianxia. After the disciples of the Yuan sect worshipped day and night, the long saber sculpture would carry an imperceptible and intimidating aura. But if one looked at it with the Dharma eye, one would find that there was a mysterious power lingering on the sculpture. It was just that this power was too weak to the extent that it was almost non-existent. Qin Shujian said, "Senior, you know it too?" As soon as he asked this question, he knew that his words were stupid. Who was the speaker? Zhu Bing. Qin Shujian felt that he wouldn't be able to ask this question without 10 years of cerebral thrombosis. As expected. Godslayer's voice sounded in his mind, haha. It was a simple word, but the meaning of contempt was very clear. Qin Shujian coughed softly and said, "I made a slip of the tongue." In Senior's opinion, is Zhu Bing's forging very difficult? He really wanted to humbly ask for advice. Hearing this, the Godslayer didn't hide anything either. Zhu Bing is very difficult to forge, because Zhu Bing is different from Dao treasures and other things. It's an existence that steals the fortune of heaven and earth. And the most important thing to forge Zhu Bing is faith. In ancient times, the number of Zhu Bing among the 10,000 races could be counted on one hand. In order to forge a Zhu Bing, the most basic requirement was to have hundreds of millions of clansmen worship a divine weapon day and night for millions of years. Only then would there be hope of turning it into a Zhu Bing. Furthermore, when Zhu Bing is formed, there is still the test of the great tribulation of heaven and earth. Most Zhu Bing get stuck at the last step and fail in the end. Over 100 million clansmen. It had been enshrined for 1,000,000 years. Putting aside the question of whether or not to transcend the tribulation, just the first 2 conditions left Qin Shujian dumbfounded. If this was the difficulty of casting Zhu Bing, then it was no wonder that Zhu Bing was so rare. The Godslayer said, 1,000,000 years is a very long time. Many races can't gather hundreds of millions of clansmen. In this case, the time needed is even longer. Over the long years, there were some races that were unable to forge their ancestral armaments even after their deaths. The human clan can have 3 Zhu Bing only because the human clan was a top race in ancient times. Its strength and population were top-notch. In terms of population, only the demon clan was comparable to the demon clan. The meaning of his words was also indirectly pointed out. The human clan was so strong, but they only had 3 Zhu Bing. You want to forge an ancestral armament with 200,000 people? That is nothing more than a fantasy. Qin Shujian understood, but he didn't really want to forge a Zhu Bing at first. Instead, he wanted to accumulate some power of faith and then enhance the power of the mountain blood. Is there an upper limit to the power of Zhu Bing? There is no upper limit to the power of Zhu Bing. It depends on the person using it. As long as the person using it is strong enough, Zhu Bing will also show the corresponding power. The Godslayer explained. The power of Zhu Bing, which was so difficult to forge, was naturally extraordinary. Qin Shujian was lost in thought. He was thinking about something in response to the Godslayer's words. The Godslayer said, to put it simply, the emperors are very strong. Even if they have a 9-seal Taoist instrument, it can't increase their fighting strength by much. Moreover, as their cultivation level increases, the increase in fighting strength decreases. Zhu Bing is different. No matter what level you are at, it can increase your fighting strength by the same amount. This is the power of Zhu Bing. When he said this, Qin Shujian immediately understood. In that case, even if a Taoist instrument reaches the 9-seal level, it's still dispensable for the emperors? It's not dispensable, but it's almost the same. The Godslayer thought for a moment and said, the real top experts in ancient times must have had magic weapons at the level of Zhu Bing. Because it's almost impossible to rise to the top without Zhu Bing. After that, the god-slaying saber looked to the sculpture before Qin Shujian and said, the power of faith on your sculpture is too weak. Even if millions of years or tens of millions of years pass, if you are lucky, you might be able to obtain a half-ancestral armament. If you want to forge a Zhu Bing, it's too far away. Half Zhu Bing? Qin Shujian looked puzzled. He had heard of Zhu Bing. But it was the first time he had heard of half Zhu Bing. The Godslayer said, half Zhu Bing is a defective product of Zhu Bing. Half Zhu Bing has part of the power of Zhu Bing, but the upper limit is different. Half Zhu Bing's upper limit is about the level of the emperors. Some of the weaker emperors use half Zhu Bing, but at the level of the Emperor of Heaven, only the real Zhu Bing is qualified to play a role. From the Godslayer's words, Qin Shujian knew that the top experts in ancient times were divided into 3 classes. Immortals, emperors, and the Emperor of Heaven at the top. I've heard people say that the power of a 9-seal Dao artifact is unparalleled. It's not much weaker than a first or second tribulation Zhu Bing. I've said before that the strength of a Zhu Bing depends on the strength of the cultivator. If 2 celestial beings fight, one side with a 9-seal Dao artifact, and the other side with a first or second tribulation Zhu Bing, then they will be evenly matched. Even a first tribulation Zhu Bing will be restrained by a Dao artifact. But once the level of the battle rises to the level of immortals, emperors, and Emperor of Heaven, then one side with a Zhu Bing will be able to suppress the cultivator with a Dao artifact. Because the upper limits of the 2 are different, the amplification they can achieve is also different. It's like the rules. A strong rule increases the battle power by 70%, and a weak rule increases the battle power by 30%. From the perspective of the emperors, Zhu Bing is equivalent to an eternally strong rule, while a Dao artifact is a weak rule. Because the power of the emperors is too strong, so strong that even a Dao artifact has little effect on them. You should understand now. As for the Godslayer's words, Qin Shujian suddenly understood. In other words, a 9-seal Dao artifact was indeed strong, but it also depended on what kind of person was using it. As long as it was not at the level of the emperors, a 9-seal Dao artifact was indeed not weaker than a Zhu Bing. For a moment, Qin Shujian felt that a Dao artifact did not seem to be so useful. The Godslayer seemed to know what he was thinking, and said again, but that doesn't mean that all 9-seal Dao artifacts are useless. Any Dao artifact is extraordinary. To be able to advance to the 9-seal Dao artifact, it is the most powerful existence among Dao artifacts. A Dao artifact of this level has all kinds of mysteries. In terms of power, it is not as good as a Zhu Bing, but in other aspects, it is actually very useful. Just like the immortal ranking of the 10,000 clans in the Heavenly Court, it is transformed from a Dao artifact. Its offensive power is not good, but it can monitor all the clans in the world. Zhu Bing can't do this. Looking at the sculpture in front of him, Qin Shujian said, if it can't reach the level of half a Zhu Bing, wouldn't it be useless at all? That's not the case. The power of faith is very mysterious. Any object with the power of faith attached to it can show all kinds of magic. The power of faith on the sculpture now is weak. But if it can be fully unleashed, it can also increase the power of the Tao artifact by a lot. However, after a single eruption, I reckon that the energy contained within will be exhausted. The Godslayer said. Unlike the Tao of the cosmos, this Zhu Bing was really knowledgeable. At least there were many questions. Qin Shujian got the answers from the Godslayer. If he relied on the Tao of the cosmos, he might get some false information. Just as Qin Shujian stood in front of the sculpture and muttered to himself, the elders of the sect finally arrived. From the moment he appeared in Cold Mountain City, the news of his return was sent back. It was just that after the breakthrough, Qin Shujian's footsteps were very fast, so he came back first. Sect Master. Seeing Qin Shujian standing there in a daze, Niao Feng couldn't help but remind him. Qin Shujian came back to his senses. He looked at Niao Feng and said, Elder Niao, have there been any changes during this period of time? Everything is normal. Well, inform the other branches to prepare for some disciples to enter the newborn area. In Qin Shujian's perception, the spiritual qi in the newborn area was already very abundant. It wouldn't be long before an innate spirit object would be born. Different from before the breakthrough, Qin Shujian's perception became sharper after he broke through to the Saint Realm. Since the innate spirit object was called innate, it couldn't get rid of the rules. Now in the newborn area, not only was the spiritual qi abundant, but there was also a faint surge of rules. In this situation, only when the innate spirit object was about to be born would there be such a phenomenon. Hearing this, Niao Feng nodded. Qin Shujian didn't say too much about this. He spread the news of entering the newborn area, but he could leave the details to their elders. These were small matters. Qin Shujian didn't pay too much attention to it. The next moment, Qin Shujian suddenly disappeared on the spot. Niao Feng looked at the empty space in front of him and couldn't help but sigh and say, Sect Master's strength has become even more powerful. With his perception at the peak of the spirit martial force, he didn't even notice how Qin Shujian left. As a result, Niao Feng couldn't help but feel shocked. Before Qin Shujian left last time, although the other party's strength was also shocking, at least when he left in front of him, he could still see a little fluctuation. This time. But there was nothing. Not to mention the fluctuation, the naked eye couldn't see it, and the perception couldn't capture it. It was as if the one standing in front of him was just an illusory shadow. After Niao Feng took a deep breath, the awe in his heart grew stronger, and he immediately turned and left. In the courtyard, Qin Shujian waved his hand and the dust disappeared. Then he sat down on the stone bench and took out all the tea sets, and then smiled and said, Senior, do you want to come out and have a seat? Okay. Godslayer didn't refuse. Then, in front of Qin Shujian, a stone knife suddenly appeared. Senior, I'll take the liberty to ask, why does Zhu Bing appear in front of people in the form of stone? This question had troubled him for a long time. Until now when he saw Godslayer, he finally couldn't help but ask. Godslayer replied indifferently, it's very simple, because Zhu Bing's material is stone. Seeing Qin Shujian's expression, the god-slaying saber explained, when the world was first created, the path of forging was obscure. Many living beings and races used stones as weapons. Thus, the ancestral armaments of the ancient era were basically all like this. I see. Qin Shujian nodded slightly. If that was the case, then it could be explained. Why did Zhu Bing appear in front of people in the form of stone? Because Zhu Bing's essence was stone. It was just the power of faith that made the stone transform, and made it have extraordinary magic. The tea brewed, and the fragrance wafted. Qin Shujian didn't pour tea for Godslayer, because a Zhu Bing couldn't drink tea. He once asked Godslayer if he could transform into a human form, and the final conclusion was that Zhu Bing couldn't transform into a human form. At this time, Godslayer's attention also fell on the osmanthus tree on the side. Is this the Eldar you mentioned? As if hearing Godslayer's words, the osmanthus tree's branches and leaves swayed. Qin Shujian said, yes, I wonder if this tree can meet the standards of Eldar. More or less. They've already gained sentience, but they haven't truly evolved yet. the astrals have strong foundations, and normal astrals have even longer lifespans. Any plant that is born with sentience and intelligence can be considered a part of the astrals. Therefore, strictly speaking, the number of Eldar is not much less than that of the human race. Godslayer slowly told him some information about Eldar. And most Eldar are spirits of plants. They absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and the moon to cultivate. They rarely kill. If you can cultivate one, you may get a good helper. At this point, Godslayer paused for a while and said again, Eldar's inheritance should be with you, right? Yes, Ancestor Tong Tian has given it to me. Qin Shujian nodded and then took out a stone ball. Like the inheritance of the demon clan, Eldar's inheritance also turned into a stone ball. In his opinion, it should be that the ancient creatures had a unique preference for stones. Godslayer sneered. Ancestor Tong Tian, that is, Ling Huang is not here. Otherwise, he would be the first to clean up the house. How dare a little Nirvana realm cultivator call himself Tong Tian? He is extremely arrogant. In his opinion, Ancestor Tong Tian was a moron. The word Tong Tian was not something to be casually called. That is, now that the Emperor of Heaven was dead, the emperors were gone. Otherwise, even if the other party was Eldar's people, he would be dead for sure. But now, Godslayer was too lazy to care so much. If the emperors really came back to life, there would naturally be someone to clean up the house. Then, Godslayer looked at the stone ball in Qin Shujian's hand and said, Eldar doesn't care about bloodline. If it is an inheritance, it should be based on memory. As for memory, it is divided into two types. One is the past memory of the creature. The other is simply the memory of the clan's inheritance. In my opinion, the one in your hand should be the latter. At the end, Godslayer's tone became inexplicable. The ancient Eldar was destroyed. Not counting the Eldar in Heavenly Rune Island, the inheritance in your hand should be the last orthodox Eldar inheritance. Unfortunately, it was given to the wrong person. Obviously, Qin Shujian was not a good person. Tong Tian, that idiot, gave the inheritance to him. It was the same as throwing meat buns at a dog. There was no turning back. However, Godslayer looked at the osmanthus tree to the side. If one were to talk about Eldar, this tree could be considered a part of Eldar. This way, the inheritance was not completely wasted. Hearing this, Qin Shujian held the stone ball in his hand and wrapped it with quintessential essence. Bit by bit, the seal on the stone ball was broken. When the seal was broken, a dense and vast aura of life suddenly burst out from Qin Shujian's hand. In the next instant, this aura spread out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, the withered plants would be reborn and grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. A sudden change. This caused everyone within 1,000 miles to be extremely shocked. At this moment, the osmanthus tree's branches and leaves swayed wildly. The tree, which was originally so thick that it would take 2 people to wrap their arms around it, was now growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. From the outside, only to see an osmanthus tree growing out, its branches and leaves were so lush that it was shocking. This change came too quickly. By the time Qin Shujian reacted, the surroundings had already changed. Not only that. In his perception, he also sensed how wide the range of this energy was. Godslayer said in a dignified tone, Heart of Wood Spirit. What is the Heart of Wood Spirit? When Qin Shujian asked, he had already seen the general attributes of the Heart of Wood Spirit in his hand. At this moment, Godslayer's words came, the Heart of Wood Spirit. After the ancient Eldar fell and his body dissipated, a Heart of Wood Spirit would condense. It can be said that the Heart of Wood Spirit is the essence of the Eldar. Not only does it contain pure energy, but it also contains the inheritance memories of the fallen Eldar. Then Senior, do you know what level the Heart of Wood Spirit in my hand is? Qin Shujian asked. The attributes he saw were similar to what Godslayer said, but there was no detailed description of the level. If the Eldar would turn into a Heart of Wood Spirit after death, then the Heart of Wood Spirit in his hand was at least at the celestial level, and it was not as simple as an ordinary celestial. Half immortal. Godslayer spat out 2 words softly. then. He said again, above nirvana is immortal, but some people fail in the transition from nirvana to immortal, so they are considered half-immortals, and the heart of wood spirit in your hand should be a half-immortal. If I give the heart of wood spirit to the osmanthus tree, will that half-immortal use it to resurrect? Xianxia had to be cautious. The heart of the wood spirit seemed to be a very evil thing. If a half-immortal really used it to resurrect, he might not be able to deal with it. As for submitting to him, that was even more wishful thinking. How could a half-immortal powerhouse, and one of the Eldar, submit to him? At that time, even if the resurrected half-immortal didn't attack him, he would probably leave. Xianxia couldn't tolerate this. His own things. What was the use of creating a disobedient powerhouse? At this moment, in Xianxia's mind, the heart of wood spirit was already his. Godslayer said, no, death is death. Even a half-immortal can't do anything about it. If a half-immortal powerhouse reincarnates, there won't be a heart of wood spirit left behind. Once there is a heart of wood spirit left behind, it proves that the half-immortal gave up the chance to be reborn. At this moment, there is only pure energy in the heart of wood spirit, as well as the inheritance left behind by the half-immortal. Other than that, there is nothing else. Hearing this, Xianxia looked at the heart of wood spirit in his hand and remained silent. He could feel that the surging energy contained in the heart of wood spirit was even more overbearing than the star sulfur slurry. If he swallowed it, maybe he would become a powerful powerhouse on the spot. However, Xianxia thought of the oath he made and felt helpless in his heart. When he didn't understand the rules, it was fine, thinking that the punishment of the rules was just that. But after he understood the rules, he understood how terrifying the rules were. The creatures of heaven and earth. All of them were under the control of the rules. Only when one reached the immortal level could they master the rules. But to say that they could transcend the rules, they might not be able to do it. Perhaps the emperors and the Emperor of Heaven were not afraid of the power of the rules. But he, Xianxia, was not a powerhouse of this level. To put it bluntly, in front of the rules, he was just a little brother. Thinking of this, Xianxia endured the feeling of his heart being cut by a knife and prepared to give the heart of wood spirit to the osmanthus tree. But when he did so, he asked worriedly, if the osmanthus tree gets the heart of wood spirit, will it become a half-immortal on the spot? He was a little worried. If this obedient little tree, after its strength skyrocketed, turned around and devoured its master, then it would be very awkward. He and Godslayer should not be able to beat a Nirvana realm expert now. As for a half-immortal, it was even more impossible. Godslayer said, no, the energy of the heart of wood spirit is not cultivated by itself. Even if it gets the inheritance of a half-immortal, it will take a certain amount of time to absorb this energy. Moreover, the two are not the same creature, so a lot of this energy will overflow when it is absorbed. The main function of the heart of wood spirit is to establish a supreme foundation for other Eldar, not to directly give birth to a powerhouse of the same level. If the heart of wood spirit in your hand is used by the osmanthus tree, then it will establish a foundation with the power of a half-immortal. In the future, it will have a 70% chance to return to the half-immortal realm, and a 30% chance to break through to the immortal realm. It is also the most important part of a high-grade heart of wood spirit. A half-immortal level heart of wood spirit was given to other Eldar in exchange for a chance to become an immortal. This was a very big price to pay. It also indirectly proved the importance of the heart of wood spirit in Xianxujian's hand. Because there were very few half-immortal powerhouses. There were even fewer half-immortal powerhouses who could sacrifice themselves and condense the heart of wood spirit. How could an expert who could cultivate to such a level give away all his opportunities to others? Existences at this level. They were more inclined to break through to the immortal realm themselves, and would not sacrifice themselves to give others the opportunity to become an immortal. To this, Xianxujian's heart ached a little. However, he was also comforting himself in his heart. If I use it, then use it. Who knows, maybe there will be another immortal in Yuanzhong in the future. Anyway, it is a waste to keep this thing in my hand. He reluctantly comforted himself. Xianxujian directly threw the heart of wood spirit into the osmanthus tree. Boom. P.S. I beg for monthly votes. The wood spirit heart was injected into the osmanthus tree. Suddenly, pure energy exploded from the wood spirit heart. The osmanthus tree, which had stopped growing, grew at a crazy speed. Rumble. From the outside, one could only see a towering tree rising from Mount Liang. Its lush leaves covered the sky. That was not all. With the appearance of the towering tree, a very rich spirit chi of heaven and earth swarmed in from all directions. In the sky, lightning gathered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Purple lightning fell. Divine martial thunder tribulation. Any living thing that wanted to break through to the divine martial realm had to be tempered by the thunder tribulation. If one broke through in the spirit domain, the power of the thunder tribulation would be much stronger than in the great domain. Qin Shujian watched as the lightning kept falling. The leaves of the osmanthus tree swayed and was not harmed by the lightning at all. His original worry disappeared. Obviously. After getting the wood spirit heart, the osmanthus tree reached the divine martial realm. Moreover, the wood spirit heart of a half-immortal was not ordinary. The lightning should not be able to do anything to it. Qin Shujian did not intend to interfere. Interfering with the thunder tribulation. That was not a small matter. Most importantly, he believed that the osmanthus tree, with the wood spirit heart of a half-immortal, would not be unable to deal with a small thunder tribulation. If it really could not deal with it, then it would die. It would die. After all, with such a treasure, if it could not even pass the thunder tribulation, it would be useless. Rumble. The thunder tribulation was huge. It was much bigger than when Qin Shujian broke through to the divine martial realm. This powerful aura naturally attracted the attention of many people. In addition, the strange phenomenon just now made people even more curious. However, although these people were curious, they did not dare to go to the Yuan sect to talk about it. The current Yuan sect was not a place that just anyone could enter. The sudden change. The experts left behind in the main sect were also alarmed. What happened? Su Yuanming looked at the sky with a shocked expression. It was already covered by the leaves, but the powerful lightning power still overflowed. Until now, he did not know what had happened. The surging spirit chi. The revived plants. Everything was clearly out of the ordinary. Just as the others were about to go and check out the situation, they received Qin Shujian's voice transmission in their minds. Don't panic. Stay in your own residences. Hearing this, Su Yuanming paused his footsteps and immediately dispelled the thought of moving. Like him, there were other elders of Yuan sect as well. Is Yuan sect's foundation really so terrifying? Gong Mingzi looked at the aura emitted by the towering tree. He could feel how powerful it was. Coupled with the inexplicable surge of spirit chi, he had to endure a huge impact. It had been a few months since he entered Yuan sect. Only then did Gong Mingzi truly know how strong the foundation of a top sect was. Originally, with his strength, he could live a carefree life as a rogue cultivator. Although being a loose cultivator was good. However, the upper limit was still there. In the past 10,000 years, there were very few rogue cultivators who could break through to the Deva realm. Because the methods to break through to the Deva realm were all controlled by the top sects, no one else knew about them. Even if the Yuan Pavilion had offered the exchange of spirit conduit techniques. But in reality, no one had ever been able to exchange for a divine connection level cultivation method. Because it was too difficult. The exchange of Yuan Pavilion was not only a matter of contribution points, but also a requirement of the exchange level. Even those who did missions every day would find it extremely difficult to grow to that level. But although it was difficult, at least it gave these people hope. Gong Mingzi's biggest wish was only two. One was to break through to the Deva realm. The other was to find himself a successor so that his inheritance would not be lost. Before this, Gong Mingzi's biggest wish was the latter. Before this, his biggest wish was the latter. Because he had no hope of breaking through to the Deva realm. Therefore, Gong Mingzi would not let go of Ningbo. But now it was different. After entering Yuan sect, Gong Mingzi saw the hope of obtaining the spirit conduit techniques. For a time, the obsession of finding a successor was completely overshadowed by the obsession of breaking through to the Deva realm. These days, Gong Mingzi could be considered to be trembling with fear. When he was silently contributing his strength, He also thought that he understood a lot about Yuan sect. But now he realized the things he understood were still too shallow. At this moment, lightning continued to fall from the sky. The speed of the lightning was extremely fast. It was not like before, where new lightning would condense after a while. The dense lightning did not stop. The terrifying power had already gathered into a sea of lightning. The osmanthus tree took root in the sea of lightning, constantly absorbing the energy of the lightning to nourish itself. Pure energy was absorbed from the sea of lightning, through the osmanthus tree's body, and into the roots below. Rumble. Mount Liang was trembling. At this moment, the mountain peak was rising at a slow speed. Sensing this abnormal situation, the experts of Yuan sect all took action to protect the sect's buildings. Eldar has such an effect? Qin Shujian could feel the changes in Mount Liang, as well as the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and exclaimed in admiration. He never thought that Eldar would have such an effect. How was this an ordinary race? It was clearly a living treasure. This was much more useful than burying a large number of spiritual stones. As for Qi Liangshan, ever since he broke through to the spirit martial realm, he has not improved. Although the mountain peak was a few hundred feet tall, it was not short. But as the residents of a top sect, it was still somewhat lacking in face. In the past, Qin Shujian would comfort himself by saying that the mountain was not tall, as long as there was an immortal. It did not matter whether Mount Liang was tall or not. As long as he was there, it would be the most beautiful mountain in the entire Mount Liang spirit domain. But in reality, if there was really a chance to improve, Qin Shujian would not reject it. The current him had long forgotten his initial thoughts. As the main sect, Mount Liang should be a little more lofty. Although Yuan sect's strength could crush many forces, it would be better if they could start from the main sect. In Qin Shujian's perception, in less than 15 minutes, Yuan sect had already broken through to a height of 10,000 feet. A 10,000-foot mountain peak was already very high. But looking at the current situation, it seemed that it was far from over. Godslayer said, the Eldar is a neutral race. Any place where an Eldar takes root can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which is very beneficial for the transformation of the environment. As for the roots that go deep into the earth vein, it can also change the landscape. In ancient times, there were almost no races that would be enemies with the Eldar. In addition, the Eldar had a gentle temperament and would not make enemies without permission. Therefore, at that time, many races would raise Eldar in places where they lived. Both sides benefited from each other. Ordinary Eldar can't play a big role. Only some powerful Eldar can play an important role. Right now, this osmanthus tree's strength is still at the breakthrough stage. But to a certain extent, it has the wood spirit heart of a half-immortal. Naturally, it is not the same as having a half-immortal taking root here. Half-immortal Eldar. In ancient times, other than the Eldar, there were not many other races that could have an Eldar of this level. Although the osmanthus tree had just obtained the wood spirit heart and was thousands of miles away from a real half-immortal Eldar. But at least, the foundation of a half-immortal was here. And in Godslayer's view, the osmanthus tree was transforming the energy of the wood spirit heart. After the transformation was over, its strength would not be much weaker. 3 days later, lightning kept striking. After the lightning passed, the osmanthus tree was still slowly growing. The small courtyard where Qin Shujian was originally in had long been occupied by the thick trunk of the osmanthus tree. Before the small courtyard was destroyed, Qin Shujian first took the things inside and then retreated to the side with Godslayer, silently watching the changes of the osmanthus tree. Now, the aura of the osmanthus tree had become stronger and stronger. Obviously, the breakthrough to the divine martial realm was not its limit. Eldar. Qin Shujian silently said this name in his heart. When he looked with his Dharma eye, the osmanthus tree was only in the second level of the divine martial realm, but the aura it emitted was not much weaker than that of a late-stage divine martial realm. Moreover, the tree trunk that was several hundred feet tall was a visual impact. If a second-level divine martial realm cultivator stood in front of it, he would have been crushed to pieces. At the same time, Qin Shujian also noticed that after the osmanthus tree broke through to the divine martial realm, a powerful divine will emerge from it. Senior, what level can it grow to? It should be a diviner. Godslayer replied calmly. A diviner. Qin Shujian's expression changed slightly. The original osmanthus tree, strictly speaking, was at the true martial realm at most. Not only did it evolve to the divine martial realm, but it was also going to break through to the diviner realm. A wood spirit heart giving birth to a diviner was indeed a shocking thing. After all, with the current situation of the human race, it was not easy to give birth to a diviner. But thinking that the wood spirit heart was condensed by a half-immortal, Qin Shujian felt a sense of relief. Godslayer said, the power of a half-immortal is not something you can imagine. Even 1% of it can create a diviner. It's only because Eldar's wood spirit heart is gentle that it's fine. If it was any other half-immortal's power, not to mention breaking through, the tree would have exploded in an instant. Qin Shujian listened to Godslayer's words while using his Dharma eye to observe the changes in the osmanthus tree. The original second-level divine martial realm had evolved to the third-level divine martial realm. For the next day, Yi Zichen was still alive. The osmanthus tree's cultivation base rose steadily, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the 10th-level divine martial realm. Rumble, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. A bright moon rising from the sea. A sea of fire from the azure tree, 10 suns shining in the sky. Such a strange phenomenon could not be hidden from the others. When the osmanthus tree broke through, it shook the entire Liang Mountain spirit realm. Now that the strange phenomenon appeared, the news spread like a gust of wind. The current Liang Mountain spirit realm was no longer the Liang Mountain spirit realm of the past. As Qin Shujian broke through to the heavenly realm, the others already understood. When the divine martial realm broke through to the heavenly realm, strange phenomena would appear. After that, Fang Xinglan and Yin Banqing's breakthroughs also spread throughout the world, causing the others to be even more aware of this. At this moment, another strange phenomenon appeared in the Yuan sect. Everyone understood that a new heavenly realm cultivator was about to be born. At this moment, anyone who approached the Yuan sect would be able to see the towering tree that covered the sky. A terrifying aura spread out from its body, causing the hearts of those who felt this aura to tremble. What's the origin of this tree? Could it be that it's about to break through to the heavenly realm? Eldar, it's an Eldar. I never thought that the Yuan sect would have an Eldar that broke through to the heavenly realm. In Liang Mountain City, many experts' faces turned pale. Some knowledgeable people could recognize the osmanthus tree's identity. After all, the Eldar was still a top-notch clan. Moreover, there were also some weak Eldar in the human race. Disregarding everything else, at the very least, there were so many trees and spiritual herbs in the endless mountain range. It was possible that there was an Eldar among them. When the osmanthus tree broke through, a certain place in the endless mountain range started to shake. The branches and leaves of a huge tree that was 100 feet tall shook. A crack appeared in the middle of its trunk, opening and closing like a huge mouth, and a voice came from within. Eldar, a powerful Eldar has been born. As the huge tree spoke, the surrounding 100 feet tall trees also woke up. That seems to be the direction of the human race. I can feel extremely pure wood spiritual energy. Could it be that another top-notch expert has been born in our race? I'm not sure. However, since that energy can reach here, it's definitely not simple. I can already feel the energy that belongs to our race in the depths of the earth. A dull voice rang out, but it didn't startle the birds on the branches and leaves. Eldar. It had always been peaceful. When the osmanthus tree broke through, that pure half-immortal energy had already affected the entire endless mountain range. They were both Eldar. This energy couldn't be more obvious. Ever since the ancient times were destroyed, the Eldar had suffered heavy casualties. Many powerful Eldar had fallen one after another. After that, the Eldar took root in the endless mountain range and rarely participated in the disputes between the human race and the demon race. However, after so many years, it was impossible to completely stay out of it. In addition, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was weak now. It was extremely difficult for the Eldar to produce experts. Over and over, the Eldar had declined before the human race and the demon race. Until now. Although there were still Eldar in the world, they were extremely few in number and scattered in all directions. There was no way for them to form a living force. After all, there was no expert among the Eldar who could suppress a race. Naturally, there was no way for them to control the other Eldar. However, at this moment, the Eldar in the Endless Mountain Range felt the aura of the osmanthus tree. That power that was close to that of a celestial made all the Eldar who felt it yearn for it. In the ancient times, a celestial could only be said to have reached a higher level. But now, a celestial was already a top expert among the Eldar. Ever since the last celestial, Eldar, passed away, the Eldar had not produced a celestial for 10 to 20,000 years. Now that a celestial had appeared, these Eldar naturally could not hold back anymore. Towering trees stood up from the ground. Their roots pulled out from the ground and moved toward the Liang mountain range. The Eldar's movements were not small. It also attracted the attention of many people. What's going on? Why are these trees suddenly moving? This seems to be the Eldar, a race that has been silent for a long time. In the Endless Mountain Range, some cultivators who were searching for treasures were shocked when they saw these moving trees. The Eldar had been silent for so many years. Many people had never heard of this race. However, some people still remembered the existence of this race. But whether they knew it or not, when they saw these moving trees, no one acted rashly. Because these trees were emitting a heavy aura. Coupled with their huge size, it was obvious that they were not to be trifled with. Before knowing what benefits the Eldar had, no one would easily take the risk. At the end of the Endless Mountain Range, after such a period of time, the scale of the majestic city could be seen. Su Zhan was preparing to refine the city. Even he didn't have 100% confidence in such a majestic city. After so many months of research, he finally had some ideas. Su Zhan came back to his senses from the city in front of him. He flew into the air and looked in a certain direction of the Endless Mountain Range. There, a large number of trees were moving. The Eldar has been silent for so many years. Why would they make a move at this time? Su Zhan's expression was very serious. Although the Eldar had declined now. But no matter what, they were still a top race in the ancient times. No one could guarantee that the Eldar did not have any trump cards left behind. Seeing the Eldar's movements, Su Zhan would be lying if he said that he did not have any thoughts. At an unknown time, Fang Yilan also appeared beside Su Zhan. The Eldar lacks a top expert and has not made any moves for tens of thousands of years. Why would they suddenly move from the Endless Mountain Range at this time? Like Su Zhan, Fang Yilan was also full of doubts. Su Zhan shook his head and said, I don't know, but the Eldar cannot be underestimated. They must be up to something. I only hope that these Eldar will not go against the human race. Otherwise, there will be one less ancient race in the eastern continent. His words were full of murderous intent. At this critical juncture, if the Eldar dared to disrupt the human race's plan, they would be courting death. But at the same time, as a top race in the ancient times, if the Eldar did not attack the human race would not attack the Eldar. If they really forced such a race into a dead end, who knows what would happen? And it was different from the demon race. Strictly speaking, there was no deep hatred between the human race and the Eldar. So, the human race could exterminate the demon race, but to a certain extent, they could not do the same to the Eldar. Fang Yilan said, the Eldar's matter is not something we can interfere with. His Majesty should have received the news, let's see how they deal with it. There is only one thing we have to do, which is to successfully build the city. By the way, you have been studying for several months, how confident are you? 70%. Su Zhan sighed, shook his head and said. Fang Yilan also frowned when she heard this. 70% confidence. To be honest, this success rate was already very high. It could also be seen that Su Zhan's casting method was indeed very powerful. Otherwise, he would not be able to have 70% confidence after studying for a few months. But in the current situation, 70% confidence was far from enough. For the human race, the refining must be 100% confident. Otherwise, if it failed, the loss of manpower and material resources would be too great. In addition, Once it failed, it meant that the time to break the restriction of heaven and earth would be delayed. No one knew what the human emperor's plan was. But Fangyalan and Su Zhan were very clear. If the refining failed, the human emperor would most likely punish them. When that time came, even if they were powerful, they would not have an easy time. Fangyalan said in a deep voice, 70% confidence is too low. If we continue to delay like this, we don't have much time left. If possible, this old woman suggests that we look for Qin Shujian. Qin Shujian left the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain and has already gone to sea. Su Zhan shook his head. As early as a month ago, he secretly sent someone to look for Qin Shujian. Unfortunately, before he could start, he received the news that Qin Shujian had gone to the sea. Hearing this, Fangyalan looked at Su Zhan with a somewhat strange expression. So you were so stubborn before, but you secretly sent someone to ask for help. Su Zhan was a little embarrassed by Fangyalan's gaze. He coughed twice to cover it up. Anyway, Qin Shujian is also a formation master. It's good for us to communicate. Haha. Fangyalan responded with a sneer, and then said solemnly, the sea is not a good place. Many human experts have fallen in the sea. Even a celestial being is in danger of dying in the sea. Although his strength is good, he may not be able to escape unscathed. Do you know what's in the sea? Su Zhan asked. Fangyalan had been to the sea, but he had not. Now that Qin Shujian was attracted to the sea, there must be something hidden in the sea. Fangyalan thought of something and said in a deep voice, there are more ferocious beasts in the sea. In terms of numbers, the demon beasts in the endless mountain range can't compare with the ferocious beasts. And the ferocious beasts are very strong. Even in the periphery of the sea, there is the possibility of encountering a celestial being beast, not to mention one below the celestial being level. But the real danger in the sea is not the ferocious beasts. The natural disasters in the sea are the most terrible. I have encountered a natural disaster comparable to a powerful being. It was like the destruction of heaven and earth. If I hadn't retreated in time, I might have died in the sea. But in addition to these dangers, I didn't find any opportunities in the sea. It's hard to guess Qin Shujian's thoughts if he goes there now. In the end, Fangyalan looked puzzled. The sea was dangerous. But in terms of opportunities, she really didn't find any. If the flesh and blood of the ferocious beasts could be considered as opportunities, then there were indeed many opportunities in the sea. Then Fangyalan said again, Qin Shujian has entered the sea now, and he may not have a chance to come out. If you want to rely on him, I'm afraid you have miscalculated. Let's wait and see. Su Zhan shook his head. He didn't expect Qin Shujian to be so stubborn to go to the sea. As for the news that Qin Shujian had returned, Su Zhan didn't know. Because Qin Shujian hadn't been back for long, he didn't deliberately send people to keep an eye on Cold Mountain City, so he didn't get the news immediately. At this moment, with the breakthrough of the osmanthus tree, many Eldar who had sensed the wood spirit heart began to become restless. Some of them had even set off for the Cold Mountain Spirit Domain. Soon, the news of the Eldar's movement spread. The imperial court was also cautious about the Eldar's movements. But because the relationship between the two races hadn't reached the point where they had to fight to the death, the imperial court didn't act on their own initiative. They only sent people to keep an eye on the Eldar. P.S. Here's the first update, you can read the rest after you wake up. Compared to Eldar's actions. Now, the cultivation world of Baiyun Mansion was more concerned about the origin of Yuanzong's celestial being. Especially the Traceless sect. After receiving the news, Yin Banqing felt even more pressure. Qin Shujian was already very strong to begin with. Even if he had broken through to the celestial being realm, he was still no match for him. But now, Yuanzong had another celestial being for no reason, and Traceless sect would never be able to make a comeback. Now, Yin Banqing suddenly had the urge to move the entire Traceless sect. If they were still in Baiyun Mansion, Traceless sect was destined to be suppressed by Yuanzong. They had the strength of a top sect, but they didn't have the prestige that a top sect should have. If I remember correctly, Nanfeng Mansion has been lacking a top sect since the destruction of the Heavenly Corpse sect. I can consider moving the Traceless sect to Nanfeng Mansion. Yin Banqing thought in his heart. but this idea was just a thought. Nanfeng Mansion lacked a top sect. When the Heavenly Corpse sect was destroyed, other big manners had already intervened. If it was a local sect of Nanfeng Mansion, it would be fine to be promoted to a top sect. At this moment, if other top sects wanted to encroach on the entire Nanfeng Mansion, it was bound to cause a backlash. Not only that. Even the sects of other manors would have objections. Traceless sect was very strong. But it had only been promoted to a top sect for a short time. In the sect, except for Yin Banqing, who had just broken through to the celestial being realm, there were no other powerhouses who could dominate a mansion. And even if it was Yin Banqing, his strength was almost the weakest among all the celestials. If the Traceless sect wanted to forcefully enter Nanfeng Mansion, they had to at least have the strength of Yuanzong. Thinking of this, Yin Banqing couldn't help but sigh. The Traceless sect is still too weak. Although it is a top sect, it is still far from being able to monopolize a mansion. Subsequently, Yin Banqing called an elder and said, "Go to the Liang Mountain spiritual domain and find out who the celestial being realm in Yuanzong is." Yes. Su Yuan nodded, then turned and left. Baiyun Mansion. Marquis Baiyun also received the news that there was a celestial being realm in Yuanzong. Celestial being realm? When did Yuanzong have such a powerful Eldar? Marquis Baiyun fell into deep thought. He was sure that there was no powerful Eldar in Baiyun Mansion. Even if there were some Eldar, their strength was very weak. Eldar, who were at the peak of the divine martial realm and were about to break through to the diviner realm, had been extinct for tens of thousands of years. Subsequently, the Marquis of Northern Cloud shook his head and laughed. The Eldar is a top-notch clan after all. They have declined to this extent, but they still have the foundation to break through to the celestial being realm. They are not simple. Immediately after, he called Xiaohong over and handed him a porcelain bottle. There's an Eldar in the Sky Origin sect who has broken through to the celestial realm. You should take this opportunity to break through as well. Thank you, Marquis. Xiaohong's hand trembled slightly as he took the bottle. He knew what was inside. 9th level pill, revival fortune pill. Go. Marquis Baiyun said calmly. Xiaohong had been stuck at the peak of the divine martial realm for a long time. But now that his qi and blood had declined, the chances of him breaking through were slim. Inside the Baiyun Marquis mansion, Xiaohong was the only one at the peak of the divine martial realm. Therefore, Marquis Baiyun gave him the revival fortune pill. It would be a good thing for the Baiyun Marquis mansion to have another celestial being realm cultivator at this time. With the revival fortune pill, Xiaohong bowed and left. After Xiaohong left, Marquis Baiyun slowly opened his mouth and asked, "Do you know what is in the sea?" "The sea is very dangerous." Zhu Bing's voice sounded in his mind. Dangerous? Marquis Baiyun raised his eyebrows slightly. He knew that the sea was dangerous. After all, a few celestial beings had died there. But the other party was Zhu Bing, who had fought against immortals in ancient times. Even Zhu Bing said that the sea was dangerous. In Marquis Baiyun's opinion, the level of danger in the sea was much more terrifying than he had expected. Shi Mao said, in ancient times, the Emperor of Heaven and the emperors of various clans once went deep into the sea, but in the end, they had to retreat. Many emperors were injured. It can be said that the depths of the sea are extremely dangerous. I suggest that you don't enter the sea. Even if you have a chance to become an immortal in the future, you won't explore the sea. The Emperor of Heaven, the emperors, Marquis Baiyun's expression suddenly became serious. If Shi Mao hadn't mentioned it, he really wouldn't have known that the sea was so dangerous. Immediately after, Marquis Baiyun said, "Apart from danger, what else is there in the sea?" "It's hard to say. The sea is too mysterious." Shi Mao replied indifferently. In response, Marquis Baiyun also fell silent. All along, Shi Mao was omniscient. He had learned many ancient secrets from him. But now, Marquis Baiyun discovered that there were also things that he didn't know. The sea. Marquis Baiyun had already remembered this place in his heart. In the past, he didn't have the idea of exploring the sea, but now, he had this idea. However, Marquis Baiyun also understood that the sea was dangerous and couldn't be explored at will. He was not in a hurry. When he was strong enough in the future, he would naturally go in and take a look. However, not long after Qin Shujian came out of the sea, an Eldar of the Yuan sect broke through to the celestial being realm. Could it be that he obtained the Eldar's inheritance from the sea? Marquis Bayun wasn't sure. If it was something else, he wouldn't care. But since it involved another race, Marquis Bayun had to treat it seriously. Rumble, it had been 7 days since the strange phenomenon occurred. A celestial being realm breakthrough. It usually lasted for 5 to 7 days. Now, the branches and leaves of the osmanthus tree were lush, covering the entire peak of Mount Liang like a canopy. Its trunk was thick and strong, nearly 100 feet long. It had already reached a height of 500 to 600 feet. Qin Shujian looked at the changes in front of him with a solemn expression. Thanks to the osmanthus tree's breakthrough. Now, the entire Mount Liang had been raised to a height of 1,500 feet. The concentration of spirit energy in the entire sect had directly increased by several levels. At this moment, the phenomenon had reached the final stage. Qin Shujian understood that the osmanthus tree was about to break through successfully. It was different from the danger when others broke through. The other party had obtained the heart of wood spirit. From the beginning to the current breakthrough, it had been smooth sailing. Regarding this, Qin Shujian didn't feel any jealousy in his heart. After all, the osmanthus tree's breakthrough benefited from the heart of wood spirit. This was the heart of wood spirit condensed by the ancestors of the Eldar at the cost of the death of a half-immortal. This was the legacy of the Eldar. There was nothing to say. About 2 hours passed. The phenomenon shattered with a loud bang. Immediately afterward, a terrifying aura swept across the world. At the same time, the flowers on the tree bloomed and then withered. The petals drifted with the wind and scattered thousands of miles away from the Yuan sect. Seeing this, with a thought, Qin Shujian stretched out his hand. His real essence transformed into a giant hand, and grabbed almost half of the petals. It was also at this moment, some experts who saw the falling petals soared into the sky and grabbed the petals. Hurry up and do it. These are the scattered treasures of the Eldar Celestials. Don't waste them. The spirit energy is rich. If it's used to make tea, it's at least an 8th grade spirit tea. No, I've seen 8th grade spirit tea, but it doesn't have such rich spirit energy. Many experts took action and snatched the petals. The rich spirit energy accumulated in the petals made them all excited. Whether it was an 8th grade spirit energy or beyond. This time, these people had all profited. If a petal of this level was consumed, even a great cultivator of the divine martial arts realm would be able to improve his cultivation a little. Although the improvement wasn't much. One had to know that a great cultivator of the divine martial arts realm would need at least several years of polishing if he wanted to improve on his original foundation. Now that he had such a spirit flower in hand, he could at least work less for a few years. Some of the knowledgeable cultivators, they had already taken action when the spirit flower scattered. As for the other cultivators who were still watching, they also couldn't wait to take action when the cultivators in front of them took action. They weren't fools. Since others were so excited, it was obvious that these petals were treasures. In addition, the scattered petals contained the spirit energy of heaven and earth. Even if they were far away, they could feel it. How could they ignore it, for a moment? Most of the people were snatching the petals. On the contrary, they didn't pay much attention to Yuan Zong who had broken through to the heaven realm. Inside Yuan Zong, Qin Shujian looked at the osmanthus tree in front of him and said in a deep voice, "How should I address you now?" As soon as he finished, the towering tree twisted and changed, and finally turned into a boy in green. When he saw Qin Shujian and the god-slaying saber, he was stunned. The boy first walked in front of Qin Shujian, bowed respectfully, and said in a crisp voice, "Mu Yang greets the sect master." Then, the boy bowed towards the god-slaying saber and said, "Mu Yang greets the ancestral armament." "No need to be so polite," Godslayer said indifferently. Qin Shujian looked at the boy and said, "Is Mu Yang your name, or the name of that half-immortal?" For Mu Yang in front of him, he didn't look down on him at all. Right now, Qin Shujian had to confirm whether or not Mu Yang had been possessed by a half-immortal. Although Godslayer said that he wouldn't, he couldn't be sure if he didn't personally confirm it. In addition to that, Qin Shujian also had to know Mu Yang's attitude. Was he still part of Yuan's zone, or was he planning to leave and travel the world as an Eldar? Mu Yang said respectfully, Mu Yang is the name I gave myself. If the sect master is not satisfied, you can give me a new name. No need, Mu Yang is also quite good. Qin Shujian nodded slightly, and then asked, now that you have broken through to the heaven realm, what are your plans for the future? I was able to break through to the heaven realm because of the opportunity bestowed by the sect master. If the sect doesn't abandon me, I am willing to serve the sect master for the rest of my life. Mu Yang's attitude was sincere, without a trace of hypocrisy. To this, Qin Shujian did not refuse, and nodded, if you have thought it through, then stay in Yuan's zone. I just hope that you can remember that although you are an Eldar, you are also a member of Yuan's zone. Mu Yang will remember. Now that you have transformed, do you not need to show your true form? Qin Shujian changed the topic. Mu Yang in front of him gave him the feeling that he was a little mature, but his appearance was no different from a child. To put it bluntly, it was because the Eldar's lifespan was very long, and the osmanthus tree had not existed for a long time. With the Eldar's age, he was indeed no different from a child. Mu Yang said, after an Eldar breaks through to the heaven realm, he can transform. However, if I transform, it will not be of much benefit to the sect. On the contrary, if I show my true form, it will increase the spiritual energy and change the ley lines. If time passes, there may be a chance to breed a Heaven-Earth Spirit vein in Liang Mountain. Heaven-Earth Spirit vein, Qin Shujian's pupils shrank. He knew that an Eldar could condense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but it was the first time he heard that an Eldar could breed a Heaven-Earth Spirit vein. If Mu Yang had not mentioned it, Qin Shujian would not have known about it. He could not help but look at Godslayer. Godslayer said, a powerful Eldar can indeed breed a Heaven-Earth Spirit vein. However, only Heaven Realm Eldar and above can do it. Moreover, an ordinary Heaven Realm Eldar needs a very long time to breed a Heaven-Earth Spirit vein. However, Mu Yang has a wood spirit heart. A half-immortal's wood spirit heart can continue to transform into energy. If he stays here for a few hundred years, there is a chance to breed a small Heaven-Earth Spirit vein. However, if you want to condense a strong enough Heaven-Earth Spirit vein, you need at least 10,000 years. A few hundred years can breed a small Heaven-Earth Spirit vein. This is enough for Qin Shujian. Heaven-Earth Spirit vein. It is not something spirit stones can compare with. This is because spirit stones will definitely be born in a Heaven-Earth Spirit vein. Seriously speaking, spirit stones are like little brothers in front of a Heaven-Earth Spirit vein. The two cannot be mentioned in the same breath. Once the main sect has a Heaven-Earth Spirit vein, even if it is the smallest Heaven-Earth Spirit vein, Qin Shujian dares to guarantee that the spiritual energy here will be extremely rich. At least, it can also be like Heavenly Rune Island, where humans are born in the true martial realm. Thinking of Heavenly Rune Island, Qin Shujian asked, if you want to breed a Heaven-Earth Spirit vein as strong as Heavenly Rune Island, how long will it take? It will take as long as connecting heaven exists. Godslayer said unhappily, however, if you want to be like the ancient humans, where everyone is born in the true martial realm, then you only need a small Heaven-Earth Spirit vein. In any case, your place is not big. The main thing is to prevent the spiritual energy from leaking out. Otherwise, even if you have a Heaven-Earth Spirit vein like Heavenly Rune Island, it will be useless. Qin Shujian said as expected in his heart. Godslayer's words happened to coincide with his thoughts. However, Qin Shujian thought of Mu Yang's true body and felt that something is wrong. There is no other reason. It is too big. After breaking through to Heaven Realm, Mu Yang's true body can cover the sky of Liang Mountain. If you reveal your true body, can you shrink it a bit? Eldar cannot shrink their true body. Mu Yang shook his head. However, he knew what Qin Shujian was thinking. He said, if possible, Sect Master can let me take root in the secret realm. When my roots come out of the secret realm, it can increase the spiritual energy of the Sky Origin sect. At the same time, it can increase the density of spiritual energy in the secret realm. Although he had just taken human form, long ago, he had already given birth to spirituality. Mu Yang was also aware that Qin Shujian had opened up a secret realm. Hearing this, Qin Shujian pondered for a moment. Then, he nodded and said, "All right. You can enter the secret realm." Then, a man, a saber, and a tree walked towards the secret realm. Because of Qin Shujian's special instructions, the secret realm was covered by a large hall. The person guarding the door was an inner court elder that was promoted. If it was in the past, this inner sect elder should have been sleeping in the main hall, but the commotion caused by Mu Yang's breakthrough had caused this inner sect elder to be restless. Now that he saw Qin Shujian arrive, he immediately went up to greet him. "Sect Master. Open the hall. I want to enter the secret realm." "Yes." The elder looked at Mu Yang and Godslayer strangely. However, he did not ask any questions. Instead, he respectfully opened the door. After entering, Qin Shujian directly opened the door of the secret realm. Then, the three of them entered together. The scene changed. A dense spiritual energy rushed towards them. Although it was not as dense as the spiritual energy of Heavenly Pattern Island, it was still much denser than the spiritual energy of the main sect. At this moment, the secret realm. It was no different from the outside world. The only difference was that there were no living creatures here. There was no sun or moon. Even the laws were not perfect. The seemingly prosperous surface was actually a huge empty shell. "Oh, a secret realm. I didn't expect you to have a secret realm here. It's a pity that it's too simple." Godslayer looked at the secret realm and saw the truth of the secret realm at a glance. Qin Shujian was not embarrassed. He laughed and said, "Senior, don't be picky. With my current realm, it's already not easy to open a secret realm. How could it be so easy to open a secret realm like the Void World?" "That's true. If the Void World was opened by a saint, then that saint was also an immortal. Your strength is far from his. It's not bad that you can open an empty secret realm." This time, Godslayer did not refute. Opening a secret realm was not an easy task. Even if it was an empty secret realm, it was the same. In the ancient era, there were very few formation Dao experts in the human race. For a cultivator like Qin Shujian who could open a secret realm at such a young age, he was worthy of being heavily nurtured at that time. Of course, if he was compared to a 4th-stage sky human who had the battle strength of a 7th-stage sky human, this little bit of talent in the formation Dao was not worth mentioning. Godslayer did not say it, but he knew very well in his heart. In terms of talent, Qin Shujian was also one of the top in the ancient human race. There was a high chance that he could become an immortal in the future. During the conversation, the three people had already arrived at the center of the secret realm. Mu Yang seemed to feel very comfortable with the environment here. He said, "Sect Master, if you don't mind, I'll stay here?" "Sure. Sect Master, please step back a little with Zhu Bing." Hearing that, the man and the saber retreated as they were told. Then, Mu Yang revealed his true form. A towering tree that blotted out the sky officially appeared in the secret realm. A powerful aura spread out, causing the secret realm to shake slightly. However, Qin Shujian's method of setting up the secret realm was extraordinary. It was not so easy to shatter the secret realm with just the aura of a sky human. At this moment, Mu Yang's branches and leaves spread out, and a large number of roots pierced into the ground. In an instant, the secret realm shook. Not long after, Qin Shujian felt that a certain gap had appeared in the secret realm he refined. In the outside world, Mount Liang shook. Below the secret realm's gate placed on the ground, countless roots appeared from inside and then went deep into the Mount Liang. Originally, because Mu Yang had retracted his true form, the spirit chi of heaven and earth had gradually weakened. After the roots took root, it immediately warmed up. The elder guarding the main hall felt a strong surge of spirit chi, and all the pores on his body opened in an instant. Hiss, what a rich spirit chi! The elder was wild with joy. Guarding the secret realm's gate was a boring job. However, he was willing to stay here because he was rewarded with contribution points every month. But now, the spirit chi in the main hall had directly increased by several levels. This elder felt that even if the sect did not give him contribution points, he would still be willing to stay here. He had already decided. In the future, if anyone said that they wanted to change places with him, he would be angry with them. The spirit chi in the main hall was much denser than in the secret cultivation rooms. If he stayed here to cultivate every day, his progress would definitely be fast. Such a good thing could not be given simply by contribution points. In the secret realm. Because Mu Yang's roots penetrated the secret realm shook for a short while, and the space seemed to be somewhat unstable. However, after Mu Yang finished taking root, a large amount of spirit chi was absorbed, and the unstable space in the secret realm quickly stabilized. Moreover, Qin Shujian felt that the secret realm space was stronger than before. Could it be that Eldar had the effect of stabilizing space? Qin Shujian did not know. He planned to go back later and ask Godslayer. In front of Mu Yang, Qin Shujian did not plan to appear ignorant. However, before he asked, Mu Yang took the lead and said, "Sect Master, in the future, when I stay in the secret realm, I can gradually stabilize the space and slowly expand the range of the secret realm. As for the roots, they will go deep into the earth veins of Mount Liang and extend to other earth veins. When the time comes, most of the spirit chi will be absorbed into the secret realm, but a small part will overflow to the main sect. Moreover, the spirit chi in the secret realm is very dense. If a spirit vein is born, it will be much faster than the outside world." "That's good. You can stay in the secret realm." Of course, Qin Shujian would not refuse such a good thing. Mu Yang said, "When I was breaking through, I sensed the aura of other Eldar. I think my breakthrough and the Heart of Wood spirit have attracted those Eldar. If they come looking for me, I hope that Sect Master can give them a place to stay. These Eldar also have the effect of increasing the spirit chi of a region and improving the earth veins. However, they are still a little lacking when it comes to being able to produce spirit veins. Also, Sect Master, you can rest assured that I will tell them not to hurt the people of the sect. If any Eldar dares to disobey, I will personally act and destroy them." Mu Yang knew Qin Shujian's character very well. If any Eldar dared to hurt the people of the Sky Origin sect, he would definitely not show mercy. If he was not an Eldar, Mu Yang would not want to take this trouble. However, the Eldar was really too weak now. When he was breaking through, Mu Yang felt the Eldar's decline and weakness. At this moment, the Eldar needed to rest and recuperate. In addition, Mu Yang also knew from the half-immortals' inherited memories that the Eldar had cooperated with the human race in ancient times. Therefore, he said these words. Qin Shujian was silent for a while before he finally nodded and said, "In ancient times, the two races were friends. I also have no prejudice against the Eldar. In the early days, it was the Eldar who did not want to be enemies with me." Mu Yang understands. P.S. Finished writing, I'm going to sleep. Also, I'm looking for monthly votes. Let Mu Yang take root in the secret realm. After keeping the Godslayer in his sea of consciousness, Qin Shujian turned around and left the secret realm. It was different from before. Now that there was a Eldar in the secret realm, the concentration of spirit energy had increased a lot. In Qin Shujian's opinion, after a few years, it would be enough for him to go in and cultivate once. This was much better than burying the spirit stones in the secret realm. However, Qin Shujian did not take away the spirit stones in the secret realm. Instead, he placed them inside and complimented Mu Yang. According to Mu Yang, if there were a large number of spirit stones as a foundation, the chances of nurturing a spirit vein would be greater. So, after coming out of the secret realm, Qin Shujian went to the Forbidden Grounds without stopping and moved all the spirit stones placed inside into the secret realm. The spirit energy in these spirit stones had been exhausted and was in a slow recovery stage. A few months passed. Even if Qin Shujian personally set up the spirit gathering array, it was not very useful. The spirit energy in the spirit stones was still weak compared to the Forbidden Grounds. The spirit energy in the secret realm was several times that of the Forbidden Grounds. So, Qin Shujian simply threw all the consumed spirit stones into the Forbidden Grounds. Not to mention that the recovery would be much faster. If there were so many spirit stones together, the chances of condensing a heaven and earth spirit vein would be higher. Spirit vein was different from spirit stones. Spirit stones would be consumed, but spirit veins would always exist. And as time passed, spirit veins would gradually grow. It could be said that the spirit veins stored a lot of spirit energy. If one carried a spirit vein with them, it was equivalent to having a moving spirit energy treasury. But how strong was the spirit vein, Qin Shujian was not sure. To put it bluntly, he was no different from a country bumpkin when it came to this kind of high and mighty thing. Sect Master, there is a big tree that needs to be moved. It is coming towards the Liang Mountain spirit domain. How should we deal with it? After Qin Shujian had just arranged things properly, Zheng Fang came to find him. Not everyone knew Eldar. Although Zheng Fang was the great elder of the Yuan sect, he had never heard of Eldar's name. But there was one thing Zheng Fang knew about it. These anomalies must have something to do with the phenomenon of him breaking through to the celestial realm. Qin Shujian said, "There's no need to stop them. Let the Eldar come over." Since Mu Yang had spoken, he would not reject Eldar. In any case, the place where the Eldar was located could gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As for whether there would be any accidents during the migration of these Eldar, it had nothing to do with Qin Shujian. Those who were able to walk into Yuan sect's sphere of influence. If that was the case, then he would be protected by Yuan's own. If not, then forget it. Qin Shujian said, "Pass down my order. Tell all branches to pay close attention. If any Eldar steps into the territory of our sect, no one is allowed to kill them." "All right." Zheng Fang nodded. It was also the first time he had heard of the two words Eldar. In the end, Zheng Fang had spent too little time on the path of cultivation. He had wasted a few decades in the martial arts world. Now that he had climbed to the peak of the spiritual martial realm in a few years, he did not know much about many hidden things. There was nothing he could do about it. In a few years, there were very few things that he could understand. However, after hearing the name Eldar, Zheng Fang had already decided to go back and do some research. On the other side, Qin Shujian was already thinking about where to place Eldar. Eldar was also considered a treasure. However, it was not very appropriate to place him around Liang Mountain or directly lead him into Yuan sect. Qin Shujian thought left and right. Finally, his gaze fell on the direction of the Immortal Plains. If there was a region around Liang Mountain that was rarely visited, it would be the Immortal Plains. Ever since the Immortal Plains had been contaminated by demonic energy, very few people had set foot there. After that, Qin Shujian personally set up a formation there, wanting to purify the demonic energy inside. However, in reality, with Yuan sect's current vision, he did not care about the small Immortal Plains. Therefore, after Qin Shujian set up the formation, he did not care about that place anymore. Now that he thought about it, he also spread out his perception and swept across the Immortal Plains. There's still a bit of demonic chi, but it's already very thin. If the spirit race takes root there, they can cleanse the demonic chi. Also, if the spirit race stays there, they can indirectly turn the Immortal Plains into a good cultivation holy land. However, I don't know how strong Eldar is. If he is too weak, then it will be boring. Qin Shujian was already thinking about Eldar. When Mu Yang had transformed, he also took the opportunity to take a look at the other party's attributes. Strictly speaking, Mu Yang could be considered a disciple of Yuan sect. Therefore, when he looked at him with his Dharma eye, he just happened to see through the other party's loyalty. Unsurprisingly, his loyalty was full. Regarding this, Qin Shujian also relaxed about Mu Yang. With full loyalty, as long as there were no major changes, there would be no possibility of betrayal. As for major changes, Qin Shujian guessed that perhaps only by killing all the Eldar would there be a possibility of the loyalty decreasing. Before that, there was no problem. Walking in Yuan sect, Qin Shujian also sighed. Eldar is really strong. In such a short time, the concentration of spiritual energy here has increased so much. Of course, Eldar's emperor lives in the heavenly court. When the emperor was there, the heavenly court was the true holy land. All living things were born as spiritual martial artists, and the lowest achievement was celestial being. If not for the fact that immortal ascension was too big, the heavenly court might not have suffered such a terrible loss when facing the demon abyss. The god-slaying saber replied coldly. Born as spiritual martial artists, Qin Shujian also had some longing for this. If Yuan sect could really be strong to this extent, then there would be no forces in the world that could compete with them. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian thought of a question and said, Senior, is Muyang a man or a woman? Eldar have no gender. The god-slaying saber replied indifferently. Hearing this, Qin Shujian understood in his heart. On the other side, a large number of Eldar were migrating to the Liang Mountain spirit domain. These Eldar were strong and were at the spiritual martial realm, while the weak were only at the true martial realm. They were lucky enough to have intelligence and could be considered a member of the Eldar. However, Eldar were not qualified to transform before they reached the celestial being level. Therefore, these Eldar were all in their original form, and the movement of their migration was also very big. Regarding this, many cultivators' gazes fell on Eldar. Rumor has it that Eldar are extremely suitable for forging, and can even be refined into pills with extraordinary effects. Hey, these are all small matters. If an Eldar takes root in a place, it will continue to increase the concentration of spiritual energy. These Eldar are all treasures. Some of the cultivators were conversing with each other, and their eyes lit up as they looked at the Eldar. Eldar were rare. But there were many records about Eldar. Nowadays, some of the more powerful sects would have some spirit race members in charge. Immediately, some people began to look at the spiritual race in a completely different light. A moving Eldar. It was no different from a moving treasure. As if sensing some danger, an Eldar at the spiritual martial realm said in a clear voice, We Eldar are going to look for the celestial being of our clan. We have no intention of becoming enemies with the human race. We hope that you can make it convenient. Eldar celestial being, hearing this, some of the cultivators who had some thoughts in their hearts stopped in their tracks. The word celestial being was not small at all. Coupled with the phenomenon of Yuan Zhong's breakthrough earlier, these people already had a guess in their hearts. The celestial being that Eldar mentioned. It was very likely that it was the celestial being that Yuan Zhong had broken through. In other words, once they made a move against Eldar, not only would they provoke a celestial being, but they might also provoke the entire Yuan Zhong. It would be fine if they simply provoked an Eldar celestial being. But if they provoked Yuan Zhong, it would be a huge problem. The title of the #1 expert in the cultivation world was not fake. If they really encountered him, no one had the confidence to fight against him. After that, Eldar Lingwu shouted. He did not stop and continued to lead his clan members towards the Liang Mountain spirit domain. The cultivators hiding in the dark felt their hearts itch. They wanted to make a move. But they did not dare to make a move. Eldar was good, but it was not worth it to offend a terrifying top sect because of this. Just as these cultivators were struggling in their hearts, some Eldar had already entered the Liang Mountain spirit domain. A person rose into the air, holding a city in his hand, and his aura was unparalleled. Eldar has entered the territory of Yuan Zhong and is under the protection of Yuan Zhong. No one is allowed to make a move against the Eldar, or else they will become enemies with Yuan Zhong. His voice was clear and loud, spreading in all directions. What a show-off! Looking at that person, all the cultivators secretly ridiculed him. Ever since Qin Shujian refined the Heaven City, Xinghong would occasionally bring the city out to show off. As for how the disciples in the city felt about it, no one knew. However, although they were ridiculing Xinghong in their hearts, they had to admit that he was really strong. A great cultivator at the peak of the spirit martial realm was already a top expert in the spirit domain. Now that he was holding a city in his hand, his strength was not weaker than a peak divine martial realm cultivator. In the world, how many peak divine martial realm cultivators could there be? So when facing Xinghong, many cultivators did not dare to confront him directly. Not to mention, the one standing behind him was Yuan Zhong. Xinghong held the Sky City in his hand and looked around, feeling satisfied. In the past, he felt that it was not good to leave the main sect. But now, in Xinghong's eyes, his previous thoughts were nonsense. When he was in the main sect, how could he be so impressive? With the sect master there, it was not his turn to act. But now, it was different. In the Blue River region, he was the branch master. Who dared to act wildly, on the other side? The Blue Cloud sect unanimously remained silent. When Xinghong said that the Blue River region was his place, no one in the Blue Cloud sect objected. Qingsu looked at the figure in the sky and stroked his beard in silence. He had already become a Buddhist. Since the rise of Yuanzong, the Blue Cloud sect had no sense of existence. It was impossible to move. Since that was the case, then he would just stay here peacefully. Now, everyone only knew that there was a Yuanzong in the spirit domain, but they did not know that there was a Blue Cloud sect or a Heavenly Blade sect in the spirit domain. But this was also good. In Qingsu's opinion, if there was no sense of existence, then there was no sense of existence. The Blue Cloud sect could also develop in peace. They could live for a few hundred years. In the future, the Blue Cloud sect would still be a hero. Now that the spirit chi in the spirit domain has increased a lot, I hope that I can break through to the divine martial realm before my lifespan ends. Qingsu shook his head and no longer looked at Xinghong. He could pretend to be cool, but he would ignore him. Anyway, it had nothing to do with him. After Xinghong appeared, Fu Gang also noticed something, glanced in the direction of the Blue River region, and said disdainfully, "Pretend." Then he looked at the Eldar who had stepped into the range of his branch and said in a clear voice, "The sect master has ordered that no one is allowed to attack the Eldar who have entered the range of my sect. I hope everyone can do this." After that, Fu Gang's body emitted a powerful aura, intimidating the others. The branch masters of the 5 branches appeared one after another. At this point, no one dared to make a move against the Eldar. Not long after, the Eldar had already arrived at the boundary of Mount Liang. Qin Shujian arrived at the immortal plains in one step, and then with a wave of his hand, he broke the formation restriction set up inside. At this time, the earth surged. A thick root broke out from the ground, transforming into Mu Yang's appearance. After seeing Mu Yang, all the Eldar who had arrived at the boundary of Mount Liang stopped in their tracks, and then said in unison, "We Eldar greet the Spirit King." King Mu Yang, who had broken through to the celestial realm, was now the king of the Eldar. At least, he was the king in the hearts of these Eldar. However, if he wanted to become the emperor, he had to at least rule over all the Eldar in the world. But now, only a small number of Eldar knew that Mu Yang had broken through. These Eldar had traveled a long way to come here on a pilgrimage. Mu Yang said, "I am a member of the Yuan sect. Since you have entered the spirit domain of Mount Liang, I will not sit idly by. With the permission of the sect master, you Eldar can stay in the immortal plains, but you are not allowed to harm the disciples of the Yuan sect. If there is a violation, there is no need for the sect master to do anything. I will clean up the sect myself." "We understand," many Eldar said in a deep voice. Among the Eldar, the most important thing was the division of ranks. Since Mu Yang was now the king they recognized, they would not go against his words. And in the eyes of the Eldar, it didn't matter where they stayed. The most important thing was to be able to stay by the king's side. If they could feel the king's aura. For ordinary Eldar, it would also be a great benefit. "Go, I am already cultivating in the sect. If there is anything in the future, you can ask the sect master for help. Similarly, if the sect master has orders, you are not allowed to disobey." "We will obey the king's orders." "Okay." Mu Yang nodded. Then, his appearance disappeared and he returned to his original appearance of roots. But the roots did not retract. Instead, they exploded. A large amount of green liquid spilled and gathered in the bodies of all the Eldar. Instantly, most of the wounds on the astral's bodies had healed by now. Apart from that, after all the Eldar absorbed the green liquid, they broke through to their original realm. Eldar of the spirit martial realm generally increased by a small realm. Eldar of the true martial realm generally increased by 3 small realms. As for the weaker Eldar, there was none. After receiving the gift, many Eldar were moved to tears. "Thank you for the gift, King." Inside the secret realm, Mu Yang's body swayed. Many small branches and leaves turned yellow and then fell to the ground. But soon, in the heart of the wood spirit, pure energy emerged again and replenished his consumption. It's a big loss. Fortunately, the Eldar who came this time are not very strong. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. An illusory Muyang appeared. Looking at the vibrant branches and leaves, he could not help but shake his head. Just now. But he had consumed 1/10 of his strength. After all, there was a price to pay to improve the cultivation of other Eldar. Fortunately, the strongest Eldar who came this time was only in the spirit martial realm, and Muyang had already broken through to the celestial realm. 1/10 of the celestial realm's power was consumed. It was enough to improve a large number of Eldar below the god martial realm. In addition, with the wood spirit heart of the half-immortal, Muyang could squander it wantonly. This time, he appeared. Muyang mainly wanted to see these Eldar. After all, as the only celestial realm Eldar, it was still necessary. Not to mention that these Eldar had climbed mountains and trekked water, it was impossible to avoid meeting them. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, Muyang did not refuse his identity as a king. He inherited the wood spirit heart of the half-immortal and also inherited the responsibility of reviving the Eldar. Seeing that the Eldar had declined to this extent, Muyang also felt something in his heart, which was why he did such a thing. In ancient times, the human and Eldar were also friends. I hope you really don't make things difficult for me. Muyang seemed to have thought of something and sighed again. If the human race and the Eldar clashed, it would be difficult for him to be caught in the middle. However, if he really had to choose, Muyang would still stand on the side of Qin Shujian. It was very simple. Although he was an Eldar, but he was also cultivated by Qin Shujian. And the wood spirit heart of the half-immortal was also given to him by Qin Shujian. Everything he had was given to him by the other party, so Muyang was also loyal to him. His loyalty was at full value. It was not without reason. In Muyang's opinion, although the feelings of the race were heavy, it was impossible for him to give up the kindness of raising him. I hope you guys are smart. Muyang sighed again, and the figure he had conjured dissipated. On the other side, after Muyang left, Qin Shujian also flew over. Looking at the Eldar below who had yet to recover from his shock, he said indifferently, I am the sect master of the Yuan sect. Today, you Eldar have come to the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain, so you are under the jurisdiction of my Yuan sect. As for what Muyang said, follow me into the immortal plains. While he was talking, an intimidating aura flashed by. At that moment, all the Eldar felt as if they had fallen into an abyss, and even breathing became difficult. Although it was only for a moment. But it made all the Eldar understand that the person in front of them was definitely not to be provoked. These Eldar were hiding everywhere. He did not know much about the matters of the cultivation world. Therefore, he had never heard of Yuan Zhong's name. But Muyang's previous words and the shock that Qin Shujian gave them at this moment. This made the Eldar in front of them understand. This sect master of the Yuan sect was definitely not to be provoked. Immediately, an Eldar of the spirit martial realm said in a deep voice, Thank you, sect master. Let's go. Qin Shujian walked in front, and the Eldar followed behind him. Every step he took wasn't fast, but he was able to maintain the same distance from the spirit race individuals. Not long after, Qin Shujian and the Eldar had already entered the immortal plains. This is demonic energy. Some of the Eldar felt the aura in the soil that did not dissipate, and suddenly had a kind of understanding. For the Eldar, the demonic energy was hidden in the depths of memory, and every generation of Eldar would not forget it. Because of the ancient battle, the demons caused the Eldar to suffer heavy casualties. The obsession with the demonic energy had penetrated deep into the hearts of all the Eldar, and had even become an eternal imprint. Not all the Eldar knew what the demonic energy was. But they knew that the demonic energy was an existence that they felt incomparably disgusted with. Qin Shujian said, An evil demon once broke out of the seal in the immortal plains, but I have already killed it. But the demonic energy remained here, and it has not dissipated after several years. This time, I let the Eldar take root in the immortal plains. Part of it is to find a place to settle down, and the other part is that I hope that the Eldar can purify the remaining demonic energy here. If nothing unexpected happens, this will be the root of the Eldar in the future. I also hope that there will not be any conflict between the Eldar and the human race. The Eldar said, Sect Master, you can rest assured. Our king has already ordered that if you do not mind, we Eldar can also enter the Yuan sect in the future. As soon as these words came out, no Eldar objected. Their king was already in the Yuan sect. If they could also enter the Yuan sect, wouldn't their relationship with their king be even closer? Hearing this, Xianxia immediately fell into deep thought. The idea of taking the Eldar into the Yuan sect had never appeared in his mind. But the words of the Eldar in front of him gave him some ideas. Although the Yuan sect was a force of the human race, the Lion-Tiger plane already had the demon vein and Nyodali. If the immortal planes had an Eldar at this time, it would not be a problem. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian looked at the Eldar who spoke and asked, What is your name? My name is Mu Huai. The Eldar respectfully replied. His original name was Huai, but the Mu Yang that Qin Shujian mentioned was obviously the king of the Eldar. Since the Spirit King's surname was Mu, then his surname was also Mu. Qin Shujian nodded slightly and said, From today onwards, you will become the seventh branch of the Yuan sect, the spiritual vein. You, Mu Huai, will be the deputy head of the spiritual vein. All the Eldar under you will listen to your orders. As for your king, he will be the head of the spiritual vein. We obey. The many Eldar responded in unison, then said to Mu Huai, Greetings, deputy head. Then Qin Shujian looked at Mu Huai and directly crushed all the remaining spirit stones in the storage ring. A pure power was injected into Mu Huai's body. Suddenly, Mu Huai, who was only at the second level of the spirit martial realm, directly broke through to the fifth level of the spirit martial realm. Such a method of advancement was very rough and wasteful. The power of the spirit stones was not much, but it was extremely effective. Mu Huai's aura instantly skyrocketed. He was only at the spirit god realm, but now he had stepped into the mid-stage of the airborne realm. Mu Huai shed tears of gratitude. Thank you, Sect Master. Go, find a suitable place for you to recuperate in the immortal planes. In the future, I will send some of the humans here to cultivate. You are not allowed to refuse. Qin Shujian instructed. He raised Mu Huai's cultivation level because the other party's strength was not very strong. Since he was the deputy head of the spiritual vein, his strength should at least suppress all the Eldar present. At this time, although there were not many Eldar at the spirit martial realm, there were still a few at the third level of the spirit martial realm, which was also the peak of the spirit god realm. At this time, Mu Huai's cultivation level was just enough to stabilize his position as the deputy head. After letting the Eldar take root here, Qin Shujian set up a defensive formation to prevent others from stepping in at any time. At this point, the Eldar's matter was considered to have come to an end. Establishing the spirit vein. In fact, it was the same as the demon vein, a dispensable branch. But the difference was, the demon vein was completely useless at the moment. The spirit vein was still fine, at least it could allow a portion of the disciples to come here to cultivate. With so many Eldar overseeing it. As time passed, the concentration of spiritual energy in the immortal planes would definitely increase by a lot. The secret realm is one, and the immortal planes is also one. Currently, there are almost 2 places in the sect that are suitable for celestial cultivation. However, the latter is still a bit lacking. Qin Shujian pondered to himself. After doing so many things, he only wanted to find a few suitable places for himself to cultivate. In Qin Shujian's eyes, a place that was suitable for him to cultivate must have a prerequisite, and that was to be able to quickly increase his cultivation without the need for painstaking effort to increase it. Or else, he could just cultivate anywhere in the sect. Of course, there was another reason, which was to create a suitable cultivation holy land for the sect's disciples. The secret realm had Mu Yang and many spirit stones to assist him. Every moment, the amount of spiritual energy he absorbed could be said to be a huge amount. However, on the immortal planes, the cultivation of the Eldar was generally not high, but there were quite a few of them. After absorbing for a long time, it could be considered not bad. At this moment, at a height of 22,000 feet, Liang Mountain had completely taken shape. To this extent, Liang Mountain could be considered a majestic spiritual mountain. At least, in the Baiyun mansion, it was already impossible to find a spiritual mountain that could be compared to Liang Mountain. In the past, Liang Mountain was just an ordinary mountain. Even though he had leveled up twice, it was still nothing much. But at this moment, after the celestial Eldar took root and improved the entire earth vein, Liang Mountain was different from before. This time, the upgrade. Yuanzhong did not suffer any major losses. All the buildings were safe and sound under the protection of the Sex Elders. The only loss. It was probably the courtyard where Qin Shujian lived that was completely destroyed by Mu Yang. However, with the means of an expert, it was not difficult to recreate this courtyard. 2 hours later, thunderbolts struck down from the heavens. Not long after, as the lightning receded, a brand new courtyard appeared in front of Qin Shujian. A high-grade spirit weapon, Qin Shujian used some of the materials in the warehouse and then directly refined a high-grade spiritual weapon courtyard. In the past, his courtyard was just an ordinary one. Originally, Qin Shujian had no intention of changing either. To him, there was no difference whether the courtyard was ordinary or not, as long as it was comfortable for him. But now that the courtyard had been destroyed, Qin Shujian decided to refine one. If not for the lack of luck points and innate embryos, he would have been able to craft a Dao artifact in no time. He walked into the courtyard. Qin Shujian rearranged the stone tables and stools that he had put away earlier. However, the tables and stools that were not at the level of spirit tools seemed to be out of place here. Regarding this, Qin Shujian's fingertips ignited with flames and condensed runes in the air before carving them onto the stone table and the stone bench. The material of these things. In essence, it was still made of ordinary materials. Even after several years of nurturing, it still hadn't completely transformed. Therefore, if he wanted to refine a spirit weapon with ordinary materials, he couldn't use conventional methods. He had to use another method to inject runes into it, and then the runes would slowly transform and adapt. This process was very taxing and also required time to transition. When more than 1,000 runes were inputted into it, whether it was the stone table or the stone bench, there was a kind of dense luster flowing. In the next moment, they entered the level of spirit tools. Lightning gathered in the sky. It kept bombarding down. Qin Shujian had expected this and set up many sturdy runes on it. No matter how the lightning bombarded it, it couldn't damage these things at all. Soon, the lightning dissipated. The stone table and stone bench were intact. Any spirit weapon had attributes such as sharpness, sturdiness, or the 5 elements, yin and yang. The attributes of many spirit weapons were a mixture of several attributes, because only by doing so would there be no shortcomings. However, Qin Shujian only gave the sturdiness attribute to the spirit weapons here, which made the stone table and stone bench extremely sturdy. No matter how the lightning bombarded them, they wouldn't be damaged. He didn't think about it either. One day, he would carry a table and a stool to fight. Anyway, it was fine as long as the things he was sitting on were sturdy. Godslayer said, "I didn't expect you to have an extraordinary forging method." He used ordinary materials to refine a spirit weapon with his bare hands. This method also made Godslayer's eyes light up. In the ancient times, thousands of races focused on killing. Whether it was alchemy, forging, or the array Dao, they were all unorthodox. Very few people would practice them. It was also because of this that there were very few people who could have achievements in the 3 paths. For example, Qin Shujian could refine a spirit weapon with his bare hands. In the ancient human race, he could be considered a grandmaster. At least, his status was not inferior to some cultivators above the 7th level of the celestial being realm. Godslayer originally thought that Qin Shujian only had a strong talent, but now it seemed that the other party's talent in the unorthodox path was also very strong. Not to mention others. Qin Shujian's single achievement was already very strong in the ancient times. If the 3 were combined, then no one would be able to surpass him. Qin Shujian sat in his original position, then took out his standard tea set and said with a smile, "Senior, you flatter me." While speaking, he had already taken out the petals that he had previously taken out and threw a few in. On top of each petal, they were all attached with rich spiritual energy. After bringing the boiling water to boil, a wave of spiritual energy suddenly burst out. In an instant, the teapot cracked. If Xianxia had not been quick enough to control it with his hand, the teapot would have definitely exploded. What rich spiritual energy! Although I haven't drunk spiritual tea above level 8, judging from the situation in front of me, it's definitely not far off. Xianxia was delighted. The teapot was just an ordinary teapot. Usually, it was nourished by spiritual energy and could occasionally brew low-level spiritual tea. Now, if he wanted to brew high-level spiritual tea, it would not be able to withstand the rich spiritual energy. His vital essence stabilized the teapot. Xianxia's other hand struck out runes, absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy and gathering it, constantly nourishing this tea set. Subsequently, he took out some 6th or 7th grade materials from his storage ring and melted them in the air, slowly merging them into the set. Half an hour passed. Lightning gathered in the sky again. In just one day, there had already been 3 lightning strikes in Yuan sect. Refining 3 spiritual artifacts in a day, the sect master's methods are extraordinary. Xianxia sighed. Every time lightning struck, it represented the forging of a spiritual artifact. 3 bolts of lightning meant 3 spirit artifacts. With his current methods, the success rate of forging spiritual artifacts was also very high. However, every time he forged a spiritual artifact, he needed time to prepare. Like Xianxia, 3 spiritual artifacts a day, without any rest at all. In Xianxia's view, this was completely beyond her reach. Following the disciples of the forging hall to the other branches, the current forging hall was much more leisurely. Xianxia was either refining artifacts or cultivating to improve her cultivation base every day. Then, she would wander around Yuan sect. Now that the concentration of spiritual energy had risen, it had already reached a very terrifying level. Xianxia felt that even if she did not cultivate, her cultivation base would automatically and slowly increase. In this way, that way, he would have more time to study the methods of forging. After all, to improve the methods of forging, one also needed to have enough lifespan to support it. Whether it was the orthodox path or the heterodox path, in fact, the main focus was to improve one's cultivation base. Everything else was secondary. In the courtyard, a brand new tea set had been completed. All of them were middle-grade spiritual artifacts. Although the 8th grade spiritual tea was rich in spiritual energy, it was impossible to break through to the middle-grade spiritual artifact. A mouthful of spiritual tea. Rich spiritual energy erupted from his abdomen. In an instant, it flowed to his limbs and bones. Xianxia closed his eyes slightly to feel for a moment, then opened his eyes and said with a smile, as expected of the spiritual tea produced by the celestial Eldar, it is not comparable to other ordinary things. Even if a cultivator in the god martial arts realm drank it, their cultivation base would increase. The spiritual energy of the spiritual tea was very rich. If a cultivator in the basic martial arts realm drank it, they would immediately break through to the real martial arts realm. The premise was that the other party would not be blown up by the spiritual energy. Godslayer said, if you were born in ancient times, you would be heavily nurtured by the human race. Now that the world has declined to such an extent, it can still give birth to someone like you. Perhaps you will be the son of destiny of this era. Son of destiny? The concept of destiny has been ethereal since ancient times, but some people believe that there must be people with strong destiny in an era. They are favored by the destiny of heaven and earth and will definitely become a top expert who can change the direction of heaven and earth in the future. However, there are strong and weak sons of destiny. It is said that the top experts of every era are all sons of destiny. The emperors of the myriad races belong to the sons of destiny. As for the emperor of heaven, it is said that he is also a son of destiny. It is just that the emperor of heaven is stronger, and his destiny suppresses everything, so he is worthy of being the number 1 person. It is just that these words are also hearsay, so it is not accurate. But in the current situation, to be able to produce someone like you, it must be extraordinary. Originally, I thought that the probability of you breaking through to the immortal realm was only 30 to 50%. But now, it seems that as long as you don't die, you will definitely become an immortal. Godslayer's tone was certain. Luck was very ethereal and unpredictable. But in ancient times, it was not that there were no people like Qin Shujian. Being a genius did not matter. But if there was no one in the entire race who could compare to the top genius, then the other party was a person favored by destiny. Such a person. He would definitely become an immortal in the future. Qin Shujian smiled and said, "Thank you for your auspicious words, senior." He was non-committal about the Son of Destiny's statement. However, Qin Shujian had to admit that he had a lot of luck. After all, among so many people, there were not many who could compete with him in terms of destiny. In addition, with the means he had, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was the son of destiny. In Godslayer's opinion, Qin Shujian would definitely become an immortal. But in Qin Shujian's opinion, his goal might have been to become an immortal at the beginning, but now it was not as simple as becoming an immortal. With his own strength and foundation, Qin Shujian did not only want to become an immortal. Subsequently, he took out a few things and placed them on the table. 6 spiritual porcelain bottles, a jade box, and a stone ball. Among them, the stone ball contained the inheritance of the demon clan. In the porcelain bottle was the reward from Star Sage, and in the jade box was the reward from Ancestor Tong Tian. At this moment, Qin Shujian also took out the Godslayer. In Senior's opinion, is there anything wrong with these 3 things? Qin Shujian asked. These things. They were all given to him by Eldar and the demon clan. They were not of his race. Qin Shujian would not be completely at ease. As the Zubing of the human clan, Godslayer would at least not cheat him for no reason. Godslayer pondered for a moment and said, "What is in the stone ball is at least the blood essence of an immortal." The demon clan pays attention to bloodline inheritance, and this drop of blood essence is actually the inheritance of the demon clan. As for the jade box, if I haven't seen it, it should be the heavenly spirit jade cream. The porcelain bottle contains the blood essence of a demon clan expert. Sure enough. The godslaying saber was very familiar with the 3 items. Qin Shujian said, "What is the effect of the heavenly spirit jade cream and the demon clan's blood essence?" The heavenly spirit jade cream is refined by Eldar by extracting the essence of the sun and moon. The strength of an Eldar who can refine the heavenly spirit jade cream is at least at the 10th level of the sky human realm. The heavenly spirit jade cream is extremely precious. Swallowing it, in addition to increasing one's cultivation, can also revive the dead. No matter how serious the injury is, swallowing the heavenly spirit jade cream can heal it to its original state. However, there are also restrictions. The higher the cultivation, the weaker the effect. The heavenly spirit jade cream in front of you should have been refined by an immortal. For you now, it will be of great help. As for the demon clan's blood essence, there is only one use, which is to purify the demon clan's bloodline and increase one's cultivation at the same time. As a human, you naturally don't have the ability to purify your bloodline, because the human bloodline doesn't need anything else to purify it. Therefore, the demon clan's blood essence can only increase your strength. If I'm not wrong, this should be the Star Sage's blood essence. The Godslayer was also quite familiar with the Star Sage. In the past, when they went to Heavenly Rune Island together, the Star Sage, as the leader of the demon clan, was also qualified to talk to Zhu Bing. Qin Shujian praised, "Senior is experienced and knowledgeable. I admire you. It's just a small matter." The Godslayer's voice was calm. Qin Shujian's gaze also fell on the 3 things in front of him. The heavenly spirit jade cream was obviously a holy medicine for healing injuries and could also increase one's cultivation. However, for Qin Shujian, it was secondary. Healing his injuries was secondary. Raising his cultivation was the most important thing. As long as one was strong enough, how could one be injured? There was only one reason for injury, and that was not strong enough. The heavenly spirit jade cream. The demon clan's blood essence. Qin Shujian was not sure if he could break through to the 5th level of the sky human realm or even higher. If I use the life source to increase my cultivation, it should be able to increase it completely, allowing me to directly understand the laws. However, if I don't rely on the life source to increase my cultivation, I'll need to take it step by step. He had some thoughts in his mind. Qin Shujian then asked, I heard from the star sage that if I want to swallow the blood essence, I'll need to be at least at the 7th level of the sky-human realm. With my current foundation, is it possible to refine the blood essence? Although you're at the 4th level of the sky-human realm, your foundation is deep. You can give it a try. The Godslayer gave an ambiguous answer. Is the Heavenly Spirit Jade Cream very useful for increasing one's cultivation? The Heavenly Spirit Jade Cream's effect is a little inferior to the Demon Clan's blood essence in your hand, but the effect is not weak either. In fact, the main function of the Heavenly Spirit Jade Cream is to heal injuries. If it's just to increase one's cultivation, it'll be a waste. The God-slaying saber persuaded. He could see Qin Shujian's inner thoughts, which was why he said more. The Heavenly Spirit Jade Cream was very precious. Whether it was ancient times or now, it was very precious. Extracting the essence of the sun and moon to condense the Heavenly Spirit Jade Cream was not something that could be done in a day or two. To successfully condense it, it would take at least a few decades. Because of this, the Heavenly Spirit Jade Cream was especially precious. Judging from the current situation of the Eldar, perhaps the Heavenly Spirit Jade Cream in Qin Shujian's hands was the last in the entire Eastern continent. After all, to condense the Heavenly Spirit Jade Cream, one's cultivation base had to be above the 10th level of the sky-human realm. There was no such powerful Eldar in the Eastern continent. There was no such person on Heavenly Pattern Island either. Since Tong Tian used the secret method, strictly speaking, he was no longer a 10th level sky-human realm expert. In order to live forever, the other party had also paid a price. It was impossible to condense the Heavenly Spirit Jade Cream. Qin Shujian said, instead of saving it for future injuries, it's better to use it now. As long as one's strength increases, the possibility of getting injured in the future will naturally be reduced. Hearing this, the Godslayer was silent. There was nothing to say about whether Qin Shujian was right or wrong. Everyone had their own opinions. On the contrary, the Godslayer was also quite approving of Qin Shujian's idea. Only cultivators who always wanted to improve their strength had a chance to reach the peak. He put away the 2 items that could improve his cultivation. Qin Shujian held the stone orb and said, Senior, what do you think about the reincarnation of experts? If an expert wants to reincarnate, then the conditions required are extremely high. Moreover, they are extremely harsh. After all, it's an extremely dangerous thing for a spirit god to survive after the death of one's physical body. Besides that, reincarnation isn't allowed by the heavens and the earth. Anyone who reincarnates will have to suffer a tribulation. If they can't get through it, they will completely die. Therefore, cultivators who can reincarnate must be at least at the 7th level of the sky-human realm and have the spirit god embellished with the power of laws. Otherwise, they will definitely not be able to escape the punishment of laws. At this point, the Godslayer saber shook and said, there are generally only 2 possibilities for reincarnation. One is to encounter a strong enemy and die, and the other is to want to live a second life. If it's the former, reincarnated experts are generally very strong. After all, to be able to escape when encountering a strong enemy and be reincarnated as a spirit god, one must be strong enough. As for the latter, you don't need to pay too much attention to it because most of these people want to live a second life because they are not strong enough. The Godslayer said, you must know that a cultivator's breakthrough is about advancing courageously without leaving any way out. If you don't succeed, you will die trying. If you have fear in your heart, you are destined to be unable to reach a higher level. For a real expert, even if their lifespan is near, they will burn their last bit of strength to fight for a chance to break through instead of choosing to reincarnate. Anyone who does this is actually a weakling. Qin Shujian heard this and had some understanding in his heart. According to the Godslayer's words, he was very disdainful of the second kind of people who reincarnated and cultivated again. After thinking for a while, Qin Shujian said, Senior, there are 7 branches in our Yuan sect. The leader of the Demon Clan branch is suspected to be the reincarnation of an expert. I wonder if you have the confidence to see something? Be more specific. For example, you can see the background of his previous life, or the approximate realm of his previous life. The Godslayer was silent for a while, then said, once a person reincarnates, their past will have dissipated a lot. It will not be easy to see the background, unless you can obtain the mirror of past life. the mirror of past life? Qin Shujian looked puzzled. The Godslayer said, the mirror of past life is a supreme treasure of the heavenly court. Although it is a Tao item, it can see the past and present life of a living being. Even a reincarnated cultivator can't hide in front of the mirror of past life. Unfortunately, the leaderboard of immortals of myriad clans is broken, and the mirror of past life is missing. The mirror of past life, Qin Shujian also remembered this name. It would be fine if it was broken, but if it was not, he also hoped to obtain this supreme treasure. Qin Shujian paused, then asked, Senior, can you tell if a person is the reincarnation of an expert? That's not difficult. The Godslayer said without hesitation, after the reincarnation of an expert, there will still be traces of the power of laws left in their body. Even if this power is very weak, it can still be traced. Then in Senior's opinion, am I the reincarnation of an expert? Qin Shujian asked. Hearing this, the Godslayer looked at Qin Shujian seriously, then shook his head and said, you are not the reincarnation of an expert, and there is no trace of aura left in your body. Even the reincarnation of an expert at the level of the Emperor of Heaven may not be able to do it so cleanly. Your talent should be something you were born with, not something left behind by your predecessors. The Godslayer thought that the reason Qin Shujian suspected that he was the reincarnation of an expert was because his talent was too strong and his progress was too fast. Qin Shujian did not explain, and said with a smile, that's the best. The rumor that he was the reincarnation of an expert. It was just a rumor spread by the outside world. However, when some things were spread too much, it was inevitable that some people who did not believe it would involuntarily associate it with this matter. Just like Qin Shujian. He knew that he could not be the reincarnation of an expert. However, when this matter was spread too much, Qin Shujian himself could not help but doubt whether he was really the reincarnation of an expert. And the Emperor of Heaven's surname was Qin. His surname was also Qin. Sometimes Qin Shujian could not help but wonder if he might be the reincarnation of the Emperor of Heaven. Otherwise, how could he explain the origin of his life source improvement? This method was not available to others. However, the answer he got from the Godslayer made Qin Shujian feel relieved, but also a little disappointed. It turned out that he was really not the reincarnation of an expert. In this way, the gold finger on his body was probably an accident, or it came from somewhere else. At least, it could not be the legacy left by his previous life. Many thoughts surged in Qin Shujian's mind, but he suppressed them. There was no need to think so much at this time. In the end, he was just a cultivator at the 4th level of the celestial being, not even at the level of immortals. If he really wanted to find out the truth of some things, this was not the time. After dispelling the distracting thoughts in his heart, Qin Shujian said, Senior, please come with me and see if the Demon Vein Master is the reincarnation of an expert. P.S. 24,000 yuan today. My head hurts. Please vote. Lion Tiger Plain. The Demon Vein had always been a place that was close to being a paradise. There was only one demon clan. Niodali slept in the Demon Ox cave every day and almost never moved. The demon beasts under him would not step out of the Lion Tiger Plain. They would just play here. When Qin Shujian arrived with the Godslayer, he happened to see Niodali sleeping soundly. He looked at the green ox in front of him. Qin Shujian activated his Dharma eye and looked over. Soon, Niodali's attributes appeared in his line of sight. 10th level of the spiritual martial realm. Qin Shujian could not help but curse. Niodali was already at the 10th level of the spiritual martial realm. Even if he took drugs, it would not be so fast. As far as he knew, Niodali slept every day and did not move at all. If he was not the reincarnation of a mighty figure, Qin Shujian suddenly had the urge to do a handstand. When he looked over with his Dharma eye, Niodali felt something. Niodali seemed to have felt something as well. He struggled to lift his eyelids and open his eyes. When he saw Qin Shujian, he quickly woke up. Niodali turned into his human form and said with a silly smile, Sect Master, why did you have time to come to my Demon Ox cave today? Why didn't you tell me in advance so that I could welcome you? I knew that I had not seen Elder Nyo for some time, so I came to take a look. Qin Shujian smiled and said, I wonder how Elder Niu has been these days? Thanks to Sect Master, everything is fine. Niu Dali smiled honestly. But if one looked carefully, one could still see the nervousness on his face. There was no other way. Among everyone, the one Niu Dali was most afraid of seeing was Qin Shujian. At the same time, in Qin Shujian's mind, the Godslayer's voice had already sounded, he is not the reincarnation of a mighty figure. No, Qin Shujian's pupils shrank slightly. Niu Dali was already so strange, and he was not the reincarnation of a mighty figure? Are you kidding me? Although he complained in his heart, Qin Shujian coughed lightly and said, I haven't seen you for a while. It seems that Elder Niu has gained something in his cultivation. Ah, harvest? Niu Dali had a confused look on his face as he checked the condition of his body. After which, he smiled and said, Oh, so I've broken through again. Thank you for your reminder, Sect Master. It's nothing. Go back to sleep. I just came to take a look. Qin Shujian suddenly didn't want to say too much to Niu Dali. What did he mean by thanks for the reminder? Ignoring Niu Dali, Qin Shujian turned around and left. Only the other party was left standing there with a confused look on his face. That's strange. Why did he leave as soon as he arrived? Could it be that he was angry because I was sleeping and didn't greet him? Niu Dali murmured. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. In his memory, Qin Shujian was very stingy. This time, the other party had come to the Lion-Tiger Plains, and no one had come to welcome him even though he had already arrived at his doorstep. It was no wonder that he was angry. Niu Dali immediately rushed out, but he could not see Qin Shujian's figure. Regarding this, he had no choice but to return regretfully. Then, he transformed back into his original body and slept soundly in his original position. He had broken through to the peak of the spiritual martial force. Niu Dali really didn't notice it. To him, sleeping was the most important thing. Other than sleeping, everything else was not important. As for the level of the realm, it didn't matter. However, it was always good to have a higher realm. After all, with a higher realm and a longer lifespan, one could sleep a little longer. Suddenly, Niu Dali woke up and muttered to himself, I really want to hear someone say that after death, you can sleep forever. Could it be that the highest realm of sleeping can only be achieved after death? Why sleep for a long time when you are alive? After death, you will naturally sleep forever. Niu Dali couldn't quite remember who said this. Forget it, it doesn't matter who wants it. It's the same. Sleep, sleep. He decided not to think about this matter anymore. In the blink of an eye, he fell into a deep sleep. On the other side, Qin Shujian had already left the Lion-Tiger Plain. Standing on the peak of Mount Liang, he could overlook the entire realm. Senior, is he really not the reincarnation of an expert? No, he doesn't have the aura of a rule on his body. How is that possible? Qin Shujian had a strange expression on his face. This was not the reincarnation of an expert. Could it be that Niu Dali was really talented, or that the other party had a cheat that allowed him to level up while sleeping? Thinking of this, Qin Shujian could not help but say, could it be that he is the reincarnation of a very powerful expert, so you can't sense the power of the rules, or he is actually not the reincarnation of an expert above the 7th level of the celestial being, so you can't sense it? The former is unlikely. Since ancient times, the Emperor of Heaven has been the strongest. Looking back for millions of years, there has never been an existence stronger than the Emperor of Heaven. As for the latter, it's not impossible. But the probability of this possibility is too low, so it's not easy to be sure. Godslayer pondered for a moment and said, if you can get the mirror of reincarnation, you will definitely be able to find out his background. But in my opinion, the probability of him not being the reincarnation of an expert is 99%. If he isn't the reincarnation of an expert, how could his cultivation increase so quickly? Qin Shujian voiced out the doubts in his heart. It seems that he doesn't need to cultivate much. He just needs to sleep, and it took him about 2 years to break through from the spiritual martial realm to the peak of the spiritual martial realm. Has such a thing happened in ancient times? Maybe. It's not unusual to go from the beginning of the spiritual martial realm to the peak of the spiritual martial realm in 2 years. Some creatures can comprehend something while sleeping and break through their own realm. Godslayer said, it's just that such creatures are very rare. From what I know, there are only 5 of them. There really were such people. Qin Shujian was speechless. To be honest, he also wanted to level up while sleeping. If he could break through while sleeping, who would be willing to fight to the death and not get any benefits in the end? It looked like he could not get much confidence from the god-slaying saber. Qin Shujian decided not to give the inheritance of the demon race to Niu Dali for the time being. If he gave it to him and unexpected changes suddenly happened, it would be a big trouble. Qin Shujian would never help the enemy. If he wanted to give the inheritance of the demon race to him, he had to at least confirm that Niu Dali was a harmless bull. As for the standard of being harmless, that was not to be his enemy. When he made the oath, Qin Shujian only promised Star Sage that he would give the inheritance of the demon race to the demon race, but he did not say when. Now, it was up to him whether he would give it to him 100 years later. Qin Shujian decided not to give it to Niu Dali for the time being. He would give it to him when he reached the 7th level of the celestial being. When that time came, his strength had reached an extremely strong level. Together with Godslayer, he could not be compared to his ancestors, but he would not be too far behind. Any sudden situation, Qin Shujian was confident to deal with it. After confirming his plan, Qin Shujian no longer paid attention to Niu Dali. After setting up a protective formation around him, he took out the celestial elixir and Star Sage's essence and blood from his storage ring. According to Star Sage and Godslayer, the only purpose of these essence and blood was to improve his strength. Star Sage said that to swallow the essence and blood, he had to be at least at the 7th level of the celestial being. But Godslayer said that he was qualified to swallow it now. Qin Shujian thought about it. He decided to listen to Godslayer. One was a demon race, and the other was a human Zubing. Everyone knew which one to choose between the two. Godslayer reminded him, "Boy, don't blame me for not reminding you. Swallowing the essence and blood of a Nirvana realm expert is very dangerous. If anything goes wrong, you'd better stop immediately. If you force yourself, you will definitely explode and die." "I understand." Qin Shujian nodded solemnly, and then asked, "Is the essence and blood of a Nirvana realm cultivator at the peak state comparable to the essence and blood of an immortal?" Because he remembered. The strong Nirvana realm cultivators could fight immortals, and the weak ones could only match those at the 10th level of the celestial being realm. Godslayer said, "Nirvana realm experts can fight immortals, but that's only because the Nirvana realm is extremely unstable. It allows cultivators of this level to suddenly master the laws. But in fact, compared to immortals, Nirvana realm experts are still lacking a transformation. If this transformation is not complete, Nirvana realm experts can't compare to immortals in essence. Therefore, the essence and blood of a Nirvana realm expert, whether at the peak or at the weak stage, is actually not beyond the scope of Nirvana realm. The only difference is that the essence and blood of a peak Nirvana realm expert will be stronger than when they are weak, but there is a limit to it." "Senior, thank you for answering my questions." Godslayer patiently explained, and Qin Shujian also understood some things. Nirvana realm experts were not immortals. Therefore, the essence and blood of a Nirvana realm expert couldn't compare to that of an immortal. Hearing this, Qin Shujian also felt relieved. He had the confidence to test the essence and blood of a Nirvana realm expert, but if it was the essence and blood of an immortal, he didn't dare to act rashly. He calmed his mind. Qin Shujian held one of the porcelain bottles, and then broke the seal on it. Buzz! Buzz! The porcelain bottle trembled violently, as if something terrifying was colliding with it. Not long after, the spirit artifact porcelain bottle was already full of cracks. In the next second, the porcelain bottle exploded. A drop of dazzling essence and a vast pressure spread out, and a dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth, and pierced through the clouds. At this moment, all the living beings in the Liang Mountain spirit domain seemed to have heard the dragon's roar that went deep into their minds. In the void, the shadow of a starry sky dragon appeared, and it was circling in the sky above Liang Mountain. Qin Shujian's expression changed slightly. Without thinking, he forcibly grabbed the essence and blood in his hand, and used his true essence to seal it, imprisoning it. Suddenly, the strange phenomenon in the sky suddenly disappeared, and the deafening dragon's roar also disappeared. Looking at the essence and blood in his hand that were constantly colliding with each other like a small dragon, Qin Shujian's expression became solemn. Such a small drop of essence and blood can cause such a big commotion. He miscalculated. Qin Shujian really didn't expect that the breaking of the seal of the essence and blood would cause such a big commotion. At this moment, it was difficult to not attract the attention of others. The others were fine, and Qin Shujian was not afraid. The only person he was afraid of was the human sovereign. Even if it was Marquis Bayun, Qin Shujian wasn't too afraid of him now. The other party had Zhu Bing, and he also had Zhu Bing. Everyone was the same. At most, Marquis Bayun's cultivation was a little stronger, but for Qin Shujian, the difference in cultivation was not a problem. With his current strength, he could escape even if he couldn't win. Only the human sovereign, Qin Shujian, was the least confident in his heart. When the nirvana essence and blood was sealed, the strange phenomenon in the Liang Mountain spirit zone also quietly spread. During this time, the number of people in the Liang Mountain city increased again. There was only one reason for this increase, and it was because of Yuanzong's strange behavior. First, it was the resurrection of plants and trees, and then it was the breakthrough of the heaven realm. Until now, a dragon's roar resounded through the world, and everyone's expression changed. In the lion-tiger plain, Niu Dali, who had fallen into a deep sleep, had to wake up at this moment. He muttered unhappily, "What's with the noise? It's so annoying." After complaining with dissatisfaction, he turned over and went back to sleep. As for the demonic beasts in the lion-tiger plain, they were all crawling on the ground, trembling and not daring to move at all. Demonic beasts were a branch of the monster clan. For demonic beasts, the monster clan also had a natural suppression. Even demonic beasts in the god martial realm did not dare to be presumptuous in front of a monster clan member in the spirit martial realm. When they met a monster clan member in the same realm, they would instinctively submit. When they met a monster clan member in a higher realm, they would not dare to move. The dragon's roar came from Star Sage. As for Star Sage, he was a powerful Nirvana realm monster clan member. Looking at the eastern continent for thousands of years, Star Sage was also the most powerful monster clan member. The demonic beasts in the lion-tiger plain were not powerful. In front of Star Sage's dragon's roar, how could they dare to resist? Not only that, some of the weaker demonic beasts were so scared that their guts were torn apart and they died. In the Liang Mountain city, an expert's face was filled with shock, and he cried out involuntarily, "What was that sound just now? Why did even my spiritual deity shake? It sounded like a dragon's roar." However, the dragons have disappeared for so many years. How could there be a dragon's roar? Ever since Sect Master Qin returned from the sea, Yuanzong has been constantly making strange movements. Could it be that there is really a great opportunity in the sea? Many experts were shocked beyond words. However, after the shock, they could not help but guess many things in their hearts. It was not a secret that Qin Shujian had left Yuanzong and headed to the sea, because he did not hide his whereabouts. Anyone who had some tricks up their sleeves knew that he had gone to the sea. However, it did not matter that he had gone to the sea, because after so many years, there were always some experts who thought that they were powerful enough and wanted to explore the depths of the sea. Some people returned without any gains, but returned safe and sound. Some of them were completely buried in the sea. After so many years, there were many experts who entered the sea. However, none of them were able to explore the secrets of the sea. Not only that, those experts who came out from the sea had all reached a consensus that the sea was very dangerous. Extremely dangerous. The danger that it contained was so great that even a heavenly being would die. Therefore, after many people understood how terrifying the sea was, not many people dared to go deep into it. At most, they would walk around the periphery. Even then, they did not dare to go too deep into the periphery. However, now that Qin Shujian had returned from the sea, strange things were happening in Yuan's zone. Usually, it was fine. However, at this critical juncture, the timing was too coincidental. In this regard, the others could not help but associate it with the sea. A cultivator said in a deep voice, "It seems that that person really had a great opportunity in the sea. Like I said, although the sea is dangerous, there must be a great opportunity inside." Hindsight. Someone sneered. That cultivator was instantly enraged. However, no one got into a conflict. They just glared at each other and stopped talking. However, the words of that cultivator just now had already made some people have an idea. It was true that the sea was dangerous. However, from the looks of it now, there must be a shocking opportunity hidden inside. Not to mention anything else. If they could get an opportunity to step into the heavenly being realm, then any kind of danger was worth taking. In the current human race, the heavenly being realm was the top. More than 90% of the people who cultivated hoped to step into this realm in their lifetime. Hey, if we can ask that person personally, we might be able to get some clues. All of a sudden, one of the cultivators chuckled. Then, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at that person with a strange look in their eyes. The smile on that person's face stiffened. Soon after, a cultivator ridiculed, "The Sky Origin sect is not like any other place. Don't think that some despicable methods will work on the Sky Origin sect. If you really offend that person, no one will say anything even if he uproots you and the faction behind you. I didn't expect that someone would be so naive as to use us as a tool. Hee, if we kidnap him and hand him over to that person personally, do you think we'll have a chance to exchange for some information?" That's possible. As they talked, the surrounding cultivators' eyes became dangerous. The person who spoke first and tried to instigate the other cultivators to force the Origin sect to abdicate suddenly had a change in expression. Then, he left without thinking. Seeing this, the others did not stop him. They could not fight in the cold mountain city. They were just trying to scare him. If they really wanted to fight, no one could bear the consequences of angering the Origin sect. However, when they saw that person leave, someone sneered and said, "Trying to drive a wedge between us with such guts? He's too young." After they mocked him, the others exchanged glances with each other before dispersing as well. Some people left through the teleportation gate, while others returned to the inn to rest. Everything seemed calm, but it was no longer calm. What happened today had spread. The sea region would definitely enter the eyes of all cultivators again. There was no other reason. Just the fact that there was an opportunity to break through to the heaven realm in the sea region was enough to make people go crazy. On the other side, Xianxia looked at the sealed blood essence in his hand and swallowed it directly. After the blood essence entered his stomach, the true essence wrapped around it suddenly spread out. When the true essence spread out, the blood essence directly burst out with a terrifying energy. Boom, in an instant. Xianxia's physical body collapsed as if it could not withstand the impact of the blood essence. However, he gritted his teeth and activated the Guiyuan ancestral scripture to continuously wear down the power of the blood essence. The 5,600 star acupoints shook and formed a star river diagram. The vast chi and blood wrapped around the diagram and suppressed it. At the same time, the blood essence turned into a miniature star river dragon and roared at the star river diagram. It seemed that it was not willing to be refined and launched a fierce attack at the star river diagram. Boom! Every time it hit, Xianxia's fleshly body cracked a little. However, he was unmoved. He suppressed the blood essence's backlash with all his strength. When the star river diagram suppressed it, a terrifying power also burst out in his physical body, constantly wearing down the blood essence. As time went by, wisps of pure energy were extracted from the star river dragon and then merged into the body. The cracked body was repaired. Under the impact of the pure energy, the star acupoints in his body opened one after another. When the star acupoints opened, the star river diagram's power became more powerful. It weakened while the other strengthened. The star river dragon could only be suppressed helplessly. Roar! The star river dragon roared again and again, trying to get rid of the star river diagram's suppression. However, it could not do anything. As the Star River Dragon was suppressed, the energy of the blood essence was constantly extracted. Flows of pure energy were much more abundant than the star sulfur slurry. Boom! The rumbling sound continued to come from the body. Although the Godslayer was in Qin Shujian's sea of consciousness, he could also perceive the changes in his body. He really refined the Star Sage's blood essence. The change in Qin Shujian also shocked the Godslayer. Although he knew that Qin Shujian had the possibility of refining it, the probability was not too high. The God-slaying saber was even prepared to help Qin Shujian suppress the blood essence if he could not hold on any longer. As a result, before he could do anything, the blood essence was suppressed by Qin Shujian himself. He suppressed the blood essence at the peak of Nirvana realm at the 4th level of the celestial being realm. Such strength was much stronger than the average 7th level of the celestial being realm. However, the Godslayer's shock was short-lived. He had long known that Qin Shujian was extraordinary. At this time, he could suppress the blood essence at the peak of Nirvana realm. He was both shocked and expected. As for the Godslayer's thoughts, Qin Shujian did not know and did not have the mind to pay attention to it. Now, he was wholeheartedly focused on refining the blood essence. The energy of the blood essence was too pure. Qin Shujian once thought that the star sulfur slurry he had soaked in was the purest energy in the world. But after swallowing the Star Sage's blood essence today, he realized that the star sulfur slurry was just a little brother. When it came to energy, how could it be compared with the blood essence of a peak Nirvana realm expert? While suppressing the blood essence, Qin Shujian could not help but have another thought in his mind. The blood essence of a peak Nirvana realm expert is already so strong. If it is the blood essence of an immortal, wouldn't it be even more powerful? As soon as this thought came up, it disappeared. Now, the blood essence of an immortal was useless. Because even if there was an immortal's blood essence in front of him, Qin Shujian did not dare to devour it. The blood essence of a peak Nirvana realm expert almost made him explode. If there was an immortal, he was afraid that he would immediately explode and die. The blood essence was refined. One star acupoint after another was constantly opened. In the blink of an eye. In just half a day's time, the number of acupoints in his stellar acupoints had increased from 5,600 to 5,800. 200 stellar acupoints were forcefully opened just like that. However, until now, the energy of the blood essence had just been worn down, and most of the energy was tenaciously resisting the suppression of the Star River diagram. Qin Shujian estimated. If he refined all the blood essence, he could almost reach the peak of the 4th level of the celestial being realm. P.S. I'm still writing the rest. 5 days, for 5 whole days, Qin Shujian did not leave the forbidden area. Although Mount Liang had been uplifted, the peak of Mount Liang was still a forbidden area. This point could not be changed. In these 5 days, one star acupoint after another was opened. When the last strand of energy was consumed, Qin Shujian opened his eyes. Whoosh! Blood chi blasted out, causing the void to distort violently. Subsequently, Qin Shujian looked at the condition of his body and a faint smile appeared on his face. 7,000 star acupoints. He was still a bit away from opening 7,200 star acupoints. Although it was a little different from what he had expected, it was still within Qin Shujian's acceptable range. Because the more acupoints he opened, the more energy he needed, If it was said that opening 7,000 star acupoints required 1 point of energy, then opening 7,200 star acupoints required 1 point and 2 point of energy. Although this analogy was not very accurate, it was to illustrate one thing. The more he progressed, the more powerful the acupoints he opened. The more powerful the acupoints were, the more energy he needed. Similarly, after opening a powerful acupoint, under the nourishment of energy, it would also help the weak acupoints to become stronger. In general, this was a cycle. Qin Shujian clenched his fist and felt the surging energy in his body. He had a rough idea of his strength. When he had opened 5,600 star acupoints, his combat power was 5,000. Now that he had opened 7,000 star acupoints, his combat power should be around 5,500 to 6,000, but it should be less than 6,000. Such a leap was already not small. The more powerful a cultivator was, the more understanding they would have of their own strength. Qin Shujian did not use it this time and let the Godslayer evaluate him. No matter what, he had to keep some of his trump cards. He couldn't reveal everything to others. Even Zhu Bing was the same. Subsequently, Qin Shujian looked at the remaining 5 porcelain bottles. A single drop of blood essence had allowed him to reach the peak of the 4th level of the Sky Human stage. If he were to consume all of the blood essence, he would be able to reach the peak of the 5th level of the Sky Human stage, or even the 6th level of the Sky Human stage. With the addition of the Heavenly Spirit Jade Cream, it seemed like even reaching the 6th stage of the Heaven Human realm would not be a problem. Just as Qin Shujian was about to continue his breakthrough. Boom! Boom! Spiritual light shot up into the sky from the newly born area. Qin Shujian immediately stood up and looked in the direction of the freshman area. This aura. Innate spiritual item. It wasn't his first time seeing a connate spirit object, so he wasn't unfamiliar with it. Subsequently, Qin Shujian took out the communication jade amulet and saw that there was still a message on it. After reading the message, he found out that Jing Fang had already stopped people from entering the new area 3 days ago. Regarding this, Qin Shujian immediately left the forbidden area. Cultivation could be done at any time, but innate spirit objects could not be done at any time. In the martial arts hall, Jing Fang was also affected by the commotion caused by the birth of the innate spirit object. At this moment, he happened to see Qin Shujian arriving. Sect Master. Pass down the message that all disciples only have 5 days to fight for the innate spirit object. Those who obtain it should hand it over to the sect immediately. If there are any innate spirit objects left after 5 days, I will personally take them. By then, no one can be blamed for any losses. Jing Fang also knew what Qin Shujian was thinking and immediately passed down the message. Qin Shujian looked in the direction of the freshman area and didn't move for a moment. The disciples of Yuan sect had spent their contribution points to enter. Unless it was a last resort, he wouldn't enter without permission to snatch their opportunities. Therefore, Qin Shujian gave them 5 days. If they didn't obtain the innate spirit object in 5 days, then no one could blame him. On the other side, in the freshman area, when the innate spirit object was born, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. Also at this moment, Qin Shujian's order was passed down to everyone. Giving us 5 days to snatch the innate spirit object is enough. 5 days is enough. The disciples who received the message didn't care too much. The innate spirit object was born. Not to mention 5 days, 1 day was enough for them to snatch it. In their opinion, Qin Shujian had given them too much time. Lin Jia rushed in the direction of the innate spirit object alone. Suddenly, the communication jade talisman at his waist vibrated, causing him to frown instinctively. After reading the message inside, Lin Jia hesitated for a moment and left in another direction. Half an hour later, in a valley, Lin Jia looked at the person in front of him and said coldly, "Why did you ask me to come over?" The person in front of him was a mutant. But he didn't care too much. So what if he was a mutant? So what if he was a local? After entering the Yuan sect for so long, Lin Jia didn't feel much about it. Xiao Jingyi smiled and said, "Brother Lin, you should also know about the birth of the innate spirit object. There are many powerful and ruthless disciples who have entered this time. Why don't you and I work together to snatch the innate spirit object? If that's the case, then I'm leaving." Lin Jia said calmly. Work together? That was nonsense. Who knew what would happen when the time came? To put it nicely, they were fellow disciples of the same sect. But in the face of benefits, sometimes even brothers couldn't be brothers, let alone fellow disciples. Xiao Jingyi said, "Brother Lin, why are you in such a hurry to refuse? I came here with sincerity this time. The price that the sect is offering now is an innate spirit object in exchange for 20,000 contribution points. I can give you 2,000 contribution points as a deposit first. After the matter is settled, I'll give you the remaining 8,000 contribution points. How about that, 2,000 contribution points first?" Lin Jia was a little tempted. But he didn't agree on his own. He asked in a deep voice, "Why are you looking for me?" Brother Lin's strength is among the best among the disciples of the sect. Plus, Brother Lin's character is good, so I trust you. Xiaojunyi smiled and said, "Besides, we've worked together before. Rather than working with a stranger, it's better to work with someone familiar." This reason. It was barely acceptable. Lin Jie pondered for a while. "We can work together, but there's a condition. You have to give me 5,000 contribution points first. After the matter is settled, you can give me the remaining half. I'll help you get the innate spirit object." 5,000 is too much, 5,000 contribution points, no less. If you don't agree, then forget it. Lin Jie didn't waste his breath on Xiaojunyi. He had indeed worked with him before. But he didn't know much about Xiaojunyi. But he had some reputation in the sect, and his strength was indeed good. Xiaojunyi was silent for a while, then nodded in agreement. 5,000 contribution points were transferred, and this cooperation was considered a preliminary agreement. Similar practices were also happening in other places. It wasn't easy to snatch the innate spirit object. No one could guarantee that they could snatch the spirit object in front of everyone with their strength. Cooperation was inevitable. As for what happened in the new area, Qin Shujian didn't pay much attention to it. After 5 days, he would take away all the spirit objects. Because if it took too long, it wouldn't be good for him to refine Taoist artifacts. After that, Qin Shujian returned to the forbidden area and took out another porcelain bottle. With the lesson learned from the past. After Qin Shujian unsealed the essence blood this time, he immediately used a method to seal it, not giving it a chance to show its power at all. Then, he swallowed the essence blood and immediately mobilized the Star River map to suppress it. The Star River diagram formed by 5,600 star acupoints could even suppress the essence blood. Now that the Star River map had reached 7,000, it wasn't a big problem to suppress the essence blood. The essence blood was swallowed. Energy burst out. Qin Shujian's body turned red in an instant, and faintly visible cracks could be seen. However, compared to the previous time when it directly collapsed, it was much better this time. Time passed day by day. One by one, the star acupoints were opened. As early as the first day, Qin Shujian had already stepped into the level of the perfected 4th level of the heaven-human realm. In less than 5 days, Qin Shujian had already refined all the essence blood. When he looked at the star acupoints again, it had reached the level of 8,000. It seems that the further I go, the more energy I need than I expected. Qin Shujian looked at the changes in his body and frowned. The last time he swallowed the blood essence, the number of stellar acupoints increased from 5,600 to 7,000, a total of 1,400 stellar acupoints opened. This time it only increased from 7,000 to 8,000, which also meant that he had opened 1,000 stellar acupoints. Compared to the last time, there were 400 more acupoints this time. After taking a deep breath, Qin Shujian also calmed down. He had long expected this situation, but the reality was that he had consumed more than he had imagined. 6 drops of essence blood, 2 drops have already been used, 200 star acupoints have already reached the level of the perfected 4th level of the heaven-human realm. As for the 8,000 star acupoints, it has already exceeded the level of the 4th level of the heaven-human realm. There is still a gap to break through to the 5th level of the heaven-human realm. Qin Shujian secretly estimated his situation. To reach the 5th level of the heaven-human realm, he had to open at least 10,800 star acupoints. In other words, now, he was still 2,800 star acupoints away from the 5th level of the heaven-human realm. The remaining 4 drops of essence blood could push him to the 5th level of the heaven-human realm. However, after breaking through, he should not be able to go too far. Then, even if he consumed the heavenly spirit jade cream, the effect would be limited. He roughly calculated his own situation. Qin Shujian sighed, "In that case, I can only reach the perfected 5th level of the heaven-human realm at most. As for breaking through to the 6th level of the heaven-human realm, it is already impossible." However, although he had not broken through to the next level, his strength had increased by a lot. When he opened up 7,200 star acupoints, all the star acupoints formed a huge cycle again, increasing Qin Shujian's strength by a lot. Perfected or not, even if there was a difference of 1 star acupoint, the difference was still huge. From Qin Shujian's point of view, at the very least, his combat strength had increased from the original foundation to nearly 7,000. However, 7,000 was just Qin Shujian's guess. It had not been verified. However, even if it had not been verified, it was not far off. Originally, Qin Shujian did not have much confidence in dealing with the 7th level of the heaven-human realm. However, when he reached the perfected 4th level of the heaven-human realm, he already had the ability to suppress almighties. My current strength is stronger than ordinary almighties. The only thing I am lacking is the comprehension of the laws. However, even if the laws have not caught up, my strength is already strong enough. After all, ordinary almighties, who are not weak, have a combat strength of around 10,000 with the power of the laws. With my current combat strength and the amplification of the laws, I have already surpassed this standard. In other words, as long as I don't encounter the strongest almighties of the same level, there shouldn't be a problem. Thinking about it, Qin Shujian's mood improved a lot. Level was important, but so was combat strength. Under the situation where he could not break through to the next level, the increase in his combat strength was something worth celebrating. Godslayer did not know what Qin Shujian was thinking, but he could feel that Qin Shujian's strength was increasing. I already had 5,000 combat strength. Now that I have broken through, I should be even stronger. Could it be 6,000? I don't think so. Godslayer was not sure. If it was 6,000, he would be stronger than ordinary almighties. Of course, this strong referred to his foundation. For some reason, Godslayer felt that he had missed out on something, but he could not recall it at the moment. After working hard for a long time, the God-slaying saber finally remembered and said, "Oh right, I forgot to tell you something." "What is it?" "If you want to fight almighties, unless you are also almighties, cultivators below the level of almighties will be blocked by the power of the realm. In other words, you can't borrow the power of the laws in the realm." Godslayer's words made Qin Shujian's face stiffen. He could not borrow the power of the laws. If Godslayer had not mentioned it, he would not have known about this. "Senior, what you mean is that if I fight an almighty, I can only use my own strength, but he can borrow the power of heaven and earth to hit me?" Something like that. Hearing that, Qin Shujian's face suddenly darkened. What did that mean? He had just thought that he could fight an almighty, but now someone was telling him not to think about it, the almighty could cheat. At the thought of this, Qin Shujian felt stifled. However, he quickly calmed down. Even if I don't use the laws, I can still have 7,000 combat power. If I break through to Celestial Being level 5, my combat power will definitely be higher. At that time, even without the laws, I can fight an almighty. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian also felt relieved. It did not matter. If he could not fight a Celestial Being level 4, then he would fight a Celestial Being level 5. When it came to Foundation, he, sect leader Qin, had never been afraid of anyone. After the end of this cultivation session, Qin Shujian did not continue to cultivate, because there was less than a day left before the 5-day deadline. With so little time left, cultivation would not be of much use, so it was better to rest. The next day, Qin Shujian flew to the new area and found that all the connate spiritual items had been taken away. Then, he spread out his divine telekinesis and sent a voice transmission to all the disciples. "Any disciple who has obtained a connate spiritual item can come here." All the disciples were stunned, and then they found that there was an additional message in their minds, as well as a location on the message. Suddenly, those disciples who had obtained connate spiritual items all rushed toward the coordinates in their minds. Soon, they saw Qin Shujian standing there. "Sect leader." "Greetings, sect leader." After bowing, these disciples took out their connate spiritual items and handed them over respectfully. Without any movement, all the connate spiritual items were collected by him. After doing this, Qin Shujian smiled and said, "Give me your identity token." Hearing this, the other disciples immediately handed over their tokens. After that, Qin Shujian transferred 20,000 contribution points to each of the tokens. When these disciples took the tokens, they found that there was no one in front of them. After obtaining the Khanate spiritual items, Xianxia left directly. This time, there were a total of 5 Khanate spiritual items that were born in the new area, which was a little more than he expected. 5 Khanate spiritual items, Xianxia was confident that he could successfully refine the city. After leaving the new area, Xianxia did not return to Yuan sect, but went to Cold Mountain City. From today onwards, Cold Mountain City will not receive anyone. The city will be temporarily closed. Everyone in the city must leave today. No one is allowed to disobey. A calm voice rang out in the sky above Cold Mountain City. Although some people could not recognize Xianxia's voice, there was only one person who had the guts to speak like this in Cold Mountain City. After hearing this, many people's faces changed. No one knew what had happened. However, Xianxia's words were very clear. Everyone had to leave Cold Mountain City by the end of the day. As for what the consequences would be if they didn't leave, even if they used their butts to think, they would know. What's going to happen? I don't know. Yuan sect did not spread any news. In the city, everyone was shocked and doubtful. Not to mention the scattered cultivators, those forces who had bought shops in the city all sent people to Yuan sect to ask about it. Half a day later, in the inherited martial hall, the various forces had all sent their representatives over. Fortunately, the inherited martial hall was spacious. Even with hundreds of people gathered, it was not crowded. With hundreds of people gathered in the inherited martial hall, there was no noise. The scene was terrifyingly quiet. After an unknown period of time, a person suddenly appeared on the main seat. Everyone in the inherited martial hall was instantly awakened. Then, they cupped their hands and bowed, "Greetings, Sect Master Qin." "Everyone, please dispense with the formalities." Xianxia sat down leisurely. Then, he looked at the crowd and said with a smile, "I already know the purpose of everyone's visit. Originally, I wanted to send a message. However, since all of you are here, I will save the effort and tell you directly." Many people looked at each other. The last person stood out and cupped his hands. "Please tell us, Sect Master Qin." "It's very simple. I want to refine Cold Mountain City. From tomorrow onwards, no one is allowed to stay in the city. Everything will return to normal after the city is successfully refined." Xianxia said indifferently. "Refine?" This news was obviously beyond everyone's expectations. No one expected Xianxia's answer to be this. The person who spoke before could not help but ask again, "Sect Master Qin, Cold Mountain City is already a spiritual artifact. Why do you want to refine it again?" Could it be, as he spoke, he stopped. There were some things that couldn't be asked when the situation wasn't clear. Otherwise, it would not be good if the other party lost face. Xianxia said, "It's very simple. I want to refine Cold Mountain City into a Tao artifact." Boom. Once these words were spoken, it caused a huge commotion. Refining a Tao artifact, this was already a shocking matter. The Great Zhao dynasty had ruled the world for more than 6,000 years. Other than Xianxia, no one else had refined a Tao artifact. But now, the other party was not only refining a Tao artifact. He was going to refine an entire city into a Tao artifact. As a result, it was much more difficult than refining a normal Tao artifact. Instantly, the sound of people inhaling cold breaths rose and fell. No one expected that Xianxia was really going to refine Cold Mountain City into a Tao artifact. This news was so shocking that some people were still in a daze. After a long time, someone immediately spoke up, "Sect Master Qin, I wonder if we can send someone to observe the refining day? 1 grade 9 material can be exchanged for 1 chance to observe." Xianxia said. He was waiting for these words. Refining was refining. There was not much difference whether or not there was someone observing. On the contrary, if they could use this opportunity to gain some benefits, it would be a happy thing. As for Xianxia's words, no one objected. Although grade 9 materials were precious, this was the first time in tens of thousands of years that a Tao artifact was being refined. If they missed this opportunity, they might not have another chance to observe it in the future. Moreover, if they could gain some benefits from it, it would be a great benefit for those who loved the Tao of forging. However, not all of them had blacksmiths behind them. But no matter what, they all understood that if this news were to spread, it would shake the entire Great Zhao. Xianxia said, "Tomorrow, I will prepare to refine it. If anyone wants to exchange for a chance to observe, they need to hand over the grade 9 materials to my sect today. I will not wait for any longer." After saying this, someone cupped his hands and said, "Sect Master Qin, I will go back and report this. I will take my leave first." After saying this, he hurriedly left. Now that half of the day had passed, who would dare to waste any more time? Although the transmission of messages was fast and the transportation gate was fast, no matter how fast it would still take some time. After the first person left, the others immediately cupped their hands and left. Not long after, most of the people in the hall had left. The remaining people looked at each other, then cupped their hands and said, "Sect Master Qin, this news is too important. I still have to go back and report this, so I will take my leave first." "Go." Qin Shujian smiled. After that, the rest of the people in the hall had all left. After everyone had left, Qin Shujian could no longer hide the smile on his face. "This time I should be able to recover my HP." Thinking about the materials he needed to refine the city and the number of people watching, Qin Shujian secretly pondered. There should be some profit. Speaking of which, the grade 9 materials he needed to refine the city this time were not enough in the sect. However, Qin Shujian was not worried at all. This was because he believed that it wouldn't take long for someone to deliver the item to him. The news of a diviner appearing in Yuan's sect, as well as the subsequent effects of the phenomenon, had yet to be settled. Another important piece of news spread. It shook the entire Great Zhao. Qin Shujian would publicly refine Liangshan City into a Dao artifact tomorrow. Anyone who wanted to observe would have to submit a level 9 material. As soon as this news spread, all the blacksmiths in the Great Zhao went crazy. Refining a Dao artifact, for blacksmiths, this was an unparalleled honor. As for being able to refine a city into a Dao artifact, that was even more unheard of. If it was someone else who spread this news, no one would believe it. Those who heard it would scoff at it. However, Qin Shujian was different. The first artifact to be refined in the Great Zhao had appeared in his hands. As a top Grandmaster Artificer of the human clan, Qin Shujian had great prestige. One had to know. For blacksmiths, Qin Shujian's title as the number 1 expert in the cultivation world was not as resounding as his title as a top blacksmith. A blacksmith sighed. If Qin Shujian really refines Liangshan City into a Dao artifact, then he can be called the number 1 blacksmith of the human race. As soon as this sentence was said, it immediately spread in all directions. The number 1 blacksmith of the human race. This was a great honor. For any title, as long as it was added with the word number 1, it would have great credibility. The number 1 expert in the cultivation world, the number 1 blacksmith of the human race. If these 2 titles were added to one person, it would be enough to shock anyone. As the news spread, all the blacksmiths' families and sects, as well as those independent blacksmiths, could not wait to rush to Liangshan City. Level 9 materials were precious. However, as long as one had some strength, it was not difficult to obtain a level 9 material. After all, materials were just materials. Blacksmiths in the world who could use level 9 materials were very rare. This was because only blacksmiths could use level 9 materials to refine. However, there were only a few blacksmiths in the world. Among them, Qin Shujian was the most famous one. There was no other way. The other Grandmaster forgers didn't do anything all year round. They were very noble, unlike Qin Shujian, who would make some things every few days and cause thunder to roll. The other Grandmaster blacksmiths valued their reputation very much. Qin Shujian didn't care at all. But no matter what, the news of the forging of Cold Mountain City had shaken the entire Great Zhao. Whether it was the weaker blacksmiths or the master blacksmiths, all of them could no longer sit still and rushed to Cold Mountain City. Some blacksmiths who did not have much influence could only sigh. It was very simple. He couldn't take out any tier 9 materials. Without money, there was nothing to talk about. 9 Palace Sect. A woman with a plump figure and a pretty face in a palace dress was shocked when she heard the news. Then, she went to the sect master's hall. Elder Ling, what brings you here today? Qin Yuanbai looked at the newcomer with a faint smile on his face. Sect Master, you should know very well why I'm here. Is Elder Ling planning to go to Liangshan City? Qin Yuanbai nodded slightly and said, I didn't expect Elder Ling to make an exception after not leaving the Nine Palace sect for so many years. He still gave Ling Huayu a lot of respect. Because he was the only Grandmaster Forger in the Nine Palace sect. That's right. There were only a few Grandmaster Forgers in the Cultivation world, and one of them was in the Nine Palace sect. Because of Ling Huayu's existence, the Nine Palace sect's strength could be considered among the top of all the top sections. Although Qin Yuanbai was the sect master, he wouldn't give Ling Huayu any face. To a certain extent, the status of a Grandmaster Forger was not much lower than that of a diviner. It was just that innate spiritual items were hard to come by, so Grandmaster Forgers didn't have the chance to forge Dao artifacts. Otherwise, the status of a Grandmaster Forger would at least rise to another level. But even so, the status of a Grandmaster Forger was extraordinary. If a sect had a Grandmaster Forger, it meant that they didn't have to worry about spirit artifacts. It was enough to greatly increase the overall strength of the sect. Ling Huayu said, last time when Qin Shujian forged a Dao artifact, I didn't have the chance to observe it. This time, I can't miss it. Well, Elder Ling, you might be able to gain something if you go there. Qin Yuanbai nodded and said. But Elder Ling's identity is important after all. Why don't I go with you? Sect Master is going too? Ling Huayu was a little surprised. Qin Yuanbai had been in charge of the Nine Palace sect for many years. She also didn't expect him to leave at this time. Hearing this, Qin Yuanbai said, I'm worried about Elder Ling leaving alone. I also want to see if the sect master of Yuan sect really deserves the title of the strongest person in the cultivation world. Ling Huayu understood in her heart. She was a Grandmaster Forger of the Nine Palace sect. The other party was also worried that she would be plotted against if she went out. But the real reason? It should be for Qin Shujian. Qin Yuanbai had also talked about this sect master of Yuan sect many times. After all, there were only a few people who could be talked about by Qin Yuanbai. Since Qin Shujian could be talked about by the other party, it was obvious that he was interested. Regarding this, Ling Huayu no longer refused. Soon, the news that Ling Huayu was going to Liangshan City spread like wildfire. Originally, the news that Qin Shujian was refining a doctrine artifact had already caused a huge commotion. At this moment, a Grandmaster Forger was going to observe in person, which was already indirectly building momentum for Qin Shujian. For a time, the other forgers were even crazier. In the Endless Mountains, Casting City. When Su Zhan received the news, he almost thought that he had heard wrongly. At this time, he also knew that Qin Shujian had returned to Yuan sect. But before Su Zhan could send someone to look for Qin Shujian, a piece of heavy news came, which made him dizzy. Casting City. Casting a Doctrine Artifact Level City, Doctrine Artifact, City. When these two words were put together, even Su Zhan couldn't remain calm. That kid is really so arrogant. He has the confidence to refine a Doctrine Artifact Level City. Su Zhan couldn't believe it and didn't want to believe it. He was still worried about casting a city into a spirit artifact. In the end, someone told him, don't cast a spirit artifact. I'm already casting a doctrine artifact. One could imagine. How big of a blow would this be to Su Zhan? Fang Yilan also had an indescribable expression and said, let's go and take a look. If he really succeeds, we can directly ask him to come over and help. If he fails, we can also ask him to come over. As for the competition in our hearts, let's forget about it. What competition? In Fang Yilan's view, Su Zhan no longer needed to compete with Qin Shujian. Since the other party dared to publicly cast a doctrine artifact city, regardless of whether it was successful or not, Su Zhan had already lost. Because what Qin Shujian dared to do, Su Zhan didn't dare to. In terms of mentality, Su Zhan had already lost. As for casting methods, Fang Yilan also knew that Qin Shujian wouldn't be weaker than Su Zhan. From the moment he could cast a doctrine artifact, Qin Shujian was already qualified to be called a top forger in the Great Zhao dynasty. Even though he had never cast a doctrine artifact before. Of course, in Su Zhan's view, the reason he couldn't cast a doctrine artifact was that he didn't have an innate embryo. To this, Fang Yilan snorted disdainfully. What did he mean by not having an innate embryo? With the other party's status as an elder of the imperial astronomer, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to obtain an innate embryo. To put it bluntly, it was because Su Zhan didn't have the competence to cast a doctrine artifact and was worried that he would fail, that was why he kept finding this excuse. Hearing Fang Yilan's words, Su Zhan also fell silent. For the first time, he didn't refute the other party. Should he go and take a look, there was only one answer in his heart: go. This was because the method of forging a Dao artifact city could be described as shocking to the heavens and earth. Su Zhan was very clear. Even if he was given an innate embryo, he didn't have the competence to succeed. No. It shouldn't be said that he didn't have the competence to succeed, but that he didn't have the competence to try. Because from the beginning to the end, Su Zhan didn't even have 10% confidence. To this, Su Zhan couldn't help but sigh. The waves wash away the sand, and the new generation replaces the old. Maybe I'm really old. When he said these words, his aura also became a bit dispirited. But soon, Su Zhan recovered once again. At this time, it was still too early to admit defeat. At least he had to take a careful look. Fang Yilan glanced at him and said disdainfully, casting is after all a small Dao. Cultivators should focus on their own cultivation. Think about how many years you've been in the 7th layer of the celestial being realm. If you continue to waste time like this, I don't think you have any chance. Old witch, don't talk about me. You're not much better than me. TSK, you can't even beat that mixed bird eagle saint. You've really thrown the face of the imperial astronomer to the whole great Zhao. You want to fight with me? Fang Yilan's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Don't hit people in the face, don't expose people's shortcomings when scolding. In the battle of the Imperial City, not being a match for Eagle Saint was the pain of Fang Yilan's life. Unfortunately, Eagle Saint had been killed by the human emperor, and she had no way to take revenge. At this time, Su Zhan brought it up, which was equivalent to publicly slapping her face. Su Zhan laughed. I won't lower myself to your level. What a joke. How could he fight with Fang Yilan? Although he was mocking her, Su Zhan knew that in terms of true strength, he really couldn't beat Fang Yilan. The other party was not only a powerful cultivator, but also a second realm formation grandmaster expert. The formation Dao was a heretical Dao, but it could increase a cultivator's combat power. It was completely different from casting. In terms of strength, Fang Yilan was also one of the top in the Imperial Astronomer. Although she was not a match for Eagle Saint was one of the 12 monster saints of the monster clan. Seriously speaking, Fang Yilan was at least twice as old as Eagle Saint. Therefore, Su Zhan would not ask for a rebuff and fight with Fang Yilan. Then, he cursed angrily again. One observation requires a 9th tier material. Why doesn't this brat rob? Although he cursed, Su Zhan thought in his heart, why didn't he think of such a thing before? If he had learned this before, he wouldn't be so poor. Regret, however, Su Zhan had learned it. In the future, when he refined a spirit artifact, he would do it publicly and then collect an observation fee. There were still many people who wanted to observe a spirit artifact refined by a grandmaster blacksmith. Even if he couldn't collect a 9th tier material, it wouldn't be a problem to collect a 6th tier or 7th tier material. Half a day later, Great Zhao was shocked. The teleportation gate of Cold Mountain City kept flashing. Cultivators walked out one by one and then rushed to Yuan sect. At this time, Qin Shujian avoided them and let Jingfang receive the guests. In the courtyard, the Godslayer sat on the stone bench and said, "Are you really confident that you can refine the city into a Dao artifact?" "About 80%. The Godslayer fell silent. What was the difference between 80% and 100%? He knew that Qin Shujian's forging skills were extraordinary, but he didn't expect that the other party was already so powerful. In ancient times, a grandmaster who could refine a Dao artifact with a success rate of more than 50% would be a distinguished guest in front of any race. A grandmaster with an 80% success rate like Qin Shujian. It was enough to make any race treat him with great respect. The god-slaying saber was not an inexperienced ancestral armament. Refining an ordinary Dao artifact and refining a city's Dao artifact were two different concepts. The former was much easier to refine. The godslayer sighed. After so many years, I still have the chance to see someone personally refine a Dao artifact city. In ancient times, how many people were able to do this? Qin Shujian asked. He wasn't surprised by the information contained in the godslayer's words. Cultivation was prevalent in ancient times, and many techniques were passed down from that time. Although Qin Shujian thought that his forging skills were very strong, it would be ignorant to say that no one could compare to him. The godslayer said, "There are, but not many." In the past, the imperial cities of the major races were actually powerful Dao artifacts. Among them, the imperial city of the human race was an extremely powerful nine-seal Dao artifact. Unfortunately, it should have been broken in the war. I didn't participate in the war to the end, so there are many things that I don't know. Seeing that there was no hope of winning, the human race arranged for Xianxia to take him and a part of the human race to the sea. So what happened in the end? The godslayer wasn't very clear either. But the war had destroyed the heavenly court, so how could the imperial city of the nine-seal Dao artifact be spared? Qin Shujian wasn't too surprised. He praised, "The imperial city is a nine-seal Dao artifact. If there's a chance, I really want to see the glorious scene of ancient times. The ancient times have passed. If possible, it's more reliable to recreate the glory of ancient times." The god-slaying saber replied coldly. To this, Qin Shujian didn't refute. His attention was drawn to the imperial city of the nine-seal Dao artifact. If Cold Mountain City could also grow into a nine-seal Dao artifact, that would be the best. Qin Shujian had already fantasized that one day he would suppress an immortal with Cold Mountain City. But soon, he stopped thinking about this matter. "There's one thing that I forgot to ask Senior." "What is it?" "Senior, how many tribulations have you gone through now, Zhu Bing?" The godslayer thought for a moment and said, "I should have gone through 4 tribulations. If you count carefully, I should be the 4th tribulation Zhu Bing." "The 4th tribulation Zhu Bing." Qin Shujian's eyes lit up. Then, he asked again, "If the nine-seal Dao artifact is in front of Senior, how many rounds can it resist?" "It's just a nine-seal Dao artifact. It will shatter upon contact," the godslayer said proudly. Although the nine-seal Dao artifact was powerful, it was not worth mentioning in front of him. The 4th tribulation Zhu Bing was not someone that Zhu Bing, who was below the 4th tribulation, could compare to. Although the nine-seal Dao artifact could compete with the 2nd tribulation Zhu Bing, it was nothing in front of the 3rd tribulation Zhu Bing. In front of the 4th tribulation Zhu Bing, it was useless. Fine. After hearing the godslayer's words, Qin Shujian knew that his treasure was much more powerful than he had imagined. If he didn't remember wrongly, the Zhu Bing in Marquis Bayun's hand would need at least 3 rounds to destroy the nine-seal Dao artifact, but in front of the godslayer, it would shatter upon contact. In this way, the gap between them was obvious. Qin Shujian was sure that the one in Marquis Bayun's hand should be the 3rd tribulation Zhu Bing, while his was the 4th tribulation Zhu Bing. After figuring out the situation, Qin Shujian asked again, "Senior, if you go against the 3rd tribulation Zhu Bing, can you shatter it?" "It's very difficult. Although there is a gap between the Zhu Bing and the Zhu Bing, because they share the same root, it's very difficult to shatter it. However, it's not a big problem to suppress it. I've learned a lot." Qin Shujian nodded. The stronger the godslayer was, the more confident he would be. In the eastern continent, Qin Shujian only knew of 4 Zhu Bing artifacts. One was the godslayer in his hand, one was the stone spear in Marquis Bayun's hand, one was the Zhu Bing that suppressed the demon abyss in the imperial city, and the last one was the heavenly demon temple of the demon race. Thinking of the heavenly demon temple, Qin Shujian said, "Senior, have you heard of the heavenly demon temple?" "Yes," the godslayer replied first, then asked, "Why? Do you have news of the heavenly demon temple?" "I used to, but not anymore. The demon race has left the eastern continent with the heavenly demon temple." I wonder how many tribulation Zubing the Heavenly Demon Temple is? In response to Qin Shujian's question, the Godslayer did not hide anything and said, the Heavenly Demon Temple is one of the Zubing artifacts of the ancient demon race. At that time, the Heavenly Demon Temple was inferior to me and was at the level of the 3 tribulation Zubing. After so many years, I don't know if it has transformed. Speaking of which, the Heavenly Demon Temple is known for its unparalleled defense. Even the 4 tribulation Zubing can't break it. I'd like to see if it's really that powerful. In the end, the Godslayer sneered. From the other party's words, Qin Shujian also knew that the Godslayer did not seem to get along well with the Heavenly Demon Temple. Then, Qin Shujian exchanged a few more topics with the Godslayer and then stopped talking. It was not that he had nothing to say. It was because someone had come. Sect Master. Su Yuanming stepped into the courtyard and cupped his hands. How's the matter going? Qin Shujian, who had already put the Godslayer into his sea of consciousness, asked calmly. Su Yuanming said, there are a total of 1,312 forces who have exchanged for the opportunity to observe this time. These forces have also submitted the corresponding materials. Sect Master, please check them. After saying that, he took a step forward and stuffed a storage ring into his hand. Hearing this, Qin Shujian was also shocked. More than 1,300 forces, which was equivalent to more than 1,300 pieces of 9th-level materials. Even if each piece of 9th-level material was only enough to forge a long sword, with so many materials added together, it was completely enough for Cold Mountain City to use. He took the storage ring. After scanning it with his divine consciousness, the master recognition mark on it dissipated and then turned into Qin Shujian's own master recognition mark. Subsequently, Qin Shujian's divine consciousness entered the storage ring and saw that it was full of materials. 9th-level materials, all of them were 9th-level materials. Some of the 9th-level materials were not small, while some were relatively small. The classification of materials could be seen from several levels. One was the size, the other was the strength it could bear, and other factors. Some 9th-level materials were a whole. As long as they were cut apart, their level would drop. But some 9th-level materials, even if they were cut into several pieces, were still 9th-level materials. This kind of material was considered the top among 9th-level materials. When Qin Shujian's divine consciousness swept over, he had already seen the things in the storage ring clearly. So many materials. This also made Qin Shujian have other ideas. Originally, he was only going to forge Cold Mountain City into 1 or 2 Dao artifacts. But looking at the current situation, Qin Shujian was confident that he could forge Cold Mountain City even more powerful. Dao artifact, any powerful Dao artifact was indispensable to a cultivator. Even though Qin Shujian possessed the god-slaying blade, he was actually unable to unleash much of its power. The reason for that was because his own strength was still very weak. On the contrary, if it was a suitable Dao artifact, it could also play a great role. As for whether the Dao artifact was not as good as Zhu Bing's, that would be a matter after he became an immortal. Before becoming an immortal, Dao artifacts could not be underestimated. If he could successfully forge Cold Mountain City and its level was high enough, it would be of great use in the future. Qin Shujian took all the materials in the storage ring and put them into his own storage ring. Then, he erased the ownership mark on the original storage ring and returned it to Su Yuanming. Taking the storage ring, Su Yuanming said, Sect Master, there is one more thing that needs your decision. What is it? The Sect Master of the 9 Palaces Sect, Qin Yuanbai, and Elder Ling Huayu want to see you. Qin Yuanbai, Ling Huayu? Qin Shujian's expression was a little strange. He knew Qin Yuanbai, the Sect Master of the 9 Palaces Sect, his own family. As for Ling Huayu, Qin Shujian had also heard of his reputation. He seemed to be a grandmaster forger. At this moment, he was thinking. Why did Qin Yuanbai and Ling Huayu want to see him at this time? After thinking for a while, Qin Shujian could not figure it out for the time being. Then, he shook his head and said, Go back and tell them that I am in seclusion preparing to forge a Dao artifact. I can't see people casually. Yes. Su Yuanming nodded and then left. If Qin Shujian did not want to see them, then he would not see them. he was just a messenger. After Su Yuanming left, Qin Shujian muttered to himself, "Why did the Nine Palaces sect come to see me? If they want to observe, they can just wait until tomorrow. Speaking of which, I have some grudges with the Nine Palaces sect. Should I find a chance to have a good chat with Sect Master Qin?" He remembered it clearly. On the White Yong estate, the Crimson Heaven sect and the Yin Yang sect openly disobeyed his orders. However, after giving the order to Yuanga, Qin Shujian did not pay much attention to it. It was also because the two sects were not worth his attention. Therefore, Qin Shujian was not too clear about the two sects' current situation. It was fine if he did not remember some things. Since he remembered, he had to find a chance to talk. Subsequently, Qin Shujian also really closed the door to visitors and entered a state of cultivation. It was not easy to forge a Dao artifact in Cold Mountain City. Even if it was him, he would still need to adjust himself. P.S. I just finished writing and posted it. Ask for monthly votes while I am at it. Cold Mountain City. After receiving Qin Shujian's order, everyone left in advance regardless of whether they were willing or not, leaving this place empty. However, although Cold Mountain City was empty, outside Cold Mountain City, it was overcrowded. Thousands of forces handed over a 9th-grade material. Their purpose was to observe Qin Shujian forging a Dao artifact. At this time, all the experts stood aside, quietly waiting for time to pass. For the powerful cultivators. One night, when they closed their eyes to meditate, time passed in a flash. When the sun rose, everyone's mood also became tense. Qin Yuanbai stood aside, looking at Cold Mountain City in front of him, and said with a faint smile, "In Elder Ling's opinion, what is the probability of Qin Shujian succeeding?" "It's hard to say." Ling Huayu thought for a moment, shook his head and said, "Forging an ordinary Dao artifact and forging a city into a Dao artifact are two different concepts. It's hard to make a conclusion without seeing it with my own eyes." "Then Elder Ling, do you think he can succeed?" "Maybe." Ling Huayu said indifferently, "Since he has the confidence, he must have the confidence to succeed, but he may fail miserably." "Then let's see." Qin Yuanbai smiled slightly. Yesterday, he wanted to see Qin Shujian, but unfortunately, Sect Master Qin was so arrogant that even he didn't have a chance to see him. However, the reply given by Sky Origin Sect was indeed impeccable. For Qin Yuanbai. In fact, it didn't matter much whether he met him or not, because he would meet him sooner or later. At this time, Qin Yuanbai also looked elsewhere and said with a faint smile, "The commotion caused by Sky Origin Sect this time is not small. It has attracted so many experts, which is surprising." With his experience, he could also see many familiar faces. Qin Yuanbai was a heavenly supreme cultivator. Those who could be recognized by him were definitely not weak in status and strength. Qin Yuanbai was looking at the others. The others were also looking at him. After all, Qin Yuanbai's reputation was still very big in the cultivation world. As the sect master of Nine Palace Sect, he was also a top expert in the cultivation world. Many people showed a surprised look when they saw Qin Yuanbai. No one had expected this. The sect master of the Nine Palace Sect would personally come. It was also at this moment. Another person flew over. An old man and an old woman. When they saw the two of them, most of the people were puzzled, as if they didn't know these two unfamiliar experts. However, when Qin Yuanbai looked at the other party, his expression suddenly changed. Shortly after, he left Ling Huayu's side and came in front of the two. Qin Yuanbai of the Nine Palace Sect greets Grand Secretary Feng and Grand Secretary Su of the Imperial Astronomer. His words were filled with politeness. This time, Qin Yuanbai was truly shocked. He knew that the news of Qin Shujian forging a Dao artifact would definitely attract the attention of many experts. However, Qin Yuanbai never expected that Qin Shujian would attract all the elders of the Imperial Astronomer. As the sect leader of the Nine Palace Sect, Qin Yuanbai was not completely ignorant. As for Su Zhan, he had met him once. As for Fang Yilan, Qin Yuanbai also participated in the Battle of the Imperial City, but fortunately, he was on the side of the Imperial Court and was not punished by the human emperor. Fang Yilan fought against the demon saint of the demon clan. Her strength was already at the level of a Grand Master. This time, the news of Qin Shujian attracted the attention of the two elders of the Imperial Astronomer. Qin Yuanbai realized that he seemed to have underestimated the influence of this matter. Qin Yuanbai came over to greet them. Fang Yilan and Su Zhan also knew each other and nodded politely. "You're welcome, Sect Master Qin." Qin Yuanbai wasn't very strong. But no matter what, he was still the sect master of a top sect and a divinity realm expert. Although Fang Yilan and Su Zhan were elders of the Imperial Astronomer, they still had to show respect to each other. Qin Yuanbai said with a smile, "Elders, if you have time later, please come to my 9 Palace sect. I'll be sure to welcome you. If I have time in the future, I'll definitely come." Su Zhan nodded with a smile. "That's a deal. I won't disturb you two for now." Qin Yuanbai also knew when to stop, so he left on his own accord. This scene. It was also seen by many people. They didn't know Su Zhan and Fang Yilan, but they knew Qin Yuanbai. To be treated so politely by Qin Yuanbai. How could the identity of these two be simple? Some powerful cultivators also heard the conversation between the two sides. When they heard the words elders, they were puzzled at first, but soon their expressions changed drastically. Elders, there were many people in the world who could be called elders. In some forces, the elders would also be called elders. But there were only a few elders who could be treated so politely by Qin Yuanbai. In addition, these two unfamiliar faces. Then there was only one answer. The Imperial Astronomer, the person who came was an elder of the Imperial Astronomer. Only the mysterious Imperial Astronomer would have experts who others didn't know. In comparison, the others also understood in their hearts. Suddenly, thus, someone went forward to greet him. To this, Fang Yilan and Su Zhan would smile and nod in response at first, but in the end, their faces were already indifferent and they couldn't be bothered to respond. As for whether this would embarrass others or not, the two of them were not worried at all. Since when did the elders of the Imperial Astronomer need to be afraid of offending others? Seeing the impatience of the two, the rest of the people didn't dare to go forward. In case they didn't get to know them and instead increased their dislike. When no one came forward, Su Zhan said impatiently, "This kid is just trying to keep us in suspense. It's been so long and he still hasn't come. He's really arrogant. If you have such strength, you can be arrogant." Fang Yilan looked at him with disdain. Didn't he know why he came here? He still couldn't settle it, so he came to observe and learn. Why didn't she realize before that Su Zhan was so proud? After being rebuked for no reason, Su Zhan was furious. He wanted to leave, but after thinking about it, he swallowed his anger. Time passed by. Not long after, it was already noon. In front of Liangshan City, a figure suddenly appeared. Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on the figure. Qin Yuanbai's originally indifferent expression became dignified at this moment, staring at the figure's back. The Battle of the Imperial City. He didn't meet Qin Shujian, but he had seen his appearance. Qin Yuanbai was no stranger to this figure. It was just that when Qin Shujian appeared just now, he realized that he didn't notice it too much. It was only when Qin Shujian appeared that he reacted. This process. Maybe it was just a moment, and others might not be able to notice anything. But for a Sky Realm expert, the difference of a moment was actually very big. It seems that the strength of this sect leader Qin has really reached an incredible level. Qin Yuanbai thought in his heart with his hands behind his back. Just from the appearance of the other party, Qin Shujian's strength was definitely not simple. However, Qin Yuanbai's heart didn't fluctuate too much. Experts didn't only look at one aspect. Only after a real fight could the outcome be decided. Compared to Qin Yuanbai, Fang Yilan and Su Zhan looked at each other and saw the dignified look in each other's eyes. "I don't think I'm wrong." "I don't think so, this kid really came into contact with the rules." At this moment, Fang Yilan and Su Zhan both gasped in their hearts. Rules. Once one understood the rules, it meant that a cultivator had officially stepped into the 4th level of the Sky Realm. Only by understanding the rules could one enter the Sage Realm. Logically speaking, a Sage Realm expert wouldn't shock the two almighties. But Fang Yilan and Su Zhan were very clear. Qin Shujian had only stepped into the Sky Realm for about a year. A year ago, he broke through the Sky Realm, and a year later, he entered the Sage Realm. This rate of growth was simply unheard of. After the shock, Su Zhan took a deep breath and said through divine thought, "This kid must have a big secret. He reached the 4th level of the Sky Realm in a year, wouldn't he be promoted to Almighty in another year? I originally thought that he was the reincarnation of an Almighty, but now it seems that he's definitely not as simple as that. It's very likely that he's the reincarnation of an ancient expert." Hearing that, Fang Yalan didn't refute. Because breaking through from the 1st level of the Sky Realm to the Sage Realm in a year was too shocking. Although she wasn't sure which stage of the Sage Realm Qin Shujian was at, even if he was at the 4th level of the Sky Realm, it was shocking enough. Reincarnation of an Almighty? Fang Yalan shook her head. This was just a ridiculous guess. No matter how strong an Almighty was, he was still an Almighty. It was understandable that he grew quickly in the early stages, but how could he still grow so quickly after breaking through to the Sky Realm? In that case, the other party was either the reincarnation of an ancient expert, or he had a great opportunity. At the thought of this, Fang Yalan immediately thought of the Sea region. When Qin Shujian was in the Imperial City, he was still at the 1st level of the Sky Realm, but now, he had suddenly advanced to the 4th level of the Sky Realm. In her opinion, it was very likely that he had obtained some great opportunity. As for the source of the opportunity, it might have come from the Sea region. Coupled with the various phenomena of Yuanzhong earlier, for a moment, Fang Yalan thought about many things. At this moment, in her eyes, Qin Shujian's body was already covered in a layer of fog, making it difficult for her to see clearly. However, Fang Yalan didn't have any intention of asking Qin Shujian. Because no one would talk about the opportunity. If she were to ask, she might even become enemies with the other party. However, Fang Yalan was once again concerned about the Sea region. If there's a chance, I might enter the Sea region to explore again. Who knows, there might really be some opportunities left behind from the ancient times. As for the thoughts in her heart, Fang Yalan didn't say it out loud. At this moment, Su Zhan was also looking at Qin Shujian with a solemn expression. No one knew what he was thinking. Originally, he just wanted to observe the other party's method of forging Dao artifacts. In the end, he encountered an even greater impact. On the other side, after Qin Shujian arrived, he also immediately noticed the presence of Fang Yalan and the others. There was no choice. The aura of an Almighty was too dazzling. Others might not notice anything, but Qin Shujian was definitely not among them. If it was in the past, with the arrival of an Almighty, Qin Shujian would also be nervous. But now, he had nothing to worry about. Even without the Godslayer, his strength was comparable to an Almighty. If he used the Godslayer, he could kill anyone below the 9th level of the celestial being. He could also fight against experts above the 9th level of the celestial being. With such a big trump card, Qin Shujian really couldn't think of any reason for him to keep a low profile. At this moment, divine thought spread out like an abyss. At this moment, everyone felt a terrifying power sweeping through their bodies. Even the great cultivators of the God martial arts realm trembled in the face of this divine thought power. As for Qin Yuanbai, his expression changed drastically. Before they even fought, he found that he had already lost. That boundless divine sense was something that he couldn't compare to. As for Fang Yalan and Su Zhan, their faces also changed slightly. He's definitely not at the 4th level of the celestial being. The two of them looked at each other and saw the answer in each other's eyes. The 4th level of the celestial being, it was absolutely impossible. Because the 4th level of the celestial being couldn't have such a vast divine thought. Only the 6th level of the celestial being and the peak of the saint realm could do this. Or even a half-step Almighty. At the thought of this, the two of them took a deep breath in unison. He was King in human. Qin Shujian spread out his divine thought and said loudly, "It's my honor to be able to come and watch me forge a Dao artifact. But as I said before, anyone who wants to watch must submit a 9th level material. Those who are not qualified to watch now, please retreat thousands of miles away from Liangshan City and don't approach before the forging is completed." As soon as he finished speaking, some people in the crowd looked inexplicable. Ninth-level materials were precious and some people didn't have them, so they wanted to fish in troubled waters. At this moment, with so many people here, they didn't think that Qin Shujian could accurately identify them. After 3 breaths, Qin Shujian shook his head and laughed. It seems that some people don't take me seriously. After saying that, his face suddenly turned cold. Then, some people who were hidden in the crowd suddenly exploded, and their blood splattered onto the people around them. The sudden change, many people were shocked. As for Qin Yuanbai and a few other celestial beings, their expressions were normal as if they had already expected this. Su Zhan glanced at the others and sneered. Naive. The divine thought of a celestial being is all-pervasive. As long as there is a wisp of qi, they can distinguish many things. If you want to hide from them, you have to practice more. Hearing this, everyone was silent. Although they had submitted the materials, they were still afraid that Qin Shujian would kill them by mistake. Fortunately, after the first killing, Qin Shujian didn't make any more moves. During the forging, I hope that no one will disturb you. Otherwise, it will be an endless hatred. This hatred is not only related to you, but also the sects and forces behind you. After saying that, someone immediately said, Sect Master Qin, please rest assured. We are just here to watch and won't interfere. If anyone dares to make a move, we will kill them without you doing anything. That's right. Sect Master Qin should hurry up and do it. Some people were also waiting anxiously. They had been dawdling for a long time and still hadn't started. Even if they weren't tired, they were still anxious. Seeing this, Qin Shujian didn't delay any longer. His divine thought covered the entire cold mountain city. The next second, the vast cold mountain city was directly lifted up by the power of the divine thought. Immediately, Qin Shujian formed a seal with both hands. His true essence turned into a sea of fire and instantly enveloped cold mountain city. If he wanted to forge, the first step had to be melting. Only after melting cold mountain city could he integrate other materials into it and cast it into a perfect Dao artifact. This process would be very long. When Qin Shujian made his move, the others also held their breaths and paid attention to his every move. Those who were able to come here to observe were not weak in the Dao of forging. Qin Shujian formed a seal with his hands and the scene of his true essence turning into a sea of fire was also reflected in their minds. It was the same melting of materials. However, when Qin Shujian performed the seals, there was a feeling that they were completely natural. His every move was in accordance with the great Tao of heaven and earth. Immediately, many people had some understanding in their hearts. Su Zhan nodded slightly and said, "You do have some skills. At least you did well at the beginning stage of controlling the fire." At the beginning, they couldn't see anything. Qin Shujian's method of controlling fire. He could do the same, and he wouldn't be the slightest bit worse. Cold Mountain City was only an ordinary spirit artifact. After all, it was forged by Qin Shujian when he was breaking through to the spirit martial force. The materials used were not that high. In less than half a day, Cold Mountain City had completely melted and turned into a dark green liquid. Immediately after, Qin Shujian controlled the sea of fire while taking out the corresponding materials from his storage ring. One by one, he threw them into the sea of fire. At the same time, his true essence turned into a solid sledgehammer. Qin Shujian held the sledgehammer in his hand and struck the liquid unhurriedly. Bang! As the sledgehammer fell, the sound of thunder resounded. The materials that were thrown into the sea of fire trembled and merged into the liquid. The materials went in. The sledgehammer fell. This process continued. Qin Shujian originally planned to use the innate embryo as the foundation and then use a portion of the level 9 materials to refine a good Dao artifact. Then, the Dao artifact could grow bigger and naturally transform into a large city. But now, Qin Shujian didn't have such thoughts. Since he had enough materials this time, he might as well forge a large city. As the materials continued to merge, wisps of dense multicolored light seemed to bloom from the sea of fire. In the sky, a huge shadow appeared, holding a sledgehammer and hammering. Heaven and earth anomaly. Su Zhan's relaxed expression was no longer, and it turned incomparably solemn. Heaven and earth anomaly, This kind of situation would only occur when forging a powerful divine weapon. Normally, heaven and earth anomaly would appear when the divine weapon was about to be forged. When the thunder tribulation descended, it would appear along with the thunder tribulation. However, only a short while had passed. The heaven and earth anomaly had already appeared. This indirectly meant that the heaven and earth law had already sensed that the item that Xianxia was forging was extraordinary, so the heaven and earth anomaly had appeared in advance. Dao artifact. Su Zhan murmured. As for the other blacksmiths, they were all watching Xianxia's every move closely. Many people had never seen the heaven and earth anomaly before. But those who were knowledgeable understood what the heaven and earth anomaly meant. At this moment, for them, every time Xianxia swung the sledgehammer, there would be Dao rhymes circulating. It was clearly a simple hammer, but it gave people a very mysterious feeling. As the hall master of the blacksmith hall, Xianxia wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. After seeing Xianxia forge divine weapons several times, he had already understood something in his heart. This time, he would watch Xianxia forge Dao artifacts again. Xianxia had a feeling in his heart that perhaps he would become a master blacksmith this time. A master blacksmith, the materials continued to merge, and the heaven and earth anomaly became clearer and clearer. In the end, Xianxia roared angrily and directly used the divine power of heaven and earth. Then, he held the hundreds of feet long true essence sledgehammer in his hand and continuously struck the materials. Bang! Bang! Every time the sledgehammer fell, the deafening sound could be heard from thousands of miles away. There seemed to be thunder in the sky. At this moment, the sea of fire was burning and the sledgehammer was pounding. Even if it was a 9th grade material, it couldn't withstand such forging. Among these powerful materials, there was an extremely rich spiritual artifact contained within them. After the melting of Cold Mountain City's body, it had gradually merged with these materials. Wisps of gray impurities appeared. Then, they were immediately burned to ashes by the sea of fire. The originally dark green liquid gradually became transparent as time passed. While maintaining the sea of fire. While maintaining the true essence sledgehammer. Xianxia's consumption of true essence at every moment was calculated in the form of an ocean. If it were a god martial arts realm cultivator, their true essence would be exhausted in at most 15 to 30 minutes. But for Xianxia, after opening 8,000 star acupoints, his foundation had reached a terrifying level. Moreover, after opening the acupoints, he could absorb a huge amount of spirit chi of heaven and earth to replenish himself with every breath. So even now, he still didn't consume much true essence in his body. 3 days passed. 3 full days passed. The heaven and earth phenomenon had become substantial. From afar, it didn't seem like one person was forging. Instead, it seemed like 2 people were forging together. In the sky, lightning gathered. Then, there was a thick lightning bolt that bombarded the sea of fire below. Seeing this scene, a cultivator immediately shouted, "How can there be a lightning tribulation now? Isn't the forging not completed yet?" The forging wasn't completed. It was impossible for a lightning tribulation to descend. This was the rule. Su Zhan said in a deep voice, "It's very simple. It's because the thing he's forging has already surpassed the boundary of a spirit artifact. Although it hasn't reached the level of a Dao artifact because of the innate embryo, it's already beyond the boundary of a spirit artifact. However, exceeding the scope of a spirit artifact is already the default limit of heaven and earth. Therefore, heaven and earth automatically judged that he has completed the creation, and thus, the lightning tribulation will descend." After saying this, Su Zhan's mind was also shaken. A lightning tribulation descended just like that. In his eyes, the thing that Xianxia was forging didn't even have an outline. It was purely fused with a lot of materials and forcibly raised to a level beyond a spirit artifact. It was already so at the liquefaction stage. If it was fused with the innate embryo, then this Dao artifact would definitely not be a simple 1-seal or 2-seal Dao artifact. Su Zhan thought to himself, the stronger the Dao artifact, the stronger the lightning tribulation. If you are really confident in succeeding, don't fail to pass the lightning tribulation. Thinking about it was just thinking. He didn't stop it. For Su Zhan, regardless of whether he succeeded or failed this time, Qin Shujian would definitely be able to gain a lot of insights. Even if he was a bystander, it was the same. Crack, a thunderbolt as thick as a bucket fell and bombarded the material that Qin Shujian was hammering. Regarding this, Qin Shujian did not stop it at all. Now it was only in the melting stage. Because there were too many materials, it caused a qualitative change. Now that the thunderbolt fell, it was a good thing for Qin Shujian. As the sledgehammer fell, the power of the thunderbolt that came down was all scattered and then integrated into the material. Suddenly, the material that had already become transparent was now dyed with a faint purple color. That was the power of the thunderbolt of heaven and earth. Bang, boom, every time the hammer fell, the material solidified a little, and also caused a thunderbolt to fall. It was an intimidating aura. It had already spread faintly. In the eyes of others, they only saw a giant that was 3,000 feet tall, holding a sledgehammer and hammering in an orderly manner. Every time the hammer fell, there was a myriad of Tao rhymes overflowing. Heaven and earth shook. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, at this moment, in the eyes of some people, Qin Shujian did not seem to be hammering the material, but more like hammering the entire world. Fang Yilan did not know much about forging, so she could not see too many clues. After watching for a while, she turned her head to look at Su Zhan and said, "Can you see anything?" "Very strong." Su Zhan just said 2 words simply. In his view, every time Qin Shujian hammered, it just happened to fall on the most ingenious node of the material, to the greatest extent, removing the impurities in the material. This kind of method was not something that ordinary people could do. Even Su Zhan could not completely remove all the impurities in a material. Once all the impurities were removed, it was equivalent to returning to the most primitive state. That state had already surpassed the level of the 9th level. At this moment, in Su Zhan's view, Qin Shujian's hammering was forging all the materials to a perfect level. At this moment, he already had some understanding in his heart. On the other side, Fang Yilan's face was also slightly solemn. Su Zhan was proud and arrogant. If even he said that Qin Shujian was very strong, then it meant that Qin Shujian was really strong. Another 2 days passed, the thunderbolt had already dissipated. But the sky was still covered by dark clouds, as if something terrible was brewing. Now, all of the materials had been melted. Qin Shujian took out 5 innate embryos from his storage ring and threw them all into the melted materials. What? Su Zhan was shocked. Fang Yilan said, "What's wrong with that? 1 innate embryo can be forged into a Tao artifact. Under normal circumstances, 5 innate embryos should be gradually merged into the Tao artifact. This way, the power of the lightning tribulation and the difficulty of merging them will be greatly reduced. If he reached his limit, he could stop halfway. But now that he has thrown in 5 innate stage embryos, it means that from the beginning of the forging, the difficulty will be at its peak. Once his strength can't support it, it will completely fail." Su Zhan's expression was grave. It didn't matter if he failed. However, if he failed, all those 9th-tier materials and 5 innate embryos would all be destroyed. So many materials were lost. Even Su Zhan felt heartache for Qin Shujian. With the addition of the innate embryos, the entire forging process reached its peak. At this moment, Qin Shujian's muscles were all twisted together. With a solemn expression, he held the sledgehammer in his hand and smashed it down heavily. He didn't use his spiritual force to form the sledgehammer because there was no need for that. In terms of effect, spiritual force and vital essence were the same. However, in terms of appearance, the former was more pretentious, while the latter was more simple. If it was in the past, Qin Shujian would definitely use the spiritual force sledgehammer to temper it. However, he couldn't do so now. This time, he was forging Cold Mountain City. He had already invested too much. If he failed, he would be so heartbroken that he would cry. Therefore, now was not the time to be pretentious. As long as the Tao artifact was successfully forged, that would be the real pretentious moment. Bang, the sledgehammer fell. The flames instantly disappeared. At this moment, there was no need for flames. With the integration of the innate embryos, he only needed to keep hammering and combining the two into one. As the flames dispersed, Qin Shujian condensed the vital essence sledgehammer with all his strength and suddenly smashed it down. The sledgehammer fell. The void shook. After the integration of the innate embryos, the liquid-like materials gradually solidified under the sledgehammer's hammering. A squarish silhouette had already appeared. And when the outline appeared, the dark clouds in the sky finally brewed to the extreme. Crack, a thick purple lightning bolt bombarded down. In an instant, the mighty heavenly might caused everyone's expression to change drastically. In front of the purple lightning, those great cultivators of the god martial arts realm already felt a terrifying threat. Su Zhan whispered, "It's going to be promoted to a Dao artifact." Yes. It was going to be promoted to a Dao artifact. Now was the beginning of the solidification process, and there was already a Dao artifact Thunder Tribulation descending. Once the Thunder Tribulation passed, it would become a one-seal Dao artifact. If there was a Dao artifact Thunder Tribulation descending when the solidification was successful, then this Dao artifact could at least become a two-seal Dao artifact in the end, or perhaps even stronger. But when the solidification began, there was a Dao artifact Thunder Tribulation descending. Then this Dao artifact. In the end, it would definitely not be as simple as a two-seal Dao artifact. Su Zhan took a deep breath. He had already thought about it. After this matter was over, no matter what, he would invite Qin Shujian over to help forge the Eastern Continent's portal. When it came to forging, Su Zhan had always thought that no one in the world could surpass him. Even for other grandmasters of forging, he was very disdainful in his heart. But now, Su Zhan finally understood that there was always someone better than him in this world. When it came to forging, he was not as good as Qin Shujian. At this point, the forging had progressed to almost half of the stage. The blacksmiths who came to observe all gained a lot. However, the ones who really gained a lot were those high-grade blacksmiths and grandmasters of forging. This time's observation, it had already paved the way for them to become masters and grandmasters in the future. After completely digesting these things, they would at least have a certain success rate even if they did not have a 100% chance of breaking through. Originally, they had spent a 9th-tier material as a stepping stone. For many people, it was quite a heartache. But no one felt heartache. For them, a 9th-tier material in exchange for a chance to observe was really worth it. If it was possible, they would rather use more 9th-tier materials in exchange for a few more chances to observe. In this way, they would be able to break through 100%. But, this kind of thing could only be thought of. Perhaps after this time, there would not be such an opportunity again for thousands of years. So, no one dared to be careless or distracted. They all watched Qin Shujian's every move seriously, secretly verifying with the path they had taken, trying to deduce a higher level. Rumble, thunder fell, and the power of heaven was vast. Qin Shujian held the vital essence sledgehammer in his hand and knocked on the solid material. Now, he did not dare to be distracted easily. With each strike of the hammer, Yi Zichen was stunned. The outline gradually became clear and solid. Another 3 days passed. The lightning tribulation disappeared, and the city could now be seen from the square outline. The moment the thunder tribulation dissipated, a Dao seal was already engraved in it. The appearance of the Dao seal meant that what Qin Shujian was forging now officially stepped into the level of a Dao artifact. Although it was only a one-seal Dao artifact. But in the eyes of others, it was already shocking. Unlike the last time Qin Shujian forged a Dao artifact by himself, this time, the Dao artifact was completed in front of everyone. Now that the Dao seal had been formed, even if the forging failed, no one would say anything. A forging master said with emotion, "I have no regrets to see the birth of a Dao artifact in my lifetime." In the direction of the Nine Palaces sect, Ling Huayu's beautiful face had become serious, and her beautiful eyes stared at Qin Shujian motionlessly. A Dao artifact. It's already a one-seal Dao artifact, so when this Dao artifact is completed, it will be at least a 3-seal level. A 3-seal Dao artifact, even among the top sects, it was at the level of a sect. In the cultivation world, there were only a few 4-seal Dao artifacts. Many top sects only had a 3-seal Dao artifact to suppress their luck. As for the higher level, it was very difficult. Only in the hands of the imperial court. Only then could there be a high-level Dao artifact. In the past, the 13 constabularies had a 6-seal Dao artifact. Right now, the Dao artifact that Qin Shujian was forging already had the foundation of a top sect. As long as there were no problems, when the Dao artifact was completed, it would definitely be at the 3-seal level. Until now. Ling Huayu no longer had the intention to compete with Qin Shujian. She could only observe the other party's forging process with an attitude of learning humbly. Qin Yuanbai didn't understand forging. But he understood Ling Huayu. Ling Huayu's solemn expression had already explained a lot. Elder Ling, what do you think his chances of success are now? If we don't consider the interference of the Thunder Tribulation, the success rate is at least 80%. If it's considered a Thunder Tribulation, it's hard to say. Ling Huayu replied with a rather meaningless answer. Then she changed the topic and said, at this point, regardless of whether he succeeds or not, it's a success for Qin Shujian. Because the Dao seal has been formed, it proves that the forging of the Dao artifact has been successful. Did he succeed? Qin Yuanbai looked at the Dao seal that was emitting heavenly might and was silent for a moment. It was a success, because the Dao seal had already appeared. Then, Qin Yuanbai said, if the 9 Palaces sect can provide innate embryos, Elder Ling, are you confident that you can forge a Dao artifact? Sect Master, are you talking about something like Qin Shujian or an ordinary 1-seal Dao artifact? What do you think, Elder Ling? If it's like Qin Shujian, I can't do it. If it's just a 1-seal Dao artifact, I have a 30% chance of success. Ling Huayu thought for a moment and gave a fairly accurate answer. A 30% chance. This success rate was already not small. If it was in the past, Ling Huayu could say it in a very proud tone, but now, she didn't have this idea. Forging Dao artifacts was indeed very powerful. But one had to distinguish between people. With a gem like Qin Shujian in front of her, Ling Huayu didn't think that she was qualified to compete. Beside her, Qin Yuanbai was also slightly silent. He could hear the lack of confidence in Ling Huayu's words. At this moment, Qin Shujian was still forging. Even with his vast vital essence, after such a long period of continuous forging, he had consumed nearly 1/3 of the vital essence in his body. Bang, another hammer fell, the void twisted crazily, and a vast wave spread out. No one knew when. The Thunder Tribulation had fallen again. Dao artifact, every time a Dao artifact was forged, it would attract a Thunder Tribulation. The last Thunder Tribulation was a 1-seal Dao artifact. This time, the arrival of the Thunder Tribulation meant that the Dao artifact was transforming from a 1-seal to a 2-seal. Ha! The pressure suddenly increased. Qin Shujian focused his mind, and only the vital essence hammer in his hand and the cold mountain city that had already condensed below. At this moment, he seemed to have changed places. In the dark, a familiar force was being summoned. Originally, because of the long tempering, he felt a little tired, but at this moment, it disappeared. Not only that. A new force surged from Qin Shujian's body, making the strength of his hammer even more terrifying. Boom, the shadow of the long river came rushing over. The vast river came from the void and went into the void. And when the vast river appeared, it was as if it had been struck by lightning. Su Zhan and Fang Yilan's expressions changed greatly. The long river of laws. They did not expect that at this time, Qin Shujian would draw out the long river of laws. The long river of laws. It existed in the dark, between reality and illusion. If one wanted to summon the long river of laws, they would have to touch the laws to a very deep level, or completely master the laws. Only then would it be possible to summon it. Or else, if others wanted to summon the long river of laws, there was only one possibility. It was the cultivator's own belief. In an instant, the compatibility with the long river of laws rose to an extremely high level. Su Zhan stared at the long river of laws and said in disbelief, how could he summon the long river of laws at this time? Could it be that the laws he understands are unique to the forging path? If that was the case, Qin Shujian was born to be a blacksmith. Fang Yilan also stared at it. After a long time, she shook her head and said, "No, it's not the forging path's laws. I feel an incomparable power from it. Maybe what he's compatible with is not the forging path's laws, but the power laws." The power laws. Su Zhan's expression was a little strange. There were very few people who could simply comprehend the rules of power. Those who used saber techniques and comprehended saber intent were generally compatible with the saber laws. Those who used sword techniques and comprehended sword intent were generally compatible with the sword laws. Even those who used fists to fight enemies were likely to be compatible with the fist laws. There were countless laws between heaven and earth, and any one of them could be comprehended. However, the power laws were different because such laws were too general. Any cultivator, they would use power. But there was no one in the current human race who could truly comprehend the power laws. To put it bluntly, every cultivator would use power, but very few cultivators would actually feel the existence of power. This was a very mysterious thing. Originally, Su Zhan thought that Qin Shujian would comprehend something similar to the Saber Dao. After all, he had heard of it before. He knew that Qin Shujian's saber technique had also reached an extremely profound level. But he never thought that Qin Shujian would be compatible with the power laws. Then Su Zhan took another deep breath and said, "To be able to summon the long river of laws at this time, even if he didn't reach the 6th level of the celestial human realm before, I'm afraid he's almost there now." Once the long river of laws was summoned, the level of understanding would skyrocket. Not to mention reaching the 7th level of the celestial human realm and touching the laws. But at least, at the stage of understanding the laws, it had already reached an incredible level. Fang Yilan sighed and said, "It seems that our human race is really going to have another powerhouse." The powerhouse that she was talking about. It was at least the peak of the Saint Realm, or even a half-step almighty existence. The vassals rebelled. A large number of peak Saint Realm powerhouses had fallen, and it had already weakened the human race by a lot. It was just that the demon race had been expelled now, so it was not obvious. But to be serious, in the various mansions, now, they were lacking a 6th level of the celestial human realm to suppress. Under such circumstances, an additional vassal-level powerhouse would be a good thing for the human race. And in Fang Yilan's opinion, Qin Shujian would definitely not stop at the 6th level of the celestial human realm. With the other party's talent, the probability of him breaking through to the almighty realm in the future was almost 100%. On the other side, at this time, Qin Yuanbai had completely fallen into a daze, and the smile on his face had also stiffened. Looking at the illusory long river, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. What was that? If he was not mistaken, it should be the legendary long river of laws. The inheritance of the Nine Palace sect was not weak. At its peak, it had also given birth to a Saint Realm powerhouse. As the current sect master of the Nine Palace sect, although Qin Yuanbai had not reached the Saint Realm, he still knew about the existence of the laws. But knowing was one thing. When he really saw the laws, he still could not suppress the shock in his heart. The long river of laws, could it be that Qin Shujian has really advanced to the 4th level of the celestial human realm? Qin Yuanbai did not dare to believe it, nor did he want to believe it. Before coming to the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain, he also scoffed at Qin Shujian's title of the #1 powerhouse in the cultivation world. As the saying went, there was no first place in literature, and there was no second place in martial arts. Before they truly fought, the so-called #1 title was nothing more than a joke to others. Only those ordinary cultivators would believe in this title. For a top powerhouse like Qin Yuanbai, unless he was really beaten into submission, he would not think that he was weaker than others. It was just that, the moment he saw the long river of laws, Qin Yuanbai's heart was in a mess. 4th level of the celestial human realm, the long river of laws. Even if Qin Shujian had just stepped into the 4th level of the celestial human realm, his strength was not something he could compete with. Moreover, Qin Yuanbai looked at the long river of laws that was summoned. In his heart, he did not believe that Qin Shujian was only at the 4th level of the celestial human realm. Originally, he still had the thought of exchanging pointers with Qin Shujian. But now, there was no more. Because there was no need for that. When the long river of laws appeared, Qin Yuanbai knew that he had lost because of the other party's cultivation base. Lost before the fight. For him, this was something that was very difficult to accept. But the matter was in front of him, and Qin Yuanbai would not ask for humiliation. On the side, Ling Huayu was also shocked by the appearance of the long river of laws, but she was just a great cultivator at the peak of the divine martial realm. She did not understand the laws at all, nor did she recognize the long river of laws. So, the moment she saw the long river of laws, Ling Huayu turned her head to look at Qin Yuanbai, wanting to get an answer from him. But just as she turned her head, she saw Qin Yuanbai's pale face. Instantly, Ling Huayu's heart sank, and she asked, "Does Sect Master know what that illusory long river is?" "I know." Qin Yuanbai's expression recovered a little, and then he spat out a few words with difficulty, "The long river of laws." "The long river of laws?" Ling Huayu's eyes flashed with doubt. Qin Yuanbai glanced at her and added, "Only powerhouses above the 4th level of the celestial human realm can understand the laws, and only then can they summon the long river of laws." Boom! These words shocked Ling Huayu so much that her delicate body trembled. She didn't know anything else. But Ling Huayu still understood the words 4th level of the celestial human realm. Sect Master means that Qin Shujian is already at the 4th level of the celestial human realm? Her tone was a little stuttering, and she seemed a little nervous. There was no other way. This news was too shocking. Qin Yuanbai also calmed down a lot at this moment, took a deep breath, and said, "If I'm not wrong, he's at least at the 4th level of the celestial human realm, maybe even higher. Didn't he just break through to the celestial human realm not long ago? How could this be?" Ling Huayu couldn't believe it. Qin Yuanbai shook his head and said, "There's no need to investigate the cause. Qin Shujian's advancement to the Saint Realm is without a doubt. Our 9 Palace sect can't be enemies with him in the future. They couldn't fight against him, at least before the 9 Palace sect had a Saint Realm powerhouse, they couldn't fall out with Yuanzong. Or else, even if the 9 Palace sect used all their trump cards, they might not be able to resist." After seeing Qin Shujian's strength, killing intent rose in Qin Yuanbai's heart. This killing intent wasn't directed at Qin Shujian, but at the Yin-Yang sect and the Crimson Heaven sect. The two sects had initially blocked Dean Bonqing's breakthrough with the tacit consent of the 9 Palace sect. Later on, when Yuanzong secretly attacked the two sects, the 9 Palace sect had also stopped them. After all, they were the sects of the White Yong Prefecture. It was impossible for the 9 Palace sect to sit back and watch the two sects suffer from Yuanzong's persecution. But now, Qin Yuanbai no longer had the idea of protecting the two sections. Because Yuanzong was too strong. If Yuanzong found an excuse to attack them for the sake of the two sects, or bore a grudge, it would be a terrible nightmare for the 9 Palace sect. Although the Yin-Yang sect and the Crimson Heaven sect were by Yong Prefecture sections. But to the 9 Palace sect, they didn't have much of a connection. At this moment, Qin Yuanbai had already given up on the two sects in his heart. Not only that, he was also considering whether to take the initiative to condemn the two sects and then sell Yuanzong a favor. But once he did so, the 9 Palace sect would be a little embarrassed. Just as Qin Yuanbai was struggling, the spectators were also shocked by the long river of laws. The illusory long river was nurturing a terrifying power, suppressing the void and condensing it. But just like Ling Huayu, if one wasn't a celestial human, they wouldn't know what laws were, let alone the existence of the long river of laws. So, although the others were shocked, they didn't know anything about the long river of laws. On the other side, when the long river of laws appeared, Qin Shujian's strength skyrocketed. Every thunderbolt that fell was scattered by his hammer, and then injected the power into the Tao artifact. The thunder tribulation this time. It lasted for a full 5 days. The moment the thunderbolts retreated, the city had become clear, and the 2 Tao seals emitted a terrifying heavenly might. At this point, the 2-seal Tao artifact had been formed. A month passed. Every few days, there would be a thunderbolt. The thunderbolt lasted for a few days and then subsided again. The spectators. They went from being calm at the beginning to being shocked and then to being calm at the end. A month passed. Qin Shujian didn't stop at all. Every time he hammered, he used the same strength to forge the Taoist weapon in a perfect way. At this time, the 8,000 star acupoints in his body had become dim. A month of continuous high consumption. Even with Qin Shujian's foundation, he was beginning to find it hard to bear. However, at this moment, the forging had reached a critical moment. If he gave up, all his previous efforts would be wasted. At this time, some of the spectators had also consumed a lot of mental strength. They had to sit cross-legged on the spot to recover their mental strength. Su Zhan looked inexplicable and said faintly, "It has been a month. His foundation is probably not much worse than that of a mighty figure." How serious was the consumption in a month? Although Su Zhan didn't do it personally, he could understand. Even with his strength, such a high load of forging without stopping for a month would be too much for him. Although Su Zhan didn't know how Qin Shujian was doing, he knew that he must have reached a limit. Similarly, at this moment, the forging of the Taoist weapon had also reached a critical moment. In Su Zhan's opinion, there were at most 5 to 7 days before the Taoist weapon should be completed. At this moment, the Taoist weapon had reached the 4-seal level. The 4-seal Taoist weapon was not finished yet. When the last step was completed, it would at least be at the peak of the 4-seal, or even at the 5-seal Taoist weapon. Thinking of this, Su Zhan immediately said, "I am Su Zhan, the elder of the imperial astronomer. I believe you have heard of my name. If you can't hold on, reduce your strength a little and I will help you." Qin Shujian, who was forging, heard Su Zhan's voice in his mind. Su Zhan? He had never heard of this name. However, Qin Shujian knew a little about the name of the imperial astronomer. However, Qin Shujian turned a blind eye to Su Zhan's words. What was he thinking? He was about to succeed. If he interfered now, when the Taoist weapon was forged in the future, it would not be that Qin Shujian had succeeded in forging the Taoist weapon, but his name would be added. Regarding this, Qin Shujian was not prepared to let anyone pick the peaches. You've already expended a lot of energy. If you continue to expend energy like this, you might damage your foundation. Godslayer's voice appeared in his mind. Qin Shujian's expression was solemn as he continued to smash down with his sledgehammer. Wang, his stellar acupoints dimmed, as if they were about to collapse at any moment. Look at this. Qin Shujian directly took out the jade box and consumed the heavenly spirit jade nectar inside. Originally, he hadn't planned on consuming the heavenly spirit jade cream so quickly. However, now that he was clearly running out of energy, if he didn't use the heavenly spirit jade cream, he might really fail. He drank the heavenly spirit jade elixir. A terrifying spiritual power burst out from his body. Qin Shujian's face suddenly turned red, and the range of his hammering also changed a little. Immediately, the Dao artifact shook. Qin Shujian immediately recollected himself. He no longer cared about the changes happening within his body. Instead, he focused all his attention on the Dao artifact before him. The originally dim star acupoint. At this moment, under the impact of the spiritual power, it directly recovered to its peak state. However, after the recovery of the star acupoint, the remaining spiritual power was still vast. This vast spiritual power, because he didn't control it, finally converged into all the open star acupoints. Rumble, the originally open star acupoints, when this spiritual power poured in, were all slowly expanding. A new force surged in his body. Qin Shujian's strength of swinging the sledgehammer became more stable. As time went by, a new Dao rhyme emerged from the Dao artifact, as if to condense the 5th Dao seal. Kacha, when the 5th Dao seal was about to condense, the thunder in the sky finally fell. The Dao artifact shook. The shadow of a city emerged, bearing the bombardment of the thunder. 1 day later, the shadow of the city shattered. The thunder fell on the Dao artifact itself. Qin Shujian turned a blind eye to it and was still hammering the Dao artifact, constantly integrating the power of the thunder into it. In the eyes of others, Qin Shujian was about to collapse, but he swallowed something that made him recover to his peak state in an instant. Others couldn't see it. Su Zhan couldn't see it either. Just when he made a mistake, his heart trembled, thinking that the Dao artifact was going to fail. He didn't expect that later. Xianxia forcibly reversed a little deviation. At this time, everything was on track. In Su Zhan's view, after this thunder tribulation was over, the Tao artifact would be officially successful. In front of him, a giant of 3,000 feet was wildly dancing with a sledgehammer in its hand. Below it was a vast city suspended in the air, bearing the tempering of the sledgehammer and the thunder. 5 days passed. The thunder dissipated. Tens of thousands of rays of light spread out from the Tao artifact. It's going to succeed. Everyone's heart trembled, and a look of shock appeared on their faces. 5-sealed Tao artifact, in the tens of thousands of years of the human race, this should be the first man-made 5-sealed Tao artifact to be born. Compared to the joy of others, Xianxia's face became more serious. Just when the Tao artifact was about to succeed, he suddenly took out 2 porcelain bottles and then suddenly crushed them with force. The porcelain bottles shattered. 2 drops of essence blood appeared, and a vast pressure swept across heaven and earth, and a shocking dragon roar covered everything. Just as everyone's faces were filled with shock, not knowing what had happened, a voice suddenly rang out. Xianxia's sledgehammer had fallen, fiercely bombarding the 2 drops of essence blood. The 2 drops of essence blood wanted to resist, but now that Xianxia's strength had reached its peak state, no matter how powerful the 2 drops of essence blood were, they were still smashed into the Tao artifact. Boom, the essence blood entered the Tao artifact, and the aura of the whole city pervaded. The thunder tribulation that should have retreated in the sky condensed again at this moment. Rumble, the dark red thunder of destruction fell, and the void collapsed wherever it passed. The target of the thunder. It was the Tao artifact that was being forged below. Is he crazy? Su Zhan shouted in disbelief. He didn't know whether Xianxia was crazy or not, but he knew that he was going crazy. What was going on? The Tao artifact was clearly about to be completed, so why did he still use essence blood to temper it? Those 2 drops of essence blood were obviously owned by an extremely powerful existence. On the essence blood, Su Zhan felt a terrible oppression. That kind of oppression was definitely not something that an almighty could possess. In other words, those 2 drops of essence blood were supreme treasures nurtured by an expert above an almighty. Such supreme treasures, each drop was incomparably precious. In terms of value, they were more precious than ordinary Tao artifacts. Now that Xianxia directly smashed 2 drops of essence blood into it, the effect was needless to say. The Tao artifact that had already become a 5-sealed Tao artifact was already approaching a 6-sealed Tao artifact under the effect of the 2 drops of essence blood. Looking at the vanishing thunder, Xianxia dispersed the sledgehammer, grabbed the cold mountain city with one hand, and then rushed directly toward the thunder clouds. Boom, the falling thunder collapsed. Only to see the 3,000-foot-tall giant holding the giant city submerged into the thunder clouds. At this moment, the thunder clouds seemed to be completely enraged. Waves after waves of terrifying energy flowed out, causing everyone who felt this energy to change their expressions. Qin Yuanbai stared at the thunder clouds in the sky without blinking. He saw a giant holding a huge city in his hand, fighting in the thunder clouds. It was the power that was overflowing. It made Qin Yuanbai, a celestial being, tremble all over. Yes. Tremble. In front of the last thunder clouds that condensed, the power of the falling thunder had already reached the saint level. In front of this kind of thunder tribulation, a transcendent realm celestial being had no capital to contend at all. Even Qin Yuanbai was like this, one could imagine the others. There were some timid cultivators. Now they had quietly retreated a distance, afraid of being affected. In the field, the only ones who were not afraid of thunder were the 2 elders of the imperial astronomer. Su Zhan sighed. Daring to break into the thunder clouds with a Tao artifact, this kid is really brave. In the end, regardless of whether the Tao artifact succeeded or not, Xianxia was qualified to be called the #1 Grandmaster Forger of the human race. Boom. Boom, shocking noises kept coming out from the thunder clouds. More than half a day passed. The shadow of a city suddenly appeared, causing the entire thundercloud to explode. The next moment, the city fell, and the huge shadow covered nearly 1,000 miles of land. Retreat, retreat quickly. The onlooking experts were scared out of their wits when they saw the city that was being crushed down. Retreat, there was no need to remind them, those people had already frantically retreated. They didn't know what level the current cold mountain city had reached, but the falling power had already crushed the void. Not to mention the great cultivators of the god martial arts realm, even a celestial being would definitely be suppressed by the falling power of the city. So, the onlookers were surprisingly united and retreated in all directions. Rumble, Cold Mountain City fell. The area that originally belonged to the stone forest was completely covered by the city. Not only that, even many places in the endless mountain range, including the mountains and rivers, were directly swallowed by Cold Mountain City at this moment. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Everyone was shocked. When the others came back to their senses, they had already seen a huge city that covered an area of 1,000 miles appear in front of them. The city wall was 100 feet high, with Dao runes engraved on it. Only one of the 4 city gates was left. In front of the city gate, 6 Dao runes merged together to form 2 words, Cold Mountain, and on the city wall. A person stood with his hands behind his back, overlooking the world. An aura that could suppress the heavens and the earth spread out in all directions with the city as the center. Everyone who felt this aura trembled in fear, as if they had encountered a terrifying existence. As for the other demonic beasts, they all prostrated on the ground, not daring to move. First, there was a dazzling light. Then, there was a purple aura that stretched for 1,000 miles. The destiny of Origin sect boiled violently, and the rich yellow destiny turned into a huge cold mountain city. A person stood on the city wall, and his appearance was no different from Qin Shujian. At this moment, the city could be considered to have been completely refined. And at this moment, the heavens and the earth went silent. P.S. This is a small chapter, because I felt that it was just right to write it here. Also, the title of the book has been officially changed to I Am Decent. Please support the original book. Jidian Chinese Network. No one expected it. There would be such a huge commotion on the day the Dao artifact was completed. Looking at the figure standing on top of the city wall, everyone fell silent. At this moment, Qin Shujian stood with his hands behind his back. There was also a raging wave in his body. The spiritual power of the heavenly spirit jade serum had expanded all the star acupoints by 1/5, but there was still some spiritual power that had not been exhausted. That was not all. He had just rushed into the thundercloud and accidentally absorbed a lot of thunder power into his body. Although Qin Shujian looked calm on the surface, as if everything was under control. But in fact, he was panicking. The 8,000 star acupoints formed a star river diagram, constantly suppressing the thunder power and the spiritual power of the heavenly spirit jade serum, and then decomposing them into pure energy to open up new acupoints. Boom, a star acupoint had quietly opened up. That was not all. Under the control of Qin Shujian, the vast energy flew toward one star acupoint after another. Half a day passed. The onlookers were speechless. It had been half a day, and the other party was still standing on the city wall acting cool. But, thinking of the power just now, the others did not dare to move for a while. Who knew what situation Qin Shujian was in now? If they disturbed the other party and caused him to bear a grudge, then the loss would outweigh the gain. As for Su Zhan and Fan Yilan, they looked at each other. Both of them could see that Qin Shujian's situation seemed to be a bit strange at the moment, and there seemed to be something wrong with his body. Should we go over and take a look? No hurry, this kid has a lot of trump cards, maybe he is settling it. If we go over, we will be a hindrance. Su Zhan shook his head. He now had an inexplicable confidence in Qin Shujian. This kid had the confidence to rush into the thundercloud and directly cast a 6-seal Dao artifact. He must have some trump cards on him. In the eyes of today's Su Zhan, unknowingly, he had already placed Qin Shujian in an equal position with himself. Although the other party was not a mighty figure, but with such strength, he was not much weaker than a mighty figure. And the method of casting a Dao artifact was even more shocking. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to lose face, even Su Zhan wanted to consult Qin Shujian and see if there was a chance for him to learn a thing or two from him. Too strong, he was too F*** king powerful. From beginning to end. Su Zhan never thought that Qin Shujian would be able to forge a six-seal Dao artifact. At the thought of this, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. They were both Grandmaster forgers, so how could the gap between them be so huge, in the sea of consciousness? Godslayer was also deeply moved. He realized that he had underestimated Qin Shujian. He did not expect the other party to be so bold as to directly charge into the thunderclouds. If he was not mistaken, the other party's combat power should be more than 12,000 points. Even though this was an amplification of the rules. However, even without the precept's amplification, the other party's combat power was still at least over 8,000. 8,000 combat power was nothing. In ancient times, the minimum combat power of immortals was 100,000, and with the power of the precepts, it was at least 500,000. But there was one thing to know. Qin Shujian was not an immortal now, nor was he a powerhouse above Celestial being level 7. The other party was only Celestial being level 4, a cultivator who had just entered the Saint stage. Celestial being level 4. 8,000 combat power. The God-slaying saber did not know what kind of background its current master had. At Celestial being level 4, he already had 8,000 combat power. Then, if he grew to Celestial being level 7, what level would he reach? Could it be that, after so many years, the human race is going to have another powerhouse who can fight immortals as a Celestial? Godslayer was shocked. Fighting immortals as a Celestial. In ancient times, there were only a handful of people who could achieve this. Among the emperors of the 10,000 races, only a few emperors could fight immortals when they were in Celestial being level. Qin Shujian in front of him. Godslayer saw the possibility of him fighting immortals above his level. If he really grew according to his current foundation, the probability was not small at all. After so many years of silence, the human race has finally produced such a powerhouse again. Godslayer felt a little excited. Perhaps he would be able to regain the might of the primordial age and slaughter an immortal once more. No. It should be the demon slayer. In the sea of consciousness, Godslayer was trembling non-stop. In the next moment, a wisp of saber chi shot up into the sky. The long saber phantom in the void trembled, and an ancient and desolate aura swept all over the world. It was also at this moment. When the long saber phantom appeared, all the weapons in the entire Liang Mountain spirit domain involuntarily bowed and trembled, as if they were worshipping a supreme saint. F***ck. Su Zhan finally could not help but curse. He was different from other cultivators. The elder of the imperial astronomer was not a country bumpkin, but a truly knowledgeable powerhouse. The long saber phantom. Others might not recognize it, but how could Su Zhan not recognize it? That familiar yet unfamiliar aura was too damn familiar. Zhu Bing, neither Fang Yilan nor Su Zhan expected that Qin Shujian would have a Zhu Bing on him. Now the long saber phantom. It was just a wisp of Zhu Bing's aura that leaked out. But even so, this wisp of aura was enough to kill a powerhouse who had just entered the celestial being realm. That's right. This was Zhu Bing's overbearingness, a divine weapon that could challenge those of a higher realm. With the current strength of Qin Shujian, if he held Zhu Bing in his hand, Su Zhan felt that he would have to kneel down. Because Zhu Bing was too strong, so strong that it was unreasonable. Fang Yilan also had a panicked look on her face and said in a panic, Zhu Bing, is that Zhu Bing's aura? Tell me, am I sensing it wrong? I also want to sense it wrong, but that is indeed Zhu Bing. Su Zhan smiled bitterly and replied with difficulty. Zhu Bing was a matter of great importance. Neither of them dared to say it verbally, so they changed to talking through voice transmission. The panic in Fang Yilan's eyes did not dissipate, and then she said through voice transmission, it seems that we have to re-estimate Qin Shujian's strength. With Zhu Bing in hand, ordinary powerful figures are no match for him. This matter is of great importance. We have to report it to His Majesty immediately. There's no need for us to report it. With such a big movement, it won't take long for the news to spread to the Central State Prefecture. Su Zhan shook his head. Even so, he still took out his communication jade amulet and sent the message back. Whether the news would be automatically transmitted to the Central State Prefecture was one thing. Whether to report it or not after seeing the news was another thing. On the other side, With the eruption of Zhu Bing, the power of the Star River map seemed to become stronger in an instant, and a sharp saber chi converged in it, suppressing the violent power together with it. When the power was suppressed, pure energy was extracted, and one star acupoint after another was opened. Another half a day passed. Qin Shujian did not move because he was breaking through. The others did not move because they did not dare to move. When the long saber phantom appeared, everyone felt that they were locked by a terrifying existence, as if they would suffer a destructive blow if they moved. Even Qin Yuanbai. Now his face was pale, and his body was trembling slightly. The reason for this situation was purely because he was afraid. The sect master of the Nine Palace sect was also a human, and a diviner supreme cultivator was also a human. Humans would be afraid. Qin Yuanbai was not timid. He, who was in a high position, had seen too many things, but during the time he was in the Liang Mountain spirit domain, too many things happened that made him lose his mind. Until now. Although the long saber phantom had dissipated, that power seemed to be deeply engraved in Qin Yuanbai's mind. Inner demon, it had taken root in his heart. If he could not get rid of this inner demon, Qin Yuanbai would not be able to take another step forward in his life. Regarding this, Qin Yuanbai did not notice it at all. Now his mind was trembling. He did not dare to move. He did not even dare to breathe loudly, for fear that he would disturb Qin Shujian, and then he would give himself a fierce stab. The Nine Palace sect has not given birth to a new diviner yet. If I die, the Nine Palace sect will definitely decline. Moreover, I have only broken through to the diviner realm for a few hundred years, and I still have a few thousand years of lifespan left. I can't die like this. That's right, I can't die, I absolutely can't die. Qin Yuanbai kept muttering in his heart, but his face was terrifyingly pale, and beads of sweat could be faintly seen on his forehead. Ling Huayu on the side also noticed Qin Yuanbai's strangeness, although she was also intimidated by the Godslayer. But it was not as serious as Qin Yuanbai's. Sect Master. Ling Huayu shouted in a low voice with vital essence. Qin Yuanbai immediately woke up, and his back was already soaked in sweat. Ling Huayu asked with concern, Sect Master, are you okay? I'm fine. Qin Yuanbai wiped the sweat from his forehead, and an ugly smile appeared on his face. Seeing this, Ling Huayu's heart also sank. She was sure that there was definitely something wrong with Qin Yuanbai, but she was not sure what the problem was. Although the long saber phantom just now was frightening, but even she was not frightened to this extent. How could Qin Yuanbai, as a celestial being, be more frightened? Ling Huayu was suspicious. But now was not a good time to ask. And although she was an elder of the Nine Palace sect, she was not very close to Qin Yuanbai, so she did not pay much attention to it. Now the long saber phantom had dissipated. But the scene just now had been deeply engraved in everyone's mind. No one dared to act rashly. At least Qin Shujian did not dare to. They did not dare to move. On the city wall, Qin Shujian stood still, and the star acupoints in his body were constantly opening. When all the energy was consumed, he finally stepped into the fifth level of the celestial being. The fifth level of the celestial being, 10,800 star acupoints. When the star acupoints reached 10,800, they formed a bigger Zhou Tian again. Vast power emerged. As soon as the aura leaked out, it was suppressed by Qin Shujian. Fifth level of the celestial being. Qin Shujian smiled. Back when the celestial spirit Jade Elixir expanded the star acupoints, his battle strength had reached about 8,000. Now that he had broken through to the fifth level of the celestial being, the star acupoints formed the Zhou Tian Great Circulation, and his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Qin Shujian felt his strength had at least doubled from the original foundation. In other words, his original combat power of 8,000 had now risen to 16,000. This was the terrifying part of breaking through to the next level. After becoming a celestial being, each breakthrough would cause a huge change to one's strength. And the higher the level, the greater the change. His battle strength had reached 16,000. And when he was forging the Dao artifact, he summoned the phantom of the long river of laws. At that moment, Qin Shujian's understanding of the power of laws reached a deeper level. So now, not only did his cultivation method break through to the 5th level of the celestial being, but his laws also reached the standard of the 5th level of the celestial being. 4th level of the celestial being, laws increased by 50%. 5th level of the celestial being, laws increased by 5%. At this time, Qin Shujian's battle strength had reached 16,000. Coupled with the law increase, it had reached 28,000. 28,000. Qin Shujian felt that if the Almighty did not use their domain to weaken him, he could already kill the average 7th level of the celestial being with his bare hands. Even if it was to weaken him. With his 18,000 battle strength, he could still kill the Almighty. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian was satisfied. Then, he looked at the people around him. He had also noticed the Godslayer's strange movements just now, but he did not stop it. Zhu Bing's exposure was both a bad and a good thing. In the past, Zhu Bing's exposure would inevitably attract some covetous eyes. With his strength, he might not be able to protect or intimidate those people. But now, it was different. His strength had broken through to the 5th level of the celestial being, and his 18,000 battle strength, coupled with a Zhu Bing, Qin Shujian was sure that other than the human sovereign, even if Marquis Baiyun came, he was confident that he could beat him to a pulp. With such strength, even if he were to expose the existence of his ancestral armament, so what, because anyone who dared to covet Zhu Bing's existence. Qin Shujian was confident that he could kill them. Even if it was the human sovereign. He might not be a match for the human sovereign, but he was also confident that he could retreat. Moreover, with Qin Shujian's understanding of the human sovereign, the other party would not attack him for a Zhu Bing. Marquis Baiyun also had a Zhu Bing, but the human sovereign did not touch it. The human sovereign would most likely not covet the Zhu Bing in his hands. After figuring out the key points, Qin Shujian's aura changed again. He said loudly, "Cold Mountain City will be sealed for 3 days. 3 days later, Cold Mountain City will open again. Everything will go on as usual. As for the details, you can come to the Yuan sect to discuss with the elders of our sect." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shujian ignored the others and prepared to fly away. But when he was about to leave, he paused for a moment and turned to look at Qin Yuanbai. Then, he said with a smile, "If anyone wants to see me, I will also be waiting for you at the Yuan sect." With that, he left Cold Mountain City. He had already left. But the doctrine artifact was still here. The pressure that had not dissipated made people's hearts tremble. It was as if there was a shocking dragon's roar. After a long time, some people turned and left. They knew that after today's matter spread out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. The Cold Mountain Spirit region would be the center of the storm. But, they thought of the city that suppressed everything, Qin Shujian's proud figure standing on the city, and the last long saber shadow. They all fell silent. So what if it was the center of the storm, with such an existence suppressing it, unless it was a great calamity that could overturn the world? What else could shake this place? Although the Cold Mountain Spirit region was small, it might be the safest place besides the Central State Prefecture. The Central State Prefecture had the human emperor. The Cold Mountain Spirit region had Qin Shujian. Unknowingly, some people had already placed Qin Shujian and the human emperor in the same position. It was predictable. After today, no one would be able to shake Qin Shujian's title as the strongest person in the cultivation world. At the same time, all the blacksmiths in the world would also respect him. The world is going to change again. It was unknown who it was, but before he left, he sighed. The world was going to change. In just a few years, the world of cultivation seemed to have changed several times. Every change was related to Qin Shujian. "Let's go." When Qin Shujian left, Qin Yuanbai immediately turned and left. He knew that Qin Shujian was hinting at him. The current Qin Yuanbai. He no longer dared to face Qin Shujian alone. The inner demon had been planted. Unless he could break the inner demon, he would take the initiative to avoid Qin Shujian when he saw him in the future. Ling Huayu was a little puzzled by Qin Yuanbai's urging. But she didn't ask much. Looking at his back leaving, she had no choice but to follow him. If it was possible. Ling Huayu hoped that she could exchange some forging experience with Qin Shujian. If she could gain something, it would naturally be the best thing. But looking at the current situation, she had no chance. He's crippled. Looking at Qin Yuanbai's back, Fang Yilan said indifferently. How could Qin Yuanbai's strange behavior be hidden from her? Su Zhan shook his head and said, Qin Shujian is indeed terrifyingly strong, but Qin Yuanbai's temperament is too bad. He was planted with the inner demon just like that. It seems that this generation of the Nine Palaces sect has been crippled. If no new celestial being is born, maybe the Nine Palaces sect will decline in the future. The inner demon was planted. In the future, his cultivation would not improve half a step. Unless he could break the inner demon, but it was too difficult to do so. Of course. If he could break the inner demon, Qin Yuanbai's strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. But the probability of doing so was too low. Subsequently, Su Zhan said, let's go. You and I can go and meet the sect master Qin. All right. Fang Yilan nodded slightly. Then the two of them left. There were not many people left. They were those who had gained something but couldn't wait to go back, so they had to stay and digest it. After a long time, Xin Yuqing's body trembled slightly. Her originally murky eyes gradually became clear. She took out a casting tool from the storage ring and then directly ignited a flame. She took out the materials that she had prepared for a long time and threw them in. Seeing this scene, no one went to disturb her. Because they didn't dare. The clothes that Xin Yuqing was wearing were the symbol of Yuan Sect's elder. Many people knew the master of the casting hall. Qin Shujian's power had been deeply rooted in people's hearts. At this time, unless one's brain was fried, otherwise, no one would go against Yuan's own. Inside Yuan Sect, Zheng Fang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Qin Shujian's words had already spread to the entire Yuan Sect. He had also heard it clearly. Although he didn't personally go and observe the forging process. However, within the sect, he was able to see all of those scenes. Sect master always comes up with these difficult problems. It's not easy to live in peace. Zheng Fang sighed, but there was an unconcealable smile on his face. The stronger Yuan Sect was, the happier he was. Zheng Fang could foresee that after the news of Cold Mountain City spread, all the sects in the world would flock to this #1 city in the world. That's right, the #1 city in the world. In Zheng Fang's eyes, Cold Mountain City could already be called the #1 city in the world. A city with a 6-seal Dao artifact. No other city in the human race could compare to it. Even if it was the Imperial City. In fact, it was just an ordinary city. Now that Cold Mountain City had become a 6-seal Dao artifact, no other city in the world could compare to it. At this time, a voice sounded in Zheng Fang's ears, there are people from the Imperial Astronomer at the foot of the mountain. Go and welcome them. Imperial Astronomer. Zheng Fang's expression froze, and he immediately walked down the mountain. At the mountain gate, Fang Yilan and Su Zhan appeared there. This is Jiang Feng? Looking at the black-robed man sitting there, Su Zhan said in surprise. Fang Yilan said, it should be him. Only a zombie can have that tyrannical aura. It's a pity that Jiang Feng was also an outstanding talent of his generation, but he didn't expect to end up in such a state after passing away. Su Zhan sighed. He was also familiar with Jiang Feng. After all, Jiang Feng became famous thousands of years ago. At that time, Su Zhan hadn't become an elder of the Imperial Astronomer yet. He was just an expert in the Imperial Court and had some dealings with the Heavenly Corps sect. But after becoming an elder of the Imperial Astronomer, Su Zhan no longer interacted with the sects of the cultivation world. At this moment, when he saw Jiang Feng, he felt a little emotional. But it was just an emotional feeling. As for anything else, there was nothing else. Not long after, Zheng Fang came to the mountain gate, cupped his hands, and said, I'm Zheng Fang. I'm here to welcome the 2 elders of the Imperial Astronomer on the orders of the sect master. Thank you. Fang Yilan and Su Zhan also cupped their hands in return. This was basic etiquette. If it were someone else, the two of them wouldn't care. But although Xingfang's strength was ordinary, he was the great elder of the Yuan sect and couldn't be treated as an ordinary cultivator. Then, the two of them followed Xingfang and stepped into the sect. As soon as they entered the sect, both of their expressions changed slightly. That rich spirit qi almost made them think that they had appeared in a cultivation mystic realm. Su Zhan couldn't help but ask, "How many spirit stones did your sect bury to have such rich spiritual qi?" "There are no spirit stones, but there is a celestial eldar," Xingfang said with a smile. In an instant, the two elders fell silent. They were thinking about one thing. Just what kind of person could use such a casual tone to say that their sect had a celestial spirit tribe member? Now, Fang Yilan and Su Zhan both felt a little depressed. In front of the Yuan sect, they didn't seem to be elders of the imperial astronomer, but more like country bumpkins who had never seen the world. But the two of them were very clear. It wasn't that they hadn't seen the world, but that the Yuan sect was too rich. A large number of level 9 materials were used as they wished, and upper sky embryos were taken as they wished. And Zhu Bing. And the blood essence of experts above the celestial being. Until now, there was still a celestial eldar in charge. Eldar had been declining for many years, and no celestial eldar had appeared for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, someone told him. How could the two of them not be shocked that there was a celestial eldar in the Yuan sect, although many people already knew about this matter? But Su Zhan and Fang Yilan stayed in the endless mountain range, so it was inevitable that the news was somewhat blocked. P.S. Here's the first update. Go to sleep after reading it. I'll update the rest of the day. I've been staying up until 3 or 4 o'clock every day. I really can't take it anymore. In front of the courtyard. Looking at the courtyard that was already a superior grade spiritual artifact, Su Zhan was much calmer. Other than cursing in his heart, there was nothing else he could do. Compared to the Six-Seal Dao artifact city, the superior grade spiritual artifact courtyard was still acceptable. However, when he walked in and saw Qin Shujian sitting there making tea, he cursed in his heart again. Spiritual artifacts. All of them were spiritual artifacts. Even the damn teacups were spiritual artifacts. Indeed, a Grandmaster Forger could be a little willful, but even so, he shouldn't be so willful. Refining spirit artifacts also required the consumption of some precious materials. To waste to such an extent, Su Zhan couldn't help but complain. As for Fang Yilan, she was much calmer. Qin Shujian smiled faintly and said, "Pavilion elders, I apologize for not going out to welcome you. I hope you don't blame me." While speaking, he brewed a cup of spiritual tea for the two of them, then stretched out his hand and gestured, "Please." "Thank you." Su Zhan and Fang Yilan looked at each other and then sat down. As soon as they sat down, Fang Yilan's expression changed slightly. Looking at the spiritual tea in front of her, she couldn't help but take a sip. Then, she said with slight surprise, "I wonder where the spiritual tea came from. It's of such a high grade." It wasn't that she hadn't drunk high-level spiritual tea before. Even in the Imperial Astronomer, there were 8th grade spiritual teas. However, compared to the spiritual tea here, the spiritual tea in the Imperial Astronomer was a grade lower. On the other side, Su Zhan couldn't help but drink a cup. He suddenly felt a burst of spiritual energy explode in his body, warming his body and recovering all the energy he had consumed in the past month of observation. He smacked his lips as if he hadn't had enough. However, considering his identity, he quickly stopped. Qin Shujian said, "It's nothing, but the Eldar in the sect bloomed, so I took some." Eldar bloomed, celestial Eldar. Fang Yilan and Su Zhan were instantly speechless. Celestial Eldar bloomed and then used to make tea. This was a bit too extravagant. Not to mention the respected status of celestial experts. As far as they were concerned, there was not a single Eldar in the entire eastern continent. Perhaps the expert in Yuan Zone was Eldar's only celestial. Su Zhan felt a little sour in his heart, but he didn't dwell on this issue. Even if it was the spiritual tea produced by the Celestial Spirit clan, it wouldn't be of much help to their current cultivation. It would only satisfy their appetite. However, if that celestial Eldar grew to a higher level in the future, the flowers it produced would be used on the celestial. Even if it would take a long time. However, with the existence of that Eldar, Yuan Zone could maintain its prosperity for at least 10,000 years. Subsequently, Su Zhan said, I came here this time to ask Sect Master Qin for help with something. What is it? Qin Shujian was surprised. Help, he thought that the two of them would come over to talk about forging or ask about his gains in the sea. In the end, they didn't ask for anything, but for his help. This was somewhat unexpected. Su Zhan said, now, His Majesty has built 4 majestic heavenly passes in the heaven and earth restriction. They will be the gateway to the eastern continent in the future. These cities are to resist the experts of the other 3 continents. Therefore, ordinary cities are not qualified to become heavenly passes. At this point, Su Zhan wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Shujian understood and said with a chuckle, Senior, do you mean that His Majesty intends to build the majestic cities into Dao artifacts? No, Dao artifacts require a large number of innate embryos, and you also know that there is a certain time limit after the innate embryos are born. Therefore, even if there were innate embryos in the past, they can't be preserved now. We only need to cast the cities into spirit artifacts, but to be honest, I'm good at forging spirit artifacts, but it's a little difficult to continue casting them. Since he had already spoken, Su Zhan no longer pretended and said frankly. Therefore, I hope that Sect Master Qin can help us forge them together. At this time, we will also report to His Majesty. At that time, Sect Master Qin can also ask for anything. It would be good if he could forge a Dao artifact city. Like Cold Mountain City. If there were 4 6-seal Dao artifacts, it would be enough to suppress everything. Unfortunately, it was not possible. Not to mention a Dao artifact like Cold Mountain City, which was a huge city, even if it was an ordinary city Dao artifact and then enlarged into a majestic city, it was impossible. Because no matter if it was the former or the latter, it would consume innate embryos. The former would consume more materials. Although the latter would consume less materials, it would at least require a celestial being to oversee the city and constantly maintain the Dao artifact form. In this way, the consumption might be even greater. Therefore, no matter from which perspective, forging a Dao artifact city was not desirable. Hearing this, Qin Shujian also understood. The problem of materials was the biggest problem. Originally, he only planned to forge an ordinary city and then throw Jiang Feng over, letting him oversee the city and maintain the operation of the Dao artifact. But later, the various sects gave him enough materials, and there were also a lot of innate embryos. Therefore, Qin Shujian did not go through so much trouble and directly forged a 1,000-mile city. His extravagant method could not be found in the eastern continent. Qin Shujian thought for a moment and said, the imperial court wants to build a gateway to the eastern continent. This is only the imperial court's matter, but also the matter of the entire eastern continent's human race. As a member of the human race, I definitely cannot sit by and do nothing. It's fine to not mention the request, but I have something to say first. Please speak, Sect Master Qin. There is a certain amount of risk in forging a city. I can't guarantee success. If it fails, I won't be responsible. Qin Shujian said indifferently. Forging a city was fine, but it was free. He would treat it as voluntary labor to help the eastern continent. But if there were problems, he would not be responsible. The main reason was to forge Cold Mountain City. Now that the origin sect was mostly empty, there was not much extra energy. Su Zhan smiled and said, Sect Master Qin is righteous. With your methods, if you cooperate with me this time, there is basically no possibility of failure. Even if we fail, the imperial court will bear all the responsibility. When will we set off? Qin Shujian asked. Su Zhan thought for a moment and said, there are only about 3 months left before the 1-year deadline given by His Majesty. If Sect Master Qin has nothing else to do, it's best if you go as soon as possible. 3 months' time. Qin Shujian thought for a moment. Forging Cold Mountain City was so difficult, but it would only take about a month. If that was the case, according to Qin Shujian's estimation, it would take about 2 to 3 months to build the 4 cities. With this thought, Qin Shujian said, how about this? I have just forged a Dao artifact and have consumed a lot of energy. I need to rest for a few days. After I finish resting, I will immediately set off. During this period, if the two of you have nothing to do, you can stay in Cold Mountain City for a few days. I will send someone to accompany the two of you. Cold Mountain City was closed to the outside world for 3 days. In fact, to put it bluntly, they would give people 3 days to make a bid and then sell the location in the city. In fact, when Cold Mountain City was successfully forged, they could directly move in. Hearing this, before Fang Yalan could say anything, Su Zhan nodded and said, "Then I will have to trouble Sect Master Qin." He was also very curious about Cold Mountain City. A freshly forged 6-seal Dao artifact. Su Zhan also wanted to find a chance to study it. After all, it was different from a natural Dao artifact. Cold Mountain City was a man-made Dao artifact. It was different from a natural Dao artifact. If he could find some clues from it, Su Zhan felt that it would be helpful to his current forging skills. Soon, the two of them left. In the courtyard, only Qin Shujian was left. Actually, he had already recovered all the energy he had consumed to forge the city when he broke through to the 5th layer of the Sky Human realm. What he said to the two of them was just Qin Shujian's excuse. At this moment, Qin Shujian took out the remaining 2 porcelain bottles from his storage ring. His expression was somewhat helpless. 6 drops of essence blood. Only 2 drops left. He originally planned to use up the harvest from Heavenly Pattern Island and then raise his realm to the 5th layer of the Sky Human realm or even the 6th layer of the Sky Human realm. But looking at the current situation, Qin Shujian shook his head. The remaining 2 drops of essence blood, not to mention the 6th layer of the Sky Human realm, even the peak of the 5th layer of the Sky Human realm could not reach it. The reason was, it was because of the Heavenly Spirit Jade Cream. When Qin Shujian swallowed the Heavenly Spirit Jade Cream, he did not have time to refine it at all. He directly used it violently, causing most of the spiritual energy to expand the star acupoints. The remaining spiritual energy was used to open the acupoints. As a result, he had the foundation, but his realm did not break through by much. However, if one were to calculate it seriously, one could not say whether it was a loss or a gain. Because the realm did not break through, but it expanded the acupoints, further increasing his foundation and strength. In other words, the realm did not change, but the battle strength increased by a lot. Later on, he could break through to the 5th layer of the Sky Human realm. It was all because of the energy that rushed into the thunderclouds. Thinking of the energy in the thunderclouds, Qin Shujian looked at the clear sky. He suddenly had a bold idea. "I advise you not to court death." The Godslayer reminded him faintly. Qin Shujian instantly woke up and then released the stone saber from his sea of consciousness. He said, "Senior, what do you mean?" The Godslayer said, "Although the laws of heaven and earth do not have intelligence, they have instincts. Last time, you were able to break into the thunder tribulation to absorb energy. That was because heaven and earth were not prepared. Next time, don't even think about it. Heaven and earth will give you a chance to fleece you once, but they will definitely not give you a second chance. If you dare to do it like last time, I can guarantee that you will be greeted by the world-destroying divine thunder." World-destroying divine thunder. From these 4 words, Qin Shujian felt the aura of destruction. What is the world-destroying divine thunder? That's the punishment of the laws. There are strong and weak world-destroying divine thunders. The weak ones can kill celestials, while the strong ones can kill immortals. Generally, the world-destroying divine thunder will not appear. Only things that are not allowed to be born are born. Perhaps someone wants to exploit the loopholes of the laws, so the world-destroying divine thunder is sent down. The Godslayer said faintly. The meaning of his words was very clear. If one dared to exploit the loopholes of the laws again, the next one to be struck by the world-destroying divine thunder would be you. Immediately afterward, the Godslayer added, "The world-destroying divine thunder likes to find those who challenge the laws the most." In ancient times, there was a peerless expert who broke the thunder tribulation with his bare hands and helped others to defy the tribulation to become an immortal. In the end, the world-destroying divine thunder fell down and an expert comparable to an emperor was turned into ashes. There were also experts who cultivated some kind of mysterious cultivation method, which was based on stealing the power of the thunder tribulation of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, when the world-destroying divine thunder fell down, the power of the thunder was vast and mighty like a prison, and the immortals retreated. As for that expert, his spirit was annihilated and he no longer existed. Qin Shujian's face suddenly darkened. The Godslayer's words made him feel as if the world-destroying divine thunder was hanging above his head and would strike down at any time. He coughed twice to hide his panic. Qin Shujian said, "Senior, you can't resist the world-destroying divine thunder?" Haha, if Zhu Bing could resist the world-destroying divine thunder, how could he have transcended the tribulation? The Godslayer said sarcastically, "Kid, don't think that Zhu Bing is omnipotent. If he was really omnipotent, how could Zhu Bing be so rare in the world? The power of the laws was much stronger than he imagined. Even the laws mastered by immortals are just a drop in the ocean among the many laws. If you really anger the laws, not to mention me, even if the Emperor of Heaven comes back to life, he may not be able to protect you." The Godslayer felt that it was necessary to intimidate Qin Shujian. Or else, when this kid was crazy, he would really want to take advantage of the laws. It was not easy for the human race to produce an expert with the potential of an ancient human emperor. He could not be gone just like that. As Zhu Bing of the human race, the Godslayer needed to protect such a potential seed for the rise of the human race. Immediately, Qin Shujian dispelled the bold idea in his heart. He had originally planned to forge a spiritual weapon and take advantage of the thunder tribulation to rush in and absorb it crazily. If he could really do that, Qin Shujian felt that it would not be long before he could cultivate the Guiyuan ancestral canon to perfection. But looking at the current situation, he was afraid that before he could cultivate it to perfection, he would provoke the world-destroying divine thunder first. According to the Godslayer, the world-destroying divine thunder could even kill immortals, let alone a small celestial being. So, Qin Shujian simply admitted defeat. He felt that it was not shameful to admit defeat. Cultivation was a competition of who had a longer life, not a competition of temporary glory. After Qin Shujian extinguished the idea of taking advantage of the laws, he focused his attention on the resources he had. The only thing that could play a role now was the 2 drops of Star Sage's blood essence. With the idea of transforming all the resources into his own strength, Qin Shujian directly crushed the porcelain bottle and released the 2 drops of blood essence. Without waiting for the other party to show his power, Qin Shujian suppressed the blood essence with his bare hands. Immediately, he opened his mouth and swallowed it. Unlike before, when he swallowed 1 drop each time, this time Qin Shujian directly swallowed 2 drops of blood essence. After breaking through to the 5th level of the celestial being, his combat strength was guaranteed to be 16,000. The current Qin Shujian was already bursting with confidence. When the 2 drops of blood essence entered his stomach, a terrifying fluctuation immediately erupted. "Suppress it for me." Qin Shujian's face was solemn. 10,800 star acupoints formed a powerful star river diagram and forcibly suppressed the 2 drops of blood essence. No matter how the blood essence roared and roared, it could not shake the star river diagram in the slightest. Once, when he had 5,600 star acupoints, Qin Shujian could suppress a drop of blood essence. At this moment, the star acupoints had reached 10,800 star acupoints and the power was several times stronger than before. Suppressing the 2 drops of blood essence was even easier. The blood essence roared. The star river diagram suppressed. A large amount of pure energy was broken down and poured into all parts of the body. Qin Shujian crazily ran the cultivation method and then controlled all the energy to attack the new star acupoints. Boom! His body kept roaring. Soon, the star acupoints were opened. It lasted for 2 whole days. Qin Shujian exhausted all the power of the blood essence and finally opened up 1,200 star acupoints on the original foundation. Combined with the current star acupoints, there were a total of 12,000 acupoints. Accordingly, Qin Shujian's combat strength also increased by about 1,000. In other words, now, his combat strength had risen to 17,000. Regarding this, Qin Shujian felt that it was necessary for him to understand the specific situation of the Almighties. "Senior, I would like to ask you, what is the combat strength of a cultivator above the 7th level of the celestial being?" Godslayer also knew what he was thinking and said bluntly, "As I said, the minimum combat strength of a cultivator in the 7th level of the celestial being is about 5,000. However, if some cultivators have a strong foundation, their combat strength will be above 5,000. But it's hard to determine what level they have reached. But as far as I know, the strongest cultivator in ancient times had a minimum combat strength of 35,000. The 8th level of the celestial being usually has a minimum combat strength of 10,000, the 9th level of the celestial being has 20,000, and the 10th level of the celestial being has 40,000. Almost every breakthrough of the celestial being level will increase by several times. In other words, the more solid your foundation is in the early stage, the greater your potential in the later stage. Therefore, many times, some experts will deliberately suppress their realm in order to improve their foundation to a level where there is no room for improvement. When they finally break through, they will have more powerful combat strength. But at the same time, there are also experts whose foundation is too strong, causing the difficulty of breaking through to become higher, resulting in them wasting their lives in one realm. The God-slaying saber warned. Xianxia, on the other hand, fell into deep thought. According to what Godslayer said, the strongest cultivator in ancient times had a combat strength of 35,000. If it was multiplied, it meant that Godslayer had a combat strength of 70,000 at the 8th level of the celestial being, 140,000 at the 9th level of the celestial being, and 280,000 at the 10th level of the celestial being. For an ordinary immortal, their minimum combat strength was about 100,000. This was a comparison. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. As expected. He was not the only genius. There might be other monstrous geniuses in the world. An ordinary 10th level of the celestial being had a combat strength of 40,000, while Godslayer had a combat strength of 280,000. Killing a 10th level of the celestial being with a combat strength of 40,000 would be as easy as eating and drinking. This was the difference between a monstrous genius and an ordinary cultivator. Xianxia was also calculating his own combat strength at the moment. Then, for every breakthrough above the 7th level of the celestial being, how many times will my combat strength increase? There is no fixed number before the 7th level of the celestial being. Hearing this, Xianxia was silent for a moment. When he first entered the 5th level of the celestial being, his combat strength was 16,000. If he deduced that to the 5th level of the celestial being, it would be about 20,000. Then, when he broke through to the 6th level of the celestial being, his combat strength would be about 40,000 to 60,000. If he could enter the 7th level of the celestial being, it would be at least 70,000 to 100,000. Calculating like this, Xianxia felt a lot more relieved. He realized that monstrous geniuses were not as awesome as him. However, after hearing Godslayer's words, Xianxia had an idea in his mind. If he deliberately suppressed his realm and used energy to open up his star acupoints, and then used the source of life to increase it, he might be able to become the strongest celestial being cultivator in history. As for the hidden danger of having a strong foundation and no hope of breaking through, in front of the source of life, it did not seem to be a problem. Just like how he used the Tianling acupoint to open up his acupoints, the star acupoints opened up by the 2 drops of blood essence were also the same size as the star acupoints. In other words, no matter how strong the foundation was at the beginning, it would automatically reach the same level when breaking through later. In front of a rapid breakthrough and unparalleled combat strength, some people would choose the former without hesitation, some people would hesitate, and a small number of confident people would directly choose the latter. But for Xianxia, he did not need to hesitate much and would directly choose the latter. There was no other reason. The joy of cheating was simply not something that others could experience. In the past, when I was halfway through my cultivation, the consumption of the source of life was the same. So, now that I am opening up my foundation and then using the source of life to break through, it should not increase the consumption. While Xianxia was thinking in his heart, his eyes gradually became brighter. In the past, he had complained about this. He had worked hard to cultivate halfway and then used the source of life to increase it, but in the end, it was still the same fee. But now, Xianxia did not have the intention to complain. because he found that he seemed to have found a way to take advantage of the source of life. This was not a loophole. In fact, it was a good thing. In other words, in fact, I don't need to rush to break through the realm, but slowly use the existing opportunities to strengthen my foundation and then store enough source of life to break through the realm in one fell swoop. In this way, the combat strength will be there, and the realm will not lag behind. The only difference is that the speed of the source of life may be slower than the speed of my cultivation. In just a few months, he had directly crossed 4 realms. Xianxia thought that his cultivation was faster than using the source of life. But some things were not calculated in this way. As long as he could increase his realm before his lifespan was exhausted, he could ensure that he would not die. With the current speed of collecting the source of life, it should not be difficult to do this. The rest. It was the problem of combat strength. So what if his realm was suppressed for a period of time? If he had a combat strength of 100,000 at Celestial being level 5, then even many mighty figures could be defeated. At that time, what was the difference between him and the mighty figures? Thoughts flashed. Xianxia muttered to himself, in fact, the division of realms only depends on the length of one's lifespan. Under normal circumstances, as long as one's strength is enough, then the division of realms is not so clear. With my current strength, I can defeat a Celestial being level 7. Then, am I a Celestial being level 7 or level 5? Godslayer on the side was also silent. He found that his deliberate warning seemed to have some opposite effect. End of chapter 559. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.